Chapter 102 Wither Druid. After Luonan cultivated the 3 wizardry spells Awen taught him to perfection, he planned to learn more wizardry spells from Awen. So, the next day, he went to Awen's flat house and said he wanted to learn new wizardry spells. Awen, wanting to see how Luonan had cultivated his 3 basic wood combat wizardry spells, went with Luonan to the Gold Demonic Beast Forest outside Triumphant City. Upon seeing the trees, Luonan instinctively wanted to cast Entangling Spell on one of them. But he immediately remembered that Awen was a traditional druid and would certainly not destroy trees. Unlike Luonan, Awen did not possess a wood-green wood spirit body. If she were to destroy trees, the heart of nature would very likely disappear from her. Attack me. Awen stood in the clearing in the forest and said. Okay. After Luonan responded, he cast Entangling Spell towards Awen. However, he controlled the magic output, not casting the perfection level Entangling Spell, but rather the master level Entangling Spell. In fact, most wizards, when cultivating wizardry spells, do not cultivate them to the great master level. After all, for most people, the gap between master level and great master level is a difficult watershed to cross. Many people, if they only cultivated one wizardry spell, might have to cultivate for a very long time to grasp the great master level trick. With that much effort, it would be better to cultivate more advanced wizardry spells. Therefore, as long as he demonstrated master level wizardry spell strength, Awen would teach him more advanced wizardry spells. After Luonan cast Entangling Spell, tree vines, like 3 fingers in size, shot out from the soil and wrapped around Awen's curvaceous body. Awen made no movement. A pale green light lit up around her. A wood-based energy particle shield immediately enveloped Awen. Luonan's tree vines wrapped around it. Awen's wood-based energy particle shield rippled in circles. Feeling the force of the tree vines, she said, "You have indeed mastered Entangling Spell very well, but what about Wood Armor Spell?" Cast Wood Armor Spell. Luonan immediately cast Wood Armor Spell. A layer of wooden armor appeared on his right hand. Immediately, with the thought, the wooden armor extended into a long, sharp wooden sword. He swung the wooden sword at Awen's wood-based energy particle shield. A larger ripple appeared on the shield. The progress of wood armor spell cultivation depends on the hardness of the condensed wooden armor. At this time, Luonan's sword strike did not break the wooden sword. Awen felt the force of Luonan's sword swing and estimated the hardness of the wooden sword. Soon, she had the answer in her heart. Wood armor spell has indeed almost been trained to its peak. Luonan listened and thought to himself, it seems Awen's wood armor spell should also only be trained to this extent. Therefore, she couldn't see what wood armor spell would be like if it were trained further. And his wood armor spell, which he had cultivated to perfection, was capable of withstanding fire attacks. After testing Luonan's wood armor spell, Awen put away her wood-based energy particle shield. Try healing spell. As she spoke, she slowly chanted a spell. Immediately, a wind appeared in the forest and swirled around her. Her emerald green dress was slightly blown up. Her pair of tight, smooth thighs were revealed. Coming with the wind was a green light. Soon, this green light transformed into a humanoid creature about half a meter in size. This is a wood spirit, Awen said. It is also known as the will of the forest, and only wizards who possess the heart of nature can condense it. Now, I will let it take us to some trees that are sick or nearly withered. As Awen spoke, she chanted a spell. Luonan did not understand the language of this spell at all. But he still used Grand Mist to record every pronunciation of the spell. After the spell was chanted, the little green light figure twisted its body and flew to one side. Awen then cast a quick walk wizardry spell on herself and Luonan, and followed the wood spirit together. Before long, they saw a purplish-red light flash ahead. Luonan's eyes were sharp, and he immediately saw a person with shoulder-length black hair, appearing to be around 30 years old, holding a demonic beast-like magical wand. With the point of the magical wand, a purplish-red light interspersed with other colors shot out from the tip of the magical wand. After the light hit a tree, the tree immediately withered and turned black, completely dead. It's a withered druid. Upon seeing this person, Awen immediately exclaimed. Then, she cast a stronger quick walk on herself and rushed towards the person she called the withered druid. Luonan swept his divine sense and immediately knew that this person was a level 3 wizard apprentice. Please stop destroying trees. As the person called the withered druid was about to release light again, Awen called out to him. The person glanced at Awen, frowned, and said, a traditional druid. Then, he still pointed his magical wand and released a purplish-red light that crossed the air and headed towards a tree trunk. After the light hit the tree trunk, the entire tree immediately withered and turned black. All the leaves of the entire tree crown suddenly fell. You. Awen's brows furrowed sharply. Haha. The person laughed. You must be a traditional druid who has obtained the heart of nature, right? You can't stand to see trees destroyed. But what can you do to me? This forest is not your creation, I can destroy it if I want to. Moreover, you can't lay a hand on me. Hehe, if you lay a hand on me, you will violate the Valiant Kingdom's law. I've remembered your face, and I can report you to the Wizard Council. Get out of the way, don't block my cultivation of wizardry spells. Awen gradually calmed down, and after hearing the person's words, she also smiled slightly. More than 50 years ago, withered druids were expelled from the druid school and then became wild wizards. And if a wild wizard wants to become a legal registered wizard, they must register with the Wizard Council and pay an annual registration fee. Many wild wizard apprentices and wizards do not want to pay this money, so they do not register. I think you probably haven't registered either, have you? As a wild wizard now, you are also violating the law. As a registered wizard of the kingdom, I have an obligation to capture you and bring you to the wizard council. The withered druid listened, with no trace of panic on his face, only a smile. I am a registered wizard, I have a certificate badge from the wizard council. Awen still maintained her smile, then show it to me. The withered druid shook his head, as if mocking Awen, and slightly concentrated, as if taking out the wizard council's certificate badge from his Zhu. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, and he pointed the magical wand in his hand. A purplish-red light then shot out from the tip of the magical wand, heading towards Awen. Chapter 103 Withering Witchcraft. Awen seemed to have been prepared, a shield of wood energy particles immediately enveloped her whole body. Purplish-red intertwined light beams shot onto Awen's shield. Instantly, the energy particle shield was corroded, and a large hole appeared in it by the purplish-red light. This was Awen's first encounter with a withered druid, and only now did she realize that the withered druid's wizardry greatly countered her. The wood energy particle shield offered almost no resistance to withered wizardry. Thus, she could only stomp her foot hard, dodging the purplish-red light. After dodging, she waved her right hand forward. Pale green light flashed in the air, and vibrant green tree vines sprouted, quickly intertwining into a sharp spear that she threw towards the withered druid. The withered druid saw this and, with a sinister grin, released another beam of purplish-red light. When the light struck Awen's vibrant green wooden spear, the vibrant green tree vines on the spear immediately withered and turned black. The entire wooden spear instantly went limp in the air. Parna, the withered druid, felt a surge of excitement at this sight. Although he had always cultivated the wizardry of a withered druid, he had never fought against a traditional druid. Today, he realized how much his withered wizardry countered traditional druids. From Awen's energy fluctuations, he could also tell that Awen was a level 3 wizard apprentice, and her magical power was even higher than his. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to contend with him using wood element wizardry, which he countered. This bitch definitely has a rich collection. Parna thought. As a wild wizard apprentice, he was often short on money and had secretly violated kingdom laws, killing people more than once or twice. In this forest, besides a wizard apprentice with very low energy fluctuations, there was no one else, which immediately made him consider killing and plundering. Awen saw that Parna's withered wizardry countered her, so she didn't confront him head-on. After casting a quick walk spell on herself, her speed immediately increased. She circled Parna in a skirmishing manner, throwing sharp wooden spears at him. At the same time, Awen also cast Entangling Spell, attempting to trap Parna. But Parna chanted a spell, and a layer of purplish-red light emanated around him, withering all the tree vines that emerged from the ground. As Awen's speed increased, Parna also cast a quick walk on himself, and his speed also quickened. And so, the two of them skirmished in the forest. Awen's wooden spears were either dodged by Parna or struck by the purplish-red light he released, causing them to wither. And because of Awen's rapid movement, Parna's attacks also failed to hit her. Suddenly, Parna seemed to remember something, and his gaze drifted towards Luo Nan, immediately conceiving the idea of killing this female druid's companion to make her too busy to cope. Sensing Parna's gaze, Awen knew what Parna intended to do. After dodging a beam of purplish-red light, she immediately waved her hand towards Luo Nan, bestowing the quick walk spell upon him. Quick, go back and find someone from the wizard council. Awen said to Luo Nan. Luo Nan immediately turned and ran, kicking up dust, his figure growing smaller and smaller. Trying to leave. Parna also ran over, raised his magical wand, and was about to shoot a purplish-red light at Luo Nan. However, Awen, like an agile leopard, turned several times in the forest clearing. From different angles, she continuously threw 5 vibrant green sharp spears at Parna, completely blocking his path. To deal with the sharp spears, Parna could only let Luo Nan go, releasing light to wither 2 of the vibrant green sharp spears. Thus, there was no longer any threat from the direction from which those 2 vibrant green sharp spears had come. Parna then darted in that direction, dodging the other 3 vibrant green sharp spears. Then, he lightly tapped his magical wand in the air, and several beams of purplish-red light shot through the air. Awen was about to give chase but saw the purplish-red light beams shooting directly at her, so she could only dodge to the side. This gave Parna time to escape. He knew he couldn't kill this female druid immediately, and people from the wizard council would arrive soon, so he could only flee. Parna ran at full speed and quickly disappeared into the depths of the forest. Although Awen was unwilling, she thought she couldn't catch up, so she could only stop and use druid healing wizardry to heal the trees that had been struck by the purplish-red light. However, the withered druid's magical power countered her magical power. When she cast druid healing wizardry, she felt that the tree's recovery was much slower than usual. Parna used quick walk and darted for a while. He looked back and saw that Awen hadn't pursued him, so he slightly slowed down. He thought that the people from the wizard council might not arrive so quickly. Then, he could completely turn back, ambush the female druid, and then seize her Zhu. With this thought, Parna turned back. At the same time, he tapped his magical wand. Several thumb-sized vines, emitting a faint blue light, wrapped around a tree. Soon, the tree withered, and his recently expended stamina and magical power began to recover. Just as he was darting forward, he suddenly saw a person emerge from the forest. He looked closely and saw that it was indeed the wizard apprentice who had been with the female druid earlier. He had thought Luo Nan had already gone to Triumphant City to find the wizard council, but he never expected him to appear here. For a moment, he didn't try to guess why Luo Nan would appear here. He extended his magical wand, intending to release a beam of purplish-red light. However, At his feet, tree vines as thick as wrists suddenly broke through the ground, entangling his legs. He could only adjust his attack target and struck a purplish-red light onto the tree vines. Just as he saw the tree vines wither away from his withering light, he suddenly realized that, given the energy fluctuations emanating from that wizard apprentice, he shouldn't be able to release tree vines of this magnitude. Could this person have a Zhuwuki that amplifies magical power, or a Zhuwuki that conceals energy fluctuations? Both of these were what he needed most. When Parna looked forward again, he saw Luonan leap into the air, flying rapidly towards him. His eyes widened, and he immediately shot several beams of withering light at Luonan. However, Luonan had just applied several golden armor talisman to himself. When the withering light struck his body, several pieces of golden armor appeared on his body, blocking the withering light. While Parna was still surprised, Luonan had already used magnetic surge and arrived in front of Parna. Just as Parna aimed at Luonan, intending to release withering light, Luonan, using the high speed provided by the geomagnetic force, raised his fist and slammed it onto the crown of Parna's head. Parna felt a roar in his head, then his eyes went black, and he lost consciousness. Chapter 104 The Energy-Absorbing Magic Vine and the Withering Light. After Luonan knocked Parna unconscious, he immediately placed one hand on Parna's skull and held the magical wand that was about to fall from his other hand. With a thought, he transmigrated to the cultivation world with Parna. In the Wei Kingdom's mansion, Luonan and Parna appeared. Immediately, Luonan put the magical wand into his Zhuwuki, and then, with a thought, returned to the wizard world. He used multiple purification talismans to clear away the traces. After completely clearing the traces, he cast magnetic surge and returned to Triumphant City extremely quickly. He went straight to Middle City and had a mortal deliver an anonymous letter to the Wizard Council's outpost for him. The letter spoke of seeing a wild level 3 wizard apprentice in Gourd Forest. After all, Awen had told him to report back, and he couldn't just do nothing and arouse suspicion. After sending the anonymous letter, Luonan released his divine sense 300 meters away from the Wizard Council's outpost, perceiving what was happening inside the Wizard Council's outpost. Most of the wizards in the Middle City Wizard Council's outpost were level 3 wizard apprentices. There were only 1 or 2 first-level formal wizards among them. And formal wizards of the second level and above were all top-tier figures in the kingdom. They would not be in the Wizard Council's outpost, but rather in the Wizard Council's headquarters in Upper City. There were many wild level 1 apprentice wizards in the kingdom, as some people with wizard aptitude would always find a meditation technique to cultivate on their own. However, many were unable to cultivate further and remained level 1 apprentice wizards. Wild level 3 wizard apprentices already possessed considerable power. If he were a black wizard, he would be capable of causing chaos in an area. After reading the anonymous letter, the people in the Wizard Council's outpost found it difficult to distinguish truth from falsehood for a time, so they dispatched 2 level 3 wizard apprentices to investigate. Luonan sensed that both level 3 wizard apprentices had cast acceleration wizardry and were swiftly flying towards the Middle City gate. He then left the vicinity of the Wizard Council's outpost and returned to his flat house. With a thought, he transmigrated to the cultivation world. In the cultivation world, in the Wei Kingdom's mansion, Parna was still unconscious. His head had taken a punch from Luonan, and with blood clots accumulating, he would not wake up for a while. Luonan then condensed a wizard's hand and meticulously searched Parna's body. On Parna's body, he found a Zhuwuki, a spatial pouch. He extended his spirit into it and sensed a space of about 1 cubic meter inside. It was essentially the same as other wizard apprentices Luonan had defeated. Inside the Zhuwuki were 2 items, books and medicine bottles. Luonan took out 2 books. One of them contained a meditation technique called Declining Meditation Technique. The magic power cultivated from it carried a hint of withering aura, which resulted in lower consumption when casting withering wizardry. The other was a handwritten journal. Upon opening it, he saw that it contained the withered druid's various insights into withering wizardry. Among them were insights into the declining meditation technique and several wizardry spells. Among these wizardry spells, Luonan skipped pages and saw energy-absorbing magic vine, withering light, wizard's eye, quick walk, and others. Luonan was very interested in energy-absorbing magic vine and withering light. Energy-absorbing magic vine was a first-order superior wizardry, a promoted branch of the first-order intermediate wizardry entangling spell. From the journal, it could be seen that if one first practiced entangling spell, the speed of mastering energy-absorbing magic vine would be faster. Energy-absorbing magic vine involves releasing vines that absorb the energy of objects, thereby allowing one to recover stamina and magic power. This wizardry could be cast on any object, but absorbing the power of plants resulted in the fastest recovery of stamina and magic power. Objects entangled by energy-absorbing magic vine would show varying degrees of decay. For example, trees would wither, and people would experience necrosis. Luonan flipped through the journal and quickly memorized all the incantations and wizardry model derivation formulas for energy-absorbing magic vine. Furthermore, with the help of Grand Mist, he constructed a wizardry model in a 3-dimensional coordinate system. He only needed to practice this wizardry until he was proficient, and then he could construct the wizardry model in his mind. Subsequently, Luonan flipped through the journal and looked at the content of the wizardry Withering Light. This wizardry was also a first-order superior wizardry. It was the purplish-red light released by Parna, considered a common combat wizardry of the Withered Druid's level 3 wizard apprentice. This wizardry possessed more powerful decaying strength than energy-absorbing magic vine. Moreover, the magic power consumed was also greater than that of energy-absorbing magic vine. Compared to energy-absorbing magic vine, Withering Light was purely an offensive wizardry. Whereas energy-absorbing magic vine, compared to Withering Light, was more like a recovery wizardry. After memorizing the incantation and wizardry model formula for Withering Light, Luo Nan put the journal back into the Zhu Yuki. He pried open a floorboard, used his wizard's hand to lift Parna to the basement, and used shackles to lock him up. Then, he used a healing spell to wake him up. As soon as Parna awoke and saw Luo Nan, he was startled and subconsciously cast Withering Light. He had been in the wizard world for a long time and had always used energy particles for attacks. However, when he injected magic power into the wizardry model of Withering Light, he found that the surrounding energy particles were pitifully scarce. When he cast the wizardry, a faint purplish-red light flickered in the air for a moment and then disappeared. Luo Nan's lips curved slightly, and he chanted an incantation, casting energy-absorbing magic vine on Parna. As the ancient wood longevity power in his dantian was consumed, a faint bluish glow lit up at his fingertips. Immediately following, 3 magic vines, as thin as pinky fingers, grew out of the light and wrapped around Parna's arm. Luo Nan immediately felt life energy, like a thin stream, flowing into the energy-absorbing magic vine. The skin on Parna's hand gradually wrinkled and turned black. His entire being began to shriek. Next, Luo Nan used the 2 wizardry spells, energy-absorbing magic vine and withering light, to force Parna to reveal all the information. It turned out that this person, like him, was also a noble scion. However, his status in the noble circle was higher than Luo Nan's. His family had a second-level wizard apprentice, and his family was ranked among the top in a certain province. Parna encountered a withered druid in his territory, and the two, being birds of a feather, came to Triumphant City together. Parna spent a large amount of money and effort to cover the withered druid's food, drink, and entertainment, and in return, he learned all these withering wizardry spells. Subsequently, the withered druid disappeared without a trace, so he continued to cultivate in Triumphant City, utilizing its abundant resources. After cultivating for 12.5 years, he became a level 3 wizard apprentice. And the withered wood magical wand in his hand was his cheap teacher's magical wand. Because his cheap teacher had long since disappeared, he saw this magical wand in the black market and bought it. He felt that his cheap teacher must have been killed for his treasures by someone else. And this Zhu Yuki, which his cheap teacher called the withered magical wand, could only amplify withering wizardry and was useless to wizards who did not cultivate this Dao. Therefore, the person who plundered the treasure likely sold it, and it eventually circulated to the black market. Chapter 105 Witchcraft, Magic Plant Carnival. After Luo Nan finished his questions, Parna's hand and foot had already turned completely black. His entire face was streaming with tears and snot, covered in beads of sweat. From Parna's mouth, Luo Nan learned that withering wizardry countered wood element wizardry. He wanted to see how well withering wizardry countered his own wizardry, so he cast the healing spell to treat Parna's blackened hand and foot. Ancient wood longevity power transformed into the magic of the healing spell, enveloping Parna's arm and leg. The blackness on his hand and foot gradually faded. His wrinkled skin also gradually regained its elasticity. It seems that the damage caused by this withering wizardry can still be reversed by my healing spell, and at a decent speed too. Luo Nan thought that although withering wizardry countered wood element wizardry, if wood element wizardry was strong enough, withering wizardry would struggle to suppress it. Wizardry always counters each other, there is no perfect wizardry. As long as it's strong enough, nothing can counter it. Luo Nan mused. After healing Parna's arm and leg by 80%, he left him to recover on his own. Then, he exited the basement, and with a thought, transmigrated back to the wizard world. The next day, Luo Nan went to Awen's flat house early in the morning to continue cultivating wood element wizardry with Awen. Yesterday, he was supposed to have Awen teach him wood element wizardry, but they were interrupted by the sudden appearance of the withered druid. Upon arriving at Awen's flat house, he saw that Awen, who usually slept in very late, had already left early. When Awen saw Luo Nan, she asked Luo Nan to go with her to Gourd Forest to continue healing the trees damaged by Parna's withering light. Yesterday, that withered druid kept destroying nature in front of me, causing the amplification of my heart of nature to diminish, Awen said, casting a quick walk wizardry on herself and Luo Nan as they walked. Yes, me too, Luo Nan replied, listening. In reality, his heart of nature's amplification had not diminished yesterday. He felt this was because he was a greenwood spirit body, inherently nature itself. The heart of nature would never abandon him, no matter what. Furthermore, as the natal longevity tree grew older, his greenwood spirit body was transitioning towards the Yiwood Dharma body. The heart of nature's amplification for him was becoming increasingly significant. With the blessing of Quick Walk, Awen and Luo Nan ran very fast. After entering Gourd Forest, due to the blessing of the heart of nature, the Quick Walk wizardry Awen cast became more powerful. The two of them ran like the wind through the forest. Before long, they arrived at the location where Awen and Parna had battled yesterday. Most of the trees in this section of the forest were blackened. Yesterday, I already treated these trees and saved most of them, preventing them from completely withering away. My heart of nature has also recovered a lot, Awen said, casting the healing spell on the trees. Luo Nan saw that Awen's healing spell was only at the peak of the proficient rank, not yet touching the edge of the Great Master rank. If he cast it with full power, its healing effect would be better than Awen's. He thought, controlling his magic output, and casting a proficient rank healing spell. Moreover, the magic fluctuations were controlled to appear like those of a level 1 apprentice wizard. Awen saw Luo Nan's healing spell and nodded, your healing spell is also very well mastered. I didn't expect that although your wizard aptitude is a bit lacking, you have excellent wizardry learning talent. I heard from my elders that the further one goes in wizard cultivation, the less important wizard aptitude becomes, and wizardry learning talent becomes the most important. However, the kingdom of wizards only trains war machines, and they place great importance on wizard aptitude. When I was still in the south, I heard that the high-rank formal wizards in various domains of the Kingdom Wizard Academy have already planned the Dao for the apprentices in their respective domains. These apprentices with good wizard aptitude, as long as they cultivate according to the Dao, can quickly advance to formal wizard, thereby becoming useful combat power for the Kingdom of Wizards. Only a very small number of wizard apprentices with extremely high wizardry learning talent will be discovered by the high-rank formal wizards of the Kingdom Wizard Academy, then reported to the royal family for training. The high-rank formal wizards in various domains of the Kingdom Wizard Academy were formerly such wizard apprentices. Luo Nan accompanied Awen, treating the trees for 3 days, and finally healed all the trees in this forest that had not withered and died. During this time, Awen also told Luo Nan a lot of knowledge about wood element wizardry. For example, Luo Nan learned that according to the Druid School's classification of wood element wizardry, it is mainly divided into growth and withering, which correspond to the 2 stages of plant growth. Traditional druids, and even most druids, only cultivate growth wood element wizardry. Spells like entangling spell, wood armor spell, and healing spell all belong to growth wood element wizardry. They only cultivate growth wood element wizardry because of the traditional beliefs passed down by the druids, which made them feel that destroying nature was a sinful act. And cultivating withering wizardry was considered a great sin. Therefore, withered druids were not tolerated by the druid school. Moreover, withered druids were in a grey area between white wizards and black wizards. After all, wizardry like the energy-absorbing magic vine can not only absorb the life force of trees but also the life force of living people. If a withered wizard absorbed the life force of living people to restore themselves, then they would be a black wizard. After learning withering wizardry, the heart of nature will immediately disappear, Awen said. If a person from the druid school does not receive a blessing in the forest, it means they do not have a heart of nature. Such a druid is very likely to have practiced withering wizardry, or will transform into a withered druid. Luo Nan, however, believed that withering and death were also a form of nature. He felt that he was a greenwood spirit body, already equivalent to a tree, and that his heart of nature did not diminish after learning withering wizardry was due to this reason. After the 2 of them finished healing the trees, Awen saw that Luo Nan had a good grasp of the 3 major combat wizardry, so she decided to teach Luo Nan another wizardry. This wizardry is the most difficult to master among the first-rank wood element combat wizardry in the Druid School, called Magic Plant Carnival, Awen said. Once mastered, nearby magic plants can become an aid in your combat, acting as a clone for you. You can cast the wizardry you know through the magic plants. Saying this, Awen cast the quick walk wizardry on herself and Luo Nan, leading Luo Nan deeper into the forest, where they found a magic plant jungle. These magic plants were called Black Water Tree. Their trunks were blackish-brown and could be used to amplify magical wands for water element wizardry. As Awen chanted a spell, the magic plants in this jungle seemed to suddenly come alive. One black water tree after another pressed towards Awen and Luo Nan. Several branches of the black water tree grew wildly, and the ends of the branches suddenly became sharp as spears. The black water tree branches, sharpened like spears, plunged into the ground, kicking up dust. Awen, while casting her wizardry, said, "This is how I use magic plants to cast my wizardry, entangling spear." Because the growth of magic plants inherently absorbs energy particles, they are equivalent to a magical conductor, so we also transmit magic power to them for spell casting. Saying this, Awen waved her hand, retracting her magic power. Immediately, the dense, menacing black water tree branches returned to their original state. Awen said, "Although this wizardry is a first-tier advanced wizardry, it consumes a lot of magic power and mental energy. As a level 1 apprentice wizard, you might be able to cast a maximum of 3 wizardries with the help of magic plants. Therefore, if you are truly in combat with someone, you must seize the opportunity and, when the enemy is unprepared, cast Magic Plant Carnival, ensuring you subdue the enemy with 1 strike. Otherwise, once your magic power and mental energy are too depleted, you will fall into a passive state." Luo Nan nodded upon hearing this. Afterward, Awen taught Luo Nan the incantation and the wizardry model formula for Magic Plant Carnival. After returning to the flat house, Luo Nan eagerly went to the botanical garden, wanting to try out Magic Plant Carnival. He chanted the incantation for Magic Plant Carnival. An ethereal incantation, like a ballad, resonated throughout the botanical garden. In an instant, he felt invisible channels forming in the air. The 2 ends of these channels were him and each of the magic plants, including the natal longevity tree. These channels could transmit his magic power and mental energy. As long as he thought of it, he could cast wizardry through the magic plants. He immediately injected ancient wood longevity power into the wizardry model of entangling spell. At this time, part of his magic power was used to cast Magic Plant Carnival, and part was used to cast entangling spell. No wonder the Magic Plant Carnival wizardry consumes so much. When cast, it's equivalent to casting multiple wizardries simultaneously. As the magic power was output, under his mental control, the branches of the natal longevity tree and the branches of other magic plants extended, intertwining in the air. After casting wood armor spell, each magic plant was covered with a layer of tough wood armor. Suddenly, a thought arose in Luo Nan's mind. "I wonder if I can remotely cast Magic Plant Carnival and thereby control the natal longevity tree." The natal longevity tree was different from other magic plants. Under the effect of the ancient wood longevity skill, the natal longevity tree had a profound connection with him at all times. Other magic plants required Magic Plant Carnival to be cast on them within a certain range to be effective. But the natal longevity tree might be an exception. Thinking of this, Luo Nan wondered if he could use magic plant carnival to control the natal longevity tree even when separated by the wizard world and the cultivation world. After all, based on past experience, the natal longevity tree was equivalent to a part of his body. Even if separated by two worlds, the spiritual chi absorbed and refined by the natal longevity tree could still be fed back into his physical body. Immediately, Luo Nan's mind stirred, and he transmigrated to his Wei Kingdom residence in the cultivation world. Next, he chanted the incantation for magic plant carnival. The natal longevity tree in the wizard world shared divine sense with him. He could perceive everything in the botanical garden and within a radius of over 600 meters. Just after he cast magic plant carnival, he sensed that a wizardry connection had been established between himself and the natal longevity tree. He injected ancient wood longevity power into the wizardry model of entangling spell. Immediately, the natal longevity tree in the wizard world became active. Several branches suddenly extended and bent, intertwining in the air. It really works. Subsequently, he injected magic power into the wizardry model of wood armor spell. In an instant, wood armor formed on the eternal evergreen tree mother tree, and the ends of its branches extended into sharp wooden swords. Under his control, they rapidly thrust forward, transforming into a flurry of wooden sword shadows. After testing the wizardry for a while longer, Luo Nan returned to the wizard world. 3 days passed. Luo Nan, as usual, cultivated daily in the flat house and nurtured the spiritual plants. On this day, as he was cultivating the azure lotus white lotus art, he suddenly heard a knock at the door. He immediately stopped his cultivation, exited the botanical garden, and closed the door. After opening the flat house door, he saw a man in his 20s holding a roll of parchment. "Sir, your letter." The man handed the letter to Luo Nan. Luo Nan saw the Lawrence family crest wax seal on the parchment and knew it was a letter sent from home. After taking the letter, he closed the door, broke the seal, and looked at the parchment. The parchment contained a message from his father asking if he could write back the method of drawing or obtaining the magic runes that countered necromancer. At the end of the letter, it was specified that Earl Fleming wanted it. After reading the letter, Luo Nan knew that Earl Fleming had sent someone to have his father write this letter. He pondered for a moment and decided to ignore it. After all, the letter did not contain any threatening words implying that the family would suffer if he did not write back the magic runes. He could simply ignore this letter for now, employing a strategy of delay. He would make plans later if the Fleming family threatened him with the family. I reported the Fleming family, so why hasn't the royal family acted yet? Luo Nan wondered. However, the intricacies between the 7 great families were too complex, and his position was too low, so he had too little information. The reasons behind it were beyond his ability to deduce. Thus, he simply stopped thinking about it. The most important thing now was to improve his strength. Immediately, he returned to the botanical garden and continued to cultivate the azure lotus white lotus art. As he breathed in and out, the nearby heaven and earth spiritual chi gathered towards him. It flowed in through his pores, washing over his flesh, muscles, tendons, and bones. He felt that the vitality contained within his physical body was growing stronger and stronger. This vitality should be my physical body's recovery ability. As long as I am injured, this vitality will immediately take effect and heal my wounds. Luo Nan thought as he cultivated. He activated his divine sense and swept it over his physical body. He saw that compared to before, his muscles were more toned and powerful. He summoned Grand Mist and pulled up his stats. Strength, 48. Azure Lotus White Lotus Art, 11th layer 32%. My strength is almost surpassing the upper city patrol guards. After getting the data, Luo Nan thought. The upper city patrol guards had a maximum strength value of around 50. And these guards were already among the top ranks of the kingdom's knights. In the Valiant Kingdom, the peak of mortal knights was the Golden Knight. Most of the middle city patrol guards were Golden Knights. Luo Nan had analyzed their stats, and their highest was around 40. To advance further as a knight, one had to undergo wizardry modification. The upper city patrol guards had undergone wizardry modification. And the top knights of the Valiant Kingdom were all individuals who had successfully undergone wizardry modification, most of whom served in the royal family, acting as guards for Augustus V. Luo Nan's cultivation was all in preparation for foundation establishment. The 3 stages of foundation establishment are the physical body stage, the mental stage, and the mana stage. For his physical body, he had the Azure Lotus White Lotus Art and the energy particle amplification spell from the wizard world. Currently, out of the 20 layers of the Azure Lotus White Lotus Art, he had only cultivated to the 12th layer, meaning his physical body could still be significantly improved. As for the mental stage, he had the God Evolution Art. This was a divided soul cultivation technique recorded in a puppet art book he had acquired in the market after the Yu family of the Still Truth sect Immortal Realm was annihilated. Cultivating the God Evolution Art to improve his mental strength would also not be a problem. As for the mana stage, he only needed to continuously cultivate the ancient wood longevity skill to accumulate mana. Furthermore, his natal longevity tree was continuously accumulating mana for him. Thus, his physical body, mental strength, and mana could all be solidly improved. If I could obtain a foundation establishment pill and consume it, the probability of foundation establishment would be even greater. However, foundation establishment pills in the cultivation world are all controlled by sects and families, and if any are released to the market, they will cause a bloody storm. It would be great if I could get the pill formula for the foundation establishment pill. Luo Nan thought to himself. The pill formula for the foundation establishment pill was easier to obtain than the foundation establishment pill itself. After all, the foundation establishment pill was extremely difficult to refine, and even if one obtained the pill formula, it was not certain that one could find an alchemist great master who could refine the foundation establishment pill. With the Grand Mist assistance, refining medicinal pills should not be a problem for him. As long as he obtained the pill formula for the foundation establishment pill and used the resources of the wizard world to refine the foundation establishment pill and eat it like candy, then foundation establishment would be a sure thing. Now that I am at Qi refining 10th layer, the day of foundation establishment is probably not far off. It seems I need to prepare early. After this thought arose in Luo Nan's mind, he began to ponder how to obtain the pill formula for the foundation establishment pill. Like the foundation establishment pill, the pill formula for the foundation establishment pill was also controlled by sects and cultivation families. Within sects, there were foundation establishment, core formation, and nascent soul cultivators, whose power was too immense. If he were to enter, he would be putting himself in danger. As for the cultivators in cultivation families, their strength at most reached foundation establishment. It seems I still have to start with cultivation families. After pondering for a while longer, an idea arose in his mind. That was to become an alchemist and enter a cultivation family. If he displayed outstanding alchemy talent, perhaps the cultivation family would allow him to participate in the refining of the foundation establishment pill. This way, he would be able to obtain the pill formula. Thinking of this, Luo Nan decided to make a trip to the Still Truth Sect Immortal Realm. The first thing, of course, was to obtain the method of alchemy. Immediately, with the thought, he transmigrated to the Wei Kingdom Tavern District in the cultivation world. Upon arriving at the Tavern District, he first changed into the clothes of the cultivation world. He went to the market, bought some food, and gave it to his 3 test subjects. Then, he headed towards the Still Truth Sect Immortal Realm. Upon reaching the Still Truth Sect Immortal Realm, he did not go to the Tavern District, but instead went to the outer slum area. Basic alchemy methods did not need to be bought from the shops in the Tavern District at all. The goods in the Tavern District shops, because their quality was almost absolutely guaranteed, had a premium, and the price of the same item could be much more expensive than in the outer slum area. And the method of alchemy was a relatively easy item to distinguish between genuine and fake. He could very well go to the market in the outer slum area to buy it. With his current Qi refining 10th layer, plus the various skills he possessed, he could practically walk sideways in the outer slum area. If anyone intentionally tried to deceive him, they would be tired of living. Luo Nan arrived at District C Market in the Slum East District, which was also where he first sold talismans. As he was walking on the road in the market, suddenly, someone saw him and said, "Fellow deist, weren't you selling talismans here before? I haven't seen you in a long time. Are you here to sell talismans?" Luo Nan paused, looked at the person in front of him, and remembered that this person had indeed bought talismans from him before. The person looked around, then whispered, "Fellow deist, in the few months you weren't selling talismans here, there's a new talisman seller. He sells the same kinds of talismans you drew, and their quality isn't as good as yours, but the price is much higher. Fellow deist, if you plan to sell talismans here again, I and a few other fellow deists can also form something like the Symbol Master Association from before, and together drive away the current talisman seller. Then, the spirit stones earned from selling talismans will be split equally among us. Thank you, fellow deist, but I have no such plans yet." Luo Nan cupped his fists. Seeing Luo Nan about to leave, the cultivator quickly told Luo Nan his address in the outer slum area, urging Luo Nan to be sure to find him if he truly had such intentions. Luo Nan cupped his fists again and walked away. As he walked, he looked left and right at the items displayed on various stalls. As he passed by, some stall owners whose goods were ignored, their eyes lit up, and they quickly shouted out their wares. After walking for a while, Luo Nan stopped at a bookstall. On the bookstall, there were several books, mostly basic cultivation knowledge and spells. The cover of one of them had the 4 characters Records of Alchemy written on it. Luo Nan approached, picked up Records of Alchemy, and began to flip through it. This book was a copy, and only the first few pages had content. After reading the first few pages, he knew that this was an introductory book on alchemy, and it contained only basic alchemy knowledge. "I want this book," Luo Nan immediately said to the stall owner. "All right, 1 low-grade spirit stone." Luo Nan immediately took out a low-grade spirit stone from his storage Zhuwuki, and exchanged money for goods with the stall owner. After getting the complete manual, Luo Nan went to an eatery in the market, sat down, and ordered a bowl of beef noodles. Then, he began to read Records of Alchemy. When the beef noodles arrived, he held chopsticks in one hand to eat the noodles and continued to hold Records of Alchemy in the other, reading. After finishing a bowl of noodles, he had also finished reading Records of Alchemy. He already understood the steps of alchemy. Next, he needed to obtain a pill furnace, learn a fire attribute spell, and purchase a pill formula. He ordered another bowl of beef noodles, and after eating his fill, he paid the bill and headed back to the market. Since he did not see any pill furnaces in District C Market, he walked towards Yi Character Number Market. Finally, at a stall in Yi Character Number Market, he saw pill furnaces for sale. He swept his divine sense over the pill furnace, knowing that the metal used to cast this pill furnace was not very good quality, but since the pill furnace had no damage, he bought it. After all, he was only a beginner in alchemy, so he would temporarily buy an ordinary pill furnace to learn with. Once his alchemy skills were higher, he would go to the Tavern District and buy a better pill furnace. After buying the pill furnace, he walked around Yi Character Number Market again and bought a pill formula. The medicinal pill on the pill formula was called Golden Marrow Pill. According to the stall owner, it was a medicinal pill commonly used by cultivators at or above the qi refining middle stage to increase their cultivation speed. Luo Nan decided to refine this medicinal pill, as it would allow him to practice alchemy and also consume the medicinal pill himself to increase his cultivation speed. With a pill furnace and a pill formula, Luo Nan only lacked fire attribute spells. Paul was a fire element wizard, and perhaps he could obtain fire element wizardry from Paul. However, he still wanted to check the Still Truth Sect Immortal Realm to see if there were any good fire attribute spells. He first wandered around the markets in various outer slum areas but did not find any fire attribute spells that caught his eye. They were all low-level spells like Ignition, Fireball, and Flame Breath. Therefore, Luo Nan entered the tavern district, planning to visit a merchant house. He arrived at the Eastern Residence District and entered the Song family's Gathering Treasure Pavilion. The Gathering Treasure Pavilion's attendant recognized Luo Nan from his previous visit and recalled his inquiry about the Foundation Establishment pill, realizing he was a cultivator with the potential to achieve Foundation Establishment. Thus, he immediately brewed a pot of tea for Luo Nan, then went upstairs to inform the manager. Before long, Xi, the Gathering Treasure Pavilion's manager, with fair skin and a beautiful appearance, gracefully descended the stairs. Upon seeing Luo Nan, she recognized him as the cultivator who had previously purchased the Azure Lotus White Lotus art here. Fellow deist, it's been a while. Xi's voice was soft and magnetic, exuding a sense of amiability. Luo Nan put down his teacup, clasped his fists, and went straight to the point. Are there any fire attribute spells available here? Xi smiled upon hearing this. We have quite a few fire attribute spells here. With that, she instructed the attendant to go upstairs and retrieve the catalogue. Soon, the attendant brought down a thin, blue-covered, embroidered book and handed it to Xi. Xi took it, flipped through a few pages, then handed it to Luo Nan. Fellow deist, this is our catalogue of available spells, ranging from low-grade tier 1 spells to low-grade tier 2 spells. Fellow deist, please see which one interests you. Luo Nan took the book and immediately focused his attention on the low-grade tier 2 fire attribute spells. Since he had come all this way, he naturally wanted the best. He saw that there were 2 low-grade tier 2 fire attribute spells. One was called Purple Fire Lion, and the other was named Samadhi Fire Method. Upon seeing the words Samadhi Fire Method, Luo Nan's heart stirred slightly. Bring me the secret manual for the Samadhi Fire Method to look at, Luo Nan immediately said. Xi then gave the attendant a meaningful look. The attendant nodded and went upstairs again. Xi said, this Samadhi Fire Method is a newly added spell. The Song family's cultivators also went to that ancient cultivator relic a month ago. This Samadhi Fire Method is one of the spell secret manuals the Song family obtained. Ancient cultivator relic. Listening, Luo Nan felt that he had missed something during his time away from the cultivation world. But then he thought, even if he had been there, he couldn't have done anything. After all, exploring ancient cultivator relics inevitably involved various factions gathering, with fighting and killing being unavoidable. He didn't want to go to such a place. However, after the news of the ancient cultivator relic came out, the price of talismans must have risen. I lost out by not coming to sell talismans then. While thoughts churned in Luo Nan's mind, the attendant had already brought down a dark wooden box carved with exquisite patterns. After the attendant handed it to Xi elegantly opened the box and presented the copy of Samadhi Fire Method to Luo Nan. Luo Nan took the copy from the box and flipped through the first few pages. He then knew that this Samadhi Fire Method was a spell that transformed the essence, qi, and spirit into flames. It was a simplified version of the more powerful fire attribute spell from ancient times, Samadhi True Fire. Even low-level cultivators could cast it. Like other secret manuals, this copy only contained the first few pages, introducing the general overview of the spell. As for how to cultivate it specifically, one would only receive a copy containing the full content after paying. How many spirit stones does it cost? Luo Nan closed the copy and asked. 5 mid-grade spirit stones, Xi replied. Luo Nan's heart stirred. This was the most valuable item he had seen since arriving in the Still Truth Sect Immortal Realm. Currently, he didn't have that many mid-grade spirit stones in his pocket. I need to go sell talismans. Luo Nan thought, drained his tea, and bid farewell to Xi. To accelerate the progress of earning spirit stones, one must sell Grandmaster level talismans. In the Dao of talisman drawing, with continuous effort, ordinary talisman masters can usually draw talismans to the proficient level. However, the Great Master level requires a certain talent in talisman Dao. Some talisman masters, no matter how hard they try, cannot reach this realm. As for talisman masters who can draw Grandmaster level talismans, they are even rarer. Therefore, Grandmaster level talismans are the most scarce. And not every cultivation family in the Tavern District has a talisman master capable of drawing Grandmaster level talismans. Grandmaster level talismans possess significant power and are of great use to every family. If families engage in conflict, a family's accumulated Grandmaster level talismans can often become the key to their victory. Therefore, as long as Grandmaster level talismans appear in the Tavern District, cultivation families will not hesitate to spend a large amount of spirit stones to acquire as many as possible. While thinking, Luo Nan walked to the outer slum area and purchased talisman paper made from spiritual plants. Subsequently, he left the Still Truth Sect Immortal Realm and transmigrated back to the wizard world. The heaven and earth spiritual qi in the wizard world was more abundant. It didn't take much magical power to gather a large amount of heaven and earth spiritual qi. Drawing talismans in the wizard world was more effortless and time-saving than drawing talismans in the cultivation world. Talismans. Flying Sword Talisman, Grandmaster 81%. Golden Armor Talisman, Great Master 52%. Wind Chasing Talisman, Great Master 45%. Exorcism Talisman, Great Master 6%. Body Protection Talisman, Perfection. Light Body Talisman, Perfection. Expand. Although the Body Protection Talisman and Light Body Talisman were at perfection, they were both medium grade tier 1 talismans. For some cultivation families that might have foundation establishment cultivators, the enhancement might be slightly insufficient. What cultivation families would acquire in large quantities, regardless of cost, were high grade tier 1 Grandmaster level talismans. Although his Flying Sword Talisman had reached the Grandmaster level, he did not want to sell it. The Flying Sword Talisman was a very lethal talisman, and selling it in large quantities might not only cause chaos in the tavern district, but it might also be used against him in the future. Therefore, he planned to sell the Golden Armor Talisman and the Wind Chasing Talisman. However, these two talismans had not yet been cultivated by him to the Grandmaster level. So, in the following days, Luo Nan holed up in his flat house laboratory, grinding the progress of these two talismans. He also kept the Great Master level talismans produced during the process of grinding talismans and planned to sell them all at the merchant houses in the tavern district. He would sell as many as he could. After about 10 days, Luo Nan had cultivated the Golden Armor Talisman and the Wind Chasing Talisman to the Grandmaster level. Subsequently, he drew 10 Grandmaster level Golden Armor Talismans and 10 Grandmaster level Wind Chasing Talismans. He estimated that these Grandmaster level Golden Armor Talismans and Wind Chasing Talismans, along with the Great Master level talismans, would be enough for him to exchange for 5 mid-grade spirit stones. Luo Nan drank the elementary metamorphosis potion and arrived at the Still Truth Sect Immortal Realm. He planned to sell the talismans only to one merchant firm. Behind the merchant firm was a cultivation family. In reality, this meant selling all the talismans to a single cultivation family. That cultivation family, having obtained a large quantity of talismans, would certainly not spread the news to avoid arousing fear and suspicion from other cultivation families. Of course, within a cultivation family, there might be spies from other cultivation families. To be safe, Luo Nan set the selling location for the talismans as the Western Residence District. This was because the secret manual for the Samadhi fire method was sold in the Eastern Residence District. The Eastern Residence District and the Western Residence District were located at the eastern and western ends of the Still True Sect's spiritual vein, respectively. They did not border each other and were quite far apart. Cultivation families in two bordering tavern districts often had disputes due to territorial claims and other reasons. The cultivation families in the Eastern Residence District and Western Residence District had the fewest disputes. It was also unlikely for families in these two districts to place spies in each other's families. Thus, the news of him selling a large quantity of talismans in the Western Residence District was unlikely to reach the Eastern Residence District. After all, if someone sold a large quantity of talismans and then went to the Gathering Treasure Pavilion to purchase a secret manual with a large amount of spirit stones, it would be too easy to draw connections. After careful consideration, Luo Nan went to the Western Residence District. He strolled around the Western Residence District for a while, inquiring about the distribution of power there. He did not plan to sell the talismans to the strongest cultivation family in the Western Residence District. This was because the strongest cultivation family's opponents were often cultivation families from other tavern districts. Their household might contain spies from the strongest cultivation families of other tavern districts. Other cultivation families, however, did not have this hidden danger. Moreover, selling to a slightly weaker cultivation family would lead them to seal off the news even more tightly, fearing that information about their large collection of talismans would spread and cause suspicion among other families. Luo Nan arrived at the third-ranked family merchant firm in the Western Residence District, and upon entering, he immediately bypassed the attendant and directly requested to see the manager. Furthermore, when speaking with the manager, he asked her to dismiss the attendant. Only then did he take out the talismans he intended to sell and show them to the manager. Upon hearing Luo Nan's words and realizing that all these talismans were first-grade high-grade talismans of Great Master level or above, with 20 of them even being Grandmaster level talismans, the manager could not hide her astonishment. The manager was a cultivator at Chi Refining Stage 8, possessing a respectable cultivation level herself, and she had a certain ability to appraise talismans, magical artifacts, treasures, and so on. After carefully sweeping her divine sense over Luo Nan's talismans, she knew that Luo Nan's words were true. Finally, she purchased all the Golden Armor Talismans and Wind Chasing Talismans Luo Nan had brought out for the price of 6 mid-grade spirit stones plus 20 low-grade spirit stones. Moreover, during the transaction, she hoped Luo Nan would not spread word of this transaction. Luo Nan, of course, readily agreed. Immediately after, the manager began to win Luo Nan over for her family. She said that as long as Luo Nan joined her family, he would be protected by her family and would receive financial support from her family. Her family would arrange everything regarding wealth, companions, cultivation methods, and dwelling places. In the future, he would only need to focus on drawing talismans and would not need to be distracted by other matters. Luo Nan directly refused, then put away his spirit stones, cupped his hands, and took his leave. Leaving the Western Residence District, Luo Nan circled the Still True Sect's spiritual vein and arrived at the Eastern Residence District. At this time, the effects of the elementary metamorphosis potion had still not worn off. The potency of the elementary metamorphosis potion was integrated into the skin and flesh, making it impossible to remove with external forces. The transformation potion altered one's appearance by increasing the plasticity of the skin, muscles, and bones upon consumption, allowing the user to change the state of their skin and muscles and the length of their bones through their mind. However, after a period of time following consumption, the plasticity of the skin, muscles, and bones would decrease, and their form would become completely fixed, making it impossible to revert them with one's mind. To restore one's appearance, one could only wait for the potion's effects to wear off. So, he found a tavern in the eastern residence district, ordered a pot of wine brewed from spirit rice, and a few plates of hairy crabs. These hairy crabs were cultivated in the lakes of the Still Truth Sect Immortal Realm. Their crab meat contained spiritual chi and tasted much more delicious than those in the secular world. He drank wine and ate crabs while waiting for the effects of the elementary metamorphosis potion to wear off. After more than an hour, he felt a creep sensation in his muscles and a slight soreness in his bones, knowing that the potion's effects were about to pass. So, he hastily finished the food and drink on the table, paid the bill, left the tavern, found a secluded spot, and waited for himself to return to his original appearance. After returning to his original appearance, Luo Nan went straight to the Gathering Treasure Pavilion and purchased the Samadhi Fire method. Afterward, he walked towards the pharmacy. Refining the golden marrow pill required 3 medicinal ingredients: immortal crane grass, marrow cleansing ginseng, and the antler velvet of a first-grade demonic deer. He planned to purchase the immortal crane grass and marrow cleansing ginseng at a pharmacy in the Still Truth Sect Immortal Realm. As for the antler velvet, he intended to obtain it in the wizard world. However, after browsing pharmacies in the eastern residence district, he learned that immortal crane grass and marrow cleansing ginseng were almost entirely used by sects and cultivation families for their own purposes, with very little circulating outside. No wonder the pill formula was so cheap, so this was another reason. It was also extremely difficult for loose cultivators to find the medicinal ingredients after obtaining a pill formula. Therefore, he decided to look for similar magical plants for these 2 ingredients in the wizard world. Although he was a great master of magical plants in the wizard world, familiar with most magical plants there, he was completely a novice when it came to spirit plants in the cultivation world. He didn't even know the 2 spirit plants in the golden marrow pill formula: immortal crane grass and marrow cleansing ginseng. So, he needed to buy a spirit plant book at a bookstore to learn about the spirit plants of the cultivation world. He returned to the same bookstore where he had previously purchased the cultivation world major sect record. Sitting behind the counter today was still the 12 or 13-year-old Guapai Mao, melon rind hat, boy. After some time, the boy's cultivation was still at chi refining stage 2. Luo Nan walked silently. When he reached the Guapai Mao, melon rind hat, boy, the Guapai Mao, melon rind hat, boy was still immersed in his reading. Luo Nan's gaze swept over the cover of the book the Guapai Mao, melon rind hat, boy was reading. Just by the title, he knew it was an erotic novel. Luo Nan lightly tapped the counter. Whoosh! The Guapai Mao, melon rind hat, boy jolted, quickly putting away the erotic novel in his hand. His face was slightly flushed, and he forced a smile. Customer, oh, long time no see, what book would you like to buy? Do you have any books about spirit plants? Luo Nan looked at the bookshelf. Yes, I do. The Guapai Mao, melon rind hat, boy led Luo Nan to a bookshelf. Luo Nan looked at the bookshelf, and after a moment, he pulled out a book titled Classic of 100 Spirit Plants. This was also a copy, and its content only consisted of a table of contents. Luo Nan looked at the table of contents and knew that this book recorded over 600 types of spirit plants. Immortal crane grass and marrow cleansing ginseng were both among them. I'll take this one, Luo Nan said. Customer, 50 low-grade spirit stones, the Guapai Mao, melon rind hat, boy said. Luo Nan immediately paid the spirit stones and took the Classic of 100 Spirit Plants. After Luo Nan returned to his flat house in the wizard world, he sat down at the dining table. After drinking a glass of wine, he took out the Spiritual Plant Materia Medica to read carefully. The book stated that Xian Heko was a spiritual plant that increased the speed of heaven and earth spiritual chi refinement, while Ziswishan was a spiritual plant that cleared meridians and promoted blood circulation. Immediately, Luo Nan had 2 corresponding demonic beasts in his mind. The roots of the phoenix heartgrass and the dragon blood tree. The efficacy and characteristics of these 2 demonic beasts were very similar to Xian Heko and Ziswishan. The characteristic of phoenix heartgrass was to increase the conversion efficiency of energy particles. And the characteristic of the dragon blood tree root was to promote blood circulation. Moreover, both of these demonic beasts could be found in the gourd forest outside Triumphant City. He wouldn't need to travel far to find other demonic beasts. Thinking of this, Luo Nan left the city to collect demonic beasts. Luo Nan cast magnetic surge, using the anti-geomagnetic force to propel himself forward rapidly. At this time, a faint mist permeated the gourd forest. Sunlight penetrated through the gaps in the branches and leaves, casting slanted beams of light in the air. As Luo Nan flew past, the mist was stirred up, churning in the air. Awen had told him the approximate locations of the phoenix heartgrass and dragon blood tree. He knew that both of these demonic beasts did not require him to go too deep into the gourd forest to collect them. Luo Nan planned to plant these 2 plants in his botanical garden so that he wouldn't need to come here frequently to collect them when refining golden marrow pills in the future. As he flew, he released his divine sense. He discovered 2 small teams hunting demonic beasts around him. They were all composed of wizard apprentices and modified knights. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Luo Nan, as usual, avoided the demonic beast hunting teams. After taking a detour, he headed towards the location of the phoenix heartgrass. At this time, the 2 demonic beast hunting teams were both behind him. He sensed that the demonic beast one of the teams was hunting actually ran towards the other team. and that demonic beast was killed by the other team. After the two teams exchanged some vulgar violent curses, they began to fight. The wizards raised and waved their magical wands, releasing various wizardry. The knights protected themselves with shields and wielded their broadswords, attacking their opponents. Before long, the two teams were locked in a fierce battle. Luo Nan ignored them and continued to fly forward. Soon, the two battling teams left his perception range. He flew to a forest where phoenix heart grass grew. Phoenix heart grass got its name because its leaves unfurled like a phoenix spreading its wings. Luo Nan used his wizard's hand to quickly pick the grass. Soon, he had picked 60% of the grass from a large patch of grassland. After storing the phoenix heart grass, he immediately flew in the direction of the dragon blood tree. Along the way, his divine sense sensed a bovine-like demonic beast ahead. Since it wasn't a deer-like demonic beast, he had no intention of hunting it. He still took a detour to avoid it. A moment later, he arrived at the place where dragon blood trees grew. The dragon blood tree got its name because its bark resembled dragon scales and was dark reddish blood-colored. After Luo Nan collected the roots of the dragon blood tree, he immediately left, flying along the outer edge of the forest, searching for traces of deer-like demonic beasts with his divine sense. Soon, Luo Nan sensed a deer-like demonic beast and immediately flew over. He used the entangling spell to restrain the demonic beast, then used his elven dagger to cut off the antlers. Afterward, he released the demonic beast. He only took the antlers, he didn't need other materials from the demonic beast, nor did he need to harm its life. Moreover, if he released it, he could come back to cut the antlers again once they grew back. Luo Nan wandered in the forest for a while and collected 10 pairs of antlers. After he cut off the antlers of a deer-like demonic beast, he released it. His divine sense sensed that after the deer-like demonic beast ran in fright for a while, it ran head-on into a lion-like demonic beast. Although both the deer-like demonic beast and the lion-like demonic beast were intermediate first-tier demonic beasts, it was clear that the lion-like demonic beast was more aggressive than the deer-like demonic beast. The lion-like demonic beast lunged forward, bearing its fangs and claws, while the deer-like demonic beast could only flee. Luo Nan thought, if this deer-like demonic beast died, wouldn't he lose a source of antlers in the future? So, he immediately cast Magnetic Surge. A magnetic force flowed through his body, releasing anti-geomagnetic force. His figure turned into an afterimage, shooting like an arrow towards the lion-like demonic beast and the deer-like demonic beast. As he flew forward, he chanted a spell. He pressed his hand forward, and a purplish-red light immediately appeared out of thin air, shooting towards the lion-like demonic beast. This was precisely the wizardry he had obtained from the withered druid Withering Light. Demonic beasts always possessed a beastly intuition that humans lacked. Even if Luo Nan arrived silently, the lion-like demonic beast could sense him. It suddenly stopped chasing the deer-like demonic beast and turned around. However, Luo Nan anticipated the lion-like demonic beast's movement and aimed the Withering Light's trajectory at the lion-like demonic beast's rear. Thus, as soon as the lion-like demonic beast retreated, the purplish-red light immediately struck its body. After the lion-like demonic beast let out a roar, its originally lustrous fur began to dull, and its once agile body visibly softened. But the lion-like demonic beast still had mobility. Luo Nan continued chanting the spell, pressed his hand, and another Withering Light shot out. Although Luo Nan had not yet constructed the wizardry model for Withering Light, making its release speed slower, his shot still landed at the lion-like demonic beast's forward-running position. Thus, as the lion-like demonic beast stumbled and ran forward, it was hit by another Withering Light. 2 Withering Lights finally deprived the lion-like demonic beast of most of its vitality. It lay prostrate on the forest floor, scratching its 4 limbs twice, wanting to run again, but it could no longer move. Luo Nan then sent out another Withering Light, ending the lion-like demonic beast's life. Afterward, he left the place. On the way out of the gourd forest, to avoid a long detour, he inevitably passed the location where the 2 demonic beast hunting teams had just fiercely fought. He sensed that out of the 10 people in the 2 demonic beast teams, only 3 remained standing, while the other 7 had lost their life force. And the remaining 3 were also injured. At this time, these 3 were cleaning up the battlefield, first searching the corpses on the ground and taking all valuable items. Then, the 3 used wizardry and weapons to destroy the scene, presumably to prevent anyone investigating from tracing it back to them. Luo Nan continued to cast Magnetic Surge, gliding through the air. Before long, he left the gourd forest and flew towards Triumphant City. When he was about to reach the village outside Triumphant City, he stopped casting and landed on the ground. He arrived at a farm, mounted the horse stored there, and galloped back towards Triumphant City. After Luo Nan returned the horse in Lower City, he walked back to Middle City. Returning to his flat house, he entered the laboratory. He used his mental energy to probe into the Zhuwuki, taking out the pill furnace, medicinal materials, and all other items. The pill furnace was almost half a person's height, and his laboratory was already small. With the addition of the pill furnace, the space became even smaller. He felt that he needed to buy more magic stones and engrave extend magic pattern to expand the laboratory's space. This pill furnace was bronze-colored, with beast faces and patterns carved on its 4 sides, and openings on both sides. According to records of alchemy, there are 2 methods of alchemy. One is to place the pill furnace above a ground fire vent and use ground fire for alchemy. The second is for the alchemist to use fire methods for alchemy himself. The first method is the most effortless and suitable for refining a large quantity of medicinal pills. Often, skilled alchemists would use this method to oversee multiple pill furnaces. If the pills were to be formed, multiple pill furnaces would form pills simultaneously. The second method is for alchemy when there is no ground fire. It is usually used to refine a small quantity of medicinal pills. Records of alchemy also stated that alchemy is not just about having one pill furnace. Many tools are needed for alchemy, such as distillers for distillation, grinders for grinding, and pill furnaces, pill cauldrons, and cooking pots are indispensable, along with pumps, and so on. However, the tools he used for refining magic potions already had corresponding functions, so he didn't need to prepare anything else. Let's start refining the golden marrow pill. Luonan recalled the alchemy steps recorded in records of alchemy. Immediately after, with a thought, he condensed Wizard's hands. The pill formula stated that immortal crane grass needed to be boiled for a long time, and marrow cleansing ginseng needed to be roasted until all moisture was gone, then ground into powder. Luonan immediately manipulated the wizard's hands, busying himself for a while, and then prepared and processed the materials, followed by the formal alchemy. Before alchemy, one must make fire. The cultivation medicinal pills he was refining could not be formed with ordinary fire. Therefore, a fire method was needed. He hadn't cultivated the samadhi fire method since he obtained it. So, he moved away from the pill furnace and tried the fire method first. He recalled what was recorded in the secret manual, mobilizing his essence, chi, and spirit, which were his blood, magical power, and mental energy. Before long, the three combined within his body, transforming into a force. He felt this force could be expelled from his mouth and nose, or from his acupoints and pores. He chose to expel it from his mouth and nose. Within his body, this force was a warm chi. Once outside his body, it immediately transformed into blazing flames. Samadhi True Fire, Beginner 1%. He summoned Grand Mist and called out the values, only to find them displayed like this. It seems that secret manual was not wrong, the Samadhi Fire method is indeed a simplified version of Samadhi True Fire. Luonan thought, then continued to cultivate Samadhi True Fire, striving to control the intensity of the flames. When using Samadhi True Fire, his physical strength, magical power, and mental energy were depleted very quickly. Fortunately, he had 2 natal longevity trees, constantly replenishing him. Moreover, the wizard world was rich in spiritual chi, and his own recovery speed was not slow. Samadhi True Fire, Beginner 5%. After more than 2 hours, he felt that he could already control the flames. Immediately, he stopped his cultivation, sat down cross-legged at the foot of the pill furnace. Mobilizing his essence, chi, and spirit, a ball of fire immediately shot out from his mouth and nose, striking the bottom of the pill furnace. After the pill furnace heated up, Luonan manipulated the wizard's hand, pouring clear water from the pill furnace's outlet, and then adding the medicinal materials. Increase the heat. Luonan's heart stirred, and the Samadhi True Fire instantly intensified. Alchemy requires perfect control of the heat, and the timing of opening the furnace must be precise, neither too early nor too late. So, Luonan summoned Grand Mist, asking it to detect the state of the medicinal materials in the pill furnace and the temperature of the pill furnace. As the alchemy progressed, Luonan occasionally added water from the pill furnace's outlet. Above the entire pill furnace, a hazy mist rose from the vent, and a medicinal fragrance permeated the air. As time passed minute by minute, a light red gas mixed with white shot out from the pill furnace, like tiny threads, and at the same time, a refreshing aroma filled the room, making one's blood boil and mouth water upon smelling it. Luonan summoned Grand Mist and called out the values. Golden Marrow Pill, Beginner 35%. He stood up and opened the pill furnace, finding black dregs inside, as well as 2 golden pills with a red pattern on top. Luonan condensed a wizard's hand and lifted the 2 pills. After the pills were lifted, the medicinal fragrance became even more intense. He first used Grand Mist to analyze the pills, and after confirming that their toxicity was minimal, he swallowed one of them. Immediately, a medicinal power spread throughout his abdomen, permeating his entire body, giving him a warm and comfortable feeling. Luonan immediately went to the botanical garden. With a thought, the 2 natal longevity trees immediately released holy tree light. Golden light illuminated the entire botanical garden. Luonan immediately felt his body's state rise to another level. Immediately, he sat down cross-legged beneath the eternal evergreen tree mother tree and began to cultivate ancient wood longevity skill. Immediately, heaven and earth spiritual chi gathered towards him. And it was refined within his meridians at an even faster speed. The cultivation speed of ancient wood longevity skill has indeed accelerated. After the medicinal power of 1 golden marrow pill was refined, he continued to swallow the other golden marrow pill. In this way, the day I reach the peak of chi refining will be advanced. Luonan thought as he cultivated. After cultivating for more than an hour, the medicinal power of the 2nd golden marrow pill was also exhausted. Immediately, he went to the laboratory to continue alchemy. Currently, his proficiency with the golden marrow pill is only at the beginner level. According to records of alchemy, the more proficient one is at refining a certain medicinal pill, the more quantity one can refine simultaneously, and the greater the medicinal effect. Each medicinal pill, according to the level of its medicinal effect, is divided into 3 grades, upper, middle, and lower. So, what I'm refining now should be a lower grade golden marrow pill. If I want to refine it into an upper grade, until it can catch the eye of a cultivation family, I still need to keep working hard. Luonan thought, and with a thought his essence, chi, and spirit merged, transforming into a force that shot out from his mouth and nose. Immediately, blazing Samadhi True Fire was expelled by him, striking the bottom of the pill furnace. At the same time, he manipulated the wizard's hand, placing medicinal materials, adding water. The proficiency of both Samadhi True Fire and Golden Marrow Pill was gradually increasing. Just as Luonan was preparing for foundation establishment, the Fleming family was waiting for the letter he sent home. However, the Fleming family never expected that Luo Nan's father would write to inquire about the magic runes that restrain necromancers. Not only did Luo Nan not mention the matter of the magic runes, but he also did not send back a single family letter. And the people the Fleming family had previously sent to Triumphant City were also nowhere to be found. Therefore, the Fleming family prepared to send people to Triumphant City again. The clan chief of the Fleming family, Yusef Fleming, was busy arranging the overthrow of the royal family every day. The task of inquiring about magic runes that could restrain necromancers fell to his fifth son. Yusef's fifth son, born to his second concubine, was named Jason. He was a 28-year-old man with curly hair, a pale complexion, and a perpetually mocking look in his eyes. He had become a formal wizard a month ago, which made him even prouder, and the mockery in his eyes grew more intense. That day, he was using lightning to temper his body. The path of a wizard he pursued was different from most wizards. He was a body refinement wizard, and not the common bloodline body refining wizard in the kingdom, but an elemental body refinement wizard. An elemental body refinement wizard specifically uses certain elemental particles to enhance their muscles. He was in an open space in the courtyard. With his hands raised high, he chanted a spell. About 3 meters above his head, there were 2 pitch-black thunderclouds. With several claps of thunder, lightning snaked down from the thunderclouds and struck his body. At this moment, his upper body was bare, revealing a pale yet muscular physique. He only wore a pair of black shorts on his lower body. After the lightning struck his body, it dispersed, turning into wisps of lightning that crawled like insects on his fair skin. Soon, it seeped into his skin. This caused him to tremble, roll his eyes, and a look of pleasure appeared on his face. After cultivating for a while, he walked to the side and picked up a great sword from a rack. Under the sunlight, this great sword shimmered with a bright silver and light blue hue. This was because he had added a bit of mithril when forging this great sword. Mithril and adamantite were both extremely precious metals. Just adding a bit of mithril to the great sword made its price immeasurable by valent gold coins. With the addition of mithril, his sword became harder and had stronger magic conductivity. He held the sword with both hands, its weight causing the muscles in his arms to bulge. He swung the sword forcefully, and suddenly lightning burst from his hands, gathering on the great sword. Then, an arc of lightning, like a whip, shot out from the great sword and struck the floor tiles. Immediately, the floor tiles shattered, and a pitch-black gully was carved out by his strike. Just as Jason was cultivating, a man of about 40 years old suddenly ran in and said, "Young master, Andrew, Alan, and Angley all wish to see you." "Why do they want to see me?" Jason put away his great sword, holding it behind his back, and asked the man. "They all want to go to Triumphant City to handle matters for the family," the man replied. A cold smile appeared on Jason's lips, and he thought to himself. It seems the news that I need to send someone to Triumphant City to contact Ronan Lawrence has spread. They probably all know that Ronan Lawrence is just a wizard apprentice with poor wizard aptitude and has never undergone night cultivation, so they believe this mission is completely safe. Triumphant City is the most extravagant place in the kingdom, those guys naturally want to have some fun there while on a mission. Terrace, that kid, is probably stuck in some pleasure house in Triumphant City, which is why there's been no news from him. Suddenly, a thought occurred to Jason. He had grown up, but he had never been to Triumphant City. He heard that Triumphant City had elves and orcs working as prostitutes. Elves with fair skin, slender and curvy figures, delicate pointed ears, and slightly glowing skin. Morally corrupt and dissolute dark elves. Cat girls with long, upturned cat tails behind them and furry cat ears growing among their hair. Dragon girls with dark purple skin, excellent figures, and great stamina. All of them captivated him upon hearing about them. Why don't I go myself? Jason thought to himself. Afu, go prepare, I want to go to Triumphant City, he immediately said to the 40-year-old man beside him. Afu listened and said, Young master, do you want to personally undertake the mission? However, you are a first-level formal wizard, dealing with a level 1 apprentice wizard would be overkill. If the clan chief finds out, he will blame you. Jason snorted, as long as I bring back the information on magic runes that restrain necromancy, father won't blame me much. He, of course, knew his father wouldn't be happy if he did this. However, once he thought about indulging himself in Triumphant City, nothing else mattered. It's decided then, go prepare, Jason said. With that, Jason resumed swinging his mithril greatsword. About half a month passed. Luonan spent a lot of time refining golden marrow pills. Golden marrow pill, proficient 67%. The proficiency of the golden marrow pill reached the proficient level. This allowed him to consistently refine medium-grade golden marrow pills. Samadhi True Fire, beginner 35%. I've cultivated for a while, and the power of this flame is immense, yet its proficiency is still at the beginner level. It seems Samadhi True Fire is an extremely profound spell. Luonan's mind was filled with the data fed back by Grand Mist, and he thought to himself. Because of the increase in the proficiency of Samadhi True Fire and Golden Marrow Pill, his speed of forming pills had greatly increased. That day, after releasing Samadhi True Fire and refining several batches of medicinal pills, his power was exhausted. Then, he took 2 Golden Marrow Pills and sat cross-legged under his natal longevity tree. He cultivated the ancient wood longevity skill while recovering. The surrounding heaven and earth spiritual chi gathered towards him, entering through his pores. Ancient wood longevity skill, 17th level 5%. The proficiency of this cultivation technique had reached the 17th level 3 days ago. The improvement of the ancient wood longevity skill, coupled with his innate greenwood spirit body. His speed of absorbing heaven and earth spiritual chi was extremely fast. But because the spiritual chi in the wizard world was dense, no spiritual chi vortex formed around him. If he were to cultivate in the outer slum area of the Still Truth Sect Immortal Realm, a spiritual chi vortex would definitely form, attracting the attention of his neighbors. The verdant, misty ancient wood longevity power in Luo Nan's Danshan was rotating. Moreover, this mist was becoming denser, subtly showing a tendency to liquefy. As he cultivated, the two natal longevity trees also continuously refined heaven and earth spiritual chi, using a portion for their own growth and the other portion flowing into his Danshan. In the Danshan, specks of verdant, shimmering light were constantly generated. This was the power feedback from the natal longevity tree. As soon as the specks of verdant, shimmering light were generated, they fell like snowflakes into the power vortex in the Danshan. The color of the misty power deepened. After more than 2 hours, the medicinal power of the 2 medium-grade golden marrow pills was completely consumed by him. Immediately, he took a medicine bottle, poured out 2 more golden marrow pills from it, and consumed them. Gradually, he felt a power brewing in his Danshan. I'm about to break through. Luo Nan sensed the power within his Danshan and knew he had reached the bottleneck of chi refining level 10. He focused his mind and continued to cultivate. The heaven and earth spiritual chi still converged towards him. The ancient wood longevity power vortex in his Danshan spun faster and faster. After about half an hour, he felt a surge of power erupt from his Danshan. He inwardly observed his Danshan and saw that the ancient wood longevity power within it was denser, and its verdant color was deeper. With a thought, he gave Grand Mist the command to display his stats. Lifespan, 392. Strength, 52. Spirit, 61. Mana, 51. Cultivation Realm, Chi Refining Level 11. Wizard Rank, Level 3 Wizard Apprentice. Finally, I've reached Chi Refining Level 11. Luo Nan's mind received the data feedback from Grand Mist, and his heart was stirred. But why is my wizard rank still Level 3 Wizard Apprentice? When he entered the Kingdom Wizard Academy using Paul's identity, he had seen a first-level formal wizard from afar. At that time, he used Grand Mist to analyze the data of that first-level formal wizard. He saw that the formal wizard's spirit and mana values were both in the 50s. And their strength was even less than his. But why does the data Grand Mist returns indicate that I am not a formal wizard? Could it be that there are other conditions required to advance to a formal wizard? Luo Nan could not find any books related to advancing to a formal wizard in the Kingdom Wizard Academy. This was because Paul, whose identity he borrowed, was only a second-level wizard apprentice himself. In the Kingdom Wizard Academy library, he could only access books available to second-level wizard apprentices and below. He estimated that books related to advancing to a formal wizard would only be accessible to level 3 wizard apprentices. I wonder if Paul knows the conditions for advancing to a formal wizard. Luo Nan thought to himself. But he immediately realized that the wizard world had extremely strict control over knowledge. Unlike the cultivation world, where books on foundation establishment could be bought in bookstores. Paul was only a second-level wizard apprentice, so it was unlikely he would know about formal wizard knowledge. He probably wouldn't have access to such knowledge until he reached level 3 wizard apprentice. Perhaps I should go to Awen and inquire. This thought arose in Luo Nan's mind. Awen was a level 3 wizard apprentice, so she likely knew about formal wizard knowledge. Thinking this, Luo Nan prepared himself, left his flat house, and walked towards Awen's flat house. Of course, he wouldn't directly ask about it, but rather, as he had done several times before to extract knowledge, he would subtly inquire about it during a casual conversation. Half an hour later, Luo Nan emerged from Awen's flat house. He had finally managed to extract the conditions for advancing to a formal wizard. To advance to a formal wizard, one needed to have a second-tier spell model in their mind. In other words, knowledge and wisdom are the key conditions for advancing to a formal wizard. When he heard this crucial condition for a formal wizard, he understood even more clearly what Awen had said that day. The further one cultivates as a wizard, the less important wizard aptitude becomes, and wizard learning talent becomes the most important. A wizard's learning talent allowed them to acquire more profound knowledge, thereby enabling them to break through bottlenecks. Some wizards with high wizard aptitude but poor learning talent, although they cultivated quickly, spent a long time stuck in bottlenecks. Luo Nan happened to recall that he had a second-tier spell in his Zhu Yuki Whitebone substitute. This spell was a mid-tier second-tier spell, which he had obtained from a Necromancer Society cultist he had killed earlier. At that time, because the spell was too high rank for him, he hadn't bothered to learn it. Whitebone substitute happens to be a means of escape. Thinking of this, Luo Nan decided to practice this spell. He returned to his flat house and transmigrated to the cultivation world. Because the spiritual chi in the secular world of the cultivation world was sparse, if he wanted to cast spells, he would have to use all of his own power. And a mid-tier second-tier spell would consume a lot of power. So, he entered the Still Truth Sect Immortal Realm and found an uninhabited small forest in the outer slum area. Upon reaching the clearing in the forest, he released his divine sense to check if anyone was within an 800-meter radius. After confirming there was no one, he summoned Grand Mist and brought up the incantation and spell model formula for this spell. This spell was actually a combination of spatial spell, summoning spell, and necromancy. Casting this spell involved summoning a skeleton from the dead spirit plane to take an attack for oneself. And one would briefly pass through the spatial seam between the dead spirit plane and the current world, then flash to another spot 5 meters away. Therefore, to others, it appeared as a Whitebone substitute. The higher the proficiency of Whitebone substitute, the stronger the summoned skeleton, and the farther the teleportation distance. Because skeletons often had higher resistance to attacks than ordinary wizards. Therefore, after casting White Bone Substitute, one could not only avoid an attack themselves. If the summoned skeleton was not instantly destroyed, it could immediately strike the enemy, achieving an element of surprise. After recalling for a while, Luo Nan began to chant the incantation. Soon, he felt the surrounding space twist, as if it had turned into water, and he could transmigrate into a certain space at any time. Immediately after, he continued to chant the incantation and moved his body to the side. He instantly entered a space with a black background. There were multiple white light spots all around this space, above and below. Then, he used his will to control his body, moving forward in the darkness, heading towards one of the white light spots. The next moment, the darkness before his eyes vanished. The startling scene before him returned to the appearance of a forest. The distance was exactly 5 meters from before the flash. And where he had originally stood, a bare skeleton without armor or equipment, sensing his aura, suddenly had the faint blue flames in its dark eye sockets flare up, and it rushed towards him. Luo Nan's eyes gleamed, and his essence, qi, and spirit merged into samadhi. The next moment, he opened his mouth. A blazing inferno of extremely high temperature, mixed with strands of ethereal light, spewed forth from his mouth and nose. Like a piece of cloth, it covered the skeleton's body. After 3 breaths, Luo Nan retracted his samadhi true fire. He saw only specks of bone ash remaining on the ground. He cast a low-level wind manipulation spell, and the specks of bone ash on the ground were blown away, scattering everywhere. Immediately, he cast this spell multiple times. One by one, as soon as the skeletons arrived, they were burned into bone ash by his samadhi true fire. These skeletons were weaker than he had imagined. He also didn't know if it was because fire attribute spells countered skeletons, or if samadhi true fire was powerful. Or perhaps, samadhi true fire also had a restraining effect on necromancer. White Bone Substitute, beginner 3%, White Bone Substitute, beginner 4%. The proficiency of White Bone Substitute gradually increased. And the distance he flashed also gradually increased, and the summoned skeletons seemed to become more and more powerful. Ronan used his mental energy to construct the spell model in his mind. After 3 days of cultivating, he finally got White Bone Substitute to proficient. At this level, one could construct a spell model. In reality, many wizards, even if they could skillfully cast a spell, could not successfully construct a spell model. But Ronan had the assistance of Grand Mist. The spell model diagram moved out of the 3-dimensional coordinate system and settled in his mind. He only needed to use his mind to trace it. Before long, a spell model with 20 vertices floated in his mind. The moment the spell model was constructed, Ronan immediately felt a strange sensation surge in his mind. He knew he had advanced to a formal wizard. Awen had told him that advancing to a formal wizard did not significantly increase mental energy and magic power. The main change was that formal wizards had a more thorough understanding of the operating rules of energy particles. When casting spells, they could use less magic power to leverage more energy particles. In other words, advancing to a formal wizard could instantly increase the power of each of their spells. I wonder if the power of my spells will also increase. Thinking this, Ronan channeled his essence, qi, and spirit, opened his mouth, and a stream of samadhi true fire spewed out. He summoned Grand Mist to analyze the temperature of the flame. He found that it was indeed much hotter than before he advanced to a formal wizard. As expected, heaven and earth spiritual qi and energy particles are the same thing, with extremely similar operating rules. Since the power of spells increases, the power of spells will also increase. Ronan thought, then withdrew the samadhi true fire. Leaving the Still Truth sect immortal realm, he had a thought and returned to the wizard world, intending to continue grinding the proficiency of the golden marrow pill. He aimed to become an alchemist in a cultivation family as soon as possible to obtain the pill formula for the Foundation Establishment pill. Jason Fleming had arrived in Triumphant City 10 days ago. He and his 3 subordinates came riding griffins. When they were about to reach Triumphant City, he and his subordinates found a forest and left the griffins there. He and his subordinates then drank an intermediate transformation potion. He wanted to enter Triumphant City under a different identity. After all, he was the young master of one of the 7 great wizard families, and if his identity were discovered, it would attract the attention of others. This would not be convenient for him to act. After changing his appearance, he found a village, bought 3 horses, and then headed towards Triumphant City. Upon reaching Triumphant City, Jason naturally wanted to have some fun first. He had experienced both elves and orcs. Money flowed like water. But as the young master of one of the 7 great wizard families, money was just a number to him. The value of the great sword in his storage Zhuwuki, which was inlaid with mithril, would probably not be matched even if 10 castles were sold. On this day, Jason woke up late at a brothel, finally remembering his important business. With his strong arm, he pushed away the dragon girl, who was even more muscular than him. He got out of bed, called a maid, washed up, then left the room and walked into a hall. In the hall, his 3 subordinates were waiting. Upon seeing his 3 subordinates, Jason whispered, "How is it? Have you found him?" One of them said, "Terrace hasn't been found, but Ronan Lawrence's residence has been located." "Where did Terrace go?" Jason cursed under his breath twice, then said, "Where does Ronan Lawrence live?" The man immediately stated Ronan's address. "Too many people will be conspicuous. I'll go see him myself." "Don't follow," Jason said, then walked out. His 3 subordinates listened and waited in the hall. Although this was a brothel, they dared not indulge themselves, fearing that if Jason gave an order, they would not react in time, thus messing things up and losing their lives. Jason's storage Zhuwuki contained multiple bottles of intermediate transformation potion. Every now and then, he would take out a bottle containing the intermediate transformation potion, take a sip, to maintain his appearance. Before long, he arrived in front of Ronan's flat house. He knocked on the wooden door. Ronan, who was cultivating in the botanical garden, had long sensed the stranger approaching his flat house and immediately became vigilant. He had stopped cultivating, walked out of the botanical garden, and closed the door. Through his divine sense, he could perceive the stranger's strength. He was a first-level formal wizard. And his physical strength was not weak. The next moment, the door was knocked. Who is it? Ronan asked. Southeast Province, Fleming family. A low voice came from outside the door. Jason thought that since Ronan had grown up in the Southeast Province, the fame of the Fleming family would surely deter him. Stating his family directly would save a lot of time. Upon hearing the family, Ronan had already anticipated what this person wanted to do. He guessed it was for the exorcism talisman disguised as magic runes. Ronan, looking respectful, opened the door. May I ask which sir of the Fleming family you are? Ronan invited Jason in and asked. Jason Fleming. After Jason entered the house and Ronan closed the door, he replied. He glanced at Ronan's flat house, found nothing unusual, then withdrew his gaze and said. Tell me, how did you obtain that magic rune stone that restrains necromancy? Ronan replied, I bought it from Diagon Alley. Diagon Alley. Jason frowned. It's a black market. Ronan explained. Jason was stunned upon hearing this. He had guessed that Ronan had accidentally learned the magic runes that restrained necromancy. Or perhaps Ronan knew someone who had such a magic stone engraved with magic runes that restrained necromancy. But he never expected that this stone came from a black market. Black market vendors have the greatest mobility. They might be there today and gone tomorrow. If this magic stone came from a black market, it would be very difficult for him to obtain the engraving method of the magic runes. Thus, he would not be able to return and report his success. For a moment, he simply could not accept this outcome. Lying. Jason began to suspect that Ronan was deceiving him, staring at Ronan and saying. You are definitely lying. You'd best tell the truth, or your family will suffer. Saying this, he pressed his right hand towards Ronan, intending to restrain him and interrogate him. Ronan allowed Jason's right hand to press against him. When Jason's emotions were unstable, Ronan wanted to touch Jason and bring him to the cultivation world. However, he scanned Jason with grand mist and knew that Jason's strength reached 55, a few points more than his own. So he anticipated that if he made any slight movement, Jason would be on guard. It would be better to let Jason touch him. The moment Jason's large hand grabbed his arm, Ronan's mind stirred. Instantly, both of them disappeared from the flat house. In a forest in the cultivation world, Luonan and Jason appeared. Jason was still holding Luonan's arm at this moment. But Jason was completely stunned by the sight before him. Just a moment ago, he was still in the flat house, so how was he in a forest now? For a moment, he felt that the person in front of him was not as simple as the intelligence suggested. Just as his gaze returned from the surroundings to Luonan, he saw Luonan open his mouth, and a blazing samadhi true fire spewed out from his mouth and nose, rushing towards his face. Jason immediately activated his magic power, intending to cast an energy particle shield on himself. However, as he cast it, he realized that there were almost no energy particles in the surroundings. Just as he frantically changed the way his magic power operated, intending to release another defensive spell, the blazing samadhi true fire had already engulfed his head. Ah! Under the high temperature, Jason immediately screamed miserably. His entire face and all of his dark golden hair were engulfed in flames and burned. Soon, he fell unconscious. The scream stopped abruptly. Luonan did not fully unleash the samadhi true fire. He wanted to spare this person's life. To ask this person who else knew about his transmigration here. Crack. The unconscious Jason fell to the ground. Luonan used his spirit to draw back the samadhi true fire burning on Jason's head. Revealing Jason's head, which was burned beyond recognition. Luonan used grand mist to detect that Jason's vital signs were getting weaker and weaker. So, he immediately had a thought. He summoned an azure spirit sword and severed all of Jason's hand and foot tendons. Then, he cast a healing spell to treat Jason's head, so that he would not die. A ball of green light enveloped Jason's head. The skin and flesh on his face were gradually growing beneath the dark, dead skin. And the burned tissue in his head was also recovering. After about 20 minutes, although Jason had not fully recovered, he had already woken up. Immediately after, Luonan interrogated Jason for a while, then knocked him unconscious. Jason had high strength, and Luonan was a little uneasy just severing his hand and foot tendons, so he released a withering light on Jason's limbs, causing part of his muscles to necrotize. Then he used an entangling spell to bind Jason. Afterward, he carried Jason, cast magnetic surge, and glided through the air, taking Jason towards his residence in the Wei Kingdom. After settling him, he had a thought and returned to the wizard world. Triumphant City, Red Willow Lane. Luonan walked in, disguised as Jason. He had forced out of Jason that Jason had 3 subordinates waiting for him there. Luonan walked into the hall and saw Jason's 3 subordinates. The 3 subordinates also looked at Jason. Sir, how is it? One of them asked. Let's leave the city first. After drinking the transformation potion, even the structure of the throat would change. At this moment, Luonan's voice was Jason's voice. Luonan finished speaking and walked out. Since it was Jason's order, these three subordinates naturally dared not say anything and followed him out. Sir, you haven't paid yet. Luonan was about to reach the door when the owner of Red Willow Lane, a thin merchant adorned with gold and silver and a small mustache on his chin, ran out and said. One of Jason's subordinates threw a heavy bag to the merchant. With a thud, the bag hit the merchant's chest. The merchant immediately caught it. Then, the four of them, Luonan included, walked out. Luonan walked in front, and Jason's three subordinates followed behind him, not daring to make a sound. After renting horses in the lower city, they galloped towards the city gate. Luonan led them to a forest. Luonan, riding in front, thought to himself. I wonder if I can bring 3 people to the cultivation world at the same time. When he brought people or objects to the cultivation world, he knew there was a limit to what he could bring. However, this limit would increase with his cultivation level. Luonan used his divine sense to check and confirm that there was no one around, then said, dismount, tie the horses to the trees, and then follow me. Saying that, he dismounted and tied the reins to a nearby tree trunk. Jason's 3 subordinates looked at each other, completely bewildered. But they dared not disobey Jason's orders, so they dismounted, tied the reins, and followed Luonan. Luonan walked deep into the forest, turned around, stretched out his hand, and said to the 3, put your hands on mine. The 3 were even more unsure what Jason was going to do. But they only hesitated for a moment before doing as told. When the 3's hands were stacked on Luonan's hand. Suddenly, the scene before the 3 changed. Just as the 3 were surprised, Luonan immediately condensed his wizard's hand and struck the back of the 3's heads fiercely. The 3 were all wizard apprentices below level 2 and had not enhanced their physical body, so they fell unconscious with a single blow. Instantly, 4 prostrate physical bodies appeared in Luonan's residence. Afterward, Luonan quickly returned to the wizard world. He returned the horses and got back the deposit. He chose an empty path and walked back to his flat house, immediately transmigrating back to the cultivation world. The 4 people on the ground were still unconscious. He immediately squatted down and quickly searched their bodies. He found a necklace on Jason's body. This necklace was Jason's Zhuwuki. As for the 3 subordinates, they probably couldn't afford a Zhuwuki, so they kept some valuable items close to them, such as meditation technique and spell books. However, these books were valuable to these 3 people. But to Luonan, they were no longer much. Luonan extended his spirit into Jason's Zhuwuki. Inside, there was a silver-blue greatsword, a bag, and about 20 medicine bottles. Luonan first took out the greatsword and analyzed it with grand mist. He then knew that this greatsword's magic power conduction properties were the best he had ever seen, even comparable to his Azure Spirit Sword. And its toughness was only slightly inferior to his Azure Spirit Sword. What exactly is this sword cast from? Luonan couldn't help but be curious. He used grand mist to analyze that the sword was cast from 3 unknown metals. One of the metals accounted for a very small proportion. But when he saw the color of the sword, he couldn't help but think, could it be mithril? He had read in the Kingdom Wizard Academy's library that weapons incorporating mithril had a color that was a mixture of silver and light blue. Mithril and adamant are metals with excellent magic conductivity and toughness in the wizard world. If I get them and melt them into the Azure Spirit Sword, the power of the Azure Spirit Sword will surely greatly increase. After a moment of contemplation, Luonan treated the unconscious Jason and woke him up. During the previous interrogation, Jason had been tortured terribly by Luonan. Upon seeing Luonan now, his strong body involuntarily trembled. Then, Luonan confirmed from Jason that the small amount of metal melted into the great sword was indeed mithril. After learning the metal used to forge the great sword, Luonan retrieved the great sword and took out the small bag Jason had hidden in his Zhuwuki. He untied the bag and saw 6 thumb-sized stones inside. These stones had a black base, with faint, colorful patterns subtly visible on them. Luonan activated Grand Mist, which analyzed the stones and found they had good magical conductivity. What is this? Luonan held the bag, looking down at the scarred Jason, and asked. This is a low-grade magic stone, the currency of the Wizard Islands. Jason cowered on the ground and answered obediently. He had suffered great torment from Luonan, he dared not hesitate in answering anything he could. The currency of the Wizard Islands? You've been to the Wizard Islands? Luonan looked at the magic stone and asked. Currently, in his knowledge, the Wizard Islands were almost a legendary place. Very few people had been to these islands. The impression of the Wizard Islands from the Kingdom of Wizards always revolved around mystery, blood, and cruelty. I haven't been there, Jason replied. Then how do you have their currency? Luonan asked. It was left by our family's ancestors, Jason answered. Immediately, Luonan recalled the history of the Valiant Kingdom he had read in the Academy library. The Fleming family was not among the families that established the kingdom. It was said that this family did not rise locally but came from the Wizard Islands. Do you know why your ancestors came from the Wizard Islands? Luonan asked. Jason replied, it's because our family lost in a conflict with a certain school, so they left the Wizard Islands and came here. Are the resources of the Wizard Islands richer than those of the Dong continent? Luonan asked again. Jason nodded, yes, I heard that the mineral deposits, magic potions, and sea beasts of the Wizard Islands are incomparable to those of the Dong continent. Then when your family came here, weren't resources very scarce? Does your family have any plans to return? Luonan asked. Jason shook his head, although the resources of the Dong continent are not as good as those of the Wizard Islands, among all the continents in this world, they are not bad. The wizards of the Wizard Islands classify the various continents of this world into upper-grade continents, middle-grade continents, and lower-grade continents, according to the abundance of resources. The Dong continent belongs to the upper-grade continent category. Luo Nan pondered for a while, then looked at the magic stone again, and asked, "Then why do you carry magic stones? Are they useful?" Jason said, "Some high-grade resources in the Valiant Kingdom are also traded using magic stones. Moreover, wizards from the Wizard Islands occasionally travel to the Dong continent, and with magic stones, one can trade knowledge and items with them." After asking, Luo Nan put this small bag of magic stones into his own Zhuwuki. Then, he took out the medicine bottles from Jason's Zhuwuki and analyzed them one by one. He found that, apart from the intermediate transformation potion, the other potions in these bottles were all common recovery potions used by wizards. After finishing his questions, Luo Nan confined Jason in the basement. This wizard with a strong physical body was undoubtedly a good experimental subject for him. Moreover, Jason's mind still contained a lot of knowledge that he intended to gradually acquire later. He knew that Jason's physical body was strong and his injuries healed quickly. If Jason's injuries fully recovered, the shackles in the basement would not be able to hold him at all. Therefore, he decided that every few days, he would cast withering light on him to keep Jason's injuries at a level where he could not escape. After dealing with Jason, Luo Nan began to deal with Jason's 3 subordinates. The 3 subordinates were all low-level wizard apprentices, and after his interrogation, he found that the knowledge these 3 subordinates possessed was indeed shallow. And these 3 had no value as experimental subjects. So, Luo Nan ended the lives of these 3 people. Their bodies were taken by him to the forest and burned to ashes with samadhi true fire. In the following days, Luo Nan often came to the basement of the Wei Kingdom residence, asking Jason about the knowledge he possessed. Upon questioning, he learned that Jason was an elemental body refinement wizard. His body refining method was the Fleming family's thunder and lightning body refinement method. It involved manipulating thunder and lightning to stimulate the physical body, thereby achieving the goal of increasing physical body strength. This method was 70 to 80% similar to the energy particle amplification method Luo Nan had seen in the Kingdom Wizard Academy. After all, both methods belonged to elemental body refining methods. Luo Nan thought that if he were to perform body refining in the future, this thunder and lightning body refinement method would be a supplement to the energy particle amplification method. Besides the thunder and lightning body refinement method, Luo Nan also learned several lightning wizardry spells. They were a defensive wizardry spell, a first-tier superior thunder element energy particle amplification shield. An acceleration wizardry spell, a first-tier superior beginner thunder element muscle activation method. An offensive wizardry spells, a first-tier superior lightning enchantment, and a second-tier intermediate thunderstorm. He heard from Jason that Jason's primary attack method was based on his great sword, supplemented by lightning wizardry spells. The lightning wizardry spells were all meant to complement his great sword attacks. And the swordsmanship Jason mastered was called Earth Sword Dance. He had spent quite a few magic stones to buy it from a body refinement wizard who was passing through the southeast province. Earth Sword Dance was a swordsmanship specifically for great swords. When wielded, it had a sense of heaviness. After confining Jason for several days, Jason suddenly spoke to Luo Nan. Because of nervousness and fear, his voice trembled and stammered. You can let me go now, right? My family knows I came to find you. If you don't let me go, the family will send people to deal with you. Luo Nan listened and laughed. Then, before you set out, what did you think my strength was? Jason heard this and suddenly froze. These past few days, he had been constantly tormented by Luo Nan, enveloped in Luo Nan's fear, and had grown accustomed to Luo Nan being a very powerful existence. It was only then that he suddenly remembered that before he met Luo Nan, he thought this person was just a level 1 apprentice wizard. After all, the information his family members had investigated indicated that Luo Nan was merely a rejected apprentice from the Kingdom Wizard Academy. Luo Nan saw Jason's expression and knew what Jason was thinking. You, a dignified formal wizard, even if you go missing, your family most likely won't think it was done by a low-level wizard apprentice like me. Besides, you came from the southeast province, crossing more than half the kingdom. Who knows if something happened to you on the way? No matter how they guess, it will be very difficult for them to guess it was me. Jason already had these thoughts vaguely in his mind, and now hearing Luo Nan explicitly point them out, his heart filled with despair. Luo Nan immediately ignored Jason, who was sinking into despair, and closed the door to Jason's cell. He went to the market, bought some food, and fed it to the other experimental subjects. After Luo Nan returned to his flat house in the wizard world, he couldn't help but ponder. The disappearance of the Fleming family's young master was a major event for the family. Although it was unlikely the Fleming family would guess he was responsible, he still needed to be prepared. He couldn't be sure if the Fleming family would come looking for him if their investigation yielded no results after a long time. First, it was a level 3 wizard apprentice, and this time, a first-level formal wizard. If a more powerful wizard from the Fleming family came to find him, he would have to run. In fact, with his ability to transmigrate between worlds at any time, and his transformation potion, his escape capability was not weak. What he couldn't let go of was the natal longevity tree planted in his flat house. Actually, the destruction of the natal longevity tree would not have a significant impact on him. After all, the extended lifespan and greenwood spirit body he possessed were due to the natal longevity tree providing him with refined heaven and earth spiritual chi, which altered his physique. This change was permanent. Even if the natal longevity tree were destroyed, his lifespan would not decrease, and his greenwood spirit body would still exist. The only impact the destruction of the natal longevity tree would have on him was that he would have to spend time cultivating a new natal longevity tree. It had taken him a considerable amount of time and effort to cultivate the eternal evergreen tree mother tree to over 100 years old and the vital evergreen tree subtree to several decades. Over the past year, he had almost daily refined growth accelerating potions and cast growth accelerating wizardry to cultivate the natal longevity tree to such an extent. I wonder if I can bring the natal longevity tree to the cultivation world. When the natal longevity tree was still young, it was small, and he knew it was definitely possible. However, the eternal evergreen tree mother tree had now grown into a large tree over 6 meters tall. And the child tree had also grown taller than him, with lush branches and leaves. He wasn't even sure if he could bring both natal longevity trees to the cultivation world. It's time to give it a try. With that thought, Luo Nan transmigrated to the cultivation world. He needed to first find a suitable planting location for the natal longevity tree mother and child trees in the cultivation world. He appeared in the Wei Kingdom mansion. If I bring the natal longevity tree here, it's best to plant it in the secular world, Luo Nan thought. The eternal evergreen tree mother tree was not only exceptionally robust now but also absorbed a large amount of heaven and earth spiritual chi at a fast rate. If it were brought to the Still Truth sect immortal realm, it would likely create a spiritual chi vortex upon landing, drawing the attention of other cultivators. I just don't know if the natal longevity tree can grow in the secular world, where spiritual chi is scarce. As Luo Nan pondered, he cast magnetic surge, releasing an anti-geomagnetic force, and flew swiftly through the sky. Wastelands, cities, rivers, and forests passed beneath him. He gazed down at the earth, and after a while, he found a secluded, ancient mountain forest that caught his eye. Let's try to plant the natal longevity tree here. Luo Nan descended into the forest. Soon, he landed in the clearing. Then, he transmigrated back to his flat house in the wizard world. In the wizard world, in the botanical garden, beneath the natal longevity tree, Luo Nan's figure appeared. He first attempted to bring the eternal evergreen tree mother tree when transmigrating. Previously, when he transmigrated with objects, he would touch the object and think of transmigrating, and he would transmigrate. So, he placed his hand on the trunk of the eternal evergreen tree mother tree and thought of transmigrating. But this time, a peculiar sensation welled up in his heart. Before, when he transmigrated with other objects, he always felt a sense of burden. However, when he touched the eternal evergreen tree mother tree with his hand and tried to transmigrate, there was no sense of burden at all. It was as if the eternal evergreen tree mother tree was a part of his body. He only needed to think, and the natal longevity tree could transmigrate with him. Both natal longevity trees were like this. Immediately, Luo Nan quickly touched the vital evergreen tree subtree with his hand, and his heart stirred. The next moment, his figure appeared in the ancient mountain forest of the cultivation world's secular world. Appearing with him were 2 natal longevity trees, one large and one small. Both natal longevity trees had well-developed root systems, like a dense net, and they still carried soil from the wizard world. Whoosh! The 2 large trees landed on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Luo Nan immediately cast the speed growth technique to help the 2 natal longevity trees take root in the forest. Instantly, 2 green light beams struck the 2 natal longevity trees respectively. The roots of the 2 natal longevity trees, like snakes, drilled into the ground. Then, they spread underground. Rustling sounds emanated from beneath the ground. Normally, the 2 natal longevity trees primarily grew by refining heaven and earth spiritual chi. But now, because heaven and earth spiritual chi was extremely scarce in the secular world, the 2 natal longevity trees could only absorb a tiny bit of heaven and earth spiritual chi, which was not enough for them to grow. Even surviving was difficult. Therefore, they could only survive by continuously absorbing nutrients from the soil through the growth of their roots. After a while, the roots of the 2 natal longevity trees were still spreading underground. At this point, the roots were not yet deep enough, and the nutrients absorbed by the roots were still insufficient to keep the 2 natal longevity trees alive. The roots continued to spread, reaching the roots of other trees. All the nutrients in the soil where those trees were located were absorbed by the 2 natal longevity trees. Luo Nan perceived this situation and thought that if the 2 natal longevity trees continued to grow for a while longer, the trees in this forest would wither due to prolonged lack of nutrients. After a while longer, the roots of the vital evergreen tree subtree stopped spreading. After about a quarter of an hour, the growth of the eternal evergreen tree mother tree's roots also gradually ceased. At this point, the 2 natal longevity trees, through the nutrients absorbed by their roots, were just able to sustain themselves. Because the heaven and earth spiritual chi nearby is sparse, the natal longevity tree cannot refine heaven and earth spiritual chi and feed it back to me. If I don't receive the refined heaven and earth spiritual chi, the cultivation of my Yi Wood Dharma body will stagnate. Moreover, if I plant the 2 natal longevity trees here, it won't be long before this land loses a lot of nutrients and turns into desert. Luo Nan's thoughts raced. But no matter what, at least I can still bring the natal longevity tree from the wizard world to the cultivation world, Luo Nan thought. If he had to escape, he would still ensure the safety of both natal longevity trees. Then, Luo Nan touched the 2 natal longevity trees with his hand, and his heart stirred. The next moment, both he and the trees transmigrated back to his flat house in the wizard world. After returning to the wizard world, the root systems of both natal longevity trees had developed considerably. Luo Nan immediately cast the speed growth technique to help these 2 trees reroot in the wizard world. With the help of energy particles, the power of the speed growth technique was greatly enhanced. Soon, the roots drilled into the ground. In the laboratory, Luo Nan was melting mithril into his azure spirit sword. Currently, this laboratory needed to be used for alchemy, refining medicinal pills, and also for artifact refining. Its area was already insufficient. Therefore, these past few days, Luo Nan had purchased magic ore from the black market, carved extend magic pattern onto them, and integrated them into the walls and ceiling of the laboratory. The laboratory, which was originally only about 10 square meters, now measured nearly 50 square meters. Luo Nan sat cross-legged on the ground, multitasking. He recited the treasure refinement incantation while simultaneously casting Samadhi True Fire. At this moment, the Samadhi True Fire was not spewing from his mouth, but from the palms of his hands. The great sword he had obtained from Jason floated before him. 2 streams of Samadhi True Fire, spewing from his palms, coiled around the great sword. Using only the treasure refinement incantation was not enough to separate the mithril from the great sword. Thus, he also had to cooperate with Samadhi True Fire. He discovered that Samadhi True Fire was also very useful for artifact refining. Under the treasure refinement incantation and Samadhi True Fire, the great sword almost became a liquid-like substance. Mithril, shimmering with a silver-blue luster, separated from it. The great sword, now without its mithril, instantly turned into a lump of iron slag. Luo Nan's magic power moved away from the great sword. The iron slag immediately fell to the ground. The iron slag still emitted the high temperature of Samadhi True Fire, giving off white mist. Immediately, Luo Nan's heart stirred. One of the azure spirit swords in his danshan suddenly moved towards his meridians. The next moment, it flew out and hung in front of him. This azure spirit sword, made from 1000-year azure spirit Guan, was Luo Nan's most powerful one. He continued to recite the treasure refinement incantation and released Samadhi True Fire from both hands. He concentrated on integrating the mithril into the azure spirit sword. Immediately, he directed the magic power of the treasure refinement incantation and the 2 streams of Samadhi True Fire to encircle the azure spirit sword. Instantly, the originally tough azure spirit sword, under the effect of the 2 spells, began to gradually melt, becoming a soft substance. And the mithril also slightly melted under the effect of the spell, gradually merging into the azure spirit sword. Next, Luo Nan patiently cast spells, slowly and completely melting the mithril into the azure spirit sword. Time flowed, and after almost half a day, the mithril finally melted into the azure spirit sword. At this moment, the azure spirit sword, infused with mithril, had almost shed its bamboo-like verdant color. It displayed an ancient bronze color, as if it were an ancient sword obtained from an ancient cultivator relic. After being reforged, the sharp magic runes, armor-breaking magic rune, law-breaking magic rune, and other magic runes on the azure spirit sword were all gone. However, Luo Nan had improved these several magic runes, and it was time to recarve them onto the azure spirit sword. So, Luo Nan continued to recite the treasure refinement incantation, his hands still releasing Samadhi True Fire, softening the surface of the azure spirit sword's blade. Then, he used his spirit to draw the Gengjin Qi from the heaven and earth spiritual Qi, transforming it into a tiny blade, and carved the magic runes onto the azure spirit sword. Luo Nan remained seated in one spot, barely moving, only concentrating on carving the magic runes. Over 3 hours passed before he finally recarved the magic runes onto the blade of the azure spirit sword. The bronze-colored azure spirit sword, with its cloud-patterned magic runes, looked even more substantial. After carving the magic runes, Luo Nan immediately withdrew his spells. The magic power of the treasure refinement incantation suddenly dissipated from the azure spirit sword. The 2 streams of Samadhi True Fire, emitting a faint glow, were also withdrawn into his meridians. Immediately, he gestured with his hand, and the azure spirit sword flew back, caught by him. The azure spirit sword, now infused with mithril, was indeed much heavier in his hand. This weight would be quite difficult for even a silver knight to lift. However, with his current strength, this weight was nothing. He held the sword in his hand and swung it a few times, instantly generating powerful wind. After swinging it a few more times, he tossed the sword upwards and formed a sword incantation. The azure spirit sword immediately transformed into a verdant spiritual light, swiftly disappearing into his palm, flying into his meridians, and heading towards his danshan. After strengthening the azure spirit sword, Luo Nan remained seated. He gestured with his hand, casting basic wind manipulation spell. As energy particles gathered, a gust of wind emerged from beneath the pill furnace, lifting the pill furnace and bringing it before him. Time to begin alchemy. Luo Nan took out the alchemy materials he had prepared earlier and, using wizard's hand, dropped them one by one into the pill furnace. Then, he opened his mouth, and a stream of Samadhi True Fire spewed from his mouth and nose, striking the bottom of the pill furnace. Unconsciously, about a month passed. Nothing happened in Triumphant City. Luo Nan, meanwhile, lived a peaceful life of alchemy, cultivation, and accelerated growth. It was so peaceful that he felt time was passing extremely quickly. On this day, as usual, he sat cross-legged in the laboratory, performing alchemy. Samadhi True Fire spewed from his mouth and nose, rushing towards the pill furnace. Then, he added medicinal herbs and water. He summoned Grand Mist to analyze the state of the medicinal herbs and the heating of the pill furnace. Streams of data and information continuously emerged in his mind. He concentrated, constantly adjusting the intensity and burning position of the Samadhi True Fire based on this data and information. After more than 2 hours, a refreshing fragrance wafted from the pill furnace. The pill is complete. Just then, Luo Nan suddenly felt something. He gave Grand Mist an instruction to analyze himself. Golden Marrow Pill, perfection. I finally refined this medicinal pill to perfection. Luo Nan thought, immediately casting Wizard's hand to open the extremely hot pill furnace lid. From it, he took out the golden marrow pill. Now, with his proficiency reaching perfection, he could refine 7 golden marrow pills in one furnace. If he used a better pill furnace, he would be able to refine even more golden marrow pills. The golden marrow pill is a medicinal pill for cultivators above Qi refining 6th layer. A golden marrow pill that has reached perfection even has good effects on cultivators at Qi refining 12th layer. Luo Nan thought as he took out 2 porcelain bottles. One porcelain bottle contained 6 golden marrow pills. The other porcelain bottle contained 1 golden marrow pill. He planned to visit the Still Truth Sect Immortal Realm and sell this 1 golden marrow pill at the Song family's Gathering Treasure Pavilion. This would attract the attention of the Song family, the first family in the Eastern Residence District. This way, he could enter the Song family as an alchemist and inquire about the Foundation Establishment pill formula. With this in mind, Luo Nan put the 2 bottles of golden marrow pills into his storage black ring. With a thought, his figure appeared in the Wei Kingdom residence of the cultivation world. He changed into a light green robe of the cultivation world, gathered his hair into a bun, inserted an ebony hairpin, and then left the residence, casting magnetic surge as he flew towards the Still Truth Sect Immortal Realm. Upon reaching the forest on the outskirts of the Still Truth Sect Immortal Realm, he walked into the thick fog and took out the Lu family jade pendant. Immediately, the thick fog parted to the left and right, clearing a path for him. He then followed this path into the Still Truth Sect Immortal Realm. Eastern Residence District, Gathering Treasure Pavilion. Luo Nan and Shi Xi sat opposite each other across a tea table. 2 teacups held clear spiritual tea. Steam, carrying the fragrance of tea, wafted out from the teacups. Shi Xi used her slender, fair fingers to pull out the wooden stopper of the porcelain bottle Luo Nan had given her. Immediately, a clear fragrance, even more intense than the tea, permeated the air. Shi Xi had good appraisal skills for medicinal pills. Smelling the fragrance and seeing the pill patterns on the golden marrow pill in the bottle, she knew this golden marrow pill was of excellent quality. Was this medicinal pill refined by fellow deist? Shi Xi looked at Luo Nan and asked. Yes. Luo Nan nodded. Name your price. 2 mid-grade spirit stones, Shi Xi said. Then, she added, I wonder if fellow deist is interested in coming to the Song family to be an alchemist. Luo Nan's heart stirred, feeling that he had taken another step towards his goal. But on the surface, his expression remained calm. What benefits are there for me? Shi Xi said, you can earn a guaranteed 5 mid-grade spirit stones per month, and additionally, you can get a 20% share of the medicinal pills refined. Luo Nan shook his head. This guaranteed 5 mid-grade spirit stones and 20% share of medicinal pills is a bit too little. I just got 2 mid-grade spirit stones for selling this 1 golden marrow pill. Shi Xi smiled, fellow deist, that's not how it's calculated. I presume it was quite difficult for you to acquire the materials for refining the golden marrow pill, right? And as a loose cultivator, alchemy materials are not always available. However, within the Song family, alchemy materials are abundant. Fellow deist, you can use them with confidence. The Song family will even allow fellow deist to use a portion of the materials for practice. I'll consider it, Luo Nan said, then excused himself and walked out of the Gathering Treasure Pavilion. Over the next few days, Luo Nan visited several commercial establishments run by cultivation families, showcased his alchemy skill, and inquired about the treatment of alchemists in various families. If he were to suddenly display his superb alchemy skill and then immediately go to the Gathering Treasure Pavilion and agree without hesitation when the Song family invited him to be an alchemist, it would likely arouse the Song family's suspicion. After all, as the top cultivation family in the Eastern Residence District, countless cultivation families wanted to bring them down. The Song family naturally had to be careful and wary of spies mixing into the family. Luo Nan's inquiries about prices everywhere were to dispel the Song family's doubts. To let them know that this person genuinely wanted to join a cultivation family. Luo Nan not only visited the Eastern Residence District but also the Northern Residence District. As Luo Nan expected, soon, news of an alchemist seeking to join a family spread throughout the Eastern Residence District and the Northern Residence District. The Song family also had an intelligence branch in the Still Truth Sect Immortal Realm. This news naturally reached the ears of the Song family members. One day, as Luo Nan walked out of a commercial establishment in the Northern Residence District, he saw a man who appeared to be in his 40s, dressed in a cloud robe, walking towards him. He used Grand Mist to analyze this person and knew that this person was a Qi refining 11th stage cultivator. It's a pleasure to meet you, fellow deist. I am Song Jiaoshan of the Song family in the Eastern Residence District. Song Jiaoshan bowed to Luo Nan. Luo Nan immediately returned the bow. May I ask why fellow deist is looking for me? Shi Xi, the Song family steward, once mentioned you to me, saying that fellow deist is an alchemy prodigy. On behalf of the Song family, I wish to invite fellow deist to be an alchemy guest elder in the Song family. The guaranteed monthly income is 7 mid-grade spirit stones, and the medicinal pill share remains unchanged. Song Jiaoshan said that he had sent people to inquire about the prices offered to Luo Nan by other families and knew that no other family had offered a higher price than this. After hearing Shi Xi's introduction, the Song family had actually been paying attention to Luo Nan these past few days and were determined to secure him. After all, a talented alchemist was too rare. Their Song family currently had relatively abundant cultivation resources and was fully capable of cultivating Luo Nan into a very powerful alchemist, who could then continuously refine medicinal pills for their family and train future alchemy talents. Fellow deist, our Tang family promises you a guaranteed 9 mid-grade spirit stones per month. As Song Jiaoshan and Luo Nan were speaking, a voice suddenly came from behind Luo Nan. It was the steward of the Tang family from the northern residence district, who had walked out of the commercial establishment and said loudly. Song Jiaoshan glared coldly at the Tang family steward, but his expression quickly returned to normal, and he said to Luo Nan. Fellow deist, I can promise you a guaranteed 10 mid-grade spirit stones per month, and you can get a 30% share of the medicinal pills. The Tang family steward, upon hearing this, narrowed his eyes slightly and quickly called a servant, whispering in his ear. He had received instructions from the Tang family members to keep Luo Nan. So, when Luo Nan walked out of the commercial establishment, he had been paying attention. Just now, seeing Song Jiaoshan approach Luo Nan and make an offer, he was afraid Luo Nan would follow the Song family, so he immediately made an offer. This price was not his own decision but an instruction given to him by the Tang family. And now, Song Jiaoshan had offered an even higher price. The Tang family steward could not decide on his own whether to offer a higher price, so he called a servant to quickly inform the Tang family members. Song Jiaoshan saw that the Tang family steward could no longer make an offer and couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Then, he said to Luo Nan. Fellow deist, I estimate this price is quite a bit higher than what other families are offering, right? Our Song family is sincerely inviting you. Moreover, our Song family is flourishing and is an extremely powerful family even when looking at the entire Still Truth sect immortal realm. With the protection of our Song family, fellow deist, you only need to cultivate and perform alchemy with peace of mind in the future. And you will never lack alchemy materials. Luo Nan looked to the side, as if deep in thought. A moment later, as if after some deep consideration, Luo Nan cupped his hands to Song Jiaoshan, then I will rely on fellow deists' care from now on. Song Jiaoshan was immediately overjoyed upon hearing this, it is the Song family's honor that fellow deist can join us. Saying that, he made a gesture of invitation and left with Luo Nan. Oh, right, I heard Xi say that fellow deist has only appeared a few times at the Gathering Treasure Pavilion, but I don't know fellow deist's name. Song Jiaoshan said. Luo Nan said. Song Jiaoshan nodded. In fact, when the news of Luo Nan wanting to join a cultivation family spread, and Xi mentioned this person to the family, the Song family had already investigated Luo Nan's information. They learned Luo Nan's information from Luo Nan's old friend, Lin Shan, who was also the managing steward of several spiritual fields in the outer slum area. When they learned that Luo Nan had only cultivated for a little over a year but possessed such alchemy skill, they became even more eager to bring Luo Nan into the family. As for Luo Nan's relationship with the still true sex immortal master Luo, the foundation establishment immortal, Lin Shan also told the family. But the Song family not only had family disciples who were still true sect outer sect disciples. And there was also a late-stage foundation establishment immortal master in the still true sect who had a distant relative relationship with their Song family. So, they inquired through various channels and found that immortal master Luo, the foundation establishment immortal in the still true sect, had not acknowledged any descendants recently. With Song Jiaoshan leading the way, Luo Nan was quickly settled into a spacious residence. The residence was not far from the center of the eastern residence district, yet it was very quiet. Within the residence was a courtyard, where some spiritual plants were cultivated. There was also an alchemy room, and inside the alchemy room was a pill furnace prepared by the Song family. This pill furnace was made of a dark profound iron material, almost as tall as a person. Luo Nan used grand mist to analyze the metal of this pill furnace and knew its quality was much better than his own. On the walls of the residence, there were talismans called restriction talismans posted. According to Song Jiaoshan, these restriction talismans could block the divine sense probing of Qi refinement stage cultivators. After all, every cultivator did not want their trump cards and secrets to be probed by others. These restriction talismans could be said to be commonly used talismans for cultivators at the late stage Qi refinement and above. In addition, within the residence, the Song family also provided Luo Nan with 3 maidservants. Whether it was cooking, washing clothes, changing clothes, bathing, all such tasks could be assigned to the maidservants. The 3 maidservants were all virgins, with beautiful faces like flowers and gentle dispositions. Luo Nan summoned Grand Mist and immediately learned that the cultivation of these 3 maidservants was all at the early stage Qi refinement. Then Master Luo, please rest here for a few days first. After Song Jiaoshan showed Luo Nan around the residence, he said. Afterward, the Song family will send someone to deliver medicinal materials and pill formulas for the great master to perform alchemy. Luo Nan nodded, bidding farewell to Song Jiaoshan. Afterward, he explored the residence again on his own. Whether it was the rooms or the alchemy room, he released his divine sense to probe them. He found that his divine sense simply could not penetrate, indicating that the effect of the restriction talisman was indeed good. Eastern Residence District, Song Family Manor, Hall. Song Yangtian, the family head of the Song family, was sitting on a sourwood chair, holding a teacup with blue cloud patterns, using the lid to stir the tea leaves. His appearance was that of someone around 50 years old. He had a majestic face, a long beard reaching his neck, and slightly graying temples. He was a cultivator at the peak of the Qi refining 12th layer, and had reached this realm 20 years ago. Later, he tried to break through several times but was unable to break through foundation establishment. At this time, sitting on the other side of the tea table was his clan brother, Song Bo. Brother Tian, I feel that the new alchemist is truly suspicious. Song Bo said to Song Yangtian. His origins are untraceable, and he only arrived at the Still Truth sect immortal realm a little over a year ago. Furthermore, he only took a little over a year to raise his alchemy skill to such a level. I always feel that this person was intentionally arranged into our family. Perhaps, this person is from another immortal realm sect and came here to get close to the still true sect. Upon hearing this, Song Yangtian took a sip of tea and slowly said. This is just a guess, perhaps this person truly has no problems. Let him perform alchemy first. If there truly are problems, they will be exposed over time. Hearing Song Yangtian's words, Song Bo immediately could not continue discussing this matter and turned to talk about other things. After conversing with Song Yangtian for a while, Song Bo left the hall, exited the Song family manor, walked along the street for a bit, then turned into a small alley. After walking for a while in the alley, he arrived in front of a household, then formed a hand seal, flicking his finger. Immediately, a yellow light streaked across the air in an arc and entered the household. Before long, the side door of the household opened. The person who opened the door was a man who looked nearly 60 years old, dressed as a Daoist priest, with a long, three-strand beard. Master Ji. Song Bo greeted him and walked in. Fellow Daoist Song. The old Daoist, called Master Ji, also returned the greeting. Master Ji invited Song Bo into the house, sat down at the tea table, poured Song Bo a cup of spirit tea, and then asked, Fellow Daoist Song, how is that matter? Song Bo sipped his spirit tea. I told my elder brother that the alchemist entering the family was suspicious, but he didn't take any action and plans to keep him in the family. Upon hearing this, Master Ji couldn't help but frown slightly. Master Ji, Song Bo looked at Master Ji. Oh, I forgot. Master Ji apologized, quickly taking out an exquisite small porcelain bottle from his storage pouch and handing it to Song Bo. Song Bo joyfully accepted it, pulling out the cork of the porcelain bottle, and immediately a burst of medicinal pill fragrance diffused. Thank you, Master Ji. The new alchemist's alchemy skill is naturally inferior to yours, and he is very likely a spy from another force. I will definitely mention this point to my clan brother often. Song Bo thanked Master Ji again and then left contentedly. After Master Ji saw Song Bo off, he closed the door, and his gaze immediately turned sinister. His name was Ji Jian, and he was the chief alchemist hired by the Song family. The foundation establishment pills of the Song family in recent years were also refined by him. Although his success rate in refining foundation establishment pills was less than 20%, among all alchemists, his success rate was not low. Since he heard that the Song family had hired a young alchemist, and that alchemist had only taken a little over a year to refine high-grade golden marrow pills, an unprecedented sense of crisis immediately surged in his heart. He was truly afraid that when this young alchemist grew up and reached his alchemy level, by then, the young alchemist would receive a lower monthly basic spirit stone allowance than him and would be more diligent in refining medicinal pills than him. It was possible that the Song family would kick him out. Moreover, he also knew the pill formula for the foundation establishment pill. To prevent the pill formula from being leaked, the Song family might even kill him. Therefore, he had to do something. For example, collaborating with Song Bo, using the new alchemist's unknown background as leverage to create issues, so that the family head Song Yangtian would have reservations. However, currently, it seems that Song Yangtian would not take action based on such baseless claims. Luo Nan, there are so many cultivation families in the tavern district, why did you have to come to the Song family? Ji Jian muttered, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Eastern Residence District, Luo Nan's residence. After 5 days of rest, Song family members finally came to deliver pill formulas and medicinal materials to Luo Nan. On the pill formula was a medicinal pill called Mystic Essence Pill. According to one of his maidservants, this medicinal pill was a high-grade first tier, ranking among the top cultivation medicinal pills in the Qi refinement stage, and was also a commonly used cultivation medicinal pill by the Song family. There were 50 portions of medicinal materials in total. The Song family member who delivered the medicinal materials said that Luo Nan could use 20 of them for practice. Among these 10 portions of medicinal materials, whether Luo Nan failed or succeeded, the Song family would not inquire. The medicinal pills refined could be kept by Luo Nan himself. However, the remaining 30 portions of medicinal materials would have to follow the Song family's rules. If these medicinal materials were refined unsuccessfully, the Song family would need to see the dregs. If successful, the Song family would need to see the medicinal pills. The Song family would take 7/10 of the medicinal pills, and 3/10 would be left for Luo Nan. Some alchemists would intentionally understate their refining success rate to secretly keep the extra medicinal pills refined. Therefore, the Song family established this rule. Before learning the Song family rules, Luo Nan indeed had plans to conceal some medicinal pills. Taking a single medicinal pill for an extended period can lead to drug resistance. Even if his golden marrow pill was at perfection, its efficacy would diminish with prolonged use. With the assistance of AI Grand Mist, his alchemy success rate was naturally extremely high. Such a high success rate would surely bring him trouble. Therefore, he had long decided to conceal his success rate and thus keep a portion of the medicinal pills for himself. However, he never expected the Song family to have such a rule. But, fortunately, I can still keep 30% of the medicinal pills. I can still accumulate some medicinal pills for my own use through alchemy. With the pill formula and medicinal ingredients in hand, Luo Nan immediately entered the pill chamber and began alchemy. The 3 maidservants, Yao Yu, Dan Hong, and Chen Xiang, were all tactful and kept their distance from the pill chamber, allowing Luo Nan to cultivate in peace. Luo Nan closed the door of the pill chamber, immediately feeling a profound silence, as if cut off from the world. After more than half a day, he used 10 sets of medicinal ingredients and refined 10 mystic essence pills. Mystic Essence Pill, Beginner 96%. With the assistance of AI Grand Mist, his alchemy success rate was 100%. After storing the 10 Mystic Essence pills in his Zhuwuki, he exited the pill chamber. Because the pill chamber was almost completely sealed and illuminated by luminous pearls, it was difficult to distinguish day from night inside. Upon exiting the pill chamber, he discovered that it was already dark. The 3 maidservants were all standing about 300 meters outside the pill chamber door, respectfully waiting for him. Young master is out. Yao Yu was the first to see Luo Nan and quickly called out. The 3 maidservants gracefully stepped forward. Young master, it's already late. Please have your meal. Dan Hong said to Luo Nan. Luo Nan nodded and followed the 3 maidservants to the dining hall. On the table were 4 dishes and 1 soup, all excellent in color, aroma, and taste. While being served by the 3 maidservants, Luo Nan ate his meal, when he suddenly asked the 3 maidservants. Do you know what percentage of medicinal ingredients the alchemists of the Song family generally succeed in refining into mystic essence pills? Chen Xiang replied, I don't know about the other alchemists in the family, but I heard that Master Ge can successfully refine medicinal pills from 50% of the medicinal ingredients when making mystic essence pills. The other alchemists in the family are far inferior to him. 50%. Master Ge's success rate is too low. Luo Nan thought to himself. In that case, he would have to control his success rate to just over 40%, which would mean wasting a large amount of medicinal ingredients. For the next few days, Luo Nan would remain in the pill chamber during the day, refining medicinal pills. However, his speed of refining medicinal pills was faster than that of other alchemists at the same level. So, after refining the day's medicinal pills, he would return to the wizard world to cultivate, and then return to the cultivation world when he estimated it was close to mealtime. After all, although the heaven and earth spiritual chi in the tavern district was more abundant than in the outer slum area, it still couldn't compare to the wizard world. Soon, 10 days passed, which was the time the Song family had initially agreed upon for collecting the medicinal pills. After the Song family arrived, Luo Nan presented both the refined medicinal pills and the dregs to this Song family member. Upon seeing them, this Song family member's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed in admiration. Great Master Luo is truly formidable. More than 40% of the medicinal ingredients have been refined into mystic essence pills. It's simply. As he spoke, this Song family member immediately closed his mouth. He had intended to say, it's simply more impressive than Master Ge was at this age. But he knew well that trouble comes from the mouth, and moreover, there were 3 maidservants present, who might spread his words at any time. So, he forcibly held back. According to the agreement, he left 30% of the mystic essence pills for Luo Nan and took 70% of the mystic essence pills and the dregs with him. Afterward, he arranged for his attendants to transport the new 50 sets of medicinal ingredients to Luo Nan's pill chamber before departing. Luo Nan's mystic essence pills were passed through many hands. Finally, they were delivered to the residence of a collateral branch of the Song family. This collateral branch had a Song family member named Song Yang, who was 19 years old and had already reached the 4th layer of chi refining. He was among the top ranks of the younger generation in the Song family. And in his own heart, he believed himself to be the first among the younger generation of the Song family. After all, he was merely a collateral branch disciple, so his cultivation resources were naturally inferior to those of the main family's disciples. As long as I have enough cultivation resources, I will be able to become the Song family's #1 in the future and turn my collateral branch into the Song family's main family. On this day, as he prepared to practice, he took out an exquisite small porcelain bottle. He poured out a mystic essence pill, swallowed it. Then, he sat cross-legged in the quiet room and began to circulate his cultivation technique. Heaven and earth spiritual chi gathered from around him, entered his meridians, and after several cycles of circulation, transformed into magical power, flowing into his danshan. Initially, everything was as usual. However, after about a quarter of an hour, as the medicinal power grew stronger, he found that a feeling of irritation was rising in his heart. Gradually, the magical power in his meridians began to circulate faster and faster. Just as he felt a warning in his heart, he quickly stopped his practice, slowly guiding his magical power back to his danshan. But to his surprise, his magical power, against the flow of his meridians, began to circulate rapidly. Finally, the magical power, like a flood, flowed backward up his due meridian and slammed into his mind. A faint muffled sound emanated from his head. At the same time, he opened his eyes, his whites bloodshot, and 2 streams of blood spurted from his nostrils. Crack! His entire body, from its cross-legged position, fell forward onto the ground. Blood continued to flow from his nostrils, and the pool of blood on the ground grew larger. After more than half a day, his family, seeing that he had not yet emerged from the quiet room and having heard no mention of him entering seclusion, quickly called out to him from outside. But after calling for a while, there was no response. So, his family immediately summoned people to join them in casting spells, forcibly breaking open the stone door of the quiet room, which could only be opened from the inside, and entered the quiet room. Under the sunlight from outside, they immediately discovered Song Yang lying on the ground. The ground where Song Yang's head rested was surrounded by a large puddle of nearly dried blood. Song Yang's family was startled and quickly went to help Song Yang up. They saw that Song Yang's face was as pale as paper, his eyes bloodshot and wide open, staring straight ahead, looking utterly terrifying. Song Yang's family injected a stream of magical power into Song Yang's body and found that Song Yang had no vital signs. Thus, this collateral branch of the Song family immediately fell into chaos. For a time, wailing, preparing for the funeral, and investigating the cause of death, all converged in a chaotic rush. 3 days later, because the cause of death had not yet been determined, Song Yang's body could not be placed in a coffin and could only be covered with a white cloth and placed on a long table. My son, if I knew who harmed you, I would surely avenge you. Song Yang's birth mother was still crying beside him. Who would harm him? Perhaps he died from a heart demon, Song Yang's aunt whispered beside her. It must be you who harmed him. You must be jealous of my Yanger's talent. Song Yang's birth mother, hearing the cold words just now, immediately became furious and was about to pounce and fight. The cause of death has been found. Just as the two were about to fight, one of Song Yang's uncles arrived and announced. There was a problem with the medicinal pill Yanger took. One bottle of the medicinal pills was a poisonous pill. Who is it? Who harmed my Yanger? Song Yang's birth mother shrieked. After investigation, that medicinal pill was refined by the new alchemist, Luo Nan, Song Yang's uncle said. A manor in the eastern residence district. Ji Jian sat on a sourwood chair, brewed himself a pot of long-collected spiritual tea, leaned back relaxed, and savored the spiritual tea. He felt the sweet, bitter, and fragrant spiritual tea enter his throat and stomach, and then a surge of spiritual qi rose in his abdomen, nourishing his meridians. Song Yang's death was entirely his plan, which he then pinned on Luo Nan. Luo Nan's mystic essence pill, from its refining to its delivery to Song Yang, passed through several hands. He merely bribed one of the servants who delivered the medicinal pills. He had this servant replace a bottle of mystic essence pill meant for Song Yang with the poisoned medicinal pill he had refined. Just as he was savoring the spiritual tea, a servant rushed in. Master, Song family head has come to visit you. Ji Jian was pleasantly sipping his tea, his old face full of enjoyment, but upon hearing these words, his eyes suddenly sharpened, and his expression tightened. Why is he looking for me? Could it be? Ji Jian's heart pounded violently. He quickly recalled everything he had done, but there were no omissions. Although, in this process, he had contact with Song Bo of the Song family and the servant who delivered the medicine. However, if these two were found by Song Yangqian to have participated in harming the family, their fate would only be worse than his own. Therefore, these two would never speak of this matter under any circumstances. Perhaps Song Yangqian is looking for me only for other matters. Ji Jian comforted himself, put away his tensed expression, and replaced it with his usual relaxed, hypocritical demeanor. He stood up, flicked the sleeves of his daoist robe, and strode out. But no matter how much he feigned relaxation, the heart in his chest still pounded. Although he thought he would not be exposed, he also prepared for the worst. So, he activated his magic power, intending to escape immediately if he sensed anything amiss. As an alchemist, his mental energy was higher than cultivators of the same stage. As he walked out, his divine sense perceived that Song Yangqian had not come alone with a servant, but with 5 cultivators whose cultivation had reached the late stage of qi refining. Upon sensing this situation, Ji Jian became even more nervous. His legs couldn't help but slightly weaken, almost failing to maintain his confident image of walking with big strides. Ha ha ha, Song family head, I trust you've been well. What brings you to this old man? When Ji Jian saw Song Yangqian and the cultivators he brought, he saw them looking aggressive, and his heart was even more panicked, but he still laughed loudly. As he spoke, he felt the magic power fluctuations on Song Yangqian's body suddenly surge. Instantly, in Ji Jian's mind, it was as if a bolt from the blue had struck. All the panic and apprehension in his heart erupted at this moment. He suddenly cast an escape spell, an immense power surged around him, pushing him to fly upwards. Song Yangqian also hadn't expected Ji Jian to be so alert. The flying sword he unleashed struck empty air. Bang! Ji Jian crashed through the roof and flew out, the roof tiles clattering down. Form the array. Song Yangqian, while controlling his flying sword to chase Ji Jian again, shouted loudly. Immediately, streaks of yellow light pillars lit up on the periphery of Ji Jian's manor. The light emitted by the pillars condensed into barriers in the air, blocking Ji Jian's escape path. Song Yangqian and the 5 late-stage qi refining cultivators he brought chased after him. Ji Jian saw that if he stayed any longer, he would die here. He gritted his teeth, conjured a bright silver sharp knife, and fiercely chopped down on his left forearm. With a flash of the blade, his left forearm fell off, and blood gushed from the severed section of his arm. He immediately had a thought and cast the blood transformation escape technique. He had exchanged this escape spell from a cultivator when he went to other immortal realms to purchase medicinal materials. After obtaining this escape spell, he had secretly cultivated it. While cultivating, he always hoped he would never have to use this escape spell. Yet, he never thought that he would use it today, a decade after acquiring it. The blood gushing from his arm immediately transformed into a cloud of fishy red mist, enveloping him. Suddenly, the mist abruptly accelerated, carrying a mighty force that shattered the yellow light barrier in the air and escaped into the distance. Song Yangqian and the 5 qi refining cultivators also urged their magic power and chased after him in a hurry. Ji Jian was a qi refining 12th layer cultivator, and his escape speed was already fast. At this moment, by self-mutilating his body and casting the blood transformation escape technique, his escape speed instantly doubled. After a while, the fishy red mist became a red dot on the horizon and quickly disappeared. Song Yangqian and the others, seeing that they could no longer catch up, had to stop. What a pity, he got away. Song Yangqian sighed in his heart. As the family head of a prominent family, he had more than a dozen times the number of informants within the family than Ji Jian. Ever since Luo Nan arrived, Ji Jian's minor actions, which he thought were flawless, had long been known to him in detail. When he learned that Ji Qian had found someone to replace Song Yang's medicinal pills, he did not stop it. Because, after all, Song Yang was not a member of the main branch of the Song family. Song Yang's aptitude was good, he could not deny that. But he also learned from other informants that Song Yang was arrogant. He knew that if the family gave Song Yang enough cultivation resources, and Song Yang became a foundation establishment cultivator in the future, this Song Yang would most likely exterminate his branch of the Song family's main line. Therefore, he let the matter develop. It eliminated a hidden danger for his direct descendants and could also serve as a reason to eliminate Ji Qian, that old fellow. Ji Qian, this alchemist, had come to the Song family when his father was the family head. Even after he became the family head, this old man always put on airs when facing him. If it weren't for Ji Qian's good alchemy skills, he would have wanted to deal with this old man long ago. He had also been observing when he discovered that Ji Qian and Song Bo had colluded. After all, at that time, he still needed this old man to refine medicinal pills for the family. However, when he heard his subordinates report that Luo Nan, in his first attempt at refining Mystic Essence Pill, refined more than 40% of the medicinal materials into a medicinal pill. This alchemy skill was even more profound than Ji Qian's 30 years ago. Thus, he finally made up his mind to eliminate Ji Qian. Song Yang Qian cast a spell and landed on the ground. He called over several clan members and transmitted a message. Send a few people to search for Ji Qian's whereabouts. You must bring him back, alive or dead. The Still Truth Sect Immortal Realm, having existed for thousands of years, actually has quite a few cultivation families. But why are there only about a dozen top-tier cultivation families? It is because they possess the Foundation Establishment Pill formula, making it easier for them to cultivate Foundation Establishment cultivators. This ensures that their families almost always have Foundation Establishment cultivators in charge. If Ji Qian were to pass on the Foundation Establishment Pill formula to some currently weak families, it is highly likely that these families would rise in the future. Also, send more people to set up around Luo Nan's residence and inform me daily of his movements. He did this, firstly, because he didn't want Luo Nan to have an accident or be harmed by other forces, and secondly, he was afraid that Luo Nan would leave their Song family. After all, Luo Nan is currently the most promising alchemist in the Song family. Inside the pill chamber, Luo Nan channeled his essence, qi, and spirit, opening his mouth and nose, a stream of samadhi true fire spewed forth, heading towards the bottom of the pill furnace. As usual, he was refining today's batch of Mystic Essence Pill. He was completely unaware of what had happened in the Song family. After all, he stayed in his tavern district all day, not stepping out of his door. He was also not familiar with the Song family. Song Yang Qian had specifically sealed off the news of Song Yang's death. Even within the Song family, only a small portion knew. Ji Qian's tavern district was very far from Luo Nan's tavern district, so he couldn't perceive any disturbances that occurred. The Song family still sent people every 10 days to deliver new materials and collect his medicinal dregs and medicinal pill. These days, Luo Nan was not only doing alchemy in the cultivation world. After returning to the wizard world, he also found substitute magical plants and demonic beast materials for the Mystic Essence Pill formula, and diligently refined Mystic Essence Pill in the wizard world to improve his proficiency. His Mystic Essence Pill proficiency had already reached Grandmaster level. However, the Mystic Essence Pill he handed over to the Song family was only controlled at the proficient level. After all, too rapid an improvement in alchemy would arouse suspicion. During this period, besides alchemy, he consumed the golden marrow pill he had previously refined daily and cultivated ancient wood longevity skill. After consuming the medicinal pill, his cultivation speed significantly increased. However, the drug resistance of the golden marrow pill also became increasingly apparent. Recently, his consumption of golden marrow pill was truly like a child eating candy. He planned to start consuming Mystic Essence Pill after taking golden marrow pill for a while longer. He had already accumulated quite a lot of Mystic Essence Pill, enough for him to consume for some time. Eastern Residence District, the Song family head's mansion. Besides cultivating and managing family affairs daily, Song Yang Qian devoted a significant amount of attention to Luo Nan. Because he had already designated this alchemist as the future alchemist for the family's Foundation Establishment Pill. He had been listening to his subordinates' report on Luo Nan's alchemy progress. When he heard that Luo Nan's success rate in refining Mystic Essence Pill was continuously rising, and the efficacy of the Mystic Essence Pill was also getting better and better, he felt relieved. At the same time, he constantly ordered his subordinates to keep Luo Nan's information confidential. Because this person's alchemy talent, even within the Still True sect, would likely attract the attention of Foundation Establishment Immortal. If news of this person were to spread, it would inevitably lead to other cultivation family uniting to compete for him. However, this person's daily conduct greatly satisfied him. He sent people to ask the three maids in Luo Nan's tavern district and learned that this person, besides sleeping and eating, spent his entire day holed up in the pill chamber. Unlike that old man Ji Qian, who was over 100 years old and went to places of entertainment almost every day. He not only went to the tavern district but also to the outer slum area. And sometimes, on a whim, he would even reward large amounts of spirit stone, acting very ostentatiously. Thinking this, he sent someone to summon his clansman Song Liang. Song Bo, due to colluding with outsiders and harming the family's interests, had most of his cultivation crippled by him and was exiled to the ore mine. The ore mines within the Still Truth sect Immortal Realm all belonged to the Still True sect, but each cultivation family had to send people to help manage them and could receive 2/10 of the ore. After the Still True sect conquered the Everlasting Life sect Immortal Realm, the Everlasting Life sect's ore mines also required cultivation family from within the Still Truth sect Immortal Realm to manage them. Although there were already ore mine managers within the Everlasting Life sect Immortal Realm, and their operational model was largely the same as that of the Still Truth sect Immortal Realm, which was to have cultivation family manage them. However, when the Still True sect annihilated the Everlasting Life sect, it also wiped out the cultivation family within it. Because the cultivation family in an Immortal Realm were all descendants of sect cultivators. If they were not wiped out, perhaps after 1,000 years, a cultivation genius would emerge from the remaining cultivation family, and after growing up, seek revenge on their Still True sect. Perhaps, 1,000 years later, their Still True sect would follow in the Everlasting Life sect's footsteps. Under the orders of the Still True sect, Song Yangtian had to arrange for some family members and persuade some loose cultivator from the outer slum area to go to the Everlasting Life sect's ore mines. Song Bo was among those arranged. The ore mine Song Bo was assigned to was at the edge of the former Everlasting Life sect Immortal Realm, bordering another sect's Immortal Realm. In the past, due to resource ownership issues, the Everlasting Life sect and that sect had been in constant small-scale wars. Now, the Still True sect had taken over the Everlasting Life sect's territory, which meant taking over the war with the other sect. His arrangement for Song Bo to go there, and crippling most of Song Bo's cultivation, was essentially a death sentence for Song Bo. Unless Song Bo was exceptionally lucky, he would only be able to survive in that constantly warring border ore mine. Before long, Song Yangtian's clansman, Song Liang, stepped forward and bowed to Song Yangtian. "Brother, what are your orders?" Song Liang respectfully asked. "If Luo Nan's skill in refining Mystic Essence Pill reaches 80% of that old man Ji Qian's, then inform me," Song Yangtian instructed. Pausing for a moment, Song Yangtian continued, "Also, I heard that recently some family members have taken it upon themselves to visit Luo Nan, seemingly trying to build a relationship with this alchemist. Humph. You investigate which family members have done this and warn them for me. If anyone else tries to build a relationship with this alchemist, or tries to disturb this alchemist, inform me, and I will enforce family law." Song Liang immediately responded with a yes and withdrew, accepting the order. He couldn't help but secretly feel fortunate. Ever since he replaced Song Bo's position, the more he interacted with Song Yangtian, the more he realized the immense potential of this alchemist, Luo Nan. He had also been thinking about personally delivering medicinal pill to Luo Nan's tavern district sometime to build a relationship with this alchemist. If he ever needed anything in the future, he could then ask this alchemist to help him with alchemy. Mystic Essence Pill, perfection. Unconsciously, a month passed. Because Luo Nan had collected many Mystic Essence Pill materials in the wizard world and refined a large quantity, he finally brought the Mystic Essence Pill to perfection. Meanwhile, in the cultivation world, he submitted several batches of Mystic Essence Pill at the proficient level. He also raised the apparent success rate of refining Mystic Essence Pill to nearly 50%. On this day, 10 days had passed since the last time the Song family came to deliver medicinal pill. As usual, the Song family arrived at his tavern district, collecting medicinal pill and also delivering medicinal materials to him. However, the person who came to his tavern district this time was a Song family member he had never seen before. After this person introduced himself, Luo Nan learned that he was Song Yangtian's clansman, Song Liang. Upon arriving, Song Liang dismissed his own subordinates and Luo Nan's 3 maids. Then, from his storage pouch, he took out a piece of jade. With a mysterious expression, he transmitted his voice to Luo Nan, "Great Master Luo, this jade pendant records the pill formula for the Foundation Establishment Pill. Among the medicinal materials I delivered to you today, there are 10 sets of medicinal materials for refining Foundation Establishment Pill. The family had said that these 10 sets of medicinal materials are for you to practice with, and he hopes you can refine Foundation Establishment Pill soon." After bidding farewell to Song Liang, Luo Nan entered the alchemy room and began to examine the pill formula for the Foundation Establishment Pill. He truly hadn't expected that the Song family would give him the Foundation Establishment Pill's pill formula so quickly. He extended his divine sense into the jade pendant. Instantly, lines of text entered his mind. To refine the Foundation Establishment Pill, 5 main ingredients and 17 auxiliary ingredients were required. Of the 5 main ingredients, 4 were medicinal herbs, medicinal flowers, and spiritual fruits, while the last one was Yao Beast Essence Blood. All 5 main ingredients were exceptionally difficult to collect. As far as Luo Nan knew, only large cultivation families and the Still True sect would cultivate these 5 main ingredients and raise Yao Beasts. The 17 auxiliary ingredients, compared to the main ingredients, were much easier to collect, though some of them were particularly expensive. However, this Song family actually sent me 10 sets of medicinal materials. Luo Nan looked at the boxes of medicinal materials, his heart filled with joy. Since these 10 sets of medicinal materials are all for me to practice with, then the 10 Foundation Establishment Pills I refine will all be mine. Thinking of this, Luo Nan began the refinement of the Foundation Establishment Pill. Refining the Foundation Establishment Pill required many types of medicinal materials, and the refinement steps were also extremely complex. According to the pill formula, there were a total of 180 steps. Luo Nan thought to himself that with so many steps, it was no wonder the success rate of refining the Foundation Establishment Pill was low. Because Qi refinement stage alchemists found it truly difficult to concentrate and complete all 180 steps. Once a slight error occurred the entire furnace of pills would be wasted. Moreover, Qi refinement stage alchemists rarely possessed enough mental energy to accurately judge the state of the medicinal pill and the temperature of the pill furnace at each step. Let's begin alchemy. Luo Nan focused his mind, conjured several wizard's hands, and began the pre-alchemy processing of the medicinal materials. Time gradually passed. In the alchemy room, Luo Nan methodically carried out the steps for refining the foundation establishment pill. He had already finished processing all the medicinal materials for the foundation establishment pill. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged beside the pill furnace. He opened his mouth and spewed samadhi true fire beneath the pill furnace. At the same time, he manipulated the wizard's hands to add clear water, medicinal materials and other items into the pill furnace one by one, according to the pill formula. He summoned Grand Mist to analyze the state of the medicinal materials in the pill furnace. The data stream poured into his mind like a bursting dam. The control over the medicinal state and temperature error required for refining the foundation establishment pill was the most precise Luo Nan had ever needed for any medicinal pill or magic potion he had refined. Therefore, once the data was transmitted, he had to react extremely quickly. This was his first time refining a foundation establishment pill, and without experience, he had to concentrate fully. Inside the pill furnace, the clear water and medicinal materials gradually transformed under the high temperature. Time passed minute by minute. Unconsciously, day turned into night. Luo Nan had been refining this foundation establishment pill for almost an entire day. Even for lunch, he hadn't left to eat. The 3 servant girls arranged for him by the Song family had been waiting 300 meters outside the alchemy room. Seeing that he hadn't come out, one of the servant girls had reheated the food several times. However, since the food was no longer fresh, the servant girl poured it out and prepared a new batch, ensuring that as soon as Luo Nan emerged from the alchemy room, fresh food would be available. Luo Nan focused on alchemy, completely unaware of the passage of time. After almost a day, the foundation establishment pill was nearly formed. His divine sense perceived that the medicinal materials in the pill furnace were gathering into a pill. Before long, a clear fragrance wafted out from within the pill furnace. It's done. Luo Nan's heart stirred, and he immediately slowly retracted the samadhi true fire, allowing the pill furnace to slowly cool down. After completely retracting the samadhi true fire, he immediately stood up and lifted the furnace lid. He saw a vermilion medicinal pill with pill patterns, and the dregs from the alchemy process lying inside the pill furnace. Because the steps for the foundation establishment pill were intricate, even with Grand Mist analyzing the data, he dared not be careless. So he only used one set of medicinal materials at a time, and only one medicinal pill was produced per furnace. Luo Nan conjured a wizard's hand to retrieve the medicinal pill. Foundation establishment pill, entry level 10%. At this time, his alchemy skill for refining the foundation establishment pill was only entry level, so the quality of the foundation establishment pill he refined was slightly inferior. Therefore, he did not intend to consume this foundation establishment pill. I'll sell this foundation establishment pill later. He planned to cultivate the foundation establishment pill to perfection, and then consume the foundation establishment pill with the best medicinal effect. After placing the foundation establishment pill into a medicinal bottle and storing it, Luo Nan released his divine sense to scan outwards, and instantly knew that it was deep night outside. And those 3 servant girls were still standing there waiting for him. Luo Nan also felt hungry, so he walked out of the alchemy room. Young master is out. Upon seeing Luo Nan, the servant girls all stepped forward to serve him. Young master has been in seclusion for a long time, he must be hungry. The servant girls led Luo Nan to the dining hall, and Luo Nan sat down to eat. Luo Nan thought to himself that with these few servant girls cooking for him, it saved him the time of having to go out and find food himself. Although, he guessed that the Song family arranging these 3 servant girls for him also had the intention of monitoring him. These past few days, his divine sense had also sensed that quite a few cultivators were lurking near his tavern district. It seems the Song family wants to control me, Luo Nan thought. However, once I cultivate to foundation establishment, I'm afraid the Song family won't be able to control me anymore. He had heard that generally, cultivation families in the tavern district had foundation establishment early stage cultivators presiding over them. If a cultivator reached the foundation establishment middle stage, without exception, they would accept an invitation from a sect. Because after reaching the foundation establishment middle stage, the resources provided by the sect were incomparable, even if the entire cultivation family's strength was pooled. Moreover, being within a sect also allowed one to look after their family descendants. These past few days, he had learned from the 3 servant girls that the Song family only had one foundation establishment immortal master presiding over them, who was the uncle of the current family head, Song Yangtian. And the Song family only had a distant relative relationship with a foundation establishment immortal master of the still true sect. If something happened to the Song family, this foundation establishment immortal master might not necessarily be willing to help. After eating, Luo Nan bathed and changed clothes under the servant girl's attendance. Then, he entered his room. The room also had restriction talismans affixed, so chi refinement stage cultivators could not use their divine sense to perceive the objects within the room. Luo Nan's heart stirred, and he transmigrated back to the wizard world. The next moment, his figure flickered into existence in the botanical garden. Afterward, he walked to the laboratory, first formulating the growth-accelerating potion, essence of wood water. After watering the spiritual plants, he sat cross-legged beneath the lush natal longevity tree. With a thought, the trunk and branches of the natal longevity tree glowed with a faint golden light. The golden light shone upon him, instantly making him feel a surge of power within his body. Then, he took out a porcelain bottle, pulled out the cork, and poured 3 mystic essence pills into his mouth. Sitting cross-legged beneath the natal longevity tree, he began to cultivate the ancient wood longevity skill. The surrounding energy particles gathered towards him. Under the effect of the cultivation technique, they transformed into magical power and flowed into his danshan. The next morning, Luonan transmigration back to the Still Truth Sect Immortal Realm. After he exited his flat house, the maids waiting in the distance came forward to serve him as he washed up and dressed. After washing up and having breakfast, he entered the alchemy room to refine Foundation Establishment Pill. This refining process took him almost another day. However, compared to yesterday, the duration was shorter. Just like yesterday, when he came out, the three maids once again served him his meal. During the meal, Luonan subtly glanced at the three maids, then withdrew his gaze. He had spent the past 2 days in the alchemy room for an entire day each, and the three maids had witnessed it. If the Song family members were to ask these three maids about him, they would guess that he had been researching how to refine Foundation Establishment Pill these past 2 days. When I refine Foundation Establishment Pill, it takes a whole day. If I continuously spend several days refining Foundation Establishment Pill, the Song family will find out. I can complete the refining of the Mystic Essence Pill needed by the Song family in just 1 day. During these 10 days, I spent most of my time refining Foundation Establishment Pill and very little time refining Mystic Essence Pill. The Song family will discover that I deliberately concealed my alchemy skills for Mystic Essence Pill. It seems I need to bring the materials for Foundation Establishment Pill to the wizard world and refine it at night. After his thoughts raced for a while, Luonan composed himself and continued eating. The next day, Luonan no longer refined Foundation Establishment Pill in the alchemy room. After entering the alchemy room, he locked the door and transmigration back to the wizard world to cultivate. He would only leave the alchemy room during lunchtime and dinner. As for the medicinal pill materials for Foundation Establishment Pill, he stored them in his zhuoyuki and kept them hidden close to his body within his clothes. At night, he entered his flat house. When the three maids thought he was going to rest or cultivate, he transmigration back to the flat house in Triumphant City Central. In the laboratory, he started the furnace for alchemy. For the next few days, Luonan only refined Foundation Establishment Pill once in the alchemy room of the cultivation world. In the blink of an eye, the 10-day period arrived again, and this time, Song Liang came over. Luonan, as usual, handed over the Mystic Essence Pill and the medicinal pill dregs. Song Liang waved his hand, and boxes of new medicinal materials were unloaded from the carriage. Then, with another wave of his hand, the empty medicinal material boxes that Luonan had prepared earlier suddenly rose upwards, stacking one by one onto the carriage. Luonan's divine sense swept across the new medicinal material boxes, and when he sensed that there were no Foundation Establishment Pill medicinal materials inside, he couldn't help but feel disappointed. Song Liang said to Luonan, "Great Master Luo, have you been researching how to refine Foundation Establishment Pill these past few days?" Upon hearing this, Luonan replied, "Of course, since there is a pill formula for a medicinal pill like Foundation Establishment Pill, how could I resist not refining it?" What was the result? Song Liang's eyes lit up, and a look of anticipation appeared on his face. All failed, Luonan sighed. The look of anticipation on Song Liang's face instantly disappeared, but he quickly smiled and said, "Great Master Luo, don't be impatient, take your time." After speaking, he bid farewell to Luonan. A few days later, Luonan had used up all the Foundation Establishment Pill medicinal materials given by the Song family. He had a total of 10 low-grade Foundation Establishment Pill in his zhuoyuki. Without medicinal materials to practice with, Luonan planned to find alternative medicinal materials for the Foundation Establishment Pill formula in the wizard world. He used Grand Mist to record a lot of demonic plant and demonic beast knowledge at the Kingdom Wizard Academy library and from Awen. Thus, he searched for substitutes among the demonic plant and demonic beast materials in the wizard world, based on the medicinal properties of the 22 main medicinal materials and auxiliary medicinal materials of the Foundation Establishment Pill. Soon, for each of the 22 main medicinal materials, he found 2 to 3 substitutes. Then, he filtered the substitutes based on the difficulty of obtaining them. He settled on 22 substitute demonic plant and demonic beast materials. Finally, he categorized the acquisition methods for these 22 substitute medicinal materials. Some substitutes were available around Triumphant City, and he could collect them himself. Others were not available around Triumphant City and needed to be purchased from the black market. However, there was a problem now, he didn't have many Valent gold coin left. Previously, he could exchange the spirit stone in his hand for gold. Then he would exchange the gold for Valent gold coin. But now, he was under the Song family's surveillance. Moreover, after he obtained the Foundation Establishment Pill formula, the Song family would be even more anxious about his whereabouts. His act of exchanging spirit stone for gold would surely be known by the Song family. Exchanging spirit stone for gold without any apparent use would certainly arouse suspicion. Gold was used in the secular world. If he used the excuse of going to the secular world, the Song family, fearing he would leak the Foundation Establishment Pill formula, would surely send people to follow him. This would make it difficult for him to transmigration back to the wizard world. I can only go back to my old profession and refine and sell demonic medicinal pills. Thinking of this, Luonan left the flat house and went to the lower city, intending to find Paul. He thought to himself that it had been a while since he saw Paul, and he wondered how the young man was doing, and if he had advanced to level 3 wizard apprentice. After arriving in the lower city, before he even reached Paul's flat house, he swept it with his divine sense and knew that Paul was not home. He's probably at the wizard academy. So, Luonan left the city, planning to collect medicinal materials and return in the evening. Luonan returned to Triumphant City. As he approached Paul's flat house, he swept it with his divine sense and still found no one inside. Then, he went to the middle city, to the Wild Deer Bar, but also did not see Paul. Where did this guy go? Luonan muttered to himself as he returned to his flat house. With a thought, he transmigration back to the alchemy room of the Still Truth Sect Immortal Realm. He exited the alchemy room and had his meal with the maid's service. Early the next morning, Luonan went to the lower city again and found that Paul was still not home. So, Luonan had no choice but to go collect medicinal materials first. He thought that if he still couldn't find Paul, he would have to refine demonic medicinal pills himself and sell them in Diagon Alley. Of course, selling them himself, the quantity and speed of sales would not be as good as Paul's. After all, Paul had been active in Triumphant City's underground market for a long time and had many customers. Giving him the demonic medicinal pills would allow for quick and safe sales. Outside Triumphant City, Gold Demonic Beast Forest. Luonan drank the transformation potion and transformed into a brown-haired man who looked about 20 years old. He cast Magnetic Surge, releasing an anti-geomagnetic force, and flew through the forest. While flying, he searched for the medicinal materials he needed. At the same time, he also searched for any fire elemental tier 2 demonic beast. This was because the Yao beast blood essence required for the main medicinal material in the Foundation establishment pill was the blood essence of a fire attributed tier 2 Yao beast. He felt that the blood essence of a fire elemental tier 2 demonic beast should be able to substitute. As usual, after he had gone slightly deeper into this demonic beast forest, his divine sense sensed several demonic beast hunting teams inside. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. In a 4-person demonic beast team, he sensed a familiar person, Paul. Luonan finally learned of Paul's whereabouts. He swept his divine sense and perceived that Paul and his group were moving through the forest. He had no intention of following them, so he withdrew his divine sense and continued to collect demonic plants. After about an hour, Luonan had collected many demonic plants, and then he needed to find a second-order demonic beast of the fire element. He activated Magnetic Surge, flying through the air in the forest like a swimming fish, without his feet touching the ground. He flew and released his divine sense at the same time. Before long, his eyes suddenly lit up. Second-order demonic beast Phosphorus Fire Lion. His body made a turn and suddenly veered to the left. However, after flying for a short while, his divine sense perceived that a demonic beast squad was approaching this Phosphorus Fire Lion. Coincidentally, it was Paul's 4-person demonic beast hunting squad. These are the footprints of a Phosphorus Fire Lion. This time, we'll rely on the 3 of you. In the depths of the jungle, Luonan faintly heard Paul's voice. Immediately after, he perceived that Paul's 4 people were rapidly approaching the Phosphorus Fire Lion, following the traces it left behind. Luonan perceived that a layer of energy particles was gathered on the bodies of these 4 people, pushing them forward. And one second-level wizard apprentice among the 4, holding a magical wand, was chanting a spell while flying. It seemed that this wizard apprentice had cast an acceleration wizardry on the 4. Luonan pulled the hood of his wizard potion over his head and quietly approached. Soon, Paul's 4-person squad encountered the Phosphorus Fire Lion. Immediately, Paul's 4-person squad attacked. One of the 4-person squad took the iron bow from his back, then took out 3 arrows engraved with magic runes from his storage ring. When he knocked the 3 arrows onto the iron bow, the magic runes lit up, and streaks of lightning coiled around them. With a swish, the 3 arrows immediately flew off the string. The Phosphorus Fire Lion roared, twisted its body, and dodged the 3 arrows. The 3 arrows, entwined with lightning, struck the ground and immediately exploded into a palm-sized ball of lightning. 3 mounds of earth immediately flew up from the ground, revealing 3 deep pits. After dodging the 3 arrows, the Phosphorus Fire Lion immediately opened its mouth, and a blue flame spewed out from its bloody maw, heading towards the archer. The wizard apprentice, who had been casting acceleration wizardry on the 3, raised his magical wand. A more powerful magical energy surged onto the archer's body. The archer kicked his foot and easily dodged the Phosphorus Fire Lion's blue-white flame. This blue flame flew past the archer and struck a tree. Immediately, the tree was engulfed in the deep blue flame. The crackling sound of water being scorched by the flames emanated from the tree. Seeing that its attack missed, the Phosphorus Fire Lion became even more enraged and roared. It spewed out streaks of blue-white flames while leaping and pouncing towards Paul and the others. Meanwhile, Paul's other teammate, holding a palm-sized cross-shaped sword, was empowered by the acceleration wizardry and fiercely lunged towards the Phosphorus Fire Lion. The Phosphorus Fire Lion suddenly slashed forward with its front paws. The sharp gleam of its claws flashed in the air. Clang! The swordsman used the great sword in his hand to block the Phosphorus Fire Lion's claw attack. Sparks flew from the great sword. The muscles in the swordsman's arm tensed up. The Phosphorus Fire Lion opened its maw and aimed at the swordsman. The next moment, blue-white flames surged from the Phosphorus Fire Lion's throat. A scorching hot flame sprayed towards the swordsman's face. The magic runes on the swordsman's great sword immediately lit up with a blue glow shield. Just as the blue-white flame was about to hit his face, it was blocked in time. However, the energy of this blue-white flame was too strong. The energy activated by the magic runes on this swordsman's great sword could not sustain for long. Soon, the blue glow shield visibly dimmed under the onslaught of the blue-white flame. Just as the blue glow shield was about to completely dim, the swordsman immediately rolled on the ground. Boom! Without the blue glow shield's obstruction, the flames immediately surged down, striking the swordsman's previous location, which instantly turned charred black. Paul, are you done yet? This hunt with you is too dangerous. You'll have to give me more gold coins when we go back. The swordsman rolled to the side and shouted at Paul. While Paul's 3 teammates were engaging the phosphorus fire lion, Paul had been chanting. A fiery red hexagonal wizardry array was emerging at his feet. Nearby fire energy particles converged towards him like a whirlwind. Done. After the swordsman shouted this to Paul, Paul immediately said, ending his chanting. He pointed the magical wand with the fiery red gem at its tip forward. Immediately, his fiery red wizardry array had sparks spiraling upwards. These sparks condensed into firebirds, emitting scorching heat, and flew towards the phosphorus fire lion. The phosphorus fire lion spat flames, extinguishing the first few firebirds that flew close. But soon, dozens of firebirds condensed from Paul's wizardry array and flew towards the phosphorus fire lion. In an instant, they surrounded the phosphorus fire lion. The phosphorus fire lion could only deal with one side and not the other. It extinguished the firebirds on one side, while on the other side, a group of firebirds pounced on its body. After the firebirds pounced on its body, a raging fire immediately ignited. Although the phosphorus fire lion is a fire element demonic beast, it can still be harmed by fire element wizardry. It is not harmed when it spews blue-white flames because its esophagus is fireproof, but the rest of its body is not. Roar. The phosphorus fire lion let out an angry roar. The archer seized an opening, immediately drew his bow and nocked an arrow, and 3 more arrows entwined with lightning flew off the string. Hiss. The injured phosphorus fire lion was unable to dodge in time. 3 arrows pierced into the phosphorus fire lion's chest. The lightning on the arrows immediately spread across the phosphorus fire lion's body. The phosphorus fire lion trembled slightly, its 4 legs weakened, and its chest hit the ground. The swordsman kicked his back foot, raising a cloud of dust behind him, and held the cross-shaped great sword by his side, with the tip pointing forward. At this moment, the wizard apprentice who had been empowering Paul and the others, focused all his magical energy on this swordsman. Immediately, the swordsman's speed doubled, his figure almost leaving after images. The swordsman lunged in front of the phosphorus fire lion and immediately plunged the great sword into the phosphorus fire lion's body. Hiss. The great sword plunged into the phosphorus fire lion's body, and blood spurted out. An angry roar came from the phosphorus fire lion's mouth again. The swordsman heard the phosphorus fire lion's roar was still so loud and knew that the phosphorus fire lion's vitality remained. To prevent the phosphorus fire lion from a dying counterattack, he quickly pulled out the great sword, bringing out a trail of blood, and then stabbed forward again. Immediately after, the swordsman stabbed the phosphorus fire lion several times. He only stopped when the phosphorus fire lion was completely unable to move. Paul, hurry and take the heart. The swordsman exhaled a long breath and plunged the blood-stained great sword into the ground. He then sat down on the ground, wiping the fine beads of sweat from his face with his large hands. All right. Paul responded, immediately took out a sharp short knife carved with magic runes, and walked towards the phosphorus fire lion. Luonan sat on a large tree, watching the 4 hunt the phosphorus fire lion. Hearing Paul wanted to take the phosphorus fire lion's heart, he knew that he intended to use the phosphorus fire lion's heart to make Zhu Wuki. He had seen in the Kingdom Wizard Academy library that the phosphorus fire lion's heart was the source of its fire magical energy, possessing excellent fire energy particles conductivity and amplification. Just as Paul was about to use the short knife to disembowel the phosphorus fire lion, Luonan's heart stirred. He perceived that another 5-person squad was flying towards them. Soon, this 5-person squad arrived at the location. These 5 people were all wearing wizard potion, consisting of 3 second-level wizard apprentice and 2 level 1 apprentice wizard. Unlike Paul's squad, where only Paul and another wizard apprentice skilled in casting wizardry were second-level wizard apprentice. The other 2 had only cultivated a little magical energy, barely reaching level 1 apprentice wizard. Their strength mainly came from night training and physical body modification. 4. This phosphorus fire lion will be taken by us. One of the 5-person squad said. There are still many demonic beasts in this demonic beast forest. The 4 of you can go to other places to hunt demonic beasts. Saying this, the person, without Paul and the others' consent, walked straight towards the phosphorus fire lion, as if this demonic beast was already his. Paul did not leave the phosphorus fire lion's side and said in a deep voice. This phosphorus fire lion was hunted by me, it is my property. What the 5 of you are doing violates the kingdom's laws. Another person from the 5-person squad scoffed upon hearing this. There's no one else here. Even if we kill you, no one will know. If you still don't leave, when our compassion is gone, you won't be able to leave. Paul's eyes narrowed when he heard this. After a moment of internal struggle, he left the side of the phosphorus fire lion. Although he was unwilling, he knew that their 4 people were no match for these 5 people. Moreover, the 4 of them had just fought the phosphorus fire lion and had expended a lot of energy. Let's go. Paul said to the other 3. The other 3 were also very unwilling. And the swordsman, who was always hot-tempered, knew he couldn't win, so he could only draw his sword and leave. After Paul's 4 people left dejectedly, the 5 looked at each other with a disdainful smile. Then, one of them took out a short knife carved with magic runes, intending to disembowel the phosphorus fire lion. But just then, they saw a person wearing a hood and a withered wood mask on his face emerge from the forest. This person's attire was truly strange, attracting their attention. Gentlemen, I want this phosphorus fire lion. Luonan said in a low voice, different from his usual tone. Are you courting death? One of the level 1 apprentice wizard among the 5 stared at Luonan and said. However, as soon as this person finished speaking, the soil beneath his feet splattered, and 2 thick tree vines shot out rapidly. They wrapped around his feet with one coil. Immediately after, the tree vines swung upwards, carrying this person high into the air. Ah ah ah! This person panicked and screamed in the air. Then, the tree vines violently slammed this person's head against a tree trunk. Bang! The screaming stopped abruptly. Wood chips flew from the tree trunk. And this person's head burst open like a smashed watermelon, with red and white matter splattering everywhere. The other 4 were startled by the sudden turn of events, their pupils widening dramatically. Immediately after, the second-level wizard apprentice with the highest energy particles fluctuation among the 5 pointed the magical wand in his hand at Luo Nan. Suddenly, a scorching flame shot out from the tip of the magical wand. Luo Nan, however, lunged towards this person. He extended his right hand. In an instant, he cast the wood armor spell. His right hand was covered in a thick layer of wood armor. The wood armor at the fingertips of each finger was extremely sharp, making his right hand look like a demonic claw. Luo Nan pressed his right hand against the scorching flame. Bang! The flame struck Luo Nan's palm and turned into scattered sparks. Luo Nan's palm was only slightly charred, emitting wisps of smoke. This person was even more surprised to see that his fire wizardry could not even break through the opponent's wood element wizardry. You guys cover me, let me chant. This person shouted loudly while retreating behind the others. However, the others, who had always regarded him as their leader and listened to him, seeing Luo Nan's fierce momentum, all moved aside to clear a path. Luo Nan then lunged unimpeded in front of this person and thrust his right hand towards this person's heart. The next moment, his wood-armored right hand pierced through his chest. In his right hand, he held this person's heart. Luo Nan withdrew his right hand, and this person immediately fell to the ground. With a slight squeeze, this person's heart was crushed into pulp. My lord, spare us. The other 3 knelt down, begging for mercy. My family is very wealthy in Triumphant City, my lord, if you just let me go, I'll give you whatever you want. One of the 5 said. Is your family a wizard family? Luo Nan asked. Yes. This person's eyes lit up with a glimmer of hope when he saw Luo Nan asking. Then I can't let you live. Luo Nan waved his right hand. This person's head flew to the side. The other 2, seeing this scene, knew that this person would definitely not let them go, so they both got up and ran away. One of them shouted while fleeing, if you kill us, you will be violating the kingdom's laws. The Wizard Council will punish you. Luo Nan grinned sinisterly, and the wood armor on his face also twisted his mouth into a sneer. There's no one else here. Even if I kill you, no one will know. Saying this, he activated magnetic surge. Immediately, a magnetic field emanated from his body as its center. He manipulated the magnetism within it, and a short knife brought by one of the 5 immediately flew up from the ground. Suddenly, the short knife drew a straight line in the air. A cloud of blood mist immediately burst from the chests of the 2 fleeing people. It was because their chests had been pierced by the short knife in that instant. Even their hearts were cut in half by the short knife. After the short knife passed through their chests, it plunged into the ground, raising a large cloud of dust. Luo Nan walked to the side of the phosphorus fire lion. He took out a glass bottle carved with magic runes, then performed the spell for extracting Yao Beast Essence blood. He formed a hand seal, and with a wave of his hand, blue-white blood floated out from the phosphorus fire lion's remains and poured into the glass bottle. Elsewhere in Gourd Forest, Paul's 4-person team was running through the forest, looking for another phosphorus fire lion. But after searching for a while, they found nothing. Why don't we go back? Paul thought about how they had worked hard to kill the phosphorus fire lion only for it to be stolen, and the more he thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt. He suddenly suggested. Didn't those 5 people say that in this forest, no one would know if you killed someone? Let's just return the way we came and follow them. If they still want to hunt demonic beasts in the forest, they will definitely consume their stamina and magic power. Once their stamina and magic power are almost depleted, we will immediately strike and take everything from them. When Paul said this, the other 3 looked at each other. Okay, I'll go. The tall swordsman was the first to agree. He was more impatient than Paul, so he wanted revenge even more. However, because he was just a close combat knight facing a wizard who could cast long-range spells, his chances of winning were not high, so he had been holding back. Finally, the remaining archer and the wizard apprentice skilled in enhancement spells exchanged glances, then also nodded. Everyone felt aggrieved after having their belongings stolen. It was just that these 2 were timid and had no thoughts of revenge. At this moment, influenced by Paul and the swordsman, they felt a stir in their hearts and temporarily agreed. Both of them thought that if the situation didn't look right later, they would stop the team's actions. After all, they were invited by Paul only to hunt demonic beasts, not to fight fiercely. If Paul and the swordsman didn't listen to their advice, they could leave then, and it wouldn't be a breach of contract. After the 4 of them discussed it, they ran back along the original path. Luo Nan held a hand seal in his right hand, collecting all the remaining essence blood from the phosphorus fire lion into a glass bottle engraved with magic runes. He took out the elven dagger, preparing to disembowel the phosphorus fire lion and retrieve its heart. Although this heart was useless to him, he could sell it at Diagon Alley for money. Just as he placed the dagger against the phosphorus fire lion's chest, his constantly spreading divine sense detected Paul's 4 people returning. Never mind, I'll just give away this phosphorus fire lion's heart. Consider it payment for disposing of these corpses. Luo Nan searched the horizontally laid out corpses of the 5 people, took their magical wands and other Zhu Yuki, then cast the spell Magnetic Surge, causing his entire body to suddenly float up, gliding like a fish towards the outside of the forest. When Paul and the others arrived at the scene, they immediately saw a shocking sight. 5 bloody corpses lay horizontally on the forest floor, and not a single corpse was complete. Some corpses were headless, while others had a fist-sized hole in their chests. What on earth happened? The phosphorus fire lion is still here. Paul walked to the phosphorus fire lion, took out a short knife, and sliced its chest. Seeing that the heart was still inside, he was immediately delighted. He hastily took out the heart and placed it in a wooden box engraved with magic runes. He then looked at the horizontally laid out corpses. These wizard apprentices, perhaps some of them came from a wizard family. If they died and a wizard family investigates, it might be blamed on us. Let's destroy the corpses. After speaking, Paul searched the 5 people's belongings and found that storage zhuoyuki and similar items were all gone. Perhaps that person killed for wealth, Paul said. But he couldn't understand why, if that person had indeed taken the wealth, he hadn't taken the phosphorus fire lion. Paul raised his magical wand and tapped it several times in the air. Several flames shot out from the tip of the magical wand, striking the corpses of the 5 people. Once the 5 corpses were completely burned to ashes, they carried the ashes and buried them in multiple locations. The next day, Luo Nan went to Paul's flat house. With a sweep of his divine sense, he knew Paul had returned. After knocking, the door quickly opened. Hey, Luo Nan, long time no see. Paul seemed very happy and invited Luo Nan in for a drink. After a few glasses of rich fruity wine, Luo Nan told Paul about his intention to sell potions. You're selling potions again? Are you out of money? Paul's eyes lit up when Luo Nan brought this up. Me too. Hey, yesterday I got a second-order fire element demonic beast, a phosphorus fire lion's heart, in Gourd Forest. I need to find a first-level formal wizard from the academy to help me make it into a zhuoyuki. You know, getting a formal wizard to help is always very expensive. The money in my pocket truly isn't enough now. Seeing that Paul was about to continue, Luo Nan immediately interrupted him and discussed the potion-selling matters. Luo Nan planned to sell the anti-aging potion and blackening removal agent again. When I sold these 2 potions back then, I had a lot of customers. As long as you give me the potions, I'll help you sell them. We'll split the profits 8-2, you get 8, I get 2, Paul said. After that, Luo Nan made anti-aging potion and blackening removal agent every day and brought them to Paul. He accumulated money while inquiring in the city about where Foundation Establishment pill medicinal pill ingredients were sold. He planned to buy the medicinal pill ingredients he needed from the city as soon as he had enough money. While the Foundation Establishment pill medicinal pill ingredients were not yet fully collected, he continued to grind the proficiency of the Mystic Essence pill. After all, by analogy, improving the proficiency of the Mystic Essence pill helps to improve the proficiency of the Foundation Establishment pill faster. Unconsciously, more than a month passed. Luo Nan lived an extremely fulfilling life every day. Cultivate, alchemy, birth, hasten growth. Most of the time, he stayed in the botanical garden. Only at mealtime, or on the 10-day appointment with the Song family, would he return to the cultivation world. Neither the Song family nor the 3 maidservants ever disturbed him. Unless he came out of the pill furnace room himself, no one would call him out. They probably feared that if they called him while he was at a critical point in alchemy, it would cause him to have a divided soul, leading to the failure of the entire furnace of medicinal pills. This responsibility, apart from the Song family patriarch Song Yangtian and the Song family's Foundation Establishment elders, no one else could bear. On this day, Luo Nan, as usual, was performing alchemy in the laboratory. He opened his mouth, and a fierce flame shot out from his mouth and nose, heading towards the bottom of the pill furnace. The glow in the flame was much more vivid than before. Samadhi True Fire, beginner 87%. He had been casting Samadhi True Fire for quite some time now. If it were other skills he had practiced before, it would at least be proficient by now, but Samadhi True Fire was still at the beginner level. This made him believe even more that Samadhi True Fire was an extremely powerful spell. He condensed the wizard's hand, adding water to the pill furnace while adding the medicinal pill ingredients for the Mystic Essence pill. After more than half an hour, a medicinal pill fragrance permeated the laboratory. He suddenly felt something and immediately gave an instruction to Grand Mist. Mystic Essence pill, perfection. Finally perfection. He stood up happily, opened the pill furnace, and took out the 10 Mystic Essence pills from the furnace. On the spot, he swallowed 3 Mystic Essence pills. In the early morning, after Luo Nan refined the growth-promoting potion, Essence of Wood Water, he poured it over the spiritual plants. While pouring, he summoned Grand Mist to analyze the spiritual plants. Spiritual plant, natal longevity tree. Year, 193. Spiritual plant, natal longevity tree. Year, 81. The eternal evergreen tree mother tree was already over 9 meters tall. Its crown was massive, almost covering the entire botanical garden. And on the eternal evergreen tree mother tree, a flower had bloomed. Luo Nan knew from seeing this flower that there would soon be natal longevity tree seeds again. This time, with new seeds, he planned to place them in a flower pot and take them to the cultivation world. His purpose was to be able to monitor everything within an 800-meter radius of the alchemy room, even from the wizard world. After all, once the natal longevity tree was planted, he would be able to share divine sense with it. His divine sense could be stored within the natal longevity tree, constantly perceiving everything around it. The range of perception was not related to the natal longevity tree's age, but to the strength of his divine sense. Even if he only planted a seed in the cultivation world, he could still perceive everything within an 800-meter radius through it. 3 days later, the flower on the natal longevity tree withered, and a seed floated down. Luo Nan collected the seed, went to the market, and bought a ceramic flower pot similar in style to those in the cultivation world. He put some soil into the flower pot, buried the seed, and then transmigrated to the cultivation world. Then, he placed the flower pot in a corner of the alchemy room. Without his growth, catalyst for growth, this seed would not grow quickly. He estimated that with the spiritual chi concentration in the tavern district of the Still Truth sect immortal realm, the natal longevity tree might only form a spiritual chi vortex after reaching over 200 years of age. Without his growth catalyst, relying only on the spiritual chi of the tavern district, the natal longevity tree would likely need to grow for over 200 years to reach 200 years of age. The natal longevity tree's age should be calculated based on the growth environment under the spiritual chi concentration of the ancient cultivation world. Because he speculated that the ancient wood longevity skill was a cultivation technique created when the spiritual chi in the cultivation world had not yet receded. After placing the flower pot, Luo Nan transmigrated back to the wizard world. At this moment, everything within an 800-meter radius of the alchemy room was reflected in his mind. He perceived that 3 maids were preparing lunch. On a tree 500 meters outside the alchemy room, 2 insects were mating. After being able to perceive the situation in the cultivation world, Luo Nan felt even more at ease. His 2 major potions, anti-aging potion and blackening removal agent, continued to sell well, bringing in a large amount of money, just as before. To make time for Wizard Cultivate, Paul found several merchants in Triumphant City to help him sell these 2 potions. With the help of the merchants, these 2 potions sold faster and in greater quantities. The merchants' fees were paid from Paul's 20% share. Luo Nan's 80% share remained untouched. Thus, Luo Nan's money inflow became even faster. With money, Luo Nan quickly gathered the first set of substitute medicinal pill for the Foundation Establishment pill in the wizard world. Immediately, he opened the pill furnace in the laboratory and began alchemy. Luo Nan concentrated on refining the Foundation Establishment pill. With the assistance of Grand Mist, he methodically added clear water and processed medicinal pill to the pill furnace. At the same time, he raised the temperature of the Samadhi True Fire even higher. Because the medicinal pill changed, the alchemy time, temperature and so on would all change. With Grand Mist's assistance, he would not fail. However, the speed of the first few alchemy sessions would slow down. After more than 3 hours, Luo Nan refined a Foundation Establishment pill. The Foundation Establishment pill refined with the original medicinal pill was vermilion in color. However, the medicinal pill refined with substitute medicinal pill appeared a deep purple. Luo Nan summoned Grand Mist to analyze and compare the 2 Foundation Establishment pills, finding no difference in their medicinal properties. Its deep purple color should be the final combined color of the substitute medicinal pill. After putting the deep purple Foundation Establishment pill into a white porcelain bottle and storing it in his Zhuwuki, he went to the botanical garden and sat cross-legged under the eternal evergreen tree Mother Tree. With a thought, the originally unremarkable eternal evergreen tree Mother Tree emitted a golden light. Then, he took out a medicinal pill bottle, poured out 3 mystic essence pill, and consumed them. As soon as the mystic essence pill entered his abdomen, a burning sensation arose within him. The medicinal power surged and spread from his abdomen. He immediately adopted the 5 heart-centered posture and began to cultivate the ancient wood longevity skill. With the assistance of the perfection-grade mystic essence pill, the speed of absorbing and refining heaven and earth spiritual chi was much faster. Heaven and earth spiritual chi gathered towards him like water flowing into a cave. It poured into his meridians, and after being refined by the cultivation technique, it transformed into power and entered his danshan. Now, the ancient wood longevity power in his danshan was extremely concentrated. It was precisely between a misty and liquid state. At this moment, the ancient wood longevity power in his danshan was rotating. Before long, he felt a force brewing in his danshan. Ready for a breakthrough. Luo Nan's spirits lifted, and he continued to cultivate. After cultivate for more than 2 hours, he suddenly felt that force erupt in his danshan. In an instant, a dark green power spread from his danshan. Like flowing water, it coursed through his meridians and physical body. Immediately, he felt a refreshed sensation in both his physical body and spirit. Breakthrough. Luo Nan's heart stirred, and he summoned Grand Mist, giving the command. Lifespan, 436. Strength, 63. Spirit, 71. Power, 68. Cultivation realm, Chi refining 12th layer. Wizard rank, 1st level formal wizard. He inwardly observed his danshan and found that the ancient wood longevity power within it was like a cloud, seemingly about to turn into a liquid state. Time passed day by day. The Valiant Gold coin in Luo Nan's account increased daily. He had already stored over 80 sets of substitute medicinal pill for the Foundation Establishment pill formula. Although Paul only received 20% of the profits from the anti-aging potion and blackening removal agent, and a portion of that still went to the merchants. However, during this period, Paul still acquired a considerable amount of Valiant Gold coin. These gold coins were enough for him to use for some time. Therefore, he began to devote a large amount of time to wizard cultivate. Every day, he only collected medicinal pill from Luo Nan and distributed medicinal pill to various merchants, no longer personally selling medicinal pill. Luo Nan only had a general idea of Paul's current approach, he didn't ask which specific merchants Paul gave the medicinal pill to sell. After all, he didn't have much time either and didn't want to consider matters other than alchemy, as long as the gold coins kept coming in. With the medicinal pill for the Foundation Establishment pill, Luo Nan began to spend more time on improving his proficiency in foundation establishment pill alchemy. With enough medicinal pill and a high number of practice sessions, his foundation establishment pill proficiency improved by leaps and bounds. In the early morning, the rising sun ascended from the sea, hanging high in the sky, illuminating Triumphant City. The streets of Triumphant City Lower City were bustling again, with pedestrians shoulder to shoulder. Ronan, who had drunk the elementary metamorphosis potion, transformed into a man with golden curly hair, dressed in a scholar's robe, and walked onto the main street of the lower city. He intended to spend his recent earnings on demonic plants and demonic beast materials for refining foundation establishment pill. Have you heard? The royal family is holding a kingdom martial arts tournament. As Ronan walked, he heard one vendor say to another. At that time, nobles from all over will likely come to Triumphant City to watch the battles. We should prepare quickly and make a fortune from those rich nobles then. A kingdom martial arts tournament, hey. Upon hearing this news, Ronan fell into deep thought. He was not unfamiliar with this tournament. Whether it was his original body or when he transmigration, he didn't know how many times his younger brother had mentioned it. This tournament was where non-modified knights from across the country would compete in Triumphant City. The top 50 could then fight before the monarch. All the prominent nobles from around the country would come to Triumphant City to watch the battles. The knight who won first place in the martial arts competition would very likely be favored by the royal family and could then receive physical body modification from the kingdom legendary wizard Duo Li Fa Augustus. Orlando, the current royal guard captain, won first place in the kingdom martial arts tournament when he was 14. At that time, he was only at the Golden Knight Peak and not yet a wizard. Perhaps it was because his family was ordinary, or perhaps he was dedicated to the Dao of the Night. When he won first place in the kingdom martial arts tournament, he didn't even know he had wizard aptitude. It wasn't until Dolifa Augustus met him and discovered his wizard aptitude that he taught him to use wizard knowledge to enhance his physical body strength. Of course, some wizards would also watch the battles. Besides the first place in the kingdom martial arts tournament, other knights with considerable strength might also gain the favor of wizards. Wizards would select knights from these martial arts competitors for physical body modification. The prerequisite was that the knight and the family behind the knight must pledge allegiance to the wizard himself and the wizard family in the future. Ronan's younger brother's ultimate ideal was to win first place in the kingdom martial arts tournament and be able to receive physical body modification from the kingdom legendary wizard. Ronan's father, Lai Dun Lawrence, thought that his younger brother only needed to rank high. That way, he might gain the favor of the royal family wizard, and after receiving the royal family's physical body modification, be enlisted in the royal guard. Of course, the kingdom martial arts tournament, besides being a grand assembly for knights to seek advancement and wizards to select retainers, was also an entertainment spectacle. Nobles watched various knights employ their skills in combat, witnessed scenes of flesh and blood splattering, and placed bets on the outcomes. The martial arts tournament, I wonder if my father and the others will come. Ronan walked, lost in thought, heading towards a pharmacy. Triumphant City Upper City, at the peak of the Wizard Tower. A man with a majestic face and dense brown beard along his cheeks. And a kind-faced old man with long, flowing hair and beard, shimmering silvery white in the sunlight, stood side by side, overlooking Triumphant City. These two were King Augustus V and legendary wizard Duo Li Fa. From their elevated position, the Triumphant City below looked like a sandbox. The streets were neatly arranged like a grid, and houses were nestled within, like blocks of tofu. Further in the distance was the boundless sea. Along the coast near Triumphant City, various docks extended out. Ships, densely packed, were lined up along the shore. Augustus V came here after arranging the matters of the Kingdom Martial Arts Tournament. The Kingdom Martial Arts Tournament was a strategy he and Dolifa Augustus discussed to identify allies and enemies. Because the Kingdom Martial Arts Tournament required the clan chief of each family to attend in person. During this period of rebellion, some families with hidden agendas, fearing they would be trapped if they came to Triumphant City, might not dare to come or might make a move. All of this would expose the intentions of the various families. Great uncle, how is your curse removal progressing? Augustus V asked Duo Li Fa. Upon hearing this, Duo Li Fa used his left hand to pull up the wide sleeve of his right hand, revealing his right hand, which was subtly shrouded in black chi. Compared to its withered, black, and wrinkled state a few months ago, his right hand was now much more normal. It has recovered 70%, Duo Li Fa said. Augustus V continued, I have already selected 3 substitute families. They have good wizard foundation establishment. If a rebellious family is destroyed, one of them can be chosen to take its place. With the news of the Kingdom Martial Arts Tournament out, the best outcome would be for those rebellious families to expose themselves early, so we can covertly go and defeat them one by one. If the worst outcome occurs, then all families might come to Triumphant City, which would be a great melee. Duo Li Fa said, if they come to Triumphant City, it might not necessarily be a bad thing. Triumphant City, as the capital of the Augustus family for over 1,000 years, has many wizard formations within it. Some are still usable, others are damaged. I can repair the damaged ones and connect the existing wizard formations using linking wizard formations. If those families enter Triumphant City, I might have even more confidence in controlling them. Augustus V's eyes lit up upon hearing this, then I will rely entirely on you. Southeast Province, Wind and Thunder Fortress. More than 3 months have passed, why is there no news from Jason and Terrace? In the council hall, Yusef Fleming, the clan chief of the Fleming family, sat at the head of a long bench and asked. Just now, he had been discussing the overthrow of the royal family with the family elites. It was only then that he suddenly remembered this matter. After all, whether he could obtain the magic runes that countered necromancer was not the most important thing for him at the moment. And Jason was not his son with the best aptitude, and Terrace was just a distant nephew of his. He wasn't particularly worried that these two had not returned for a long time. Now that he remembered, he asked. After he asked, the people around the long table looked at each other, but no one answered him. After a moment, one person finally replied, "Earl, we truly haven't received any reply from these two. It's as if they have disappeared. Is it that strange?" Yusuf narrowed his eyes slightly. They both went to find Ronan Lawrence. Could their disappearance be related to him? "Earl, Ronan Lawrence is only a level 1 apprentice wizard, while Jason and Terrace are a level 3 wizard apprentice and even a formal wizard, respectively. Their disappearance is unlikely to be related to Ronan Lawrence," said one person at the long table. The fact that Ronan was able to obtain the magic runes that counter necromancer indicates he had a fortuitous encounter in Triumphant City. There are all sorts of wizards in Triumphant City, it's possible that a formal wizard of considerable rank took him as a student, Yusuf said. Those below rank 2 formal wizards should not go. When a rank 2 formal wizard in the family is free, I will send them to Triumphant City to investigate thoroughly. As he was speaking, a armored knight ran into the council hall. "Earl, urgent news." The knight ran to the end of the long table, then stopped and shouted loudly. "What news?" Yusuf, at the head of the long table, looked across the table at the knight and asked. "The royal family is holding a kingdom martial arts tournament, summoning people from the 6 major families to come and watch." As soon as this news was announced, everyone around the long table immediately looked at each other. In Yusuf's fierce, lion-like eyes, flashes of light continuously flickered. His mind raced, thinking about how to respond. A moment later, Yusuf waved his hand, dismissing the knight. Then, one person at the long table said, "Uncle, why don't we take advantage of this kingdom martial arts tournament to unite with the Evans family, the Valentine family, and the Necromancer Society to destroy the Augustus family?" Yusuf listened, still pondering to himself. "Uncle, if you feel it's not stable, why don't we send someone to the Wizard Islands to find a wizard family to unite with us," said another person at the long table. "No." Yusuf, upon hearing this suggestion, blurted out without thinking. "If we spread this news to the Wizard Islands, the Wizard Islands might learn of the turmoil on the Dong continent. Wizard families intending to dominate the continent might come. At that time, even if the Augustus family is overthrown, it might not be our Fleming family that seizes the throne." Valiant Kingdom, Northwest Province. Under the scorching sun, a long line of soldiers walked across the wasteland. This troop was the one previously conscripted to fight the Orc Empire. After several months of fighting, they had forced the Orc Empire's army back beyond the Great Wall of Defense. The border was temporarily peaceful. For over a month, no battles had occurred. Therefore, the conscripted soldiers gradually returned to their hometowns. Ronan's elder brother, Lion Lawrence, was among them. After several months of struggle, Lion Lawrence's face had become more rugged. His face was somewhat brown and dark, covered with dirt. The beard along his cheeks was dense and curly. During these months of war, he also had a fortuitous encounter. His strategic mind gained the favor of a kingdom of wizards. After he led his troop, cooperating with that kingdom of wizards, to kill an orc wizard. He obtained a bottle of demonic potion found from the orc wizard. That kingdom of wizards said that this demonic potion was extremely helpful for stimulating the power of the life seed and invited him to drink it. Lion Lawrence saw that it was an orc wizard's demonic potion and feared there might be danger if he drank it, so he was resistant in his heart. But this kingdom of wizards was a formal wizard. If he refused and angered this formal wizard, he feared the entire Lawrence family would suffer. Left with no choice, he could only drink the demonic potion. After drinking the demonic potion, he felt a heart-wrenching pain. But just as the kingdom of wizards said, his life seed, stimulated by the demonic potion, actually emitted bursts of power. After a long while, his heartache gradually subsided, and he could move normally. After a long period of fighting, he had largely digested and absorbed the demonic potion, and the power of his life seed had significantly improved. His knight rank reached the Golden Knight late stage. At this time, the soldier troop was enthusiastically discussing the news of the Kingdom Martial Arts Tournament. Most of the soldiers in this troop were knights. So, as soon as the news of the martial arts tournament broke, someone used a homing pigeon modified with sorcery to transmit the news to them. Lion Lawrence also couldn't help but consider participating in the Kingdom Martial Arts Tournament. After all, he was already at the Golden Knight late stage, and it was time to consider physical body modification. If he could gain a ranking in the Kingdom Martial Arts Tournament and earn the favor of a high-rank wizard to help him modify his physical body, his strength would greatly advance. It should be known that knights who have undergone physical body modification possess great power. Wearing enchanted armor, wielding enchanted weapons, and riding agile demonic beast, they could even kill wizards. Thinking of this, Lion decided to let the soldiers from his Redwood territory return first. He himself would follow the soldier troop heading to Triumphant City. Upon reaching Triumphant City, he would also visit his younger brother, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. Southeast Province, Redwood Territory. "Father, the royal family is holding another martial arts tournament." Ronan's younger brother, Bran Lawrence, immediately ran to Lydon Lawrence's study upon hearing this news. Lydon Lawrence was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. The last martial arts tournament was 10 years ago. "Father, I was too young last time and didn't understand, but this time I want to go and see," Bran Lawrence said. "And also go see Ronan brother." "No," Lydon Lawrence blurted out. News of the Necromancer Society causing trouble is spreading everywhere now, it's extremely unsafe on the road. Bran Lawrence frowned. Father, you also said that the last martial arts tournament was 10 years ago. Perhaps the next one will be in a few years. By then, I will be a Golden Knight Peak, one of the participants in the martial arts tournament. Observing this tournament will be of great help to me in the future. Lydon Lawrence frowned, thought for a while, then said. As the Lord, I cannot leave. I will find a merchant troop escorted by a formal wizard to take you there. Also, bring the magic stone your second brother gave you. Father, no need. Bran shook his head. I am also a Silver Knight late stage and have the power to protect myself. Following a medium-sized merchant troop will be enough. Leave my second brother's magic stone. If you don't do this, then don't go, Lydon said decisively. As the two were arguing, a servant boy suddenly ran in. Sir, an adult from the Fleming family has arrived. Lydon and Bran heard this and quickly ran out to greet him. The visitor was precisely the Fleming family member who had previously asked him to write to Ronan for the magic runes that countered Necromancer. Baron Lawrence, hello. The person bowed slightly and then said. Earl has an order, you need to conscript 300 soldiers from Redwood territory within 3 days to be at his disposal. As soon as the news of the Kingdom Martial Arts Tournament spread, Triumphant City became lively, even though it hadn't officially begun. Inn owners spent money to redecorate and renovate their inns. This was also that when tourists arrived, they could stay in their inns. At this time, many bards and wandering knights flocked into Triumphant City. The middle city of Triumphant City was fine, after all, land prices here were high, and without some financial means, one wouldn't dare to live or spend money here. However, the lower city of Triumphant City was much more crowded. To maintain public order in the lower city and prevent another large-scale injury incident by Necromancer Society cultists, the royal family dispatched more patrol guards to the lower city to maintain order. Wizard apprentices were also stationed at the entrance to the lower city. The Wizard Council provided them with Zhuwuki capable of detecting energy fluctuations. As long as a wizard apprentice or wizard entered, their Zhuwuki would react. And they could determine the approximate rank of the wizard apprentice or wizard based on the intensity of the reaction. All wizards who entered the city would be recorded. Because Triumphant City had many tourists these days, Luonan's anti-aging potion and blackening removal agent had more sales, and his income increased. When he went to the lower city to purchase materials, he found the lower city even more crowded. His ancient wood longevity power was very gentle, unlike a wizard's magical power, which, if uncontrolled, would emit violent energy fluctuations. Therefore, when he walked out of the lower city gate, the Zhuwuki testing for energy fluctuations showed no reaction at all. He still went to Gourd Forest to collect materials for alchemy. After entering the forest, he found that there were many more teams hunting demonic beasts in the forest than usual. Luonan avoided these teams and collected materials. He collected a total of about 60 portions before returning to Triumphant City. In the following days, Luonan repeated the life of alchemy, cultivate, accelerating growth, and collecting materials. Every day was very fulfilling, basically running 24 hours a day. After his mental energy reached this realm, he no longer needed sleep. Half a month later, the Kingdom Martial Arts Tournament was still in preparation, and the atmosphere in Triumphant City became increasingly thick. There was even a knight ranking created in the city. The ranking listed nationally renowned young knights. They were all highly likely to be on the ranking. The commoners in the city were in high spirits, and began to place bets on the knights on the ranking. Betting on which knight on the ranking would be ranked first, and which knight would be ranked second. As for who the bookmaker was, the commoners did not know, nor did they want to know, they just wanted to find fun in guessing the outcome of the martial arts competition and gambling. And the knights on the knight ranking were not static. As the martial arts tournament approached, various news converged towards Triumphant City. One day, when Luonan went to buy medicinal materials, he found a crowd gathered in a square in the city. It was a group of idlers, tourists, and bards, discussing the knight ranking again. Luonan had no intention of paying attention to these matters, but when his eyes swept over the knight ranking made of parchment, his gaze fixed. Because he found the name of his eldest brother, Lion Lawrence, on the knight ranking. Why is Big Brother Lion's name here? Luonan felt strange in his heart. Moreover, isn't Big Brother Lion currently fighting the Orc Empire at the border? Who is this Lion Lawrence? What an unfamiliar name. Just as Luonan was wondering, someone voiced his question. As this question was spoken, someone immediately answered. This Lion Lawrence is indeed a newly risen Golden Knight. I heard he had a fortuitous encounter during the border war, and his knight strength advanced by leaps and bounds. When he was at the border, he once cooperated with a wizard to kill a grafted knight and an orc wizard from the Orc Empire. Now that the border war has eased, he has returned with the team. I heard that on his way back, he, by himself, killed a group of over 70 people, whose strength was generally at Black Iron Knight and Bronze Knight. Just this strength alone can rival a Golden Peak Knight. However, later, he really dueled a Golden Peak Knight who was quite famous in the kingdom. And he won the duel. However, I heard that he is actually only at the late stage of Golden Knight strength, but he possesses extremely flexible combat techniques. I heard that in the battle with the Golden Peak Knight, he deliberately stood in a position against the light and against the wind, using the scorching sun and strong wind to disturb his opponent, thereby winning. After this person finished speaking, someone said, however, when it comes to the night duels at the Kingdom Martial Arts Tournament, I'm afraid these techniques won't be useful anymore. Hehe, that's not necessarily true. The crowd argued back and forth about Lion Lawrence. Luonan stood for a while, listening to the argument shift from Lion Lawrence's strength to the debater's relatives, then he left. He walked on the street, thinking about how to inform Lion Lawrence not to come here. Because he always felt that something would happen at such a grand gathering where various forces converged. Especially since he also knew about the Fleming family's intention to cause trouble with the Necromancer Society. Although this was the territory of the Augustus family, it did not prevent the Fleming family and the Necromancer Society from acting impulsively in Triumphant City. However, it's also possible that the Augustus family will strike first and gain the upper hand. After all, the Augustus family has operated the Valiant Kingdom for over 1,000 years. In these 1,000 years, the position of the Valiant Kingdom's first family has never been shaken. This family is certainly not simple. Luonan walked and thought, walking to the shops in the lower city to buy medicinal materials. Because there were more people buying medicine, medicinal materials also became more expensive. However, fortunately, the increase in the price of medicinal materials could not compare to the increase in his medicinal pill income. The higher price of medicinal materials had little impact on him. After buying medicinal materials, Luonan returned to his flat house and began to refine Foundation Establishment Pill. He condensed a wizard's hand to process various medicinal materials. After the medicinal materials were almost processed, he spewed out a Samadhi True Fire, burning towards the bottom of the pill furnace. The Samadhi True Fire contained a more concentrated glow than before. Samadhi True Fire, proficient 3%. After this period of alchemy, the Samadhi True Fire finally broke through to the proficient rank. Previously, when the pill furnace was burned by the Samadhi True Fire, it only changed color slightly. After the Samadhi True Fire reached the proficient rank, its temperature greatly increased. If Luonan did not control it, the metal of the pill furnace would be burned red and slightly deformed. The Samadhi True Fire enveloped the bottom of the pill furnace, and Luonan manipulated the wizard's hand, adding the medicinal materials in clear water one by one into the pill furnace. Unconsciously, 5 days passed. Luonan's medicinal materials were enough for him to refine Foundation Establishment Pill for 5 days. Moreover, in the cultivation world, the Song family also gave him some medicinal materials to practice with. When he was in the cultivation world, after he improved the medicinal pill efficacy and success rate of the Mystic Essence Pill to be higher than Ge Qian's, the Song family immediately sent more medicinal materials for refining Foundation Establishment Pill, hoping that he could refine Foundation Establishment Pill as soon as possible. Although the Song family's inventory had Foundation Establishment Pill, it was expected to run out soon. Because among the Song family, in addition to the clan chief Song Yangtian, there were also several Qi refining peak cultivators. They had been stuck at this realm for a long time, and needed to constantly try Foundation Establishment. Besides increasing the chance of Foundation Establishment Pill also served to protect the cultivator. If one did not consume Foundation Establishment Pill when attempting Foundation Establishment, once the attempt failed, their cultivation would decrease. After a long period of practice, Luonan finally perfected the Foundation Establishment Pill today. He opened the pill furnace and saw 2 deep purple medicinal pills. The medicinal pills emitted a rich medicinal pill fragrance, which made one feel refreshed upon smelling it. Above the Foundation Establishment Pill, there were 2 pill patterns. This was a characteristic that appeared when Foundation Establishment Pill reached high grade. Moreover, the pill patterns of the Foundation Establishment Pill he refined were very beautiful and clear. This was because he had already perfected the proficiency of the Foundation Establishment Pill. The medicinal pill efficacy of the Foundation Establishment Pill had reached its peak. The matter of the Foundation Establishment Pill is finally resolved. Luonan thought. Next, he only needed to cultivate the ancient wood longevity skill to raise his cultivation to the Qi refining 12th layer peak. Then, he would perfect the Azure Lotus White Lotus art and God Evolution art to enhance his physique and mental energy. Coupled with a large amount of Foundation Establishment Pill, his achievement of Foundation Establishment was basically a certainty. In Triumphant City, the preparations for the Kingdom Martial Arts Tournament became more enthusiastic, and so did the atmosphere. The Valentine family has arrived. Luonan was cultivating in his house when he suddenly heard someone shouting outside. Hearing this family name, he couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. The Valentine family, like the Augustus family and the Fleming family, was one of the 7 great wizard families of the kingdom. It is said that this family has a set of illusion legacy. Wizards who learned this illusion could make people fall into illusions unknowingly. It was extremely effective in wizard battles. Knowing that the Valentine family would arrive, Luonan quickly retracted his divine sense. After all, this was one of the 7 great wizard families, and the wizard rank of its clan chief was at least True Knowledge Wizard. True Knowledge Wizards possessed immense divine power, and even if he advanced to Foundation Establishment, he would not be able to compare. If he were to sweep a True Knowledge Wizard with his divine sense, a True Knowledge Wizard's mental energy would surely detect it. After retracting his divine sense, Luonan walked out of the flat house and headed towards the source of the sound. After walking for about 10 minutes, he reached the central axis of the middle city. The central axis was a wide street capable of accommodating 8 carriages. He stood far away, gazing at this street. He saw about a dozen knights in golden armor clearing pedestrians from the road. Before long, he saw more than a dozen carriages slowly approaching from the main road. The carriages were pulled by powerful lion-like demonic beasts. These lion-like demonic beasts were about 2 meters tall, with agile bodies and sharp claws, often opening their mouths to reveal sharp, pale, saliva-covered teeth. Some timid onlookers, seeing this scene, couldn't help but step back slightly. As the carriages passed, Luonan felt extremely strong energy fluctuations coming from several of them. It was as if there were small suns hidden within those carriages. As these carriages passed, people retreated, as if the beings within the carriages were even more terrifying than the lion-like demonic beasts. Some wizard apprentices, including Luo Nan, knew that those within the carriages were extremely powerful wizards. Their energy fluctuations, without being hidden, were this intense. After the carriages passed, the bustling crowd dispersed. Luo Nan also returned to his flat house. After feeling those strong energy fluctuations, he immediately felt the huge gap between himself and the high-rank wizards of the wizard family. I wonder when the Fleming family will arrive. Luo Nan pondered. After all, the two missing people from the Fleming family were both looking for him. Once the Fleming family arrived in Triumphant City, they would likely send people to find him. Originally, if he were still in the secular world of the cultivation world, he would soon be able to transfer his natal longevity tree there. However, he was now in the residence arranged by the Song family, being monitored by the Song family. If he were to transfer the two natal longevity trees to the Tavern District, the Song family would surely discover them. I need to find an opportunity to leave the Song family. Late at night, Cultivation World. In the bedroom of the residence arranged by the Song family, Luo Nan's figure appeared. He swept with his divine sense. The three maids were all asleep. So, while releasing his divine sense, he walked out of the residence. He first went to the alchemy room, collecting all the medicinal materials and the pill furnace provided by the Song family into his storage pouch. Then, he walked to the four walls of the residence and found that there were cultivators on guard in the buildings outside the walls. They stood by the windows, staring intently at his residence. Unless he could turn invisible, as soon as he left this residence, he would be discovered by the cultivators. Forget it, I can only force my way out. He was now at the Qi refining 12th layer, and because he had cultivated the Azure Lotus White Lotus art and God Evolution art, his physique and mental energy were far superior to those of the same rank. With two natal longevity trees, his ancient wood longevity power recovery speed was also incomparable to those of the same rank. All of this gave him the confidence to escape. Moreover, in this tavern district, cultivators below foundation establishment could not stop him. With this in mind, Luo Nan immediately cast Magnetic Surge. An anti-geomagnetic force was released from his body. Immediately, he shot into the sky, flying towards one direction. He turned into an afterimage, shooting out from the residence. Halt! A cultivator, seeing this afterimage, immediately shouted loudly, issuing a warning. Immediately, all the cultivators around this residence woke up. At this time, 3 miles away from the residence, there was a 5-story building. On the top floor of the building, an old man with white hair and beard sat, drinking spirit tea while paying attention to Luo Nan's residence. This person was named Song Hui, an uncle of Song Yangtian, and one of the Qi refining peak cultivators of the Song family. The Song family naturally attached great importance to such a major matter as refining foundation establishment pill. Song Hui was sent by Song Yangtian to this tall building to monitor the residence. As soon as Luo Nan left the residence, he would know. When Luo Nan flew out of the residence, he saw it clearly from the top of the tall building. What on earth happened? Song Hui was puzzled. These days, he had seen Luo Nan never leave the residence, thinking that he was a quiet person. But he never expected this person to suddenly try to escape from the residence without any warning. Song Hui's heart stirred, and a gust of wind suddenly rose. His robes fluttered, and he ascended from the rooftop, turning into an afterimage, chasing Luo Nan through the air. Stop him! The Song family's monitor roared, and all the Song family members within a radius of several miles were startled awake. Under the monitor's guidance, the capable Song family members soared into the air, releasing magical artifacts shining with various colors, and pointed them at Luo Nan. The numerous magical artifacts, like a colorful torrent, chased after Luo Nan. However, Luo Nan's flying speed was extremely fast. Although the magical artifacts were not slow, Luo Nan quickly widened the distance. This person has such deep schemes. Song Hui's eyelids twitched when he saw Luo Nan's flying speed. When Song Yangtian met Luo Nan, he had naturally sensed Luo Nan's cultivation, perceiving him to be at Qi refining stage 10. But the speed Luo Nan displayed at this moment suggested his cultivation had already reached the peak of Qi refining. It seems this person really came for the foundation establishment pill. After thinking, Song Hui roared, "Don't go." He pointed his hand, releasing a flying sword. Immediately, a crimson rainbow streaked across the void realm, shooting towards Luo Nan. Luo Nan released his divine sense to its fullest, sensing the flying sword behind him, and immediately waved his hand back. The Azure Spirit Sword was summoned, transforming into a dark green rainbow, and shot directly towards the flying sword released by Song Hui. Bang! The two flying swords collided. Luo Nan's Azure Spirit Sword was not only forged from a 1000-year-old Azure Spirit Emerald Cloud Bamboo but also had mithril from the wizard world incorporated into it. It not only had excellent magical power conductivity but was also extremely tough. It was simply incomparable to Song Hui's Crimson Flying Sword. With a single collision, the crimson rainbow immediately exploded, turning into fragments of red light that scattered in all directions. After the red light dispersed, fragments of the flying sword appeared. Seeing this, Song Hui's pupils constricted. He immediately stopped, turned around, and flew back in the opposite direction. With such cultivation and such a magical artifact, he was simply unable to cope. Even if he only entangled this person, he might lose his life. I must wait for the other peak Qi refining clansman and the old ancestor to arrive. Song Hui thought to himself as he flew. However, as he flew back, he sensed that Luo Nan's flying sword was actually flying towards him, seemingly intent on killing him. In an instant, Song Hui's heart was filled with extreme panic, and he hurriedly summoned 3 shields to encircle his body, protecting himself tightly. But the next moment, the azure spirit sword immediately transformed into a vengeful spirit, passing through the shields and wrapping around Song Hui's waist. Song Hui's expression froze, and his pupils dilated. His entire body was split into 2, with various internal organs mixed with blood pouring out from his upper torso. Luo Nan waved his hand, and the azure spirit sword immediately flew back, circling around his body. He sensed that the Song family was like a disturbed hornet's nest, with cultivators from the Song family appearing one after another. However, many Song family cultivators, seeing Song Hui's death, became timid and dared not pursue him. The magical artifacts they had just released also withdrew most of their magical power, slowing down their flight speed. They probably feared that Luo Nan, being unhappy, might pick one of them to sacrifice for his sword. Even Song Hui, at the peak of qi refining, was not Luo Nan's opponent, let alone them. Thus, many Song family cultivators waited for the foundation establishment cultivators of the Song family to act. Luo Nan, flying rapidly in the air, was naturally also vigilant about the Song family's foundation establishment cultivators. After all, he had never seen a foundation establishment cultivator before. He didn't know to what extent a foundation establishment cultivator's strength would reach compared to qi refining. However, he had already thought of a way to deal with foundation establishment cultivators. That was to summon necromancers from the dead spirit plane to hold back the foundation establishment cultivators. He had once obtained a dead spirit plane creature handbook from a necromancer society wizard apprentice. It contained summoning spells and wizardry formations for skeletons and zombies from the dead spirit plane. The strongest necromancers recorded in it were called high-level undead swordsmen. The book stated that summoning such creatures required lengthy incantations, difficult to construct wizardry formations, and consumed a lot of magical power. At least a formal wizard could consider summoning such creatures. Luo Nan summoned Grand Mist and brought up the content from the Dead Spirit Plane Creature Handbook. Following the incantation for summoning a high-level undead swordsman from it, he slowly began to chant. An ethereal but somewhat chilling chant emanated from Luo Nan's mouth. Summoning a high-level undead swordsman not only required chanting but also 2 casting materials. One was the wizard's fresh blood, and the other was the flesh and bones of a demonic beast. As for the wizard's fresh blood, Luo Nan didn't have any of his own, but he did have the fresh blood of a peak qi refining cultivator. His azure spirit sword was stained with the fresh blood of a peak qi refining cultivator. As he chanted, the residual blood on the azure spirit sword turned into a blood mist. At the same time, he took out the demonic beast flesh and bones he had previously collected in the demonic beast forest from his storage Zhuwuki. Under the spell, the blood mist formed from the cultivator's fresh blood mixed with the demonic beast flesh and bones, and in just a moment, it became a white light that descended and solidified at Luo Nan's feet. As Luo Nan flew in the air, this white light followed closely. As Luo Nan chanted, this white light gradually expanded. Before long, this white light had already become a circular wizardry formation the size of a tabletop. Within the wizardry formation were symbols and magic runes, appearing twisted, chaotic, and inexplicably complex. But only Luo Nan knew that these twisted, chaotic, and inexplicably complex symbols and magic runes were arranged according to a certain pattern. Because he constructed it by guiding magical power with his mental energy. In reality, summoning a high-level undead swordsman was about constructing a connecting channel to the dead spirit plane using incantations, mental energy, and casting materials. This connecting channel would lead to a high-level undead swordsman. Creatures of the dead spirit plane love to eat living beings, especially extraordinary ones. After eating an extraordinary being, the extraordinary being's mental energy would transform into their soul magical power, the extraordinary being's flesh and bones would integrate into their bodies, becoming part of their physical strength. Generally speaking, whenever a connecting channel opened, the necromancers on the other side would come over. And higher-level necromancers, possessing considerable intelligence, would consider whether to cross over if a connecting channel opened. Of course, their soul magical power, like divine sense, served for detection. They would detect the strength of the extraordinary being on the other side of the channel before deciding whether to cross over. Little friend, if you want a foundation establishment pill, our Song family can certainly give it to you, purely as a gesture of goodwill. Why do you need to expend so much effort and scheming? As Luo Nan flew, he felt an overwhelming pressure coming from behind him. At the same time, an aged voice, vast and mighty, seemed to emanate from all directions. He immediately knew that a foundation establishment cultivator of the Song family had emerged from seclusion. Little friend, stop. We won't make things difficult for you. As long as you become a guest elder in our Song family, we can even provide resources to help you cultivate to foundation establishment. There's no problem with that. Luo Nan remained silent, only flying forward. In his mouth, he continued to chant. The wizardry formation beneath his feet continuously expanded. Humph, you junior are truly rude. After wasting his breath, Luo Nan still didn't respond, and the Song family's foundation establishment cultivator became furious. Luo Nan immediately felt the pressure behind him getting closer and closer. Soon, Luo Nan flew to the city wall separating the tavern district and the shantytown district. The foundation establishment old ancestor's voice boomed, and the cultivators on the city wall naturally heard it. However, they dared not make a move. They merely cowered by the wall, trembling. Their cultivation was only from qi refining stage 7 to qi refining stage 9. Moreover, their pockets were empty, besides buying cultivation resources, they had no extra money to buy magical artifacts or talismans. And now, this person was being personally pursued by the Song family's foundation establishment old ancestor. Needless to say, his strength was far above theirs. They feared that even a slight obstruction would immediately lead to their demise. However, if they offered no resistance at all, the Song family would probably not let them go either. For a time, they were very conflicted, already thinking about how to leave the Still Truth Sect immortal realm and flee to other immortal realms. Luo Nan, in high-speed flight, was a black silhouette, and the wizardry formation beneath his feet was a white light, sweeping across the top of the city wall. Behind him was an old man with white beard, white eyebrows, white hair, and a white robe, chasing after Luo Nan. Behind the old man were numerous Song family cultivators. Song Yangtian, the head of the Song family, was also among them. Luo Nan and the Song family members flew rapidly over the shantytown district. Luo Nan and some of the Song family cultivators flew silently. But there were also some Song family members whose magical artifacts made whistling sounds, waking up the residents of the shantytown district below. The residents of the shantytown district came out to watch and saw a five-colored torrent formed by magical artifacts, like a meteor shower passing by, whistling past, a truly magnificent sight. Luo Nan's figure swept through the air, entering the misty forest, the boundary between the Still Truth Sect immortal realm and the secular world. The Song family's foundation establishment cultivator, Song Beixiao, also pursued him. But the next moment, Song Beixiao felt a powerful and sinister force suddenly appear in the forest. Immediately after, the mist churned, and a colossal figure leaped out from within. This colossal figure was a giant skeleton, approximately 3 meters tall. The skeleton's bones were a color resembling black iron. Its body was enveloped in a layer of solidified mist, as if it were the skeleton's armor. Inside the skeleton's bones, a ghostly green flame continuously erupted outwards. But this flame did not make one feel hot, instead, it exuded a chilling sensation. The giant skeleton's right hand held a pitch-black iron sword, well over a meter long, like holding a long tombstone. The blade of the iron sword was also wreathed in ghostly green flames. A mighty and sinister power surged from this skeleton. The trees around the skeleton burst into green flames. The high-level undead swordsman sniffed the alluring aura on Song Beixiao, seemingly suddenly excited, and the ghostly green flames erupting from its eye sockets and mouth instantly intensified. It stomped its foot and charged towards Song Beixiao. Damn it, that brat Song Yangtian led a demonic path practitioner into the Song family. Song Beixiao cursed upon seeing the giant skeleton. However, fortunately, although this giant skeleton was powerful, its mobility was inferior to his. Immediately, he shouted, "All Song family members retreat." He then used a flying spell, transforming into an afterimage, easily bypassing the high-level undead swordsman's grab, intending to continue pursuing Luo Nan. However, the next moment, he heard screams coming from behind him. It was the high-level undead swordsman's left hand, which generated a suction force. The souls of some Song family cultivators with low cultivation were rapidly pulled from their physical bodies, transforming into green light spots that converged towards the high-level undead swordsman. Upon seeing this, Song Beixiao's heart immediately fell into hesitation. He had to weigh whether to pursue Luo Nan or stay and save the Song family descendants. If he pursued Luo Nan, these Song family descendants would likely perish at the hands of this demonic creature. Moreover, among these Song family descendants, there might be some with potential who could become foundation establishment cultivators in the future, becoming pillars for the Song family's continuation. If he stayed to save the Song family descendants, he would likely not be able to find Luo Nan, and thus, a copy of the foundation establishment pill formula would be leaked. The situation was urgent, leaving no time for Song Beixiao to ponder. He only thought for a moment before deciding to stay and save the Song family descendants. After all, the foundation establishment pill formula was not exclusive to his Song family, even if a copy was leaked, it might not have much impact on his Song family. Although Luo Nan taking the foundation establishment pill formula and leaving like this made his anger hard to suppress. But for the sake of the Song family descendants, he could only swallow this resentment. Thinking of this, Song Beixiao immediately summoned a brass mirror. The mirror was ancient, with the carving of a vermilion bird flying on its back. This was his quasi-magic treasure, the vermilion bird mirror. With a thought, the vermilion bird mirror glowed with a fiery light, and then, streams of flame as thick as bowls shot out from the mirror, crossing the void realm and striking the high-level undead swordsman's left hand. The black iron-like bones glowed red from the scorching. Song Beixiao, seeing that this skeleton was an evil creature, summoned this fire-attribute quasi-magic treasure. This quasi-magic treasure had a drop of vermilion bird descendant Yao beast blood integrated into it during its refining. Therefore, the flames it released possessed a trace of the vermilion bird's flame power. And the vermilion bird's flame had a restraining effect on evil creatures. The high-level undead swordsman roared, its spell interrupted, and the green soul light that was converging towards it slowly flew back towards the physical bodies that had fallen to the ground due to losing their souls. The high-level undead swordsman raged, and the flames on its body surged upwards. It gripped the tombstone-like black iron greatsword with both hands, raised it above its head, and brought it down towards Song Beixiao. Song Beixiao immediately felt a crushing force descending from above with the black iron greatsword. The feeling was as if a part of the sky was suddenly collapsing on him. Song Beixiao was at the peak of the early stage of foundation establishment, he didn't know if he could win if he directly clashed with this descending sword from the evil creature. But fortunately, he didn't need to clash directly with this evil creature at all. Because the evil creature's mobility was inferior to his. Thinking of this, Song Baixiao dodged to the side. The high-level undead swordsman's descending sword immediately missed. The flames and sword pressure released by the strike carved a deep trench burning with green flames into the ground in front of it. Song Baixiao instantly flew high into the sky. The high-level undead swordsman, upon seeing this, also wanted to fly into the sky, but after rising less than a meter, it could no longer ascend. It was already accustomed to the dead spirit plane environment, where there were abundant energy particles, allowing it to float by borrowing these energy particles whenever it wished. However, it was now at the boundary of the Still Truth Sect Immortal Realm, where spiritual chi was sparse. No matter how hard it tried to guide energy particles, only sparse energy particles converged towards it. Its power was simply insufficient to lift its massive and heavy body. Song Baixiao flew into the sky, with the vermilion bird mirror suspended before him. He formed a hand seal and pointed at the vermilion bird mirror. From the brass-colored mirror surface, several more streaks of blazing flames shot out. The high-level undead swordsman blocked with his massive, wide black sword. These streaks of blazing flames all struck the blade of the black sword. Several spots on the sword blade began to glow red and burn slightly. The high-level undead swordsman swung his sword repeatedly, unleashing several sword pressures imbued with green flames, but Song Baixiao easily dodged them all. Because his attacks were ineffective, the high-level undead swordsman let out a roar. Puffs of green flames surged from the mouth and eye sockets of his skeletal head. Song Baixiao circled the high-level undead swordsman, continuously pointing his fingers. Streaks of blazing flames, like a continuous stream of pearls, shot out from the vermilion bird mirror, striking the high-level undead swordsman from all directions. The high-level undead swordsman could block one side, but not the other three. Before long, dozens of streaks of blazing flames struck his body. His green flames weakened, his black mist armor gradually thinned, and there were scorched marks all over his bones. The eerie death chi emanating from him was no longer as overwhelming as before. At this point, the high-level undead swordsman was completely in a state of being beaten. After letting out an unwilling roar, strange syllables came from his mouth. After about a quarter of an hour, the high-level undead swordsman's mist armor had almost completely dissipated. His bones were severely scorched. The strange syllables that had been continuously coming from his mouth suddenly stopped. Immediately after, a large amount of black mist surged from his body. In just a few moments, it enveloped him, and with a single swirl, his massive, nearly 3-meter-tall body vanished without a trace. Only a mess in the forest remained. Many areas of the forest floor were scorched black, and in several places, the high-level undead swordsman's eerie green flames and the vermilion bird mirror's brilliant red flames were still burning. Seeing the high-level undead swordsman disappear, Song Baixiao waved his hand, swept his sleeve over the vermilion bird mirror, and retrieved this quasi-magic treasure. He let out a long cry, calling all the Song family members who had previously moved away from the area to return. Although the souls of the Song family members who had their souls extracted had returned to their bodies, they were still very weak and lying on the ground due to the severe injury caused by the separation of their souls and physical bodies. Song Baixiao ordered people to take these Song family descendants back and give them medicinal pills for nourishing the soul. Then, he called Song Yangqian over. Song Yangqian, the Song family patriarch, felt ashamed facing Song Baixiao. After all, Luonan's entry was with his approval. No one knew that Luonan was so cunning, and moreover, a person of the demonic path. Song Baixiao saw Song Yangqian bowing his head, sweat seeping from his forehead, looking as if he was awaiting punishment. He thought that Luonan's cunning was too deep, and Song Yangqian would have difficulty identifying his true identity for a while. Moreover, Song Yangqian was in charge of managing the Song family. If he were to scold him, it would affect Song Yangqian's prestige in the eyes of the other Song family members. Thus, Song Baixiao could only sigh inwardly and say, Luonan should have escaped to the secular world. Send people to inquire about his whereabouts. Song Yangqian hesitated. Old ancestor, the secular world is dozens of times larger than the cultivation world, and spiritual chi is scarce. It will be difficult to find him. Then let the rulers of the secular world search, Song Baixiao said. This Luonan is a person of the demonic path. Wherever he passes, he will surely leave bloody traces. As long as the rulers inquire where large numbers of mortals have died in the kingdoms they govern, or where strange incidents have occurred, it will be easy to pinpoint the location of this demonic path individual. If this fellow merely passes through the secular world and needs to re-enter the cultivation world, then find people to monitor the various entrances to our immortal realm. If any situation is discovered, immediately send back a message. Upon hearing this, Song Yangqian immediately excused himself and found people to handle it. Only Song Baixiao remained in place, recalling the recent events, and the more he recalled, the more his resentment grew. After the passage to the dead spirit plane opened, Luonan had already left the misty forest and flew towards the secular world. As for the power of the high-level undead swordsman that was summoned later, and the strength of the Song family's foundation establishment cultivators, he knew nothing. In any case, he had successfully escaped. Next, he only needed to return to the wizard world, raise his cultivation to the peak of Qi refining 12th layer, and then cultivate the Azure Lotus White Lotus art and God Evolution art to their highest levels. After his essence, Qi, and spirit were all enhanced, he would consume a foundation establishment pill and undergo foundation establishment. After foundation establishment, he would return to the Still Truth Sect Immortal Realm and plan to enter the Still True Sect. After entering the Still True Sect, he could inquire about the Earth Immortal Dao of the Everlasting Life Sect. Luonan pondered in his mind as he flew through the air. He exited the misty forest and arrived in Zhao country. However, his residence was in Wei Kingdom. So, after flying for a while, he changed direction and flew towards Wei Kingdom. At this time, only 30% of his internal magic power remained, all due to the significant consumption of his magic power from opening the passage to summon the high-level undead swordsman. Moreover, this was the secular world, where spiritual chi was exceptionally scarce. When he cast the wizardry magnetic surge, he could no longer utilize the surrounding energy particles, almost entirely relying on his own magic power. The distance between Zhao country and Wei Kingdom was quite far, and if he were to fly all the way, his magic power would be considerably depleted. Thus, he took out a bottle of magic power recovery potion from his storage Zhuwuki, aimed it at his mouth, and gulped it down. After drinking one bottle, he drank another. As the medicine took effect, his magic power recovered faster. Additionally, his 2 natal longevity trees in the wizard world were refining heaven and earth spiritual chi to restore his magic power. In this way, his magic power recovery speed completely caught up with the rate of magic power consumption. After flying for about 2 hours, he arrived at his residence in Wei Kingdom. It's been a few months since I left, and I only left a little food for the test subjects back then. I wonder if they're dead or not. Luo Nan thought, then swept his divine sense. The formal wizard who focused on body refining was, needless to say, still quite vigorous in life force. And the weakest necromancer society wizard apprentice, although his chi was like a faint thread, still had breath. It seems the life force of wizards is quite strong. Luo Nan thought, then went to buy some food and entered the basement to feed these test subjects. Afterward, he returned to the wizard world. From then on, Luo Nan secluded himself in the flat house in the wizard world, cultivating and growing daily. 3 days passed, and Luo Nan sat cross-legged beneath the golden glowing natal longevity tree, cultivating the ancient wood longevity skill. The heaven and earth spiritual chi around him, which were energy particles, flowed into his meridians like water. Suddenly, the energy particles around him trembled, accelerating their influx into his body. He felt it in his heart and immediately summoned Grand Mist, bringing up the values. Ancient wood longevity skill, perfection. It turned out that the proficiency of the ancient wood longevity skill had also reached perfection. This meant that his speed in absorbing and refining heaven and earth spiritual chi using the ancient wood longevity skill had reached its maximum. Besides cultivating the ancient wood longevity skill, Luo Nan also spent time daily cultivating the Azure Lotus White Lotus art and the God Evolution art. The Azure Lotus White Lotus art is a body cultivator method, which has a different chi circulation route compared to the ancient wood longevity skill. However, the Azure Lotus White Lotus art is a wood cultivation technique, and his green wood spirit body, heart of nature, and the holy tree light blessed by his natal longevity tree all promote the cultivation of this cultivation technique. He sat cross-legged under his natal longevity tree, with his hands raised to the sky, in a posture of holding a pagoda. The wood energy particles around him began to gather towards him. They permeated his skin and flesh through his pores, continuously strengthening his physique, making his muscles firmer and more resilient, and the life force in his flesh more vigorous. After cultivating the Azure Lotus White Lotus art, Luo Nan began to cultivate the God Evolution art. The God Evolution art is a cultivation technique for splitting divine sense. The prerequisite for splitting divine sense is, naturally, extremely strong mental energy. God Evolution art, Great Master 67%. His God Evolution art had reached the Great Master rank, and his mental energy had also risen accordingly. With a thought, his mental energy was released from between his eyebrows. Behind him was a flower pot, in which a natal longevity tree seed was buried. After he slipped away from the Song family, he brought this flower pot out. He used his mental energy to lift the flower pot from below, and it floated up. His mental energy had reached the point where he could move objects. However, when he usually refines medicine, he still uses the wizard's hand for assistance. After all, the wizard's hand had already established a model in his mind, and its efficiency in utilizing mental energy and magic power was much higher than directly using mental energy. After cultivating for more than 2 hours, Luo Nan had a thought and gave an instruction to Grand Mist to display his stats. Lifespan, 469. Strength, 76. Mental energy, 78. Magic power, 79. Cultivation realm, Chi refining 12th layer. Wizard rank, 1st level formal wizard. Currently, his 3 stats were already much higher than those of a Chi refining 12th layer cultivator. Song Yangtian, the Song family clan chief, had much lower stats than him. After checking his stats, Luo Nan focused his mind and continued to cultivate. As the Kingdom Martial Arts tournament drew near, Triumphant City became increasingly lively. When Luo Nan went to the tavern for a meal, he saw many bards pouring into the tavern. They held various musical instruments, recounting stories and legends from different places. And in the tavern, there were also many boldly dressed women. Judging by their accents, they too came from various parts of the Valiant Kingdom, all having arrived here for the Kingdom Martial Arts tournament. Luo Nan, meanwhile, inquired daily about the news of various families entering Triumphant City. However, the Fleming family had not yet arrived. Perhaps the Fleming family won't enter Triumphant City. Luo Nan couldn't help but think. After all, the Fleming family intended to rebel, and he had reported this matter to the Wizard Council. Perhaps the royal family was watching the Fleming family, setting up ambushes on their way here, and would directly kill them upon encountering them. Or perhaps the Fleming family, with a guilty conscience, dared not participate in the martial arts tournament, fearing being trapped in Triumphant City. Luo Nan thought while eating his dinner. Pigeon meat pie, white wine, and cheese steak. Before long, Luonan finished his dinner, paid the bill, and walked out of the tavern. Ever since the Necromancer Society caused trouble in the lower city, Triumphant City's nighttime curfew had been moved up. And now, because tourists from all over the kingdom had poured into Triumphant City, the curfew time had been moved even earlier. This way, it would be easier for the royal family wizards and knights to maintain law and order in the kingdom at night. After Luonan left the tavern, the sky was completely dark, and stars appeared in the night sky. As soon as he left, the customers in the tavern also left one after another. Those tourists from all over the country, after leaving the tavern, some went into inns, while others went to pleasure districts for the night. Luonan returned to his flat house, and about half an hour later, the curfew bell rang. Outside, there were sounds of hurried footsteps. Luonan walked to the botanical garden, sat down cross-legged under his natal longevity tree, and began to cultivate. In the following days, Luonan cultivated day and night. His chi-refining cultivation, and the proficiency of his Azure Lotus White Lotus art and God Evolution art, continuously advanced towards the peak. One day, while he was cultivating, he suddenly felt someone walking towards his flat house. With his current mental energy, when he released his divine sense, he could perceive everything within a radius of about 1,000 meters. As soon as someone entered this range, he could immediately sense it. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. The person who entered his perception range was none other than his elder brother, Lion Lawrence. He sensed with his divine sense that his elder brother's physique was at the late stage of Golden Knight strength, very close to the Golden Knight peak. It seemed that those people in the square were not just bragging, their information was indeed well informed. Not long after. Knock knock knock. A knocking sound rang out. Who is it? Luonan asked, knowing the answer. It's Lion, Lion replied from outside. Luonan immediately closed the doors to the botanical garden and the laboratory. He walked to the main door of the flat house, unlocked it, and pulled it open, seeing the travel-worn Lion standing outside. Lion, compared to when he had seen him before, had not changed in height, but looked much stronger. He had a messy and wild head of black hair, almost reaching his shoulders due to not being trimmed for a long time. Lion's beard on his face seemed to have been shaved, but not cleanly. His cheeks and chin still had dense stubble and beard roots. He was wearing black leather armor, a cross-sword strapped to his back, and a cowhide bag with some dark stains slung over his shoulder. Looking at him, he no longer resembled a noble's eldest son, but rather a mercenary. Luonan. Lion immediately stepped forward and embraced Luonan. Oh. Lion suddenly seemed surprised. Luonan, after some time apart, your body seems to have become much stronger. It seems that wizards do have methods to improve one's physique. Luonan nodded and went to close the door. His current physique was already stronger than Lion's, who was at the late stage of Golden Knight, but he naturally wouldn't say that. After closing the door, the two sat down at the dining table. Luonan used the wizard's hand to retrieve a copper goblet from the kitchen. Lion watched the cup float over, and couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. I never thought that our Lawrence family would also produce a wizard. After the cup floated over, it landed steadily on the dining table. Luonan then picked up the silver wine jug and poured wine for Lion and himself. Lion watched the deep purple wine pour out of the jug and said, "This wine is good." After the two drank the wine, Lion said, "Luonan, you should know why I came here, right?" Luonan smiled, "Of course, I've heard your deeds from the idlers in the square of Triumphant City several times." Liang nodded, "I did have an extraordinary encounter at the border. My purpose in coming here is to participate in the Kingdom Martial Arts Tournament. I am already close to Golden Knight Peak. If I want to advance further, I need to find a wizard to perform physical body modification for me. The Kingdom Martial Arts Tournament is undoubtedly the best opportunity. If I'm lucky enough to win first place, I'll be able to receive personal modification from the legendary wizard Dolifa Augustus. If my physical body modification is successful, the family's strength will greatly increase. With me as a grafted knight and you becoming a formal wizard, the family's power will be enough to elevate us to one of the top families in the southeast province." Luonan listened quietly, drank a glass of wine, and said, "A lot has happened in the Valiant Kingdom during the time you were fighting the orcs at the border. You've heard about the Necromancer Society causing trouble, right?" Liang nodded. "During that time, I corresponded with my family and knew that the Necromancer Society's rebellion in the southeast province was suppressed by the Fleming family's wizards." Luonan continued, "In Triumphant City, I heard news that the Fleming family intends to rebel and is colluding with the Necromancer Society. The suppression of the Necromancer Society's rebellion was entirely an act staged by the Fleming family and the Necromancer Society." Upon hearing this news, Liang's dark eyes flashed with surprise. "Where did this news come from? Is it reliable?" Luonan nodded, "Very reliable." Liang frowned slightly, "Then doesn't the royal family know about this?" Luonan drank a glass of wine, "They should know. Then why hasn't the royal family acted yet?" Liang's expression was solemn. "Perhaps this Kingdom Martial Arts Tournament is the royal family's move," Luonan replied. He paused, then added, "Actually, it's better if there isn't a big move. If the royal family and the Fleming family directly engage in battle, I think our family will definitely be forced to send troops to participate. At that time, we would hope the Fleming family wins more. That way, our family is more likely to become a founding hero rather than a rebellious party." After pouring Liang a glass of wine, Luonan continued. "This Kingdom Martial Arts Tournament is probably very deep. It's best not to participate. If you need to find a wizard for physical body modification, there will be other opportunities." Liang listened, pondered for a moment, then nodded. Since that's the case, I won't participate in this kingdom martial arts tournament. I need to hurry home and see how my father and younger brother are doing. If what you say is true, with the kingdom martial arts tournament being held, the Fleming family will likely conscript various nobles within the southeast province to fight alongside them. During the battle, royal family wizards might also assist, and they could be in danger. Luonan said, I'll go with you, but please wait for me for a day or two. Luonan had two reasons for waiting a day or two. Firstly, he needed to move everything in the flat house. The kingdom martial arts tournament was approaching, and if his predictions were correct, Triumphant City would no longer be peaceful during this time. He also didn't know if the war would spread to the middle city. But to be cautious, he had to move his natal longevity tree. He would move it back after the war subsided. Secondly, he needed to get equipment for Liang. A golden knight in the late stage, although his physical body strength couldn't compare to his own, was still stronger than a first-level formal wizard who didn't follow the body refining path. With equipment, his strength could increase significantly, and within a certain range, it might even be possible to kill a first-level formal wizard. Thinking of this, Luonan boiled water for Liang to bathe. After Liang sat in the bathtub, Luonan went to the botanical garden. With a thought, he first transmigrated to the cultivation world. His figure appeared in a residence in the Wei Kingdom. He immediately left the residence, cast magnetic surge, and flew towards a desolate, uninhabited deep mountain and old forest. This deep mountain and dense forest was located on a mountain range. Because there were man-eating beasts deep in the forest, and the trees were dense, obscuring the sky. Therefore, mortals would not venture here. As for cultivators, they would even less likely venture here. The spiritual qi in the secular world was extremely thin, and cultivators cultivated very slowly there, so they naturally didn't want to get involved. If cultivators went to the secular world, they would go to prosperous places like the capital cities of the secular world. Cultivators would absolutely not come to this deep mountain and old forest. When Luonan landed in the forest, he had a thought and transmigrated back to the wizard world. Then, he returned with 2 natal longevity trees and a very young natal longevity tree sapling. 2 natal longevity trees with well-developed root systems, along with a flower pot, descended from the sky. The 2 natal longevity trees had well-developed root systems, like a dense net, and they still carried the soil of the wizard world. Splash! The 2 large trees landed on the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Luonan immediately cast speed growth technique to help the 2 natal longevity trees take root in the forest. Immediately, 2 green light beams struck the 2 natal longevity trees respectively. The roots of the 2 natal longevity trees drilled into the ground like snakes. Then, they spread underground. Rustling sounds came from underground. The roots continuously spread, reaching the roots of other trees. All the nutrients in the soil where those trees were located were absorbed by the 2 natal longevity trees. The nutrients from this large forest should be enough for the natal longevity trees to absorb for a good while. Triumphant City, after all, has the legendary wizard Dolifa Augustus guarding it, so even if there's unrest, it shouldn't last too long. Luonan thought to himself, and after a while longer, the roots of the natal longevity tree stopped spreading. With the natal longevity tree transplanted here, the cultivation of his Yi Wood Dharma body could be considered paused. However, he was not in a hurry. He thought to himself that if Triumphant City remained in turmoil for a long time, he might be able to find another place in the wizard world to plant the natal longevity tree. However, if he was far from Triumphant City, collecting cultivation resources would be extremely inconvenient. Let's see first. Luonan returned to the wizard world, at which point Liang had not yet finished bathing. He then took the Azure Spirit Emerald Cloud Bamboo from the cellar to the cultivation world as well. After returning, he waited a little longer. After Liang finished bathing and changed into clean casual clothes, he walked out of the flat house with him. Luonan led Liang towards the lower city. He had to get equipment for Liang. If it were him, a wizard and knight without proper registration, to buy equipment, it would cost him several times the price. Because this money included the price for the shop owner to violate the kingdom's laws. But Liang was a genuine registered knight. He and Liang could openly buy equipment in various shops. With the assistance of Divine Sense and Grand Mist, as soon as he saw good goods, he would immediately make a move. After all, he now had quite a few Valent gold coins in his Lani Vault account. These were all his share from Paul selling anti-aging potion and blackening removal agent. Especially with the recent increase in tourists in Triumphant City, his income had also increased significantly. Luonan first bought Liang a Berserker Greatsword. This greatsword was palm-wide and nearly 1.3 meters long. It was engraved with sharp magic runes, explosive magic runes, armor-breaking magic runes, and law-breaking magic runes. At the connection between the blade and the hilt, 2 black stones with colorful patterns were inlaid on each side. Luonan knew at a glance that these were the currency of the Wizard Island's magic stones. Magic stones contained magic power. And the hilt of this great sword was made of a metal that easily conducted mental energy. Even if a knight didn't have the formidable mental energy of a wizard, he could still conduct mental energy through this metal to the magic stone, thereby activating the magic stone's magic power. Once magic power was transmitted to the blade, it could activate the magic runes on the blade, triggering special effects. Luonan used his divine sense to probe deeper into the 2 magic stones and estimated that these special effects could be triggered about 50 times. If the magic stone's magic power was depleted, it could be replaced with another magic stone. However, a sword is used for combat. If the magic runes were damaged during combat, the power after the special effects were triggered would decrease. If the sword was completely damaged, the special effects would naturally not be triggered. Luo Nan used Grand Mist to analyze the alloy of this sword. The data presented in his mind showed that the value of this alloy was about 1% of mithril, which was not bad. After buying the sword, he and Liang walked into a wizard shop and bought Liang a storage ring. The storage ring's activation did not require magic power, only mental energy was needed, so knights could also use it. However, knights with weak mental energy would find it much more difficult to retrieve items than wizards. Luo Nan told Liang to put the Berserker Greatsword in the storage ring and take it out when needed. After all, carrying such a dangerous weapon on one's back, even wrapped in black cloth, would be conspicuous. If enemies saw it, they would become vigilant, and the element of surprise would be lost. Liang listened and felt that Luo Nan's words resonated deeply with him. After all, he was also a veteran who had experienced many wars. Moreover, he was more skilled in tactics than Luo Nan, and his cunning methods on the battlefield were superior to Luo Nan's. From the beginning of the pacification of the southeast province, he had displayed a talent for warfare, winning against stronger opponents. At the border, he often faced powerful individuals like orc wizards and grafted knights, while he and his soldiers were just a group of knights who had not undergone physical body modification. This required him to use more surprising methods to win. Unlike Luo Nan, whose few battles were all one-sided power crushes. Since he began cultivating, the only person stronger than him he had encountered was a foundation establishment cultivator from the Song family in the cultivation world. However, that time, he didn't fight, instead, he summoned a high-level undead swordsman and then slipped away. After buying the Berserker Greatsword and the storage ring, Luo Nan went to a knight armor shop and bought its prized possession, a force field armor ring. This ring was the masterpiece of a formal wizard. The ring was pure silver, with intricate magic runes carved on it. As long as a knight activated it with his mental energy, armor would appear on the knight's body. Luo Nan had Liang try it on in the shop. After Liang activated the ring, a layer of grey-silver armor appeared on his body. Luo Nan swept his divine sense over it and immediately sensed that the patterns on the armor formed 3 interconnected wizardry formations. The wizardry formations utilized the surrounding energy particles to form a protective force field on the surface of the armor. After sensing it for a while, Luo Nan discovered that there were significant flaws at the connections of these 3 interconnected wizardry formations. This would weaken the power of the protective force field, and parts of the force field would be quite weak. As long as this weak point was hit, the entire force field would immediately collapse. I'll buy it first, and then I'll make some modifications to remove these flaws. Luo Nan thought, then paid for it. Spending so much money would certainly attract attention. However, Liang was acquainted with a royal family wizard. The orc wizard's secret medicine that Liang had taken was given to him by that royal family wizard. If Liang could spend so much money, anyone with a keen eye could easily link Liang's wealth to that wizard with a little inquiry. Royal family wizards were highly esteemed, so even if someone wanted to verify Liang's relationship with that wizard, it would be very difficult to do so. Besides, even if he said this money was earned by him, others would find it hard to believe. After all, outwardly, he was just a level 1 apprentice wizard. Therefore, Luo Nan acted with much less apprehension. Liang was a bit astonished to see Luo Nan spend so lavishly. Even their father wouldn't be so extravagant. After buying the force field armor ring and leaving the shop, Liang couldn't help but ask Luo Nan, "Where did you get so many gold coins?" Luo Nan replied, "I have a formal wizard backing me." Liang listened and asked no further questions. With a formal wizard backing him, this amount of gold coins was indeed nothing. Subsequently, Luo Nan entered another knight shop and bought Liang a set of soft armor. This soft armor was worn close to the body, specifically to deal with sudden attacks. "What about you? What defensive equipment do you have?" After Luo Nan had purchased a full set of equipment for him, Liang couldn't help but ask. Luo Nan smiled, "I'm a wizard. As long as I want to, I can cast protective wizardry." Liang listened, sighed at the difference between wizards and knights, then, after eating and drinking to their fill at a tavern with Luo Nan, the two rented 2 fast horses modified with wizardry in Triumphant City and galloped out of the city. Both were riding horses, wearing cloaks and hoods. At high speed, their cloaks flapped loudly. After leaving the city, they discussed and decided to ride straight back to the southeast province. They would see if they encountered any armies on the way, if not, they would return to Redwood territory. Along the way, Luo Nan relied on the map he had memorized with Grand Mist to identify directions. He hadn't expected that Liang was equally accurate with directions. Liang said that he had been interested in terrain since childhood, and by the age of 12, he had memorized the kingdom's map by heart. After this trip to the border, once verified, he had memorized the routes. As the 2 horses galloped, Luo Nan secretly took out several wind-chasing talisman from his cloak and used them on both of them. Immediately, the horses' running speed suddenly accelerated. Liang felt the enhancement and said, "When I was fighting the orcs at the border, there were also wizards who cast this kind of speed-enhancing wizardry on the soldiers. Even with our speed enhanced, we were only barely on par with the opposing orc army that had undergone bloodline modification. That wizard at the time could cast speed-enhancing wizardry on over 3,000 people simultaneously. I haven't met that wizard, but with such ability, he should hold a high position in the royal family." Luo Nan and Lai Dun chatted about border affairs while galloping towards the southeast province. The horses' hooves kicked up dust as they galloped along the way. All along the way, Luo Nan paid attention to the traces on the road. Whether using his naked eye, divine sense, or grand mist, he found no signs of large-scale troop movements on the road. Could it be that they aren't taking this route? Or did the Fleming family not intend to raise an army or participate in the kingdom martial arts tournament, but rather retreat into the southeast province? Luo Nan felt puzzled. Of course, Luo Nan wasn't the only one noticing the traces. Lai Dun also noticed and raised the same question as Luo Nan. After about a day, the two finally arrived in the southeast province. Without rest for a day, even the two horses modified by a wizard couldn't endure it. If Luo Nan hadn't cast a healing spell on the two horses along the way, they would have likely collapsed, foaming at the mouth. Both of them could be considered important figures in the southeast province. So, Luo Nan took out an elementary metamorphosis potion and had Lai Dun take it. Lai Dun was astonished when he saw the elementary metamorphosis potion. Although he was only a knight, he knew that this type of potion was a prohibited item in the kingdom. Possession of it would result in a death sentence. He also didn't know what Luo Nan had experienced in Triumphant City to obtain such a potion. After taking the transformation potion and changing their appearance, the two entered the southeast province from a fortress. The soldiers guarding the fortress asked about their purpose for entering the southeast province. The two had already prepared their excuse beforehand, and after giving some toll money, they were able to enter the southeast province smoothly. After entering the southeast province, Luo Nan and Lai Dun rode their horses towards Redwood territory. Along the way, they observed that the customs and traditions of the southeast province remained unchanged. Estates were operating, markets were bustling with trade, and tenants were working in the fields. There was no sign of rebellion or impending war. Luo Nan and Lai Dun entered Redwood territory and galloped to their family's city. Compared to Triumphant City, this city appeared much smaller and simpler, but since a baron resided there, it was clean. Luo Nan and Lai Dun entered and headed towards the castle where they lived. The castle was a 5-story building with a pointed roof made of dark blue bricks. The transformation potion's effect hadn't worn off, so Luo Nan and Lai Dun still looked like strangers. When they arrived at the castle, they were immediately stopped by the castle guards. Who are you? A guard asked, blocking Luo Nan and Lai Dun with his hand. We are from the Tuer family and wish to see Baron Lai Dun, Luo Nan said. The Tuer family, like the Lawrence family, was a noble family in the southeast province, both being of mid-tier status, though the Tuer family's strength was slightly higher than the Lawrence family. Hearing Luo Nan state his origin, the guard did not dare to be negligent and immediately ran into the castle. Soon after, a middle-aged man in black leather armor walked out. Luo Nan and Lai Dun both recognized him as their uncle, Duran Lawrence. Hey, sirs, may I know your names? Duran Lawrence's long face broke into a smile as he spoke to the two. Boer Tuer. Sidin Tuer. The two each stated the names of two young members of the Tuer family. They knew that although their family was aware of the Tuer family's existence, their father had only met the Tuer family's clan chief at very few public gatherings. However, they had never met the younger generation of the Tuer family. After drinking the transformation potion, they had changed their hair color to brown. The Tuer family coincidentally had brown hair. Their family members only knew that the Tuer family had brown hair, but they couldn't distinguish them by other features. After they stated their names, their uncle Duran recalled that there were indeed two such names in this generation of the Tuer family. Duran smiled after hearing this. May I know why you two are looking for my elder brother? I can convey your message. Luo Nan asked, where is Baron Lai Dun? Duran replied, Baron Lai Dun is currently assisting his third son with his night cultivation and cannot receive guests for a short time. Please forgive him. Luo Nan pretended to ponder for a moment, then gave Lai Dun a look, and the two immediately left. Father and Bran are not in the castle. After walking some distance away, Luo Nan transmitted his voice. With his divine sense now, he could completely cover the castle. And the castle had no wizardry to block divine sense. Everything inside the castle was perceived by him. Lai Dun felt this was a wizard's method, so he didn't ask further. He thought for a moment, then said, could it be that Father and Bran have both gone with the Fleming family? He paused, then immediately said, let's go see if the troop strength has decreased. Immediately, Luo Nan and Lai Dun went to several knight territories affiliated with Redwood territory to visit the lords. After a tour, they found that the lords of those knight territories were nowhere to be seen. Luo Nan swept his divine sense and knew that the lords were not in their castles. Father and the others must have been forced by the Fleming family to send troops, Luo Nan said. But why are there no traces of troop movements on the road? Lai Dun fell into deep thought. Logically, once troops are dispatched, grain and supplies would be transported by carts, leaving very obvious traces on the road. It's possible they are using Zhuwuki to transport military supplies. A thought arose in Luo Nan's mind, and he said. Then, other knights and wizards are very likely to disperse and head towards Triumphant City. They will then reassemble in Triumphant City. Immediately, the two discussed it, then mounted their horses and galloped back towards Triumphant City. Valiant Kingdom, Central Province. Lai Dun Lawrence and Bran Lawrence, along with 4 others, dressed in civilian clothes, were hurrying along a road. Among the other 4, there was one person from the Fleming family. The others were knights conscripted by the Fleming family. Since they were conscripted, they roughly knew what the Fleming family intended to do. They had thought of refusing during the conscription. And at this moment, they also thought of escaping. The person sent by the Fleming family to guard them was only a knight. If they united, they could definitely kill this knight. However, when the Fleming family conscripted them, they threatened them with their family members. They were all important figures in their families and had a strong sense of family loyalty. If they refused to send troops, or if they escaped midway, the Fleming family would send wizards to slaughter their entire families. Just as Luo Nan had guessed, the Fleming family member guarding them carried a zhuoyuki. Inside it were their armor and weapons. They would only be given to them when needed. These days, Lai Dun and Bran secretly discussed when the Fleming family member left. They felt that they absolutely could not escape when they reached the assembly point. Because once they reached the assembly point, the Fleming family would very likely count the numbers, and if they left, it would implicate the entire Lorentz family. Their best time to escape would be after the battle began. However, they were fighting against the royal family, and being in the formation at that time, it would be difficult to say if they could escape undetected. Augustus V devised a plan for the Kingdom Martial Arts Tournament, intending to lure the families to Triumphant City. His idea was to ambush them midway when the families sent their troops. However, Yusef Fleming, the clan chief of the Fleming family, used this strategy against him. He took advantage of the current situation where wandering knights, bards, and citizens from various social strata throughout the country were heading towards Triumphant City. He had his knights and wizards, dressed in civilian clothes, blend into the crowds heading towards Triumphant City, making it impossible for the royal family's scouts to ascertain the whereabouts of his army. And he himself was even more thoroughly hidden, completely undiscoverable by others. Thus, Dolifa Augustus could not ascertain his whereabouts for a time, nor could he ambush him midway. At the same time, also heading towards Triumphant City were Necromancer Society followers from various strongholds in the Valiant Kingdom, as well as another family conspiring with the Fleming family. A day later, Lai Dun and Bran's 6-person team met another 10-person team. At this point, they were not far from Triumphant City. As soon as the troops slowly assembled, war could break out at any moment. Both of these Fleming family members took out armor and weapons and had them put them on. Because the troops were about to assemble, and once assembled, they might have to fight the royal family, and at that time, they wouldn't have time to put on armor. Soon, they put on their armor and picked up their weapons. Lai Dun wore silver plate armor, his figure tall and strong, holding a broadsword. Bran's figure was tall and slender, his arms longer than average, moving with great agility. He wore chainmail, which, though lower in defense, allowed for greater mobility. This suited his agile swordsmanship. Besides the crossguard sword in his hand, he also had a short sword in a leather sheath tied to his waist. He had practiced left-hand sword, and this short sword was conveniently placed on his right waist, making it easy for him to draw with his left hand and unexpectedly slit his opponent's throat. Among these 16 people, 2 of them, as soon as they put on their armor and picked up their weapons, suddenly erupted, wielding sharp swords, and charged towards the 2 Fleming family members. These 2 Fleming family members were also knights. Moreover, they only put on their own armor after distributing armor to the other knights. At this moment, when the 2 suddenly erupted knights charged at them, they had not yet fully donned their armor. Clang! Just as the swords in the hands of the 2 erupting knights were about to strike the Fleming family members, 2 other knights blocked their attacks on behalf of the Fleming family members. Are you crazy? If they die, our families will be buried with them. The blocking knight shouted. The 2 erupting knights' faces showed despair. Do you know what we are about to face? It's the royal family, it's wizards. If we go, we will surely die. The Fleming family members, now fully armored, looked at the 2 knights. One of them had a confident smile on his face. You will not die. With the great war imminent, I shall reveal to you a bit of our family's strength. Our family, besides having the Necromancer Society as an aid, also has the assistance of 2 other families from the 7 Great Wizard family. The kingdom legendary wizard Duo Li Fa was injured in the last battle with the Necromancer Society and cannot exert his full strength. It can be said that our going this time is an absolute victory. When the clan chief ascends the throne, you will be founding heroes. The territories and resources you will gain afterward are simply incomparable to what you have now. These words were all instructed by Yusef. The purpose was to boost the morale of the knights as they gathered from scattered groups and were about to reach Triumphant City. Upon hearing the Fleming family member speak, some knights among the dozen or so indeed had eyes gleaming with hope. Lai Dun and Bran exchanged glances, both knowing that the other was unmoved. They would not bravely charge just because of what the Fleming family said. After saying these words, the Fleming family members led everyone towards Triumphant City, intending to meet up with other teams. After walking for a while, the ruby rings on the hands of the 2 Fleming family members simultaneously glowed red. Wizards approaching. The Fleming family members' faces showed alertness, and they quickly gave orders. Disperse, form ranks, watch out for wizards. Lai Dun and Bran and the others immediately grasped their swords with both hands and dispersed in different directions. This was their agreed-upon strategy for dealing with wizards along the way. They faced different directions to observe which direction someone was coming from. The first person to spot them could give a warning. They spread out to defend against the wizard's large-scale wizardry. This way. This way too. Soon, several knights from the southeast and northwest gave warnings. They saw people dressed in wizard potion rushing towards them like a swift wind. Keep moving, don't get hit by wizardry. The Fleming family members shouted. Immediately, Lai Dun and Bran and the others moved, weaving through the forest, their night figures occasionally obscured by tree trunks, but they still maintained a certain formation. This time, the conscription by Yusef only recruited knights of silver rank and above. And among these 16 people, the lowest ranked knight was Bran, who had just broken through to late stage silver rank a few days ago. These 16 people all had extremely strong mobility and coordination. While maintaining their formation, they all moved in one direction. That direction was the assembly point for the main force. If the main force assembled further, they might encounter the Fleming family's wizards. In this way, their probability of survival would be much greater. Soon, they clearly saw the appearance of the two wizards. These two wizards were both very young, around 20 years old, with contemptuous smiles on their faces. They galloped close, then both pointed their magical wand forward. Immediately, a fireball shot out from the tip of both magical wands, heading towards their formation. Boom! The fireball, originally only the size of a fist, became as large as a head after crossing the void realm, and it slammed into their formation. The knights in the formation scattered. Two crimson fireballs, each the size of a human head, slammed into the ground. Like giant rocks falling into shallow water, a burst of flames, along with mud, splashed in all directions. Although these two fireballs didn't hit anyone, their shockwaves were extremely powerful. The three knights closest to the two fireballs were suddenly sent flying sideways, their figures leaving after images in the air. After each crashing through a tree, they slid a distance on the ground and then lay motionless, their fates unknown. Besides knocking these three knights flying, the shockwaves also almost completely disrupted their formation. Everyone else was more or less affected by the shockwaves. I surrender, I surrender. I'll tell you anything you want to know. One of the knights had only heard of the name wizard before, but had never seen a wizard in action. Now, witnessing the power of the wizard, even though these two were only level 3 wizard apprentice, it still made him tremble with fear. He threw his sword to the ground with a clang. Then he raised his hands high and shouted. However, these two level 3 wizard apprentice seemed to be enjoying the killing. They looked at the knight, a sneer twisting their lips, and simultaneously extended their magical wand, pointing it at the knight. Two fireballs immediately shot through the air, and in an instant, they smashed towards the knight. Seeing this, the knight cursed, activated the power of his life seed, pushed off the ground, and hastily dodged. However, the two fireballs collided beside him, exploding into a huge ball of flame. The shockwave, carrying the flames, enveloped his physical body like a robe. Ah! Amidst the knight's screams, the flames penetrated his armor and began to burn his physical body. The knight struggled constantly, trying to remove his armor. However, the more the flames burned, the weaker he became. A pair of burning hands trembled and frantically tried to untie the ropes binding his armor, but he just couldn't do it. Before long, the knight lay on the ground. His armor was burned black, and his physical body was charred and rotten, a smell of burning flesh rising from within the armor. In just this short time, 4 had fallen. The knights were deeply wary of the wizard's strength. Although they were confident that they would have a greater advantage in close combat, they dared not charge forward. They feared that if they went up, a fireball would come straight at them, and they would perish there. As the knights retreated, the two wizard apprentice pursued them. They were both students of the Kingdom Wizard Academy, tasked with searching for rebels near Triumphant City. Yusuf Fleming's strategy initially did deceive the royal family. The royal family wizard and knights traveled thousands of miles to the southeast province, searching for traces of the Fleming family army, but found nothing. Then, they realized what had happened and sent a message back to Triumphant City to inform them. Only then did the royal family send people to search around Triumphant City. But by this time, the Fleming family army had already arrived one after another. After searching for a while, these two wizard apprentices discovered this team of knights and, feeling no energy particles fluctuations from them, knew they couldn't use wizardry, and immediately relaxed. These two were both children of wizard family, and in their daily lives at the Kingdom Wizard Academy, they mostly studied and rarely fought. In the wizard duels at the academy, with professors present and various defensive measures in place, they found it unexciting. During demonic beast hunts, they used wizardry to blast demonic beast with lower intelligence than themselves, which they also found boring. For them, only killing was the most fun. However, the Kingdom of Wizards law prohibited killing, except in war. The two wizard apprentices smiled, pointing their magical wand in the air. Fireballs, one after another, hurled towards Lidun, Bran, and the others. Boom! 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 Bursts of flames exploded in the forest, turning this wooded area almost into a sea of fire. Of the 16-person team, only 6 remained standing. This included Lidun and Bran. Bran had the lowest strength, but he was the fastest, so he dodged very promptly. However, facing the continuous fireball wizardry of the two wizard apprentices, they didn't even have a chance to get close. In a little while more, they would all die. Just as one wizard apprentice, with a sinister smile, pointed his magical wand out. Suddenly, a strange light flashed in his eyes. Because he felt a faint energy particles fluctuation coming from behind him. Immediately after. Kai! The sound of a blade cutting through flesh rang out. His wizard potion on his chest suddenly fluttered. It was a blood-stained dagger that had pierced through the wizard potion on his chest and flew out. The wizard apprentice's eyes immediately widened, staring in disbelief at the bloody hole in his chest. Blood gushed out from it, quickly staining the entire front of his wizard potion red. The other wizard apprentice, seeing his companion's chest suddenly pierced through from behind by a dagger, was startled. In the instant of the wizard apprentice's astonishment, a faint sound of wind came from behind him. A burly man in a cloak and hood, wielding a great sword carved with magic runes in both hands, rushed forward, swung the sword in his hand, and cut the wizard apprentice in half at the waist. The wizard potion on the wizard apprentice immediately generated a protective force field. However, the law-breaking magic rune on the great sword took effect, shaking slightly and breaking through the protective force field. The great sword swung across the wizard apprentice's waist. The next moment, the wizard apprentice's lower body remained standing, while his upper body flew diagonally to one side. Blood and organs flowed from the upper body, splattering along the way. Lai Dun and Bran, who were originally in a life and death realm situation, now saw the two wizard apprentice who were about to kill them suddenly die, and couldn't help but feel a sense of dreaminess and absurdity. They saw a person, also wearing a cloak and hood, emerge from the forest. The hood cast a shadow over the person's face, making it impossible to see their appearance. Besides Lai Dun, Bran, and 2 knights from the Fleming family, the 2 knights from other territories looked at this person. Suddenly, an invisible mental shockwave broke out from the shadow beneath this person's hood. A booming sound echoed in the heads of the 2 knights, as if a large hammer had fallen. Immediately, their bodies went limp, and they fell to the ground. The 2 newcomers not only killed 2 wizards belonging to the royal family but also struck down 2 knights. For a moment, Lai Dun and Bran, the 4 of them, didn't know whether the newcomers were friends or foes. "May I ask, you two?" one of the Fleming family knights was about to ask. The person who emerged from the forest waved a hand. From within the cloak, a faint green light flew out. It flashed in the air and then pierced through the armor of the 2 knights, which had a protective force field, making 2 thud sounds. Immediately, the 2 knights fell to the ground. Lai Dun and Bran both held steel swords, watching the 2 warily. Just as they were about to make a move, they saw the 2 lift their hoods, revealing 2 faces with black hair and black eyes. These 2 were Luo Nan and Lai Dun. Lai Dun. Luo Nan. Lai Dun and Bran were pleasantly surprised. After meeting, the 4 didn't say much, as they all knew the danger of the place. After quickly searching the corpses on the ground, they left the area. Luo Nan released his divine sense and led the 4 to a deserted area. Only then did the 4 discuss their recent situations. It turned out that after Luo Nan and Lai Dun arrived at Triumphant City, they saw that the main force of the Fleming family had already engaged in battle with the royal family. And the various small teams that had not yet assembled were either moving towards the main force or had been discovered by the royal family wizard or knights and were currently engaged in combat. After the 4 talked for a while longer, they shifted their attention to the war. All 4 were deeply concerned about this war. Luo Nan wanted to know who would win or lose this battle and whether it would affect his ability to return to Triumphant City to live. Also, how much longer would it last? After all, his natal longevity tree was still in the secular world of the cultivation world. Due to the thin spiritual qi, the cultivation of his Yi Wood Dharma body had been suspended. If the war became protracted, he would have to plant his natal longevity tree elsewhere in the wizard world. Lai Dun, on the other hand, was very eager to participate in this war. He wanted to observe the situation and help the winning side. This way, he could earn military merits, and thus possibly gain the favor of the winning side and obtain an opportunity for physical body transformation. Lai Dun, on the other hand, was anxious, guessing how the outcome of this war would affect the Lawrence family. If the Fleming family won, he feared that the Fleming family would blame them for not joining the main force and then attack their family. If the royal family won, he feared that the Lawrence family would be branded as rebels. Bran's mind was a jumble of thoughts. At one moment, like Lai Dun, he wanted to earn merit. At another, he worried about the future of his family. At yet another, he wanted to observe the battles of other knights on the battlefield to see if he could secretly learn sword techniques from them. After discussing, the 4 decided to find a place to observe this war. So, led by Luo Nan, the 4 avoided the wizard and knights and rushed to the top of a mountain. From this mountain peak, through the branches and leaves of the forest, one could see the city wall of Triumphant City's lower city in the distance. Outside the city wall, people were gathered densely. It was the wizard and knights led by the Fleming family, as well as the necromancer from the Necromancer Society, who were currently besieging the city. The dozen or so necromancer of the Necromancer Society stood in a row, holding up their bone magical wand with gems inlaid at the top, constantly chanting incantations. On the ground, circular wizardry formations emitting white light appeared one after another. Skeleton soldiers, like a gushing spring, poured out of the wizardry formations, forming a river of skeletons that rushed towards Triumphant City, their aura extremely grand. The elite soldiers of the Fleming family, composed of transformed knights, mounted griffins, held long spears, and flew towards Triumphant City. 50 or so griffins, spreading their wings, carried the knights, soaring in the air, their aura equally magnificent. On the side of the Fleming family, several wizards raised their magical wand inlaid with red gems. Red light bloomed from the red gems. At the same time, a red light also emanated from the griffins and knights. Immediately, the griffins flew faster. Excitement also filled the faces of the knights. The rebels were mighty, but as soon as they approached the city wall of Triumphant City, they saw yellow light flashing on the city wall. Circular wizardry formations with intricate magic runes appeared one after another. Immediately after, the wizardry formations activated energy particles, gathering them into yellow glowing, gem-like objects that shot rapidly towards the enemies. At the same time, the statues on the city wall, whether it was the tall spear-wielding guards, or the dragon and griffins, they all moved instantly. They left their original positions on the city wall and headed towards the besiegers. I heard from the Fleming family knight earlier that their Fleming family had allied with 2 other family. But looking at this battlefield, only the Evans family is with the Fleming family. I wonder where the other family went. Lai Dun looked at the battlefield and spoke. Luo Nan thought for a moment and said, when I was still in Triumphant City, besides the Augustus family, 5 of the other 6 great wizard family had already arrived in Triumphant City. Could it be that one wizard family is inside Triumphant City? Very likely. Lai Dun nodded and continued to observe the battle. The 4 all noticed that below Triumphant City, currently only low-rank wizards and knights were making moves. Some high-rank wizards, however, were still in a state of observation. Only one wizard, whose death chi was overwhelming and who emitted extremely strong negative energy particles fluctuations, was holding up a bone magical wand and chanting. This bone magical wand was much more ornate than the bone magical wand of the other necromancer. At its top was a circular wizardry formation design. Within the wizardry formation, 5 magic stones of different colors were inlaid. Streams of dark negative energy particles swirled above the magic stones. Luo Nan believed that this wizard was very likely the Holy Lord of the Necromancer Society. He was now clearly summoning something terrifying from the dead spirit plane. And beside this Holy Lord, there were 4 wizards, holding up their magical wand, vigilantly watching all directions. Beyond the 4 wizards were 12 armored rotten corpse knights. The rotten corpse knights' pairs of eerie green eyes were also vigilantly watching their surroundings. At the same time, Luo Nan saw that the high-rank wizard of the Fleming family, whom he knew to be Yusef Fleming, the clan chief of the Fleming family, stood not far from the Holy Lord, seemingly also protecting the Holy Lord to allow him to successfully cast his spell. The wizard of the Fleming family hasn't made a move yet, they are acting as protectors for the Holy Lord. Luo Nan thought. So, what is the kingdom legendary wizard Duo Li Fa waiting for? Just as he was thinking, he suddenly saw a huge black vortex forming in front of the Holy Lord. Immediately, within the vortex, a skeleton over 2 meters tall, wearing a bone crown and draped in a black robe of death chi, gradually appeared. A chilling negative energy particles aura, like a tide, spread out from the skeleton. The term Lord of the Undead immediately came to Luo Nan's mind. It was said that when the Necromancer ruins opened, the Holy Lord summoned the Lord of the Undead and fought a great battle with the kingdom legendary wizard Dolifa Augustus. Now, looking at the skeleton's aura, it should be the reappearance of the Lord of the Undead. Outside the city walls of Triumphant City Lower City, the Lord of the Undead floated up slowly, black chi flowing around him. The trees outside Triumphant City withered visibly. As the Lord of the Undead rose, necromancers continuously emerged from the black vortex behind him. Skeletons, zombies, black knights, undead hounds, undead crocodiles. The Lord of the Undead turned his head to glance at the saint of the Church of the Undead. In the Lord of the Undead's eye sockets, a quiet green flame burned. The saint of the Church of the Undead knelt on one knee, his lips moving slightly, speaking words difficult for others to understand to the Lord of the Undead. The Lord of the Undead's skull's upper and lower jaws opened and closed a few times, speaking the same words as the saint of the Church of the Undead. Then, he drifted towards Triumphant City. The Lord of the Undead extended his bone-white right hand upwards. The negative energy particles around him immediately condensed into an extremely wide dark purple light screen, blocking forward. The yellow light gems shot down from the city wall were immediately blocked by this light screen. The light screen rippled as the yellow light gem struck it, but it did not break. Under the cover of the Lord of the Undead, the people of the Fleming family and the Evans family, as well as the Necromancer Society's followers, were able to advance. Before long, they reached the city wall. When the wizard contingent formed by the Fleming family and the Evans family unleashed a torrent of magic, blasting towards the closed city gate. A barrier emitting a yellow light suddenly appeared on the surface of the city wall. The torrent of magic only caused ripples upon impact. The Lord of the Undead extended his right hand. A massive dark purple torrent suddenly formed in the air, crashing towards the city gate. Under the impact of this torrent, the yellow light barrier immediately shattered. Along with it, the city gate was also blown open. With the city gate wide open, the vast human race army and undead army were able to enter. The rebels arrived at Triumphant City Lower City. At this time, all the flat houses in Lower City were already uninhabited. It seemed that these people had been evacuated beforehand. The Lord of the Undead was quite disappointed, the quiet green flames in his eye sockets dimmed a little. But the saint of the Church of the Undead said something else to the Lord of the Undead, and the flames in the Lord of the Undead's eye sockets immediately flared up, and he continued to advance. Just as the rebels had advanced deep into Lower City, almost 70% of the way. Suddenly, fire-red magic formations appeared one after another within Lower City. Immediately following, balls of flame, like a tide, surged from these magic formations, heading towards the rebels from all directions. Ah! Although some high-rank wizards and the Lord of the Undead had cast a protective shield around them. However, the rebel army was large, and those not within the protective shield screamed in agony as soon as the flames burned them. Several fire people screamed and yelled in the flames. When they stopped screaming and yelling, they were dead. Some low-rank necromancers were burned to ash by these flames. The flames burned for a long time without extinguishing. Yusef Fleming chanted, and the originally clear sky suddenly gathered dark clouds. In just a moment, a torrential rain poured down. This rainwater was different from ordinary rainwater, containing rich water energy particles. After striking the flames gradually weakened. The magic formations emitting flames were then revealed. All the wizards immediately cast spells, destroying these magic formations. Soon, once the magic formations were destroyed, they could no longer release flames. The rampant flames, struck by the rain, and with another wave of Yusef's hand, a hurricane suddenly arose, blowing through Lower City. Immediately, the flames vanished, revealing the state of Lower City. Under the ravages of the flames, Lower City was scorched black. Those flat houses, however, were gone. Yusef looked left and right, only to see that his army had also lost a considerable number. A rough estimate showed about a 20% loss. Yusef couldn't help but frown. He looked towards the middle city of Triumphant City. Lower City had such magic formations. If they entered Middle City, the defensive magic formations they would encounter would likely be even more formidable. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glance at a true knowledge wizard wearing a dark blue robe. This wizard was a spatial wizard, and seeing Yusuf look over, he moved his lips slightly, secretly transmitting a message. Sir, the people of the Valentine family have not set up the teleportation array in the city. Yusuf heard this and couldn't help but frown slightly. The Valentine family was one of the first 6 wizard families to enter Triumphant City, and also the family that allied with them in rebellion. Their entry into Triumphant City was to set up a teleportation array within Triumphant City. With the teleportation array, under the magic of this blue-robed wizard, the army could be successively teleported to the Triumphant City Upper City. This would avoid having to walk all the way from Lower City to Upper City, triggering magic formations. Yusuf did not know what had happened to the Valentine family, or if they had been discovered by the people of the Augustus family. Just as Yusuf was about to continue advancing, a message from the blue-robed wizard suddenly came to his ear. The Valentine family has set up a teleportation array in the city. Yusuf heard this, pondered for a moment, then transmitted a message to the saint of the Church of the Undead. The Valentine family's teleportation array in the city has been activated, let the undead army enter. The saint of the Church of the Undead also pondered for a moment, then said a few words to the Lord of the Undead. The Lord of the Undead's skull's upper and lower jaws also opened and closed a few times. Immediately, the saint of the Church of the Undead nodded to Yusuf. Yusuf immediately gave the blue-robed wizard a look. The blue-robed wizard nodded, immediately spread his hands, and began to chant. On his hands, he wore a total of 6 rings, all of which now shone brightly, with surges of energy particles emanating from them. On the scorched ground, an invisible force immediately began to engrave a magic formation. Soon, a circular magic formation, almost 200 square meters in size, with a hexagram as its base and intricate magic runes on top, appeared on the ground. Upon seeing the magic formation, the black chi around the Lord of the Undead intensified, and he led his undead army towards the magic formation. As the blue-robed wizard chanted, the Lord of the Undead and a portion of his undead army disappeared on the magic formation. The next moment, Yusuf and the others sensed a strong negative energy fluctuation rising into the sky from the upper city of Triumphant City. Triumphant City Upper City. After the Lord of the Undead emerged from the teleportation array, he was not faced with the people of the Valentine family. Instead, it was the wizards and knights of the Augustus family and the other 3 wizard families. A dense crowd of people had surrounded the undead army. After each wizard family entered Triumphant City, the royal family conducted investigations and probes into them. Ultimately, the Valentine family, unable to withstand the probing, was finally exposed. After the royal family subjected them to inhumane torture, they learned part of the plan. Thus, they set up the teleportation array to lure the enemy. Just as the Lord of the Undead appeared from the teleportation array, Duo Li Fa and a group of wizards immediately pointed their magical wands forward. Immediately, beams of light emitting oppressive power converged towards the Lord of the Undead. Facing such an onslaught, the Lord of the Undead showed no fear. The quiet green flames in his eye sockets, on the contrary, burned even more intensely. Necromancers improve themselves by consuming the energy, flesh, and bones of other creatures. This Lord of the Undead was naturally extremely excited to see extraordinary beings like Duo Li Fa. Moreover, the physical bodies of the other extraordinary beings around Duo Li Fa were also not bad. The netherworld is vast and enormous, with many lords. This Lord of the Undead, named Gunnar, also had other lords around his kingdom. He often faced the threat of other lords invading his territory. And when he saw the groups of extraordinary beings before him, he thought that if he devoured these extraordinary beings, his strength would surely greatly increase, thus surpassing the lords around him. At that time, his kingdom would expand again. Gunnar let out an excited roar from his mouth. To others, it sounded terrifying. Gunnar spread his hands, and immediately a black negative energy storm, rising from the ground around him, blocked the magic of many wizards. Duo Li Fa was indeed worthy of being the kingdom's legendary wizard, as when other spells were blocked by the storm. A massive fire-red beam of light released from his magical wand broke through the negative energy storm and struck the Lord of the Undead. Half of the Lord of the Undead's body vanished instantly after being struck by the fire-red beam of light. However, the quiet green flames in the Lord of the Undead's eye sockets still did not extinguish. The energy particles in the air rapidly gathered towards the Lord of the Undead, and his skeletal body quickly grew back. The wizards, including Duo Li Fa, seeing this scene, couldn't help but look even more solemn. The horror of necromancers lies in their immortality and regeneration. Especially this kind of lord-rank necromancer, they are extremely difficult to kill. As long as their soul is not extinguished, they can almost infinitely regenerate. However, this kind of necromancer protects their soul extremely strictly, making it very difficult to damage their soul. The undead army continuously emerged from the teleportation array. As soon as they appeared, they surged towards Duo Li Fa and the others like a tide. These necromancers, their thoughts were no different from Gunnar's, all aimed at acquiring the energy and flesh of extraordinary beings to enhance themselves. After the entire undead army had emerged, those who came out next were the Necromancer Society followers, and the wizards and knights of the Fleming family and the Evans family. Great Uncle, act. Just as Duo Li Fa was about to launch a second magical attack on Gunnar, Yusuf Fleming whispered a message. Yusuf Fleming is a rank 3 formal wizard, also known as a true knowledge wizard. And in the family, there is also a rank 4 formal wizard, also known as a great wizard, Landon Fleming. The saint of the Church of the Undead is also a great wizard. And the Lord of the Undead possesses the strength of a rank 5 formal wizard, which is a legendary wizard. These 3 high-end combat powers were their confidence in confronting the legendary wizard Duo Li Fa. As soon as Yusuf transmitted the message to his great uncle, Landon, hidden in the crowd, took out his magical wand. Landon was a short, fat wizard with white hair and beard that had not been trimmed, almost covering his entire face. His magical wand was black with blue patterns. The blue patterns on it were like winding lightning bolts. Landon pointed his magical wand at the sky, and immediately a black tornado composed of dark clouds appeared in the sky, with streaks of blue lightning within it, striking down towards Duo Li Fa like a whip. Although Duo Li Fa was a legendary wizard, the protective force field naturally guarding his physical body was not enough to block this attack. So, he turned his magical wand. A massive circular magic formation appeared above his head. Like a shield, it blocked Landon's tornado lightning. Then, Duo Li Fa struck his magical wand heavily on the ground. Immediately, magic formations appeared all around. Bricks and stones protruded, and 2-meter-tall rock giants suddenly formed. Almost instantly, thousands of giants appeared, surrounding the rebels. Next, was a chaotic battle. The Lord of the Undead, the Saint of the Church of the Undead, and Landon Fleming, the 3 high-end combat powers, were besieging Duo Li Fa. Negative energy green flames, negative energy light, thunderstorms, and storms continuously blasted towards Duo Li Fa. Duo Li Fa continuously dodged in the air. While dodging, he chanted. Magic runes burst forth from the sky, forming magic formations, from which flames and metal continuously shot out. And in other places, it was a massive melee of wizards, knights, necromancers, and rock giants. Wizards cast spells, engulfing knights. Knights, riding griffins, approached wizards, plunging their broadswords into the wizards' bodies. Rock giants approached, hammering their heavy hands on the ground, pulverizing necromancers. Numerous necromancers, like ants devouring an elephant, swarmed the rock giants, shattering them to the ground. In the battlefield, magic of various colors crossed the void realm, then collided, erupting in surges of energy particles, turning into a gust of wind that dispersed in all directions. The blades of knights' swords, spear tips, axes, and morning stars struck others, splattering fresh blood and flesh. Far away from Triumphant City, Luo Nan's family was still on the mountain. Since the rebels entered the city, they could no longer see the battle. Moreover, this place was too far from Triumphant City, and Luo Nan's divine sense could not reach there either. However, Luo Nan could sense surges of energy particles emanating from Triumphant City. Just by the intensity of these energy particles, Luo Nan could imagine how tragic the war in the city was. Fortunately, I moved all the belongings from the flat house early on. Luo Nan thought to himself. He also didn't know if the flat house would still exist after this battle. But fortunately, his house deed and land deed were still there. For wizards, construction and destruction are equally simple. As long as he could prove that the land was his, he could cast earth element magic on it at any time to rebuild a flat house. However, if the Augustus family loses, and a new king takes the throne, I don't know if they will still recognize the old house deeds and land deeds. A thought suddenly emerged in Luo Nan's mind. And, in the Lani vault, my account still has a balance. This vault belongs to the Augustus family. If this family loses, my gold coins will probably be gone. Luo Nan was about to curse in his heart when he had a change of thought. Anyway, I have superb alchemy skills, earning money again won't be difficult. Money is just an external possession, if it's gone, sigh. While thinking, Luo Nan released his divine sense again, trying his best to feel the residual energy particles emanating from Triumphant City, guessing the changes in the battle situation. Triumphant City, Upper City. The sounds of clashing energy, weapons striking, and battle cries merged into a single, deafening roar, shaking the heavens. The war was entering a stalemate. Although the magic formations arranged by the Augustus family wizards in Triumphant City throughout generations were powerful, the necromancers from the Dead Spirit Plane and the followers of the Necromancer Society were a headache for the royal wizards and knights. This undead army was not only numerous but also difficult to kill. Moreover, once a royal wizard or knight died, if a Necromancer Society follower chanted a spell, they would immediately become a member of the undead army. In midair, the kingdom's legendary wizard Duo Li Fa, the Lord of the Undead, the Saint of the Church of the Undead, and Landon Fleming were also locked in a fierce battle. In fact, if their combined magical power was considered, the three, Lord of the Undead, were more powerful than Duo Li Fa. However, Duo Li Fa, with his superb magical skill, managed to hold the three of them off. Originally, he had planned for the royal wizards and knights, after defeating the rebels under the attack of the rock giants, to come and assist him. But now, looking at the battle, it was hard to say who would win or lose. The longer it dragged on, the more beneficial it would be for the Necromancer Society and the Necromancers. Thinking of this, Wizard Duo Li Fa narrowed his eyes. He drew a semicircle in the air with his magical wand. Immediately, everything behind this semicircle began to spin suddenly. His figure also spun like a vortex. In an instant, he vanished and reappeared elsewhere. The three, Lord of the Undead, immediately cast their magic, attacking the spot where Duo Li Fa had reappeared. However, the magical wand in Duo Li Fa's hand had changed when he reappeared. This magical wand was made of dark brown ancient wood. At the top of the magical wand was a ring. Around the edge of the ring were several wooden branches, extending towards the center. Finally, they converged on a magic stone. This magic stone had a black base, with purple and red scattered within it like clouds. Just as the Lord of the Undead's eerie green holy flame, the Saint of the Church of the Undead's negative energy particles holy light, and Landon's lightning magic were about to strike Duo Li Fa's somewhat slender body, the white-haired old wizard suddenly raised the magical wand in his hand. Immediately, a purplish-black energy wave burst forth from the magic stone at the top of the magical wand, surging outwards like a tide. Upon touching this energy wave, the Lord of the Undead's eerie green holy flame immediately turned into a cluster of shimmering bubbles. After the Saint of the Church of the Undead's negative energy particles holy light touched the energy wave, it became a white light emitted by a first-rank magic spell, lighting spell. And the massive lightning bolt released by Landon, upon touching the energy wave, immediately turned into soft, drooping vines. The magic stone at the top of Duo Li Fa's magical wand came from a plane called Nightmare World. This magic stone, called a Nightmare Stone, possessed the ability to influence and change the real world. When Duo Li Fa cast spells with it, the magic of Landon and the other two completely changed form. The energy wave from the Nightmare Stone continued to spread. In the next moment, it enveloped Landon and the other two. The black chi on the Lord of the Undead's body continuously contracted inwards. Soon, the black chi covering his body completely dissipated. His entire skeletal structure was exposed without any covering. The rugged bones, combined with the skull crown on his head, gave him a sense of absurdity. Immediately after, green magic runes appeared on the bones inside his skull. These were the marks protecting his soul. However, under the influence of the Nightmare Stone's energy wave, these green magic runes turned into foam, detaching from the bones and scattering into the air. The Lord of the Undead's upper and lower jaws opened and closed a few times, and the green flames in his eye sockets immediately extinguished. The entire skeleton seemed to suddenly lose its support, abruptly falling apart and scattering from the sky. As for the Saint of the Church of the Undead, the moment the energy wave touched him, all the flesh and blood on his body turned into a thin piece of paper, hanging on his bones. His eyes on his face, like a painting, remained wide open in surprise. Carried by the wind, the Saint of the Church of the Undead, who had turned into a paper man, floated away in the air. He floated all the way to the ground, and upon hitting the ground, the paper man fell apart. Landon Fleming, at the moment he was touched by the energy wave, his originally obese body suddenly turned into rock, as if becoming a stone pillar. Like a mountain rock, he plummeted downwards. When he landed on the ground, he even smashed the head of a Fleming family knight. The energy wave of the Nightmare Stone, propelled by Duo Li Fa, continued to spread. The rebel wizards, knights, and necromancers, affected by this wave, all transformed into various bizarre objects. Some wizards turned into a puddle of mud. Some knights, on the other hand, turned into a pool of sewage. The tide of battle was turning decisively in favor of the Augustus family. The royal wizards and knights were stunned. They had never seen such a miraculous and bizarre magic. As Duo Li Fa continued to channel the Nightmare Stone's energy, his face gradually paled. Even with his wizard rank, using the power of the Nightmare World was an incredibly huge drain on him. Soon, everything on the enemy side was turned into inanimate objects by the Nightmare Stone. Only the troops loyal to the royal family remained standing in triumphant city. Seeing that no enemies had escaped, Duo Li Fa looked down at the crowd below. The Nightmare World was an extremely important plane for the wizard world. Countless wizards coveted its power. Duo Li Fa's ability to possess the coordinates of the Nightmare World was also due to a stroke of luck. If what happened today were to be spread by others, it would surely attract many wizards from the Wizard Islands. Therefore, he had to alter the memories of the people below, and even everyone in Triumphant City, regarding this period of time. Using the Nightmare Stone's energy to affect memories consumed even more than using it to affect the enemy's magic and physical body. After taking a deep breath, Duo Li Fa first took out another magical wand, and raised it. Immediately, the storage Zhu and other items on Landon Fleming, the Saint of the Church of the Undead, and others, all gathered towards him and were collected by Duo Li Fa. Then, he swept the magical wand again. A ball of fire materialized from the ground, and with a sweep, it quickly became a sea of flames, incinerating the various strange objects that the enemy troops on the ground had transformed into. Soon, all objects were completely incinerated, leaving the ground scorched black. After destroying all traces, Duo Li Fa activated the Nightmare Stone's energy. In an instant, the Nightmare Stone emitted a dazzling purple glow, and another energy wave erupted from it, spreading out in all directions. Soon, whether it was the wizards and knights below, or Augustus V, who had been huddled in the castle watching the battle and only now emerged, a portion of their memories was missing. Their memories stopped at the moment Duo Li Fa cast his space magic. Then, it was changed to Duo Li Fa casting a powerful fire magic, incinerating all enemies. After altering everyone's memories, Duo Li Fa felt a dizzy spell, and purplish-red specks appeared before his eyes, so he quickly cast a space magic and returned to his wizard tower. Only the cheering crowd celebrating their victory remained. Luo Nan and the two others had been standing on a distant mountain outside Triumphant City. Luo Nan, with his excellent eyesight, vaguely sensed a faint purplish-black light flashing through Triumphant City when Duo Li Fa took out the Nightmare Stone magical wand and released its energy. Just as Duo Li Fa was modifying memories, that Nightmare Stone energy not only affected the people in Triumphant City but also spilled out beyond Triumphant City. This energy also affected Luo Nan. Luo Nan's memory immediately shifted from Triumphant City having a purplish-black light flash through it to having a fiery red light flash through it. I wonder what the outcome of the war is. Lai Dun's mental energy was not strong, and he did not have Luo Nan's divine sense, so he naturally did not know the progress of the war. It's not a good idea to keep watching from here. How about we find a town and rest first? If the war is over, news will naturally spread. After Lai Dun's suggestion, Leon and Bran both nodded in agreement. Luo Nan also nodded, but he was a bit distracted. He felt as if he had missed something. Luo Nan followed his family down the mountain to a small town and entered a tavern. Lai Dun immediately ordered a rich meal and fine wine for the three of them. While his father and brother were feasting, Luo Nan ate more slowly. He was still thinking about what he had missed. Grand mist. Luo Nan said in his mind. Playback log. His grand mist was always recording. He could replay everything he could see. After he gave the command, a video played in his mind. Suddenly, a strange glint flashed in his eyes. Because he saw that the grand mist's recording showed a purplish black light flashing through Triumphant City, which differed from the fiery red light in his memory. My memory was modified. This thought immediately arose in Luo Nan's mind. What terrifying power! Luo Nan continued to eat the honey-glazed steak on the table, his interest in the war process growing stronger. He wanted to know where that power came from. Soon, news of the royal family's victory reached the small town where Luo Nan and the other three were staying. The father and sons discussed it and made a decision. Lai Dun, Leon, and Bran would go back first to look after the family members. As for Luo Nan, he would inquire about information in Triumphant City. He wanted to see the royal family's attitude towards the remaining nobles in the southeast province. If the royal family intended to harm the nobles of the southeast province, Luo Nan could cast magic and rush back at the fastest speed to inform his family. This way, the family could take action as quickly as possible. After discussing a few more sentences, Lai Dun and the other two bought a few inferior horses in town and rode them for now. They planned to buy horses modified by magic when they reached a larger city. After bidding farewell to his father and brother, Luo Nan used several wind-chasing talisman on himself and galloped towards Triumphant City. The best way to get information was to find Paul. But I wonder how Paul is after this battle. Luo Nan worried, his feet never stopping. Before reaching Triumphant City, Luo Nan stepped onto the battlefield outside the city. The ground here was scorched black, everywhere was a mess, and corpses lay scattered. Luo Nan's divine sense swept across, and he saw that some wizard's storage Zhuwuki had not been looted. He then used wizard's hand to collect these storage Zhuwuki one by one. He probed them with his mental energy and found that most of them belonged to poor people. And those who were wealthy were very wealthy. Some storage Zhuwuki contained many valent gold coin, as if these wizards had a gold coin collecting habit. Hey, there are even a few magic stones. Luo Nan's eyes lit up. After collecting along the way, Luo Nan entered the lower city of Triumphant City. The lower city had been razed to the ground, everywhere was scorched black. Sparse figures walked upon it. A huge circular magic formation entered Luo Nan's eyes. This magic formation was a teleportation array. Several wizard apprentices were standing by this magic formation, studying it, but they couldn't figure anything out. Luo Nan, who had some knowledge of space magic, guessed from the magic runes on this magic formation that it should be a teleportation array. Luo Nan quickly used Grand Mist to meticulously record it. When he transmigration to the cultivation world, he would study how effective this teleportation array was. After passing through the lower city, Luo Nan arrived at the middle city. He found that the middle city was surprisingly intact. This surprised him a little. However, combining it with the teleportation array he had just seen, he immediately guessed that the rebels must have directly teleported to the upper city through the teleportation array. And the most intense fighting took place in the upper city. The further Luo Nan walked towards the upper city, the more people he saw. He used his divine sense to search for Paul. However, despite his continuous sweeping, he couldn't sense Paul's presence. Just as a hint of disappointment surfaced in his heart, his eyes lit up. His divine sense finally sensed Paul. He walked over and saw Paul with his right arm around a blonde girl in a wizard potion, boasting. You didn't see anything in the castle, but when I was fighting outside, I killed over 60 rebel wizard apprentices in a row, and many necromancers were burned to ashes by me. Luo Nan walked through the crowd towards Paul. Paul, seeing Luo Nan from afar in the crowd, whispered a few words into the girl's ear, telling her to leave. Then, he walked towards Luo Nan. Hey, Luo Nan, it's great that you're all right. It seems you made it into the castle in time. Paul smiled. Luo Nan's divine sense detected traces of wood energy particles remaining on Paul's body. Perhaps Paul had indeed participated in the battle, was injured in the fight, and was later healed by wood element healing magic. Luo Nan pulled Paul aside and whispered via mental energy. You know, the leaders of this rebellion are the Fleming family from the southeast province. My family members were also forcibly conscripted by this family. I wonder what the royal family's attitude will be towards the other nobles of the southeast province after this rebellion ends. Upon hearing this, Paul immediately understood. Then I'll inquire about it at the academy. After studying at the academy for a year, I've met many noble children from Triumphant City. Their family members hold important positions in the royal family, so they must know some news. Luo Nan listened and patted Paul's shoulder. Come on, let's go to the Wild Deer Bar. Immediately, the two headed towards the Wild Deer Bar. After eating and drinking their fill, Paul went to the middle city and found a hotel to stay in. Luo Nan, on the other hand, returned to his flat house. He looked at the room that had once been a botanical garden, now restored to its ordinary appearance because he had removed the stone inscribed with the extend magic rune and relocated the spiritual plants. Let's move the spiritual plants back. Luo Nan thought, and with a movement of his mind, he transmigration to the cultivation world. Triumphant City, Middle City. Luo Nan's flat house. He had already integrated all the magic ore engraved with extend magic patterns into the walls, forming a wizardry array. The botanical garden had once again become a space of about 100 square meters and over 5 meters high. In the botanical garden, 2 natal longevity trees, one large and one small, stood tall like canopies. The larger eternal evergreen tree mother tree was already over 3 meters tall, with a wide canopy. Both natal longevity trees were continuously absorbing and refining heaven and earth spiritual chi, feeding it back into his danshan. Also, in the flat house's basement, the millennial azure spirit jade bamboo had been brought back by him from the cultivation world. For him, everything returned to normal. Everything in Triumphant City was also recovering. The houses in Lower City had been completely destroyed in the war. But the royal family quickly dispatched wizards skilled in architecture and earth and wood element wizardry. Under wizardry, the houses were recovering at an extremely fast pace. Paul's flat house in Lower City also recovered very quickly. According to Paul, his landlord was a second-level formal wizard living in Upper City. Several flat houses and high-rise buildings in Lower City were all properties of this wizard. Paul also inquired through the academy wizard apprentices about the royal family's attitude towards the various nobles in the southeast province. The small and medium-sized nobles in the southeast province were not pursued. Only the high-ranking nobles in the southeast province, those wizard families closely associated with the Fleming family, were to be liquidated. Therefore, Luo Nan wrote a letter, paid a high price, and asked a merchant caravan, escorted by a formal wizard and passing through the southeast province, to deliver his message to inform his family of this news and reassure them. After all, if it were sent by a magically modified carrier pigeon, it might be intercepted. In the following days, Luo Nan successively heard news of various families being liquidated. It was said that after the defeat of the allied forces formed by the Fleming family and other wizard families, as soon as the news reached the southeast province, the Fleming family immediately headed east towards the sea. They wished to leave the Valiant Kingdom and go to the Wizard Islands to avoid the royal family's purge. However, most of the high-level wizards of the Fleming family had already died in Triumphant City. The remaining family power in the southeast province was not strong. These members of the Fleming family were ambushed by multiple wizard families on their way from the southeast province to the sea. These wizard families were generally small. If it were one-on-one, even the remaining wizards of the Fleming family could wipe out one of them. But they couldn't withstand the large number of wizard families, which left the Fleming family members exhausted. Some of these wizard families came because of the royal family's command, while others came to seize the Fleming family's resources. Thus, on the way from the Fleming family to the sea, more than half of them had already died or were injured. After reaching the sea, only the true knowledge wizard and a few family seeds who had stayed behind in the Fleming family remained. They intended to go to the Wizard Islands and return to the Valiant Kingdom in the future to avenge their family's destruction. The true knowledge wizard of the Fleming family summoned a four-eyed whale from the sea, which carried them and broke through the waves. Behind them, groups of wizards also rode on sea beasts, giving chase. A group of sea beasts stirred up giant waves. However, not long after, these pursuing wizard families saw several giant, dark green, octopus-like tentacles suddenly emerge from the sea. They wrapped around the Fleming family's whale, dragging them into the sea amidst the terror of the Fleming family members. After liquidating the various wizard families, a portion of their resources was handed over to the royal family. Another portion was left to the wizard families that took over. After the Fleming family was gone from the southeast province, the Gular family took their place. Luo Nan heard that this family was much weaker than the previous Fleming family. After all, the Fleming family previously had a great wizard, while the highest level wizard in this family was only a true knowledge wizard. Moreover, the number of elite wizards and first-level formal wizards was also fewer than in the Fleming family. However, it was said that this family had several wizards with good talent, and after receiving the Fleming family's resources, they should be able to grow quickly. And the Lawrence family's reply also arrived in Triumphant City. After Leon reached the late stage of Golden Knight, the family's strength among the medium-sized nobles greatly increased. The various medium-sized nobles who had been eyeing Redwood territory previously no longer dared to covet their family's territory. Furthermore, some of the previously encroached territories were taken back. Moreover, because the lords of some territories died in this war, the medium-sized nobles in the southeast province were also facing a reshuffle. Everything was in flux. After reading the letter, Luo Nan felt that with his family's current strength of 2 golden knights and 1 silver knight, it was highly possible for them to rise to the forefront of the medium-sized nobles in the southeast province. All in all, everything is developing in a good direction. Luo Nan fused his essence, chi, and spirit, forming a tiny flame of samadhi true fire on his fingertip. The flame instantly spread to the family letter, burning it to ashes. Afterward, Luo Nan went to the botanical garden. With a thought, the 2 natal longevity trees released a golden holy tree light. He felt the vitality of his body and power increasing. Then, he took out 2 porcelain bottles. He poured all 5 mystic essence pills from the 2 porcelain bottles into his mouth and began to cultivate the ancient wood longevity skill. Next, it was time to improve his physique, mental energy, and power, advancing towards foundation establishment. Azure Lotus White Lotus Art, perfection. God Evolution Art, perfection. Unconsciously, 2 months passed, and Luo Nan finally cultivated this body cultivator method and mental energy cultivation method to perfection. Now, he sat under the natal longevity tree, continuing to cultivate the ancient wood longevity skill. He estimated that today, his chi refining cultivation would also reach the peak of the chi refining 12th layer. Thinking about his first attempt at foundation establishment, Luo Nan couldn't help but feel excited. But very quickly, he composed himself and continued to cultivate. The heaven and earth spiritual chi nearby, also known as energy particles, gathered towards his body. After reaching the green wood spirit body, his affinity for wood element energy particles was extremely high. As soon as the wood element energy particles touched his skin, they immediately seeped in. After the ancient wood longevity skill's proficiency reached perfection, his speed of refining heaven and earth spiritual chi greatly increased. As soon as the wood element energy particles entered his meridians, after being refined by the ancient wood longevity skill, they immediately transformed into power and flowed into his danshan. In addition, the heaven and earth spiritual chi refined by the two natal longevity trees also contributed to the growth of his cultivation. After more than 3 hours, Luo Nan's heart stirred. It's done. He had reached the limit in chi refining, his cultivation could be considered to have reached the peak of the chi refining 12th layer. Looking inward at his danshan, he saw that the misty, verdant power in his danshan was already very thick, between a gaseous and liquid state. It seemed that with just one more compression, it could turn into a liquid. Luo Nan summoned Grand Mist and called up his stats. Lifespan, 496. Strength, 88. Spirit, 86. Power, 89. Cultivation realm, Chi refining 12th layer. Wizard rank, first level formal wizard. He had analyzed the peak Chi refining 12th layer cultivators in the Tavern district of the Still Truth sect Immortal Realm. He found that their strength, spirit, and power values were far inferior to his. Perhaps, this is why those cultivators failed to break through to Foundation establishment multiple times. Luo Nan's attention returned from the stats. Next, I'll try Foundation establishment. However, I don't know if any celestial phenomena will occur during Foundation establishment. It's better to change locations for Foundation establishment. Thinking of this, Luo Nan left the flat house. After leaving Middle City, he rented a horse and galloped towards the city gate of Lower City. After more than 2 months, Lower City had returned to its original state. After leaving the city, he saw that the estates and farmlands outside the city had also recovered, indicating that the royal family had also sent wizards to work here. Luo Nan rode his horse, passing by various estates and farmlands. Upon reaching a small town, he rented a room at an inn and handed the horse to the inn's attendant, asking him to take it to the stable for feeding. When night fell, after eating and drinking his fill, Luo Nan left the small town and cast several wind-chasing talisman spells on himself. His figure was like the wind, heading towards a forest. This forest was just an ordinary forest, with no demonic beasts inhabiting it. Those who entered the forest were mostly local hunters. However, it was night now, so hunters would most likely not enter the forest to hunt. Luo Nan flew directly into the depths of the forest. He sat down by a bush. As he was about to undergo Foundation establishment, Luo Nan's heart was no longer as excited as before, instead, he was very calm. Foundation establishment, before the first Foundation establishment pill was refined, was a dangerous matter for cultivators. If Foundation establishment failed, one's essence, chi, and spirit would be damaged, and it would take a long time to recover through cultivation. Although all cultivators said that with the Foundation establishment pill, even if Foundation establishment failed, the body would not be damaged. But Luo Nan thought to himself that he still couldn't let his guard down. He sat cross-legged and took out 2 porcelain bottles from his storage zhuoyuki. Each porcelain bottle contained 3 high-grade Foundation establishment pills. He bit open the wooden stoppers of the 2 porcelain bottles and spat them aside. Then, he poured all the Foundation establishment pills from both bottles into his mouth. The Foundation establishment pill melted upon entering his mouth, and a liquid with a strong medicinal fragrance, very spicy, just like the feeling of drinking strong liquor in his previous life, flowed down his throat and into his abdomen. As soon as the liquid formed by the Foundation establishment pill entered his abdomen, its medicinal power immediately exploded. It was as if, suddenly, a ball of fire ignited within his body. A scorching sensation instantly enveloped his entire body. Drops of sweat appeared on his forehead. In his danshan, the ancient wood longevity power boiled as if it were being cooked, churning vigorously. In his mudball palace, there was a roaring sound. In an instant, his essence, chi, and spirit seemed to be continuously expanding and rising. Luo Nan immediately used his essence, chi, and spirit to compress the ancient wood longevity power in his danshan. At the same time, the heaven and earth spiritual chi nearby was continuously refined by him, transforming into streams of power that compressed his power. The power in his danshan continuously rotated, and the surrounding power continuously gathered towards the center of the vortex. The misty power became denser and denser, visibly transforming into liquid power. Not long after, the aura around Luo Nan's body vibrated. Like a long whale drawing water, the heaven and earth spiritual chi nearby surged towards him. Within a 20-meter radius around him, a small spiritual chi vortex formed. Fortunately, I'm breaking through in the wizard world. If I were breaking through in the Still Truth sect Immortal Realm, this vortex would probably have a radius of several hundred meters. At that time, it would attract other cultivators, and I might die under their siege before even breaking through. His thoughts raced for a moment, and Luo Nan immediately composed himself to finish the breakthrough. The spiritual chi vortex spun slower and slower, gradually stopping. The rotating power in his danshan also stopped. Looking inward at his danshan, he saw that the original misty power in his danshan had completely transformed into a liquid state. The improvement in the quality of his power meant that whether he cast spells or released wizardry, their power would increase accordingly. Thinking of this, Luo Nan immediately opened his mouth and spewed out a rolling stream of samadhi true fire. He summoned Grand Mist to analyze the temperature of the samadhi true fire. Indeed, the temperature of the samadhi true fire was much higher than when he was in chi refining. After the test was complete, Luo Nan immediately put away the samadhi true fire and stood up from the forest floor. He summoned Grand Mist and analyzed himself. Lifespan, 523. Strength, 95. Spirit, 106. Power, 109. Cultivation Realm, Foundation Establishment Early Stage, 1%. Wizard Rank, First Level Formal Wizard. After breaking through to Foundation Establishment, his lifespan, strength, spirit, and power all increased. I didn't expect to establish my foundation so smoothly, without any obstacles. Luonan thought. Currently, in his storage Zhuwuki, there were still about 100 low-grade, medium-grade, and high-grade Foundation Establishment pills combined. Most of these Foundation Establishment pills were refined using magic plants and demonic beast materials from the wizard world. Not to mention the medicinal composition, just the color of the pills was different from the Foundation Establishment pills in the cultivation world. He absolutely could not sell them in the Still Truth Sect Immortal Realm. From my feeling just now, it seems that besides protecting cultivators from damage if Foundation Establishment fails, the Foundation Establishment pill also has the effect of increasing cultivation speed. After he took the Foundation Establishment pill, his entire body's essence, chi, and spirit rapidly expanded. If he cultivated in this state, his cultivation speed would also increase. If I develop too much resistance to Mystic Essence pills in the future, I can use Foundation Establishment pills as a substitute. Thinking this, Luonan released his divine sense, sensing if there were any people or creatures nearby, to prevent his breakthrough from being discovered. After finding nothing, Luonan walked out of the forest. As he walked, he planned his next steps. After breaking through to Foundation Establishment, the next step was to find a way to enter the Still True Sect and plot for the Earth Immortal method that the Still True Sect obtained from the Everlasting Life Sect. I opened a Dead Spirit Plane channel on the edge of the Still Truth Sect Immortal Realm and summoned high-level undead swordsmen. The Song family members definitely branded me as a demonic path cultivator. The Song family has members who serve as outer sect disciples within the Still True Sect. Moreover, a Foundation Establishment Immortal of the Still True Sect is also a distant relative of the Song family. I'm afraid the Song family has passed on the information that I am a demonic path cultivator to the Still True Sect through their family members. The Still True Sect prides itself on the righteous path and is hostile to demonic path cultivators. Luonan's identity cannot be used. Thinking of this, Luonan decided to first refine a more potent intermediate transformation potion before entering the Still Truth Sect Immortal Realm. Luonan did not have the formula for the intermediate transformation potion. He reverse-engineered the formula based on an intermediate transformation potion he had obtained from someone else. He deduced over 100 possible formulas. After intermittent trials, perhaps only about 50 remained now. Keep trying. Luonan thought to himself and continued to collect medicinal ingredients. Unconsciously, over a month passed. Luonan had just finished refining another potion. I wonder if it succeeded. Luonan looked at the dark purple liquid in the crucible. With a thought, he summoned Grand Mist. Immediately, in his eyes, a fine blue light pattern network appeared on the potion. It should be successful. Luonan's eyes lit up. Because the data feedback from Grand Mist showed that all the components of this potion were the same as the intermediate transformation potion he had obtained from others. Luonan then had Grand Mist analyze the potion again, and after confirming that it contained no harmful substances, he picked up the crucible and took a sip. The liquid was sweet with a hint of sourness, like fruit juice. As the liquid entered his stomach, Luonan immediately felt a tingling sensation in all his muscles and bones. This was the exact physical reaction Luonan experienced after drinking the elementary metamorphosis potion. At this moment, he only needed to use his spirit to change his appearance. So, Luonan extended his spirit to his muscles, bones, and other areas. Soon, his height increased by 2 centimeters. His body, which had become robust from cultivating the Azure Lotus White Lotus art, became slender due to muscle compression. His hair grew longer, and his hairline was slightly higher than before. After changing for a while, Luonan walked into the bedroom, picked up a mirror, and while looking into it, changed his facial features. A moment later, his features became ordinary, neither handsome nor ugly. After another moment, as the effect of the intermediate transformation potion wore off, Luonan's muscles and bones completely solidified. How long can these muscles and bones maintain this state? Luonan discovered that the transformation potion, after being consumed, adjusts the state of a person's muscles, bones, etc., into a state that can be regulated by spirit. Once the medicinal power wears off, the spirit can no longer regulate the muscles and bones. And the subsequent restoration of appearance is actually the self-restoration of a person's muscles, bones, etc. The stronger the medicinal power of the potion, the more thoroughly the muscles and bones are adjusted for a period after consumption, and the slower the subsequent recovery speed will be. Luonan planned to stay in the wizard world for a period to test how long he could maintain a changed appearance after drinking the intermediate transformation potion. Next, he continued to refine intermediate transformation potions using the same medicinal ingredients. Unconsciously, 2 days passed. As Luonan was cultivating Azure Wood swordplay, he suddenly felt a tingling sensation in his muscles and bones. Then, his appearance gradually returned to normal. It can last for 2 days. However, this was only the first intermediate transformation potion he had refined, and his proficiency was not yet high. If his proficiency were higher, the duration would be even longer. The improvement in the medicinal power of the transformation potion can not only increase the duration but also expand the breadth of transformation. After he cultivated the elementary metamorphosis potion to perfection, he could achieve the maximum degree of transformation in the human body from male to female, which could be called cross-gender. He speculated that if the proficiency of the intermediate transformation potion increased, he might be able to achieve cross-species transformation. Perhaps, he could achieve Sun Wukong's 72 transformations with the transformation potion. After preparing the intermediate transformation potion, Luo Nan pondered. In the Still Truth Sect Immortal Realm, entering Foundation establishment was considered entering a new world. He had to increase his strength again before entering. His azure wood swordplay had a total of 12 layers. Currently, he had only cultivated to the 9th layer. If he cultivated to the 12th layer, he would comprehend the 12 Qingling Sword Array, 12 Azure Spirit Sword Array, Sword Move. At that time, the 12 Azure Spirit Swords would cooperate with each other, unleashing immense power, which could serve as a trump card. Time flew by, and 2 months passed. Luo Nan sat cross-legged under his natal longevity tree. Golden light emanated from the tree, illuminating the entire botanical garden. Luo Nan was breathing and absorbing qi according to the meridian's route described in Azure Wood Swordplay. As he breathed, the wood and metal qi from heaven and earth spiritual qi converged towards him. Azure Wood Swordplay, Layer 11, 99%. After 2 months of cultivate, Azure Wood Swordplay was about to break through to the 12th layer. Luo Nan's heart was calm as he continued to absorb qi. Suddenly, his body trembled slightly. A sharp aura suddenly erupted from him. Breakthrough. Azure Wood Swordplay, Layer 12, 1%. Next, I need to prepare 12 Azure Spirit Swords. Currently, he only had 2 Azure Spirit Swords. However, in his cellar, he had planted over 30 Azure Spirit Emerald Cloud Bamboos. About 10 of them, under his accelerated growth, were 1,000 years old. Thinking of this, Luo Nan went down to the cellar. The cellar had also been expanded by him. The originally cramped cellar now measured over 10 square meters. Azure Spirit Emerald Cloud Bamboos grew within it. After selecting 10 Azure Spirit Emerald Cloud Bamboos, Luo Nan exited the cellar. He cast the Treasure Refinement Incantation and began refining Azure Spirit Swords. 6 days later, all 10 Azure Spirit Emerald Cloud Bamboos were finally refined into Azure Spirit Swords and stored in his danshan. Currently, among his 12 Azure Spirit Swords, the oldest Azure Spirit Emerald Cloud Bamboo was 3,000 years old. However, the Azure Spirit Sword that had incorporated Mithril was only 2,000 years old. So, Luo Nan once again cast the Treasure Refinement Incantation. He separated the Mithril from the 2,000-year-old Azure Spirit Sword and integrated it into the Azure Spirit Sword refined from the 3,000-year-old Azure Spirit Emerald Cloud Bamboo. Furthermore, all 12 Azure Spirit Swords were engraved with sharp magic runes, armor-breaking magic rune, law-breaking magic rune, and other magic runes, making their power even greater. After refining the swords, Luo Nan had a thought and transmigration back to the cultivation world. In a forest in the secular world, he tried out the 12 Qingling Sword Array, 12 Azure Spirit Sword Array, ... He formed a sword chant and pointed it into the air. 12 Azure Spirit Swords transformed into 12 streaks of sword chi, flying out one after another like a string of pearls. With the enhancement of the Sword Array's power, these 12 Azure Spirit Swords were interconnected, forming a formidable combined force. Luo Nan held the sword chant, using his spirit to continuously manipulate the 12 Azure Spirit Swords, familiarizing himself with the Sword Array. Once the Sword Array was formed, with just a thought, a powerful sword intent would erupt from it. The nearby trees, touched by the sword intent, immediately burst into splinters, breaking off one by one. After practicing for a while longer, Luo Nan felt that he was quite familiar with the use of this sword array. So, with a wave of his hand, the 12 Azure Spirit Swords all disappeared into his wrist, entered his meridians, and returned to his danshan. Next, he was going to the Still Truth Sect Immortal Realm to plan his entry into the Still True Sect. To enter the Still True Sect, I must first spread the news of my foundation establishment to the Still True Sect. Luo Nan thought to himself. He had considered directly visiting the Mountain Gate as a foundation establishment immortal. However, doing so would appear too deliberate, as if he was desperate to join the Still True Sect. Firstly, this would arouse the Still True Sect's vigilance. They might fear that he was a demonic path spy, or that he had ulterior motives for joining the Still True Sect, which would be detrimental to the Still True Sect. Secondly, if he went to their door himself, the Still True Sect might treat him with a bit of disdain. In this case, it would be highly probable that he would not receive good treatment. It would be best to have the Still True Sect send someone to find him. After thinking for a while, Luo Nan came up with an idea. That was to pretend to break through foundation establishment within the Still Truth Sect Immortal Realm. During foundation establishment, a spiritual chi vortex would form, letting nearby cultivators know that someone was undergoing foundation establishment nearby. With his current spirit and cultivation, creating a spiritual chi vortex was not difficult. As long as he created a spiritual chi vortex in the tavern district that was comparable to a foundation establishment breakthrough. He believed that soon, the news of his foundation establishment would spread throughout the tavern district, and even to the Still True Sect. After all, foundation establishment immortals were a rare existence even in the lofty Still True Sect. With this in mind, Luo Nan drank the intermediate transformation potion. After transforming into an ordinary-looking man in his 30s, he headed towards the Still Truth Sect Immortal Realm. After entering the Immortal Realm, he went to the Tavern District. In the Eastern Residence District, he found an inn and rented a superior room. At night, he sat cross-legged on the bed, continuously absorbing the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual chi. Gradually, a spiritual chi vortex comparable to his own foundation establishment breakthrough that day began to form around him. The spiritual chi concentration in the Tavern District was far less than that in the wizard world. As soon as this vortex formed, it immediately attracted the attention of cultivators within 100 miles. These cultivators, who were also sitting in meditation, could feel the heaven and earth spiritual qi around them converging in one direction. In a residence of the Song family, Song Beixiao, who was cultivating in a quiet room, suddenly opened his eyes. A compelling divine might flashed in his pupils. Within the dark room, it was as if lightning had suddenly appeared. Although his cultivation place was not near Luonan. But how keen was a Foundation Establishment Immortal's perception of heaven and earth spiritual qi. He could faintly feel the nearby heaven and earth spiritual qi slowly flowing in one direction. Someone has broken through to Foundation Establishment. But I wonder which family they belong to. Song Beixiao's thoughts raced, and a sense of crisis arose. The Yu family's Foundation Establishment Immortal had died in the everlasting life sect nascent soul old ancestors' feigned death incident, and only then did he become the first Foundation Establishment Immortal in the Eastern Residence District, making the Song family the first cultivation family in the Eastern Residence District. Thus, they occupied most of the cultivation resources in the Eastern Residence District. Now, there was a new cultivator who had broken through to Foundation Establishment. He did not know the aptitude of this cultivator, fearing that if this cultivator's cultivation became stronger than his own after several decades or 100 years, everything the Song family had today would be taken away. Moreover, their Song family would not only lose cultivation resources. To prevent their descendants from being retaliated against and having their cultivators snatched away in the future, the cultivator who seized them would likely wipe them out. Just as they had treated the Yu family. Song Beixiao's expression was solemn, and with a wave of his hand, the stone door of the secluded chamber opened with a roar. He then flicked his sleeve, and his entire being transformed into a white shadow, flying outwards. At the same time, he released his divine sense, sensing the direction in which the heaven and earth spiritual qi converged. And he flew towards that direction. Soon, Song Beixiao knew where the heaven and earth spiritual qi was converging. It was an inn. And it was their Song family's property. From this, he knew that the person who had broken through to Foundation Establishment should not belong to any family, but rather be a loose cultivator. A loose cultivator breakthrough to Foundation Establishment means that this loose cultivator has good aptitude, or has had a fortuitous encounter. Song Beixiao suddenly stopped in midair, his white robe, white beard, white hair and white eyebrows swaying in the wind. He pondered again. Knowing that the newly Foundation Establishment cultivator was a loose cultivator, he had two choices. One choice was to win over this loose cultivator and bring him into the Song family. However, this loose cultivator might not be willing to join their Song family, and might even join other families. In that case, it would be highly likely to pose a threat to their Song family. Thus, there was another option. That was to kill this loose cultivator before he completed his Foundation Establishment. After pondering for a while, Song Beixiao chose the latter. After all, his Song family was currently the number one family in the Tavern District, and as long as no unexpected changes occurred, they would remain firmly in this position. After he had advanced to Foundation Establishment, he still had nearly 300 years of life left. Currently, there were several rising stars in the family with good aptitude. He felt that with the family's resources, the family would be able to cultivate another Foundation Establishment Immortal. Therefore, their family did not need to win over a Foundation Establishment Immortal. Moreover, after winning over a Foundation Establishment Immortal, they would have to share a portion of their resources. He did not want to share his resources with another Foundation Establishment Immortal. Since their family did not want to win over a Foundation Establishment Immortal, then this Foundation Establishment Immortal naturally could not be won over by other families either. Thinking of this, a fierce glint immediately flashed in Song Beixiao's eyes. With a thought, a brass mirror with a vermilion bird soaring through the clouds carved on its back appeared beside him. This was his quasi-magic treasure, the vermilion bird mirror. At that time, when Luonan summoned the high-level undead swordsman to block Song Beixiao, this vermilion bird mirror had displayed its divine might. Immediately, a crimson flame spurted from the vermilion bird mirror, striking towards the room where Luonan was located. Cultivators within 100 meters felt the surrounding temperature suddenly rise. While Luonan was in the room, pretending to undergo Foundation Establishment, he released his divine sense, paying attention to everything around him. When his divine sense perceived Song Beixiao approaching, he wondered what this old man intended to do. As he was thinking, he perceived that the old man suddenly conjured a magical artifact and launched a flame downwards. Luonan immediately conjured 3 azure spirit swords, which circled around him, forming a protective sword shield. The flame broke through the roof and struck downwards, being blocked by the protective sword shield. Luonan remained seated on the bed, looking up through the still burning hole in the roof, and saw Song Beixiao standing in the air. He summoned Grand Mist, and a dense blue light pattern network flashed over Song Beixiao's body. The data of this Foundation Establishment Immortal immediately entered his mind. Since he had cultivated to Foundation Establishment, he was also an early-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator. This old man's various stats were already inferior to his. Why not let this old man help me make a name for myself? Luonan thought to himself and immediately pointed his finger. 3 azure spirit swords immediately flew skyward, stabbing towards Song Beixiao. At this moment, Song Beixiao activated the vermilion bird mirror, and another burst of flames shot downwards. Luonan's 3 azure spirit swords emitted powerful sword qi, augmented by the effect of the law-breaking magic rune. The 3 azure spirit swords, arranged vertically, split the descending flames in two and continued to stab towards Song Beixiao. Song Beixiao saw that the flames produced by the vermilion bird mirror could not harm the flying sword in the slightest. He was greatly startled when he saw the 3 swords radiating a surging sword intent and stabbing directly at him. While he continued to urge the vermilion bird mirror to release flames towards the three swords, he also used a flying spell to evade them. Mid-flight, he waved his hand, and a heavy flying sword emanating a yellow glow appeared before him. He pointed his finger, and this yellow glowing flying sword went to block Luo Nan's three azure spirit swords. Immediately, Luo Nan performed sword shadow light division. The three swords instantly split, transforming into 9 streams of sword light, scattering and shooting towards Song Beixiao. Song Beixiao also used a sword shadow light division technique. His yellow glowing flying sword also split, becoming 3 yellow lights that circled around him. Meanwhile, he divided his attention, controlling the vermilion bird mirror to head towards the inn where Luo Nan was located. He intended to use the vermilion bird mirror's fire to burn Luo Nan to death while Luo Nan was distracted by his swords. Luo Nan urged the 9 streams of sword light, which, like bees drawn to honey, continuously stabbed towards Song Beixiao. Song Beixiao frantically parried with his yellow glowing flying sword, constantly in perilous situations. The 9 streams of sword light encircled Song Beixiao, almost forming a green blur. Luo Nan immediately turned one of the flying swords into a vengeful spirit. Instantly, this flying sword passed through the defense of the yellow glowing flying sword. Although the flying sword became invisible in an instant, Song Beixiao's divine sense still vaguely perceived that one of the flying swords had changed its state and actually passed through the yellow glowing flying sword. However, even if he perceived it, it was useless. This sudden change made it impossible for him to defend himself. Pfft! This invisible flying sword broke through Song Beixiao's protective magical power and pierced into his physical body. Immediately afterward, it moved about within his physical body. Song Beixiao's eyes widened, his gaze suddenly dimmed, and his pupils dilated. At this moment, with Song Beixiao's physical body devoid of life, his yellow glowing flying sword also retracted its light. It revealed an iron sword engraved with talismanic patterns. To prevent Song Beixiao from faking his death, Luo Nan sent the remaining 8 streams of sword light back into Song Beixiao's physical body, wreaking havoc. Finally, the 9 streams of sword light burst out from Song Beixiao's physical body. His physical body also exploded in the sky, turning into a rain of blood that fell. Luo Nan rose from the bed, floating in the air, and beckoned with his hand. Not only did he recall all 9 streams of sword light back into his meridians, he also summoned Song Beixiao's storage pouch, vermilion bird mirror, and flying sword. Afterward, Luo Nan descended from the inn, arriving before the dumbfounded innkeeper. This room is ruined, I need to find another inn. Please refund my room fee. Upon hearing this, the innkeeper dared not disobey, nor speak a word, and immediately pulled open the counter, took out the spirit stones, and returned them to Luo Nan. Luo Nan then found another inn in a different part of the tavern district and continued to rest there. The news of Luo Nan, after Foundation establishment, slaying Song Beixiao, a Foundation establishment immortal of the Song family, quickly spread throughout the eastern residence district. At this time, within the Song family, Song Yangtian, the Song family head, felt as if a thunderbolt had struck his mind upon hearing this news. He immediately summoned his clansmen. Quick, go to the Still True Sect's outer gate, find Yuner and inform him of this matter. See if he can find help within the Still True Sect. After instructing one clansman, he immediately instructed another. Quick, go to the Still True Sect. No matter how many spirit stones it costs, convey this matter to Immortal Master Yunluo, a Foundation establishment immortal, and ask him to help us overcome this difficulty. Song Yangtian knew that with Song Beixiao's death, their family's strength would greatly diminish. The many families they had suppressed would soon unite and resist. By then, their Song family would become like the former Yu family. Both clansmen were skilled in escape techniques, flying extremely fast. Therefore, Song Yangtian sent them to deliver the message. After watching the 2 clansmen transform into 2 streaks of light and fly towards the Still True Sect, Song Yangtian immediately instructed the other Song family members to relocate at once. Once they had weathered the storm and found assistance, they would return. However, not long after he instructed the other Song family members, he saw 2 objects fall from the sky. They struck the Song family's protective shield, emitting 2 crisp thudding sounds. The 2 objects bounced off, rolled in the air, and the long, black objects at their tops swung. These 2 objects were 2 heads, belonging to the 2 clansmen he had just sent out. Song Yangtian looked at the heads of his 2 clansmen, and just as surprise arose in his heart, he saw figures descending from the sky. They unleashed spells and magical artifacts, bombarding the Song family's protective shield. The protective shield emitted waves of violent ripples. After 2 consecutive waves of spells and magical power bombardment, the protective shield finally succumbed to the destruction and suddenly burst. Cultivators descended from the sky, one after another. Song Yangtian, with red eyes, looked at these cultivators and saw that they were indeed cultivators from several other cultivation families in the eastern residence district who were subordinate to his Song family. How dare you! Song Yangtian knew that if he retreated now, these people would immediately slaughter all of his Song family members. So, he mustered his aura and shouted. Immortal Master Yunluo, a Foundation establishment immortal of the Still True Sect, is related to our Song family. If our Song family suffers even the slightest damage, he will surely annihilate your cultivation families. He. Upon hearing this, one of the cultivators sneered. Which of our cultivation families doesn't have distant relatives in the inner sect of the Still True Sect? We know that Immortal Master Yunluo is not surnamed Song. Even if they are related to you, it's probably pitifully distant, right? Moreover, Foundation establishment immortals are high above, busy harmonizing the dragon and tiger every day. How could they have time to bother with our family disputes? We don't believe that if your family is destroyed, he will care. If you don't want to be annihilated, then make a move. Song Yangtian maintained his aura, staring at these cultivators. Immediately, the cultivators above pointed their fingers. Spells and magical artifacts converged into a torrent, falling upon Song Yangtian. Song Yangtian's eyes immediately showed panic, and he hastily cast an escape technique, transforming into a streak of light, flying upwards to dodge the spells and magical artifacts. However, these spells and magical artifacts came suddenly. Although Song Yangtian dodged some, several spells and magical artifacts still struck him. He immediately used the force of these spells and magical artifacts impact to cast another escape technique and continue fleeing. Just now, he had already put all the cultivation resources of his family into a very large storage pouch and carried it with him. As long as he could escape and temporarily hide in the Still Truth Sect Immortal Realm. By utilizing these resources, he might be able to successfully achieve foundation establishment. Then, he would return for revenge. While casting his escape technique, he took out several bottles of medicinal pills, pulled out the corks, and continuously poured them into his mouth. These medicinal pills included healing ones and those for restoring magical power. Kill all the other Song family members. Don't let Song Yangtian escape. Those cultivators shouted. Song Yangtian heard them, but did not look back, still fleeing with all his might. The cultivators behind him, seeing Song Yangtian's rapid speed, couldn't help but feel a little panicked. The fact that Song Yangtian was at the peak of the Qi refining 12th layer was no secret in the Eastern Residence District. These cultivators were truly afraid that if Song Yangtian escaped and successfully achieved foundation establishment, he would return to kill them. At that time, all their families would suffer. Therefore, these cultivators also cast escape techniques, one by one, to pursue Song Yangtian. However, Song Yangtian had medicinal pill replenishment, and his flying speed never slowed down. These cultivators, feeling that they couldn't catch up to Song Yangtian, couldn't help but grow anxious. Song Yangtian has Song family resources on him. Stop him! One cultivator raised his voice and shouted. His voice was heard for several miles around. Immediately, figures rose from various houses. Wealth moves hearts. In an era where cultivation resources are increasingly scarce, loose cultivators struggle to cultivate. Now hearing that they might acquire cultivation resources, they couldn't help but be eager to try. Along Song Yangtian's flight path, streams of spells and magical artifacts attacked him. Instantly, he was surrounded by enemies. Get lost if you don't want to die. Song Yangtian had originally planned to use his escape technique to avoid the pursuit of those family cultivators. Now seeing the loose cultivators appear, his heart immediately panicked. Although the loose cultivators' cultivation was generally not high, ants could still devour an elephant. These spells and magical artifacts attacking together would definitely slow down his escape speed. Therefore, Song Yangtian decided to kill one loose cultivator first to scare away the others. While Song Yangtian conjured a shield to circle his body, blocking the spells and magical artifacts attacking him, he chose a loose cultivator who looked weak and had a cultivation of Qi refining 7th layer, conjured a flying sword, and with his body following the sword, he attacked. Clang! As Song Yangtian followed his flying sword, stabbing towards this loose cultivator, when the flying sword was 5 steps in front of this loose cultivator, he found that there was a force that pushed his flying sword aside. It caused his flying sword to deviate from its original stabbing direction. Luonan didn't know why, among so many cultivators, Song Yangtian chose him to kill. Luonanzin was originally far from the Song family residence, so he was unaware of the Song family's predicament. Suddenly perceiving Song Yangtian flying towards him, and then hearing a cultivator say that Song Yangtian had Song family resources on him, he immediately became interested. The Song family had existed for many years, and the resources they had collected must be considerable. If he could acquire what was left, it would certainly save him a lot of time in collecting resources. Therefore, he left his room, went to an uninhabited place, drank an intermediate transformation potion, changed his appearance, and then joined the loose cultivators besieging Song Yangtian. He planned to take advantage of the cultivators rushing forward to fish in troubled waters, grab the storage pouch containing the Song family's resources from Song Yangtian, and then slip away. But he never expected that Song Yangtian would try to use him to scare away the other cultivators. When Song Yangtian, with his body following the flying sword, stabbed at him, he immediately unleashed magnetic surge to its highest level. After foundation establishment, the power of his magnetic surge had also increased significantly. A surge of geomagnetism immediately emerged from his body, and he controlled its direction to push Song Yangtian's flying sword away. At the same time, he dodged his body, and Song Yangtian immediately flew past him. Moreover, he placed another surge of geomagnetism on Song Yangtian's body. Song Yangtian immediately felt his body weight increase dramatically, with a tendency to fall downwards. His escape speed, of course, slowed down considerably. Thus, the other cultivators, one after another, gathered around Song Yangtian, forming a siege. Streams of spells and magical artifacts attacked Song Yangtian from all directions. Song Yangtian simply could not attend to everything. After blocking an attack from one side, he immediately received an attack from another side, worsening his injuries. Luonan also secretly conjured his vengeful spirit transformed azure spirit sword and stabbed towards Song Yangtian. During their brief encounter earlier, his divine sense had already penetrated Song Yangtian's protective magical power and located Song Yangtian's storage pouch. After unleashing the invisible flying sword, he immediately picked at Song Yangtian's chest, separating Song Yangtian's soft armor, and took the storage pouch that Song Yangtian kept close to his body. Under the cover of other brightly glowing magical artifacts, it flew back and was put away by him. Immediately afterward, he retreated behind the loose cultivators who were all attacking Song Yangtian, swept his divine sense, found that no one was paying attention to this side, then enveloped his entire body with divine sense to prevent others from detecting him with their divine sense, and quietly retreated. Only a group of loose cultivators remained, besieging Song Yangtian. Song Yangtian, having lost his storage pouch, naturally sensed it. At that time, with so many cultivators attacking him, he didn't know who had taken it. The Song family's resources have been taken. Song Yangtian shouted while resisting. However, how could those cultivators believe him? Each of them used their methods, beating Song Yangtian half to death, before searching Song Yangtian's body. After a search, they found that Song Yangtian truly had nothing left on him. Who took it after all? The cultivators looked at each other, searching for the person who had seized the resources amidst the chaos. Song Yangtian, however, was ignored. At this moment, his body had countless hideous wounds, and he lay on the ground, blood flowing like a stream. Without his storage pouch, he naturally could no longer take medicine to heal his wounds. He could only lie there, sensing his life gradually fading away. The news of a new cultivator achieving foundation establishment had already spread throughout the entire tavern district. Luonan remained in the inn. The news of the Song family's demise, as he expected, quickly spread in the eastern residence district. Now, the ones receiving the Song family's assets and resources were an alliance formed by 3 cultivation families. These 3 cultivation families only had cultivators at the peak of chi refining, but no foundation establishment cultivators. Therefore, no single cultivation family could dominate and take over all of the Song family's assets. While Luonan was in the inn, during this period, 3 cultivation families came to visit him. These 3 cultivation families were the top cultivation families from the other 3 tavern districts. They all offered different conditions, wishing to invite Luonan into their families. Of course, when they met Luonan, they all prepared a generous gift. After all, besides joining a cultivation family, Luonan was very likely to accept the invitation of the Still True sect. They prepared generous gifts because they wanted to build some connections with Luonan. Perhaps, in the future, they would have a need for Luonan's help. Luonan declined twice, then accepted the generous gifts. Facing the conditions they offered, Luonan did not refuse, only saying he would consider them. Then, he continued to cultivate in the inn, waiting for the arrival of the Still True sect disciples. Finally, a day later, Luonan was cultivating when his heart suddenly stirred. He perceived a cultivator at the early stage of foundation establishment approaching the inn, entering it, walking to his door, and gently knocking. Who's there? Hearing the knock, Luonan slowly opened his eyes and asked. Still True sect, Dao Chen. A gentle voice came from outside the door. The Still True sect really came. A glint of light flashed in Luonan's eyes. But then, he suppressed the joy in his heart, straightened himself, and went to open the door. After the door opened, he saw a tall, slender man dressed in a simple Daoist robe, with 2 mustache-like whiskers above his lip and a short beard reaching his neck. Luonan's divine sense had already sensed that this person was a foundation establishment cultivator, and in the early stage of foundation establishment. After analyzing him with grand mist, he saw that apart from strength, this person's spirit and magic power were similar to his own. It seemed that this person had been in foundation establishment for some time. Greetings, fellow Daoist. Upon seeing Luonan, Dao Chen immediately performed a Daoist bow. Luonan cupped his hands in return. May I enter, if it pleases you? Dao Chen looked into the room and asked. Please. Luonan said, inviting Dao Chen in. After closing the door, the two sat down at the table. Luonan poured Dao Chen a cup of spiritual tea. Fellow Daoist, I believe you know the purpose of my visit here. Dao Chen thanked Luonan, took a sip of spiritual tea, and then said. These past few days, I've heard that you haven't agreed to the cultivation family's requests. Are you waiting for an invitation from the Still True sect? Yes. Luonan nodded. The Still True sect is a major sect. I heard that after it absorbed the Everlasting Life sect, its strength became even more formidable. I want to know what conditions the Still True sect can offer me. Upon hearing this, Dao Chen asked, I am here this time to inquire on behalf of the sect about your background, fellow Daoist, before deciding whether to invite you to join our sect. You know, in the current cultivation world, the demonic path 6 sects are eyeing us covetously, we cannot afford to be careless. Fellow Daoist, you seem to be new to the Still True sect Immortal Realm. After all, ever since our sect received news of your foundation establishment, we have investigated through multiple channels, but we found no trace of you previously in the Still True sect Immortal Realm. Luonan also took a sip of spiritual tea, then said, my Daoist title is Nan Luo. My previous cultivation place was indeed not the Still True sect Immortal Realm, but the Ascending Immortal Island Immortal Realm. The Ascending Immortal Island Immortal Realm is not even in the Immortal Realm where the Still True sect and several other sects are located. It is in an archipelago to the east of this vast continent. He had seen this Immortal Realm in the Cultivation World Major Sect record. This Immortal Realm is composed of archipelagos, is very vast, and is quite far from the cultivation area where the Still True sect Immortal Realm is located. If he said he came from this Immortal Realm, the people of the Still True sect would have difficulty tracing his identity and background for a while. Then why did you come here, fellow Daoist? Dao Chen continued to ask. Luo Nan said, to avoid enemies. After saying that, he said no more. This reason was common, but also quite real. After all, in the current cultivation world, resources are not abundant. When cultivating, who doesn't contend and get a few enemies? It's quite normal. Upon hearing this, Dao Chen pondered for a moment, then said, to be honest, fellow Daoist, your background is difficult to verify. If you join the Still True sect, you will first be observed for 10 years. In the first year, your cultivation resources will be halved. In the second year, you will receive 60% of the cultivation resources, and this will continue until the 5th year, when you will receive the normal cultivation resources that an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator would receive. Is there no other way to prove my identity? Luo Nan asked. He joined the Still True sect to obtain the Earth Immortal method of the Everlasting Life sect, and he was completely uninterested in the resources given by the Still True sect. The scarcity of resources in this cultivation world meant that the resources given by the Still True sect could probably be easily obtained by him in the wizard world. However, as a loose cultivator, he should be concerned about the cultivation resources he obtains. If he didn't ask this, Dao Chen might think he had another purpose for joining the Still True sect. Dao Chen heard Luo Nan's question and replied, of course, after joining the Still True sect, you will have many opportunities to perform tasks for the sect. At that time, if you do well, the Still True sect will lift the restrictions on you. That's good then. Luo Nan, hearing this, feigned a relaxed expression, and then asked. If I join the Still True sect, what can I get? Dao Chen then told Luo Nan about the cultivation resources that the Still True sect could provide. Upon hearing this, Luo Nan said, the cultivation resources provided by the Still True sect are not as much as what a cultivation family in the Northern Tavern district promised me. Dao Chen smiled, medicinal pills and spirit stones, while the Still True sect may not give the most, fellow Daoist, you have overlooked the spiritual qi concentration on the Still True sect, which is incomparable to the Tavern district. Once we foundation establishment cultivators join the Still True sect, we can occupy an immortal cave on the Still True sect mountain range, which is near a spiritual vein for cultivation. Perhaps in the short term, the difference compared to cultivating in the Tavern district is not obvious. However, once 10 or more years pass, the difference will become apparent. Moreover, after joining the Still True sect, a portion of the Still True sect's collection of books is open to us. We can choose more suitable cultivation techniques from them. If one joins a family, the cultivation techniques available for selection are very few. Upon hearing this, Luo Nan feigned a look of being quite moved. Immediately, his eyes lit up, and he looked at Dao Chen, just now, listening to you, fellow Daoist, you are also from a loose cultivator background. Precisely. Dao Chen nodded, I began cultivating in the Southern Shak district and cultivated all the way to the Southern Tavern district. Because the Still True sect has a core formation immortal master who is a distant relative of mine, after obtaining his assistance, my cultivation speed increased significantly. Finally, 30 years ago, I successfully established my foundation and was able to enter the Still True sect. Currently, among the foundation establishment cultivators of the Still True sect, I am at the bottom. If fellow Daoist agrees to enter the Still True sect, then for the next period of time, I will be your guide. After listening, Luo Nan pondered for a moment, then cupped his hands again, then I ask fellow Daoist to guide the way. Good. Dao Chen said, then waved his sleeve, opening the door. A gentle breeze blew into the room, causing Luo Nan's and Dao Chen's hair to flutter backward. Then, fellow Daoist, please come with me to the Still True sect. As Dao Chen spoke, he stomped his foot. His body suddenly became light, and he floated out. The hem of his Daoist robe rippled in the breeze. Luo Nan also cast magnetic surge, his body floating into the air, following Dao Chen. As he flew out of the inn, Luo Nan tossed 2 low-grade spirit stones down, which landed perfectly on the counter. Then, he flew out of the inn with Dao Chen. The two, with their robes fluttering, flew towards the Still True sect mountain range. The cultivators on the street and in the inn naturally saw the 2 flying figures. It seems this foundation establishment cultivator indeed chose to enter the Still True sect. The pedestrians on the street looked up at the 2 figures, who were becoming smaller and smaller in the sky, and sighed. The closer they flew to the Still True sect, the more they saw the Still True sect enveloped in a dense fog. Dao Chen led Luo Nan down towards the mountain gate of the Still True sect. The Still True sect has a mountain protecting formation and an anti-flight formation. Cultivators below core formation can only enter through the mountain gate. If this rule is not followed, one will be attacked by the anti-flight formation. As Dao Chen spoke, he and Luo Nan landed in front of the Still True sect's mountain gate. The mountain gate of the Still True sect was a tall stone archway. Cranes and flowing clouds were carved on the pillars in the archway. Above the archway, the 3 characters Still True sect were carved. Luo Nan's divine sense felt an invisible barrier blocking their way. He saw Dao Chen take out a wooden token carved with an 8 trigram symbol. Muttering something, he pointed at the token, and Luo Nan felt a surge of magic power enter the token. Then, Dao Chen pressed the wooden token against the invisible barrier. A yellow light shot out from the wooden token and flew towards the mountain. Dao Chen held the token and said to Luo Nan, this is the token given by the Still True sect to every cultivator within the school. It contains a communication formation. If I were to enter alone, with this token, I could enter the mountain protecting formation. However, I cannot bring you in, so I can only send a message inside and ask the Still True sect personnel to briefly open the mountain protecting formation to let you in. Upon hearing this, Luo Nan nodded. Before long, a sudden breeze rose at the mountain gate. It was as if something had dispersed to both sides. Luo Nan's divine sense felt that the invisible barrier in front of him had opened a gap wide enough for two people to enter. So, Luo Nan and Dao Chen walked in. As soon as the two walked in, Luo Nan felt the invisible barrier behind them suddenly close. "Fellow Daoist, please follow me," Dao Chen said, then took to the air again. Luo Nan also followed him into the sky. After entering the mountain protecting formation, the dense fog that Luo Nan had seen before was no longer present. A clear and beautiful mountain scenery appeared before his eyes. Palaces and courtyards were nestled among the greenery. Dao Chen led Luo Nan towards a platform on the mountainside. On the platform, there was a two-story vermilion pavilion. As they flew up, looking back down, they saw platforms at the foot of the mountain. On the platforms, groups of qi refining cultivators were either practicing cultivation techniques, or practicing sword arts, or practicing spells. Dao Chen noticed Luo Nan's gaze and said, "These are all outer sect disciples of the Still True sect. Some of them are close relatives of the Still True sect's inner sect cultivators, thus allowed to cultivate within the Still True sect. Some others are promising talents found by Still True sect cultivators outside the sect, and thus recruited into the sect." As Dao Chen spoke with Luo Nan, they had unknowingly flown to a platform on the mountainside. The two landed on the platform. "This is the registration place for cultivators entering the Still True sect," Dao Chen explained. "After registering, you can receive a token and arrange an immortal cave for you on the Still True sect mountain range." As the two spoke, they gracefully entered the vermilion pavilion. On the platform, there were still some qi refining cultivators. Upon seeing the two, they respectfully lowered their heads and called out, "Senior." These qi refining cultivators naturally couldn't sense the cultivation of the two. However, most of them recognized Immortal Master Dao Chen. Moreover, they had heard about the new foundation establishment cultivator in the Still True sect Immortal Realm. Now, a person walking side by side with Immortal Master Dao Chen was most likely the new foundation establishment cultivator in the Still True sect Immortal Realm. The two walked gracefully, and along the way, qi refining disciples bowed their heads in greeting, calling out "Senior." Luo Nan saw an old man with white whiskers bowing his head and calling him "Senior," and he couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. The first floor of the vermilion pavilion was a long counter. Behind it sat a qi refining disciple, with a thick ledger in front and a row of long cabinets behind. "Senior." Upon seeing Dao Chen and Luo Nan, the disciple immediately rose from his seat and bowed. "This is Immortal Master Nan Luo, newly arrived at the Still True sect. Please register him." Dao Chen approached the counter and said to the qi refining disciple. The qi refining disciple responded with a yes and immediately began writing rapidly with a brush in the ledger. Before long, he put down the brush. Then, he excused himself, quickly went to the long cabinet behind him, formed a hand seal, and pointed at the cabinet. A cabinet automatically opened. The qi refining disciple took out a token from it, returned to the counter, and respectfully handed it to Luo Nan. "Immortal Master, please imprint your magic power mark inside. From now on, with this token, you can freely enter and exit the Still True sect." Luo Nan took the token, scanned it with grand mist, found nothing suspicious, and then infused his spirit, imprinting his magic power mark into it as if a magic treasure was recognizing its master. Immediately, the token flashed with a yellow light, clearly indicating it had recognized its master. "All right, fellow Daoist, please, I'll take you to your immortal cave," Dao Chen said, seeing that Luo Nan had registered. When Luo Nan imprinted his magic power mark, he saw the three small characters Bing Shi San, C13, written on the token. He thought this must be the location of the immortal cave. Dao Chen said, "Fellow Daoist, you are the one who entered the Still True sect after me. Your immortal cave is next to mine. We can interact more when cultivating in the future." Luo Nan said, "Fellow Daoist, your cultivation is higher than mine. Please give me more guidance in the future." As Dao Chen led Luo Nan towards the immortal cave, he said, "After entering the Still True sect, you must perform at least 3 major tasks each year. A major task is one that involves combat, for example, attacking other schools, competing for spirit mines, or competing for ancient cultivator resources. These count as one major task. Within a year, only by completing 3 major tasks will the Still True sect continue to provide you with cultivation resources and allow you to enter the library in the following year. Moreover, if you fail to complete 3 major tasks, you will lose your cultivation immortal cave and can only go to the foot of the mountain to live in a courtyard with the outer sect disciples." Luo Nan nodded, indicating understanding. Before long, Dao Chen and Luo Nan flew to another mountain peak and landed in a mountain forest. Walking along a small path, they saw an immortal cave. Above the immortal cave, the 3 small characters Bing Shi San were written. Dao Chen pointed to one side, "My immortal cave is over there." Luo Nan looked in the direction Dao Chen was pointing and saw a mountain about a li away. On the mountain, there was also an immortal cave, hidden by the trees. Dao Chen said to Luo Nan, "Just like entering the mountain protecting formation, as long as you hold the token, aim it at the formation on the immortal cave's stone door, and release your magic power, you can open the immortal cave." Luo Nan immediately followed Dao Chen's instructions, took out the token, and released a stream of magic power, striking the formation on the stone door. Immediately, a low rumbling sound echoed, the cave door opened, revealing what was inside the immortal cave. The walls of the immortal cave were cyan, and there were no candles or luminous objects like luminous pearls inside. However, a soft glow filled the entire immortal cave. Luonan carved various talismans on the walls of the immortal cave. The soft light of the immortal cave was generated by the spells released from these talismans. Besides the light-emitting talismans, Luonan also saw talismans that were 70 to 80% similar to those on the restriction talismans. These talismans were used to block the divine sense of cultivators. After all, every cultivator has secrets and trump cards, and no one wants to be spied upon. Therefore, a cultivator's cultivation place must have secrecy. Just now, Luonan discovered outside the immortal cave that his divine sense could not penetrate it at all. It seems that the talismans that block divine sense are quite effective. The immortal cave had 3 rooms and 1 living room. One was a bedroom, one was a cultivation room, and one was an alchemy room. The bedroom had a stone bed, and on the stone bed were bedding made from Yao beast fur. In the living room, there was a stone table with jade tea sets on it. Luonan felt that the spiritual qi concentration in this immortal cave was much denser than outside. However, compared to the spiritual qi in the wizard world, it was still far inferior. It was as if the wizard world was a young person striding forward, while this cultivation world was like an old man on the verge of death. Even on a spiritual vein, the spiritual qi concentration was still not high. After looking at the immortal cave for a while longer, Luonan asked Dao Chen, "Fellow Daoist, where is the library? I'd like to take a look. I urgently need a cultivation technique for the foundation establishment stage right now." Dao Chen nodded and immediately said, "Fellow Daoist, please follow me." With that, he stomped his foot and floated up gracefully. Luonan then used his token to channel a stream of magical power into the stone door of the immortal cave. Immediately, a low rumbling sound echoed, and the stone door slid shut. Luonan also released the Zhu magnetic surge, emitting a surge of anti-geomagnetic force, and flew after Dao Chen. They flew over layers of misty, verdant mountain barriers. Finally, they landed on a tall mountain. Luonan saw a majestic 5-story building constructed on the mountain. The plaque above the building's entrance read Library. Upon seeing the library, Luonan couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. He wondered if, once he entered, he would find the everlasting life sex earth immortal methods within the library. "Fellow Daoist, this library is exclusively open to foundation establishment and qi refining cultivators," Dao Chen explained at his side. "Foundation establishment immortals can enter and exit freely with their tokens and read any books within at will. If a qi refining disciple enters the library, he must pay a considerable amount of spirit stones, and if he selects a secret manual, he must also pay a lot of spirit stones to unlock it for reading. I heard that within the Still True sect, there is another study hall, but it is only open to core formation cultivators." Luonan and Dao Chen landed in front of the library's entrance. Luonan's divine sense perceived an invisible barrier enveloping the library. So, he took out his token, held it in his hand, and continued to walk forward. As he was about to collide with the barrier, he found himself passing through unharmed, and a ripple spread across the barrier. A qi refining disciple nearby, seeing Luonan holding a foundation establishment immortal's token, was immediately startled and quickly lowered his head, calling out, "Senior." Luonan nodded and, along with Dao Chen, who had also taken out his token, stepped into the library. Upon entering the library, an ancient and quaint scene greeted their eyes. The library's 4 walls were all made of rosewood. The wood grain on the walls displayed patterns similar to the talismans on the immortal cave walls. Within the library, there was a soft light. After entering, there were 2 qi refining disciples sitting by a counter, presumably the library's administrators. Upon seeing Luonan, these 2 disciples immediately bowed respectfully and called out, "Senior." Perhaps because entering the library was quite costly, there were not many disciples inside. Upon hearing the word senior, the 4 qi refining disciples who were flipping through books also turned their heads and bowed to Luonan. Luonan walked into the rows of bookshelves and looked at them. He saw small characters carved on the bookshelves, classifying the books. They were mainly classified by the 5 elements, and a portion that could not be categorized into the 5 elements was placed separately. Dao Chen said, "In the library, the first floor is for 100 cultivation arts, the second and third floors are for spells, and the fourth and fifth floors are for cultivation techniques. If you are looking for cultivation techniques, it's best to go to the 5th floor. The cultivation techniques on the 4th floor are mostly for qi refining cultivators to cultivate, and most of them can only be cultivated to foundation establishment." Luonan nodded upon hearing Dao Chen's words and ascended the stairs. At this moment, Dao Chen was very perceptive, knowing that it was not appropriate for him to be present while someone else was choosing a cultivation technique, so he bowed respectfully. "Fellow Daoist, I have brought you here. I will return to my immortal cave to cultivate first. Thank you, fellow Daoist, for leading the way." Luonan cupped his hands in return. Immediately, Dao Chen left the library. Luonan turned back and headed up the stairs to the 5th floor. Upon reaching the 5th floor, he discovered a cultivator. Grand Mist analyzed him and found that this cultivator's spirit and magical power were significantly higher than his own. He might be a foundation establishment middle stage cultivator. This cultivator was engrossed in his reading. With his divine sense, it was impossible for him not to have noticed someone coming up. He continued to read, purely because he didn't want to greet Luonan. Luonan also ignored him, his gaze sweeping over the bookshelves, heading straight for the section displaying wood cultivation techniques. Subsequently, he pulled out one book after another from the bookshelf and began to flip through them. After about an incense stick's worth of time, he had read the first few pages of all the books, just checking what kind of cultivation technique it was, without looking at how to cultivate. After reading, he sighed in his heart, "Truly, the resources within this sect were abundant. Most of these cultivation techniques could be cultivated to core formation, and 2 of them could even be cultivated to nascent soul. Any one of these cultivation techniques, if taken outside the still true sect and placed in the tavern district and outer slum area, would be a treasure. However, among these cultivation techniques, there was no earth immortal method of the everlasting life sect that Luonan had been yearning for. Luonan pushed a book back, frowning. Could it be that this earth immortal method is stored in the study hall that only core formation cultivators can enter? If so, do I have to cultivate to core formation to see this earth immortal method? Then, I'll have to find a cultivation technique here first to get through foundation establishment. Luonan was about to carefully select a cultivation technique when a preposterous thought suddenly surfaced in his mind. That earth immortal method, it wouldn't be on the 4th floor, would it? However, the more Luonan thought about it, the more likely this possibility seemed. After all, in the current cultivation era, ancient secret manuals were like waste paper. Just like his ancient wood longevity skill, the first step of finding precious spiritual plants alone deterred many cultivators. Most cultivators could only find ordinary spiritual plants to serve as their natal spiritual plants, which meant the upper limit of this cultivation technique would not be high. The cultivation technique would then seem like a chicken rib, useless. Thinking of this, Luonan immediately left the 5th floor and headed towards the 4th floor. Upon reaching the 4th floor, he went straight to the bookshelf displaying wood cultivation techniques. His gaze swept over the books on it, one by one. Immediately, he saw an ancient book placed in the very bottom corner of the bookshelf, practically untouched. On the book, 5 seal characters were written, 10,000 wood evergreen scripture. Luonan's heart stirred, and he pulled out this ancient book. Upon inspection, he found that it was indeed the cultivation technique he was looking for. Moreover, he discovered that the early stage cultivation of this cultivation technique was almost identical to what was recorded in the ancient wood longevity skill. He estimated that the compiler of the ancient wood longevity skill had seen the early part of this cultivation technique and then written the ancient wood longevity skill. Continuing to flip through, he saw the later cultivation methods of the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture, which was the method of constructing a spiritual realm. After cultivating the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture to foundation establishment, the subsequent cultivation involves constructing a spiritual realm in the Danshan. The larger the spiritual realm, the higher the cultivator's cultivation base. Moreover, by cultivating according to the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture, one can cultivate all the way to the soul transformation realm. The soul transformation realm is the realm above nascent soul. Cultivators who reach this realm are the legendary earth immortals. Luonan looked at the book and thought that while this 10,000 wood evergreen scripture was so powerful, it was placed here because its cultivation conditions were too harsh. The step of acquiring spiritual plants, needless to say, deterred many cultivators. And then, placing the spiritual plants in a place with dense spiritual chi also stopped many cultivators. After all, in the still truth sect immortal realm, only foundation establishment immortals like them could cultivate in immortal caves, where the spiritual chi concentration was relatively good. Once the spiritual chi concentration was insufficient, the natal spiritual plant might cease to grow. Later, when constructing the spiritual realm, even more spiritual chi would be needed. Furthermore, once the natal spiritual plant grows, it will continuously absorb heaven and earth spiritual chi. In a cultivation world with low spiritual chi concentration, if something absorbs a large amount of spiritual chi, it will form a spiritual chi vortex, thus being detected by other cultivators. If other cultivators knew that this cultivator was cultivating a spiritual body dharma body and constructing a spiritual realm, they would surely band together and slaughter him. After all, no one wants a powerful individual to emerge in the future and threaten themselves. Besides that, the book stated that when constructing the spiritual realm, one also needed to integrate heaven and earth oddities into the Danshan. In a cultivation world with scarce resources, these heaven and earth oddities were even harder to find. Therefore, this book here was almost like waste paper. Let alone ordinary people, even a nascent soul old ancestor of the still true sect, if he obtained this cultivation technique, even if he was obsessed with the power of this cultivation technique at its advanced stages, he would have to think twice before cultivating. And since this cultivation technique was still placed here, Luonan estimated that the still true sect just wanted to show other disciples some ancient methods for inspiration. However, Dao Chen said that the cultivation techniques on the 4th floor can be cultivated to foundation establishment. Actually, this cultivation technique, if one finds a decent spiritual plant and cultivates it, should be able to cultivate to foundation establishment. It's just that its cost effectiveness is far inferior to other cultivation techniques. Luonan thought as he flipped through the book. After flipping through it once, Grand Mist had also recorded all the contents of the book. After Luonan returned the book, he looked at the other books in the library. On the 2nd and 3rd floors, the spell layers, he also saw some good wood spells. On the 1st floor, he also saw some methods for refining wood magic treasures. I'll come back to record these later. Thinking this, Luonan left the library first. Although the immortal cave had a restriction that blocked divine sense, there was a nascent soul old ancestor within the still true sect. Luonan didn't know if the nascent soul old ancestor's divine sense could penetrate this restriction. After all, he was now a foundation establishment immortal, newly arrived, and his origins were unclear, so it wouldn't be strange for a nascent soul old ancestor's divine sense to be focused on him. To be safe, he decided to leave the still truth sect immortal realm first. He would transmigrate back to the wizard world and then cultivate the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture. Wizard world, triumphant city, flat house. Luonan's figure appeared in the botanical garden. Immediately, he sat down cross-legged and brought up Grand Mist. The contents recorded in the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture transformed into streams of information, once again surging into his mind. Then, he began to cultivate. The first step was to open up a spiritual realm in the Danshan. Following the instructions in the book, he assumed the 5 heart-facing heaven posture and continuously absorbed heaven and earth spiritual chi. Heaven and earth spiritual chi flowed in through his 9 acupuncture points. It traveled along 9 different meridians pathways. Finally, it converged into his Danshan. At the same time, as he activated this cultivation technique, his natal longevity tree's speed of absorbing heaven and earth spiritual chi also accelerated. The heaven and earth spiritual chi refined by the natal longevity tree was generated in his Danshan and, along with the 9 streams of heaven and earth spiritual chi, converged into the liquid magical power. The liquid magical power in his Danshan glowed with a vibrant green light. Gradually, this verdant light grew brighter and brighter, almost reaching a dazzling degree. He felt that as heaven and earth spiritual chi continuously gathered, something seemed to be gestating in his Danshan. Time flowed by, and unknowingly, over 6 hours passed. An extremely tiny, dazzling speck of light rose from the liquid magical power in his Danshan, just like the bright moon rising over the sea. It's done. Luo Nan's heart stirred. According to the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture, this dazzling speck of light was the nascent spiritual realm. The nascent spiritual realm was extremely small in space and was a state of chaos. However, the book stated that as long as one continuously cultivated, refined heaven and earth spiritual chi, and integrated heaven and earth oddities, this spiritual realm would dispel the chaos, and its space would grow larger and larger. When cultivated to a profound level, one could move all of the natal longevity trees, mother tree and child trees into the spiritual realm. Next, Luo Nan stayed in the wizard world for about 10 days, constructing his spiritual realm. Of course, he also spent time accelerating the growth of his natal longevity tree and cultivating his Yiwood Dharma body. Once the Yiwood Dharma body was formed, his speed of absorbing heaven and earth spiritual chi would increase. This, in turn, would accelerate the expansion of his spiritual realm. In addition, he was also collecting some valuable wizard materials to serve as heaven and earth oddities for the expansion and stabilization of the spiritual realm. One day, he bought an expensive piece of magic conducting metal. After consuming it, he refined it using the cultivation technique recorded in the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture. Soon, the magic conducting metal turned into a liquid, flowing directly into his Danshan, where it was absorbed by the speck-sized spiritual realm within his Danshan. However, after this magic conducting metal liquid entered the spiritual realm, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. The spiritual realm remained in a state of chaos, and its space did not expand. Just how precious must something be to be considered a heaven and earth oddity? Luo Nan thought. Then, with a stir in his heart, he took out a magic stone from his storage Zhuwuki and swallowed it. The demonic stone entered his abdomen, and after being refined by the cultivation technique of the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture, it merged into the spiritual realm, which appeared as a green light. Luo Nan immersed his divine sense into the spiritual realm, finding it still a chaotic expanse, without change. It seems that even a demonic stone cannot be considered a rare treasure of heaven and earth. Luo Nan cultivated for several more days in the wizard world. When he went out to the tavern for food, he heard another piece of news. Augustus V planned to rehost the Kingdom Martial Arts Tournament, which had been previously cancelled. Firstly, it was to celebrate the successful suppression of the rebellion, and secondly, to select knights. I wonder if Lion will come. Luo Nan thought to himself after hearing this news. Lion had originally intended to participate in the Kingdom Martial Arts Tournament. With the Kingdom Martial Arts Tournament being held again, he would surely come. Moreover, after all this time, it was possible that Lion's Night Realm had reached the Golden Night Peak. If that were the case, Lion would be even more compelled to come. After all, winning first place in the Kingdom Martial Arts Tournament offered a chance to receive personal transformation from the Kingdom legendary wizard Duo Li Fa. Although Luo Nan also possessed the energy particle amplification method for physical body transformation. If Lion wanted to transform, he could help him. However, compared to the Kingdom legendary wizard Duo Li Fa, he seemed to be on too low a level. Based on his understanding of Lion, he knew his elder brother was ambitious. Even if he told Lion that other wizards' physical body transformations were dangerous and offered to help him with the transformation, Lion would surely still try to participate in the Kingdom tournament and take a gamble. Unconsciously, several days passed. Triumphant City, which had been somewhat desolate after the rebellion, became bustling again after the news of the Kingdom Martial Arts Tournament's rehosting spread. Bards, wandering knights, and noble youths who had come here for the previous rebellion and experienced the panic of war, had forgotten the terror of wizards, knights, and necromancers, and returned to Triumphant City. As Luo Nan was cultivating, his heart suddenly stirred. After he left the Still Truth Sect Immortal Realm, he stored the Still True Sect token in a place called the Misty Immortal Pavilion. The Misty Immortal Pavilion was a famous place of pleasure in the cultivation world, located within the Yushen Valley Immortal Realm. The Yushen Valley Immortal Realm was to the north of the Still Truth Sect Immortal Realm and did not border it. Between it and the Still Truth Sect Immortal Realm, there was also a Heaven Sword Gate Immortal Domain. Luo Nan did not know if the Still True Sect token had a positioning function, so he stored it in a room in the Misty Immortal Pavilion. Even if people from the Still True Sect pinpointed his location, they would most likely assume he had gone to seek pleasure. If he brought the token with him and transmigrated back to the wizard world, he didn't know if the token's positioning function would still exist after passing through another world. After all, he was currently only a Foundation Establishment Immortal, and truly did not understand the methods of core formation cultivators and nascent soul cultivators. Since the wizard world could pinpoint other worlds, it was not impossible for the cultivation world to have such positioning methods. Furthermore, if the token were placed in the secular world, it would arouse suspicion. Cultivators joined the Still True sect precisely for a cultivation environment with more abundant spiritual qi. They would most likely not stay long in the secular world. Therefore, to be safe, Luonan stored the token in the cultivation world and transmigrated back to the wizard world himself. In the room where the token was stored in the Misty Immortal Pavilion, he had placed the flower pot still containing the vital evergreen tree subtree seeds. The seeds shared his divine sense, anything happening within several thousand meters of the seeds could be perceived by him. Of course, in immortal pleasure establishments like the Misty Immortal Pavilion, to protect the privacy of cultivators, every room was affixed with restriction talismans. Luonan could not perceive things in other rooms through the seeds. However, everything in his room was constantly transmitted into his mind. At this moment, he sensed the token, placed under the pillow, emitting white smoke. Before long, white smoke overflowed from under the pillow, rising upwards. Then, in the air, a string of characters formed. Fellow deist, where are you? The sect has a task that requires you to accept. Luonan knew this was a message from Dao Chen. The Still True sect's token, by consuming magical energy, could transmit messages over long distances. Luonan's heart stirred, and he appeared in a tavern district in the Chu Kingdom. The Chu Kingdom was the secular country closest to Yushan Valley. Although the border between the Yushan Valley Immortal Realm and the Chu Kingdom also had a layer of illusion array. However, this illusion array could at most only block mortals and low-level cultivators. Now that he had reached foundation establishment, and his mental energy was powerful. As long as he swept his divine sense, he could clearly see through the illusion array. He cast magnetic surge and flew rapidly towards the Yushan Valley Immortal Realm. While flying, he drank an intermediate transformation potion and changed his appearance. Soon, he arrived at a deep mountain. After entering the valley, he saw a vast, deep fog like a sea. Luonan released his divine sense and immediately saw through the illusion array. He circled twice in the air, passed through the illusion array, and entered the Yushan Valley Immortal Realm. Like the Still Truth sect Immortal Realm, the cultivators in the Yushan Valley Immortal Realm were also divided into Tavern District and Shantytown District. Luonan flew directly to the Tavern District and landed in front of a 9-story building. Each floor of this 9-story building had lanterns hanging. It was daytime now, and the lanterns were not yet lit. When night fell, the lanterns would emit a subtle pink glow. And the candles inside the lanterns, when burning, emitted a fresh and pleasant fragrance. When cultivators smelled it, their desires would be aroused. Luonan entered the Misty Immortal Pavilion through the back door, walked into his room, closed the door, and with a thought, the token flew out from under the pillow into his hand. Then, he injected magical energy and replied to Dao Chen, "Do you know what the task is?" "It's a small task." Before long, a string of white qi shot out from the token, quickly condensing into words. There are traces of demonic path practitioners within the Still Truth sect Immortal Realm. The Still True sect needs 2 foundation establishment immortals to investigate. Upon going, there will be 3 mid-grade spirit stones. If the demonic path practitioners are killed, there will be 10 mid-grade spirit stones. These demonic path practitioners, being in the Still Truth sect Immortal Realm, dare not show their faces, so their strength is likely not high. There should be no danger for us. Moreover, haven't your cultivation resources been halved by the Still True sect this year? If you kill a few demonic path practitioners, the Still True sect might trust you more and increase your cultivation resources. Fellow deist, are you interested in taking on this task with me? Luonan looked at these lines of text, thinking that he had not yet seen the evil path methods of the cultivation world, and this task might be an opportunity. The analytical ability of AI Grand Mist, in part, depended on how much knowledge he fed this AI. If he obtained evil path methods and fed them to the AI, it would have analytical capabilities when encountering similar demonic path methods in the future. Moreover, after AI Grand Mist obtained demonic path methods, he could also absorb some of them and integrate them into his own spells and wizardry. Thinking of this, Luonan used the token to send a message, agreeing to the matter. Then, he walked out of the room, onto the corridor, cast magnetic surge, floated into the air, and flew out of the Misty Immortal Pavilion. Luonan and Dao Chen, as agreed, met at the platform where Luonan had registered. Then, the two walked in and accepted the task. The task information was contained within a jade token. As soon as the two touched the jade token, information flooded into their minds. The traces of demonic path practitioners appeared in the West Shantytown district. Although the cultivators of the Still True sect rarely cared about the life and death of cultivators in the Shantytown district and Tavern district. However, they did not allow large-scale deaths to occur within the immortal realm. After all, they sometimes needed to replenish fresh blood for the sect from within the immortal realm. Moreover, demonic path practitioners entering the immortal realm were mostly using the cultivators within their immortal realm to cultivate cultivation techniques, spells, or refine magic treasures. Demonic path practitioners using their people to improve their strength could ultimately harm them. This was not allowed by the Still True sect cultivators. Luonan and Dao Chen then flew towards the shantytown mentioned in the information, according to the directions in the jade token, intending to investigate first. However, after they flew forward for a while, Luonan's divine sense felt a sinister chi coming from the direction ahead. Flying closer, his divine sense perceived that a large area ahead was filled with rising yin chi. There truly are demonic path practitioners. The two flew for a moment longer before Dao Chen spoke. Originally, about a month ago, Luo Nan and Dao Chen's mental energy were quite similar. However, after this period of cultivation, Luo Nan's mental energy had surpassed Dao Chen's by a considerable margin. It must be said that if it were during the period when the spiritual chi tide in the cultivation world had not yet receded, the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture was indeed a very good cultivation technique. Fellow Daoist, act carefully. Dao Chen said, then summoned an 8 trigram mirror emitting a green light, which floated before him. This is the clear wind 8 trigram mirror, which has a restraining effect on evil spells. Luo Nan nodded. I wonder what methods fellow Daoist has to counter evil spirits. Dao Chen asked. Luo Nan snapped his fingers, and a small flame appeared on his fingertip. The flame emitted a radiant glow, and a wave of heat spread out. Fellow Daoist, what is the name of this fire? Dao Chen asked. This is a simplified version of the legendary fire spell, Samadhi True Fire, Luo Nan said. Oh. Upon hearing the words Samadhi True Fire, Dao Chen immediately looked enlightened. After all, this fire spell was famous throughout the cultivation world. While talking, the two released their divine sense and flew into the area of rising yin qi, searching for the whereabouts of the demonic path practitioners. Their divine sense sensed that corpses seemed to be deeply buried in the soil, mixed with the yin qi. Just as they flew into this area, suddenly, the corpses in the soil all opened their eyes in unison. Immediately, the soil bulged and burst open, and corpses flew out from the soil, crashing towards them. Luo Nan and Dao Chen looked at these corpses, each in tattered clothes, revealing greenish skin. Every corpse had blood-red eyes, bared teeth, and long, sharp fingernails on both hands. As they rushed towards Luo Nan and Dao Chen, they clawed with both hands. Luo Nan and Dao Chen immediately used their respective methods. Luo Nan pointed his hand into the air, releasing a stream of Samadhi True Fire. Immediately, the corpses rushing towards him were scorched black, and soon, turned into ashes. Dao Chen, meanwhile, continuously chanted incantations. The clear wind 8 trigram mirror floated before him, emitting clear light that shone upon the corpses. After the clear light shone on the corpses for a few seconds, the corpses seemed to suddenly lose their momentum, completely slumping down. Compared to Luo Nan, Dao Chen's speed in defeating the corpses was much slower. Ahead, mud flew up in waves, and the popping sounds of bursting earth were ceaseless. Corpses flew out from the soil, rushing towards Luo Nan and Dao Chen. Before long, a tide of corpses formed in front of Luo Nan and Dao Chen. This demonic path practitioner has actually turned a large area of the Shantytown district's cultivators into corpses. Dao Chen looked at these corpses, his face somewhat ashen. This demonic path practitioner is likely a cultivator from the corpse demon sect of the demonic path 6 sects. As long as we find him, these corpses will stop. Luo Nan looked at these corpses, a strange glint flashing in his eyes. These corpses were very similar to the necromancers of the dead spirit plane. One could even say that these corpses were artificial necromancers. Cultivators of the corpse demon sect can control corpses. If I learn this method, will I be able to control necromancers? Thinking of this, Luo Nan couldn't help but feel a little excited. The dead spirit plane was a famous plane in the wizard world, containing immense power that could be utilized. However, the necromancy school in the wizard world had always been unable to fully utilize the power of the dead spirit plane. They could manipulate some low-level necromancers from the dead spirit plane, if facing intelligent ones, their relationship with those beings was more of a cooperative one. Luo Nan thought that if he could control a vast undead army, he would possess an extremely powerful force. Thinking of this, Luo Nan's mind immediately became active. He spewed out a stream of Samadhi True Fire, forcefully blasting a gap in the tide of corpses before him. Then, he flew out from the gap, sweeping his divine sense, searching for the corpse-controlling cultivator. As he was searching, he suddenly heard a jingling sound coming from behind him. Immediately, the corpse tied in the air parted to the left and right. A corpse with bulging muscles, wearing soft armor, and silver skin, leaped out from within. He raised his fist and struck towards Dao Chen. Dao Chen immediately chanted incantations rapidly, and the 8 trigram mirror floating before him glowed brightly with clear light. However, there were talismans on the skin of this corpse. A power emanated from the surface of its skin, completely blocking the clear light. Then, with a forward punch, it shattered the 8 trigram mirror in front of Dao Chen. Dao Chen's face showed surprise, and he immediately raised his hand, causing a bronze bell to suddenly appear in the air, covering him from above. With a bang, the bronze bell, covering the person, crashed to the ground. The corpse tide surrounded it, continuously punching the bronze bell, emitting deafening clanging sounds. Ring ring ring. Following the sound of the bells, Luo Nan quickly sensed a cultivator. His figure abruptly turned, flying towards where this cultivator was located. Soon, surrounded by a horde of corpses, he saw a man. This man was dressed in a black and red robe, and his skin had a faint yellowish-brown hue, making him look like a corpse. Between his eyebrows, a dark red talisman was drawn. His eyes were bloodshot, and his eye bags were large and dark, like those of a dead person. Upon seeing Luo Nan, he actually laughed, revealing a mouth full of yellow teeth. He. The cultivator chuckled softly, then muttered to himself. I never thought I'd get 2 more Foundation Establishment cultivator corpses today. As Dao Chen had guessed, this cultivator was indeed a cultivator from the demonic path 6 sect's corpse demon sect, named Buletinsian. He had come to the shantytown district of the Still Truth sect Immortal Realm today to collect some low-level chi refining cultivator corpses and refine them into flying corpses. But what he didn't expect was that 2 Foundation Establishment cultivators had arrived at this time. This allowed him to obtain 2 more Foundation Establishment corpses that could be used to refine flying corpses. You are more powerful than that deist over there, so I'll use a gold corpse to deal with you. Buletinsian said softly, shaking the copper bell in his hand. Ring ring ring. With the ring of the copper bell, the pouch at his waist suddenly bulged. Immediately, the pouch opened, and a flash of fire flew out. It slammed onto the ground, instantly erupting in a cloud of smoke. After the smoke dispersed, a corpse with golden skin appeared. As soon as the corpse appeared, it rushed towards Luonan along with the other corpses. The samadhi true fire from Luonan's mouth was like a giant wave, incinerating the attacking horde of corpses to ashes. The golden flying corpse, following Buletinsian's bell ringing, suddenly moved swiftly, transforming into an afterimage. It circled around Luonan's samadhi true fire and rushed towards Luonan from the other side. Although Luonan was already spewing fire from his mouth, upon sensing the golden flying corpse lunging, he pointed his right hand towards where the golden flying corpse was coming from. Immediately, a ball of flame appeared in midair, like a large cloth, covering the golden flying corpse. Buletinsian quickly manipulated the golden flying corpse to avoid the samadhi true fire, and from another direction, it darted towards Luonan. Luonan's heart stirred, and the samadhi true fire followed like a shadow, burning towards the golden flying corpse. At the same time, he waved his left hand, and the azure spirit sword flew out from his meridians. With a thought, the azure spirit sword instantly transformed into a resentful spirit, passing through the flying corpses and flying towards Buletinsian. Buletinsian was startled when he saw Luonan's flying sword suddenly disappear. The next moment, he felt a pain in his neck. Immediately after, his head suddenly fell from his neck, dropped to the ground, and rolled a few times. At this time, his body was still standing. Blood spurted high from his neck like a fountain. Soon, his headless body fell to the ground, blood still gurgling from his neck. Although Buletinsian was dead, his flying corpses were still moving, attacking Luonan and Dao Chen. However, the flying corpses' attacks were no longer as organized as before, acting purely on some kind of instinct. That golden flying corpse no longer knew how to evade Luonan's samadhi true fire and rushed straight into it. Immediately, this golden flying corpse was blasted by Luonan's samadhi true fire. The entire golden flying corpse caught fire, its whole body charred black, and after burning for a moment, it lay motionless on the ground. Luonan looked at the golden flying corpse and felt that its body was quite strong, able to withstand his samadhi true fire for a period of time. The reason the flying corpse could not move was because his samadhi true fire had burned away the flying corpse's po. In the cultivation world, there is a saying about Hun and Po. Hun governs the Yang spirit, and Po governs the Yin spirit. If the Hun is lost and only the Po remains, one can only act by instinct. And if the Po is also gone, there is nothing left to control the movement of objects. However, the other flying corpses still rushed towards Luonan. Hold your breath. Suddenly, Dao Chen's muffled cry came from inside the bronze bell. Immediately, Luonan saw that the flying corpses outside the bronze bell seemed to have lost their target, stopped smashing the bronze bell, and instead rushed towards him. Luonan immediately held his breath as Dao Chen had instructed. Suddenly, the flying corpses attacking him lost their target, stopped in midair, looking left and right as if searching for something. Luonan descended from the sky and looked at the bronze bell. After being surrounded by the corpses for a while, there were several dents on the bronze bell. They can even damage a Foundation Establishment cultivator's magical artifact. It seems the attack power of these corpses cannot be underestimated. Thinking this, Luonan went to where Buletinsian's corpse lay. He fumbled around and pulled out 2 bags. One was the bag where Buletinsian stored corpses, and the other was Buletinsian's storage pouch. There were no other corpses in the bag for storing corpses. The storage pouch contained secret manuals, medicinal pills, magical artifacts, and spirit stones. Luonan looked at the surrounding refined corpses, wondering how to deal with them. These refined corpses had good attack power and were very troublesome, he could collect them. However, he did not know how to put them into the corpse bag. So, his spiritual sense entered the storage pouch, and seeing a book titled Necromancy Little Notes, he took it out. On this book, Buletinsian's insights into cultivating corpse refining techniques were neatly written. Luonan schemed through it and quickly found the method for controlling corpses and putting them into the bag. According to Necromancy Little Notes, demonic path cultivators called this bag a corpse pouch. At this moment, Dao Chen had already put away the bronze bell and ran towards Luonan. Seeing Luonan reading a demonic path cultivator's notes, he couldn't help but be slightly surprised. Fellow deist, this is an evil technique. Do you want to learn it? Luonan continued to flip through Necromancy Little Notes as he said. I just want to collect these corpses so I can use them if I encounter danger later. You've seen it, these corpses can even dent your bronze bell magical artifact. But we are righteous path cultivators, Dao Chen still tried to persuade Luonan. Luonan continued to flip through Necromancy Little Notes, at the same time, Grand Mist was also recording. Isn't that silver corpse quite powerful? How about I give it to you? Luonan's gaze still did not leave Necromancy Little Notes as he said to Dao Chen. Dao Chen was slightly stunned upon hearing this, that's excellent. After pondering for a while, Dao Chen felt that this suggestion was good. After all, in the cultivation world, having more methods greatly increased the chance of survival. Moreover, that silver corpse had the strength of a foundation establishment cultivator. The scene of it shattering his bagua mirror with a punch was still imprinted in his mind. Thus, Dao Chen and Luo Nan together learned the methods of controlling corpses and collecting corpses into the pouch. Necromancy Little Notes records a variety of corpse control methods. There are corpse control spells, corpse control talismans, and corpse control copper bells. The corpse control copper bell is a magical artifact. Using it to control corpses consumes less magical power and mental energy. After Luo Nan and Dao Chen mastered the methods of corpse control and corpse collection, Luo Nan immediately shook the copper bell. With the ringing sound, the corpse tide surged towards him and Dao Chen. Then, he recited the corpse collection spell. Instantly, a thick white smoke emerged from beneath the feet of each zombie, enveloping them almost in an instant. Immediately, the white smoke condensed into streams, swiftly flying into Luo Nan's corpse bag. The corpse bag had an extremely large space, even larger than the demonic cultivator's storage pouch. Luo Nan picked up a stone from the ground, trying to see if he could put it into the corpse bag. He found that the corpse bag could only hold corpses, not other items. At this time, on the vast open ground, only the silver corpse remained, standing alone. This silver corpse was naturally left for Dao Chen. The demonic cultivator only had one corpse bag, so Dao Chen had no corpse bag to put this silver corpse into. After all, Luo Nan killed this demonic cultivator. All of this demonic cultivator's belongings should rightfully belong to Luo Nan. Luo Nan's willingness to give him a silver corpse was already a great favor. He could not ask Luo Nan for the corpse bag. Therefore, he could only write down the method for making corpse bags from necromancy little notes. Then, he cast the corpse control spell, making the silver corpse dig 3 feet deep and bury himself. He planned to return here to retrieve the silver corpse after refining a corpse bag in the future. The demonic path techniques recorded in this book are indeed evil. Since we have learned the methods to control these zombies, let's burn this book, Luo Nan said. Dao Chen nodded upon hearing this. Thus, Luo Nan released Samadhi True Fire and burned necromancy little notes. Immediately after, Dao Chen took the demonic cultivator's head and body, then returned with Luo Nan to the Still True Sect mountain range. The two returned to the Still True Sect, handed in their mission, and each received 30 mid-grade spirit stones. Then, the two returned to their respective immortal caves. After staying in his immortal cave for a while, Luo Nan immediately left. After leaving the Still True Sect immortal realm, he arrived at the Yushen Valley immortal realm and placed his token in the Misty Immortal Pavilion. Subsequently, he went to the secular world and began to try the spells from necromancy little notes. He wanted to know if necromancers from the dead spirit plane could be controlled through corpse manipulation techniques. After arriving at a forest, Luo Nan began to chant. The liquid magical power in his dantian was consumed, and a sorcery formation emitting white light appeared before him. Before long, a tall high-level undead swordsman was summoned by him. This high-level undead swordsman's attack had the power of a foundation establishment middle-stage cultivator. If he could control it, its power would be no less than that of a golden flying zombie. As soon as this tall high-level undead swordsman appeared, it turned towards Luo Nan. Luo Nan was not a necromancer and did not know the language of the dead spirit plane, so he did not know how to communicate with this high-level undead swordsman. The high-level undead swordsman smelled Luo Nan's delicious body and soul, and the ghostly green flames in its eyes immediately intensified, instantly swinging its great sword, as wide as a door panel, towards Luo Nan. Luo Nan, however, cast magnetic surge, and his body suddenly floated into the air to evade the attack. It was just like when the Song family foundation establishment old ancestor faced a high-level undead swordsman. The high-level undead swordsman was accustomed to using negative energy particles. Seeing Luo Nan rise into the air, it subconsciously manipulated negative energy particles to lift itself up. However, it suddenly discovered that there were almost no energy particles here. Therefore, this high-level undead swordsman could only roar, and strange sounds came from the hollow, dark cavity of its skull. Luo Nan, following what was recorded in necromancy little notes, urged his chi and blood, forcing it out from his fingertips. Immediately, he used his chi and blood to draw a talisman in the air. He tapped the talisman, and it transformed into a streak of blood-red light, shooting towards the high-level undead swordsman. The high-level undead swordsman roared and stomped its feet. At the same time, it was gradually adapting to this new world, trying to use the negative energy within its body to lift itself up. When the blood-red light flew over, because the high-level undead swordsman's body was almost 3 meters tall, it was unavoidable for a moment. After the blood-red light struck the high-level undead swordsman's body, it seeped into its bone-white skeleton. Luo Nan immediately felt that he had gained a little control over this high-level undead swordsman. The high-level undead swordsman also discovered the abnormality of its own body. Its eye sockets, burning with ghostly green flames, looked at Luo Nan. There seemed to be a hint of apprehension appearing within them. Immediately, this high-level undead swordsman hastily chanted a spell from the dead spirit plane. Luo Nan immediately felt a spatial force emerging from the high-level undead swordsman's body. This high-level undead swordsman actually wants to leave. Luo Nan immediately and urgently drew talismans with blood. Streaks of blood-red talismans formed in the air, and he flicked them with his hand. Streaks of blood-red light, like flying stones, went towards the high-level undead swordsman. After each streak of blood-red light seeped into the high-level undead swordsman's bones, Luo Nan felt that the rate of increase in the spatial force of this necromancer slowed down by 1 point. And his control over this high-level undead swordsman also gradually increased. Before long, this high-level undead swordsman finally quieted down. An crimson talisman was carved on the throat of this necromancer's skeleton. As long as Luo Nan had a thought, he could control this necromancer to attack. Immediately, he used his mental energy. The high-level undead swordsman raised the great sword in its hand and suddenly chopped forward. The negative energy magical power within the high-level undead swordsman's body suddenly erupted through its bone-white great sword. It formed a bone-white sword light, slashing straight down in front. Boom! Instantly, trees and dirt in the forest flew everywhere. A deep gully appeared in front of the high-level undead swordsman. Above the gully, there were still faint white mists emanating. It's done. Luo Nan recited the corpse collection spell and put this high-level undead swordsman into his corpse bag. Subsequently, he continued to summon creatures from the dead spirit plane and controlled them using the same method. Gradually, in Luo Nan's corpse bag, besides the flying zombie army, there was also a batch of necromancer army. This batch of necromancers, in addition to high-level undead swordsmen, also included undead archers and undead mages. He had them well matched for both long-range and close-range combat. This way, I have another trump card. He thought that if he encountered danger, summoning the flying zombie army and the necromancer army from his corpse bag would be able to hold off the enemy for a good while. However, to control them all would consume a lot of mental energy. Even if I cultivate God evolution art to perfection, it would still be a bit unbearable. But soon, Luo Nan thought of a method, let a portion of the flying zombies and necromancers act freely, while he controlled the other portion. Then, based on the situation on the battlefield, he would fine-tune the controlled flying zombies and necromancers. After trying out the corpse manipulation technique, Luo Nan left the forest, and with a thought, he returned to the wizard world to continue cultivating the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture. Triumphant City Middle City, Flat House. Luo Nan sat in the botanical garden, cultivating the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture. In the botanical garden, there were 2 ancient trees, which were his natal longevity tree. Among them, the eternal evergreen tree mother tree was more than 2 meters taller than the child tree. And its luxuriant branches and leaves were incomparable to the vital evergreen tree sub-tree. Both trees emitted holy tree light. The golden light illuminated the entire botanical garden, gently falling upon Luo Nan's body. With the blessing of the holy tree light, Luo Nan's speed of absorbing and refining heaven and earth spiritual chi became even faster. At this moment, the heaven and earth spiritual chi feedback from the natal longevity tree to Luo Nan, as well as the heaven and earth spiritual chi Luo Nan refined himself, all converged towards the green light spot in his danshan. Luo Nan immersed his mental energy into this light spot and saw that the space within it was still a chaos, less than 1 cubic meter. He had seen in the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture that constructing a spiritual realm was a long-term endeavor. Cultivators usually had to cultivate continuously for thousands of years and plant trees for thousands of years before it was possible to construct a spiritual realm capable of accommodating a natal longevity tree group. To accelerate this process, one could integrate heaven and earth wonders into the spiritual realm. Luo Nan had recently been inquiring about heaven and earth wonders in the wizard world. As an unregistered wizard, Luo Nan could only purchase materials in the black market. But in the black market, the variety of materials would not be extensive. If he wanted to buy heaven and earth wonders, he was more likely to find them in a regular market. He could also completely attach himself to a certain school or organization, or directly to the wizard academy of the royal family, to become a registered wizard. However, after becoming a registered wizard, even if he could buy and sell in the regular market, all items bought and sold would have to be registered. At that time, if he bought extremely valuable heaven and earth wonders, he would not be able to explain the source of the funds. Lifespan, 531. Strength, 98. Mental energy, 113. Magic power, 118. Cultivation realm, foundation establishment early stage, 9%. Wizard rank, first level formal wizard. While cultivating, Luo Nan sensed that 3 people were walking towards his flat house. These 3 were his father and 2 brothers. They're probably here for the Kingdom Martial Arts Tournament. Luo Nan thought, slowly withdrawing his power. Some time later, the 3 arrived in front of Luo Nan's flat house. Bran Lawrence, being the youngest in seniority, knocked on Luo Nan's door and called out brother twice. Luo Nan closed the door of the botanical garden and then opened his door. Luo Nan. Father, Leon, Bran. After the 4 greeted each other, they entered Luo Nan's flat house. They each sat down at the dining table. Luo Nan used his mental energy to retrieve 3 copper goblets and poured wine for the 3 of them. Leighton Lawrence, the tallest and most robust of the 4, picked up his wine glass with his fingers and savored the wine. After a few sips, he said, compared to the wine we brew ourselves, the wine from the capital lacks that hint of bitterness, it's delicious. I wonder if there's any wizard's technique involved. Saying that, Leighton Lawrence continued to savor the wine. Bran Lawrence quickly finished a glass and then asked Luo Nan to refill it. Luo Nan, you must know why we're here, right? Leighton Lawrence put down his wine glass and said to Luo Nan. Luo Nan looked at Leon. Leon is here to participate in the Kingdom Martial Arts Tournament. Leon nodded. During this time, I have already reached Golden Knight Peak, at the top among the unmodified knights in the kingdom. It's time to participate in the Kingdom Martial Arts Tournament. Lai Dun continued, we're staying in a hotel in the middle city, and hotels aren't cheap now. However, ever since your elder brother became a Golden Knight Peak, and the news of you being a wizard apprentice at the Kingdom Wizard Academy spread around Redwood territory. Recently, we've opened up a lot of land, and our noble status in the southeast province has risen, we've done more business, and the family's income has increased significantly. Afterward, the few of them further discussed the current situation of the family in the southeast province. After the southeast province came under the control of a new wizard family, there was no change compared to when the Fleming family was in charge. Moreover, some knight families did not seem to have established ties with this wizard family. This was good news for them at the moment. At least when they were developing land, there were no other forces to disturb them. Furthermore, some resources that had previously been occupied by neighboring nobles were gradually reclaimed. Now we won't hinder your cultivation. Coincidentally, Leon also needs to adjust his state. The Kingdom Martial Arts Tournament is in 5 days. After chatting for a while longer, the four went to a restaurant for a meal. Then, Luo Nan returned to his flat house, while his father and brothers returned to the hotel. Unconsciously, 5 days had passed. In these 5 days, besides Triumphant City becoming increasingly lively, there were no major changes in either the wizard world or the cultivation world. The venue for the martial arts tournament was a coliseum in the upper city. Of Triumphant City's 3 cities, upper, middle, and lower, the upper city was the largest, followed by the lower city, and the middle city was the smallest. After all, the upper city was where formal wizards and royal nobles resided. They needed a lot of space for living and entertainment. The lower city, on the other hand, was inhabited by mortals and merchants. Although it was the largest, its population was very dense. The middle city was the dwelling place for ordinary nobles of the kingdom and wizard apprentices. The population density was moderate, and the environment was quite comfortable, but compared to the luxury of the upper city, there was still a considerable difference. The Colosseum in the upper city was built on a mountain. Sitting in the Colosseum, one could look out and see the sparkling sea, stretching infinitely to the horizon. Before the Kingdom Martial Arts Tournament began, Luo Nan, his father, and his brothers followed the crowd towards the upper city. Because it was a grand event, there were many people, and the upper city's guard force had increased several times over. Almost all of the royal guards knights were in the upper city to maintain order. Luo Nan saw several knights in golden knight armor shouting and guiding the commoners. Facing some unruly wandering knights, the knights of the royal guard even drew their broadswords, erupting with life energy. Those wandering knights, seeing the cold glint of the steel broadswords and feeling the powerful life energy, immediately dared not cause trouble. Most wandering knights were below golden knight strength. Facing some royal guards whose bloodline had been modified, they softened up. Luo Nan even sensed waves of energy fluctuations appearing in various corners of the upper city. These were formal wizards, observing the situation to prevent any sudden incidents. Although the Necromancer Society had been destroyed. However, there were still many necromancy schools on the Wizard Islands. Necromancy, however, could never be extinguished. They couldn't guarantee that some other wizards of the kingdom, after learning necromancy, wouldn't come here planning to pull off something big. Luo Nan even felt an energy fluctuation in the sky, like a heavenly net, enveloping everything. He estimated that this should be a high-rank wizard from the Wizard Council. Luo Nan, on the other hand, stored all his magic power into his spiritual realm. Although his spiritual realm could not yet plant trees, that chaos could accommodate his magic power. Once the magic power entered the spiritual realm, it would be even more difficult for other wizards to sense his wizard rank. Luo Nan and his father and 2 brothers walked with the crowd for a while, finally arriving at the Kingdom Colosseum. This Kingdom Colosseum was similar in structure to the Roman Colosseum of his previous life, but it was larger and more magnificent. In the center was a large and spacious dirt ground, surrounded by tiers of step seating that gradually ascended towards the sky. They found a spot in the Kingdom Colosseum to watch the fights. Except for the kingdom's high-ranking nobles who had reserved seats, other nobles and commoners had to find their own seats. At this time, whether one could get a good seat depended on the strength of the person occupying it. Lidun was a golden knight late stage, Leon was a golden knight peak, and Bran was a silver knight late stage. All 3 of them exuded life energy. Coupled with Luo Nan subtly revealing his own energy fluctuations, they immediately found a good spot. The lower one's strength, the higher the position one could watch from. Some mortals, even if they wanted to watch, might only be able to stand and squeeze at the highest point of the Colosseum. However, at that position, everything in the Colosseum would appear as a black dot to them. They couldn't see the battles in the arena at all. Therefore, most commoners would not come here to watch. And some bards, who, though lacking extraordinary power, possessed good singing voices, could play beautiful melodies, and were handsome, often gained the favor of nobles. Nobles hoped that the outstanding performances of their family members today would be proclaimed by the bards. These bards then received the protection of the nobles, allowing them to find good seats in the Colosseum. After the 4 of them sat down, Leon left his seat. As one of the participants in the martial arts tournament, he needed to prepare. From the conversations of the idlers in the tavern, Luo Nan knew the contents of the Kingdom Martial Arts Tournament. One was a competition of horsemanship and spear skills. 2 knights, wearing armor, holding shields, and wielding wooden spears, would charge at each other on horseback. The one who was unhorsed would lose. Logically speaking, wearing armor and wielding a wooden spear, this contest was usually relatively safe. However, there were always some people with strong killing intent who would aim their wooden spears at areas of the opponent not covered by armor and thrust fiercely. Sometimes, a single match would result in casualties. Most spectators, whether commoners or nobles, enjoyed seeing this scene. They came to watch, also anticipating this very scene. Besides horsemanship and spear skills, there was also sword fighting. 2 people would hold wooden swords coated with paint and compete. The result of the match depended on whether the wooden sword touched the opponent's armor or body. Similar to horsemanship and spear skills, some knights with killing intent would also use wooden swords to kill their opponents in this competition. After hearing the content of the competition, Luo Nan felt that this competition placed more emphasis on skill. After all, while this competition was entertainment in the eyes of most nobles, some discerning wizard nobles were looking to select loyal knights from it. They likely believed that a knight's strength was not important, because through their modifications, a knight's strength could be improved. However, skill and combat talent were things that could not be changed by wizard means. These were the most valuable things. The winner of this martial arts tournament would be determined by combining the results of the two matches. Luo Nan saw a middle-aged man wearing a crown and a red cloak on the stands in the middle of the Colosseum. According to the conversations of the people around him, he knew this was the current king, Augustus V. Luo Nan even faintly sensed powerful energy fluctuations emanating from that spot. It seemed there were many powerful wizards protecting this king. However, legendary wizard duo Li Fa of the kingdom didn't come. Luo Nan thought, sensing the energy fluctuations. Because he didn't sense any particularly large energy fluctuations that could make his heart tremble. After all, most wizards found it extremely difficult to conceal their energy fluctuations. Even if they could conceal them, it wasn't completely thorough, so Luo Nan could roughly know a wizard's strength by sensing. At this moment, these wizards were all within Luo Nan's field of vision. He then summoned Grand Mist. Immediately, within his vision, fine blue light scanned across the bodies of those wizards. Subsequently, the numerical values of each wizard appeared in his mind. In this way, he roughly knew the numerical values of the kingdom of wizards. However, he just didn't know what wizard rank corresponded to each wizard. If that kid Paul were here, it would be great. Luo Nan thought, as Paul, being a wizard apprentice of the Kingdom Wizard Academy, should know more formal wizards of the kingdom. This way, he could ask Paul to point out the rank of each wizard to him. Logically speaking, for such a lively event, that kid Paul should come. Luo Nan thought, while simultaneously releasing his divine sense and using Grand Mist to search for people in his vision. Just as he scanned his gaze to the right, a person with a blue light outline immediately appeared in his vision. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Paul. It was Grand Mist that helped him pinpoint Paul. Father, Bran, you two sit here for a bit. I'm going to say hello to a friend. Saying that, he left his seat and walked towards Paul's direction. Don't push me, bitch. Why are you squeezing me? The Colosseum was full of people. Luo Nan pushed his way through and finally saw Paul. At this moment, Paul was resting his left hand on a woman's body. This woman was also wearing a wizard potion, with fluffy brownish-yellow hair and a few freckles on her face. However, the woman's figure was extremely hot. From behind her, her shoulders and neck appeared almost at right angles, as if carved by a knife. In front, her chest was highly propped up by the wizard potion. Paul was talking animatedly to the woman while his left hand moved to other parts of her body. Luo Nan walked behind Paul and gently nudged Paul's waist with the tip of his foot. Which scoundrel? Luo Nan. Paul's entire face seemed to light up when he saw Luo Nan. Friend, long time no see. He pushed the woman beside him. You find a seat somewhere else for now, I have something to say to my friend. The freckled female wizard apprentice looked at Luo Nan and Paul with a puzzled expression, then left her seat. Luo Nan sat down in the seat and immediately got straight to the point. Do you know all those high-rank wizards in the stands? Paul recognized some of the wizards in the stands. He then told Luo Nan the rank of these wizards. These wizards included first-level formal wizards, elite wizards, and true knowledge wizards. Luo Nan used Grand Mist to analyze these wizards, and after obtaining the numerical values, he gained a general understanding of the strength of first-level to third-level formal wizards. After gathering the information, Luo Nan returned to his original seat and sat with Lai Dun and Bran. At this time, musicians were playing in the arena, as if warming up for the competition. A long railing had already been set up in the arena. Later, the knights would face each other on either side of the railing for a jousting and spearmanship duel. After the audience on the field listened to the musical performance for a while longer, the knight tournament began. The first two knights to enter the arena, Luo Nan analyzed their numerical values and knew that they were both Golden Knight late stage. Both knights were wearing armor provided by the royal family, holding wooden spears in their right hands and shields in their left, each riding a tall horse. Not far from the railing, a person held a bronze hammer. As soon as he struck the bronze bell with the hammer, the duel would begin. After both knights were ready on either side of the railing. Dong! With the sudden sound of the bell, both knights spurred their horses. The steeds understood, immediately galloping forward, raising a cloud of dust, and charging ahead. The two knights, as their steeds galloped, slightly raised their long spears. Their left hands held their shields in front of their chests. A pair of eyes in their helmets gleamed, firmly observing every move of their opponent. Soon, the two horses passed each other. Both men thrust their wooden spears, striking the opponent's shield. Both men slightly tilted their bodies and continued to charge forward. Then, both men spurred their horses, and the steeds immediately made a turn. Afterward, they charged again. While the two men in the arena were fighting fiercely, the audience was cheering. Luo Nan also heard that some people in the stands were gambling on this. After the two horses crossed paths more than 10 times. Finally, during one exchange, one of the knights made a mistake and was immediately unhorsed. Immediately, some people in the stands cheered, while others were disappointed. The disappointed ones were because the match did not have the bloody scene they wanted to see. Next, knights entered the arena in pairs to duel. According to the data returned by Grand Mist, Luo Nan saw that these knights were at least Golden Knight late stage. Golden Knight Peak also accounted for a good portion. When Golden Knight late stage faced Golden Knight Peak, it was always the Golden Knight Peak who won. After all, the reaction of a Golden Knight Peak is faster than that of a Golden Knight late stage. This reaction speed sometimes cannot be compensated for by skill. After about 20 battles, Luo Nan and the others finally saw Leon enter the arena. Although Leon was completely covered by his armor. However, they were extremely familiar with Leon. From Leon's physique and posture, they could determine that this person was Leon. In this duel, Leon's opponent was a Golden Knight late stage, not yet reaching Golden Knight Peak. The outcome was almost without suspense. Luo Nan heard that among those gambling, Leon's odds were 1 to 1, while the other knight's odds were 1 to 200. He thought to himself, it seems these gamblers have inquired about every knight on the field. Otherwise, from such a distance, they wouldn't know that Leon's strength was stronger than his opponent's. Clang clang clang. Soon, the duel began. 2 horses charged, then crossed. Bang. Leon thrust the wooden spear in his hand fiercely towards his opponent's opening. Due to his slow reaction, the opponent couldn't block or dodge in time and was immediately struck by Leon's wooden spear on the armor at his waist. Leon's wooden spear tip, due to the forceful thrust, developed cracks. And his opponent was sent flying. The duel was in full swing. Luo Nan and the others saw Leon enter the arena 5 times. 3 times, he unhorsed his opponent with a single strike. And in the other 2 times, the combat rounds did not exceed 5. After watching dozens of these duels, Leon had clearly become one of the dark horses to win first place. Luo Nan watched these duels, using Grand Mist to analyze the numerical values of each knight. He saw that the numerical difference among the knights at Golden Knight Peak was only 3 points. In other words, who could win first place truly depended on skill and luck. Soon, the duel reached the quarter-finals. Leon entered the arena twice, unhorsing his opponents. Finally, it came down to the final match for first and second place. Lai Dun, seeing this, couldn't help but tear up. In fact, Leon reaching the quarter-finals had already exceeded his expectations. And whether it was first or second place, it would be of great help to the Lawrence family. Even if Leon was only second, there would definitely be a wizard willing to modify his physical body. At that time, their Lawrence family would be affiliated with a top wizard family. Then their entire family, let alone in the southeast province, would be ranked among the top even nationwide. The leap in family rank would bring more resources. At that time, the family would use these resources to cultivate his second son, Luo Nan, as a wizard. Once Luo Nan became a formal wizard, he would further enhance the family's strength. Soon, by Leon and Luo Nan's generation, their family would be considered a wizard family, officially entering the ranks of the kingdom's upper nobility. Luo Nan and Bran, hearing Lai Dun sniffing softly, both turned their heads. But as the bell rang, they shifted their attention back to the arena. Leon and another knight named Andrew began their duel. From the previous duels, Luo Nan found that these two had completely different fighting styles. Leon prioritized stability, usually focusing on defense with offense as a supplement, only attacking fiercely and unhorsing his opponent once he found a weakness. And this knight named Andrew was agile, and his arm span was much longer than average. This made this knight extremely aggressive. In several previous matches, Luo Nan had seen that this Andrew never used a shield, almost always relying on body twists and horsemanship to avoid his opponent's attacks, while simultaneously counter-attacking. From the previous match, it was clear that Andrew's brilliance was more dazzling than Leon's. The number of matches where Andrew unhorsed his opponent with a single strike was also significantly more than Leon's. Moreover, this Andrew was also a knight from a wizard family, only 19 years old, younger than Leon, and also handsomer than Leon. Considering these factors, in the audience's gambling, Andrew's odds were higher than Leon's. After the bell rang, Leon and Andrew spurred their horses, charging towards each other. Leon deliberately lowered his center of gravity, firmly gripping his shield. He had watched several of Andrew's previous matches and found that this person's attacks were erratic, making it difficult for him to find a weakness immediately. Therefore, he needed to observe this person's attacks a few more times before going on the offensive. 8 hooves continuously trampled the ground, stirring up dust. Andrew, seeing Leon defending like this, couldn't help but curse inwardly. As the 2 horses crossed paths, Andrew merely lightly tapped Leon's shield with a wooden spear in his hand. If a wooden spear were to forcefully strike a wooden shield, its tip would likely be damaged. At that time, if his wooden spear was damaged, no matter how superb his skill, he would only be able to take a beating. Just as the 2 horses crossed paths, suddenly, Andrew twisted his body like a spring, thrusting the wooden spear in his hand backward. The spear tip was aimed directly at Leon's neck. That spot was precisely the gap where the armor connected. If the wooden spear were thrust in there, it would pierce the carotid artery in the neck. In the previous 2 matches, Andrew had thrust the wooden spear into the armor gap at his opponent's neck, directly piercing the opponent's neck and killing the opponent. Although Leon crossed paths with his horse, he remained vigilant, his peripheral vision still observing Andrew. Seeing Andrew suddenly turn and thrust his spear, he lowered his body and used his shield to block the attack. Thud. The wooden spear struck the shield, emitting a dull thud. Cracks appeared on the spear tip. As the horse galloped away, Andrew could only make this one strike. Seeing that the attack did not work, Andrew couldn't help but feel angry. In the next few rounds, Leon still held his shield in front of him, simply not making a move. Although Andrew was angry, he was also racking his brains for a way to break through Leon's defense. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something, smiled sinisterly, and then said to Leon. You're just from a knight family, aren't you? I'm from a wizard family. It's very simple for our family to destroy your family. Your fighting style today truly disgusts me. After the duel, I'll have my family deal with your Lawrence family. We'll make your entire family lose their territory, the men will go to guard the borders, and the women will go to places of ill repute. Ah! Leon's eyes seemed to spew fire as he charged towards Andrew. That's more like it. In Andrew's eyes, a raging flame also seemed to ignite. He spurred his horse, holding his long spear in front of his chest, and charged towards Leon. Just as the two were about to thrust the long spears in their hands at each other. Clearly, Andrew had a longer arm span, a superior trajectory, and was faster. But at this moment, Leon suddenly raised the shield in his hand and slammed it into Andrew's wooden spear. Under the collision of the shield and the force of the wooden spear's thrust, the tip of the wooden spear immediately burst into a cloud of wood chips. Andrew's pupils suddenly constricted. At this moment, the long spear in Leon's hand, its momentum undiminished, had already thrust out. Bang! Leon's wooden spear struck directly on the armor over Andrew's chest. The spear tip of the wooden spear shattered. Andrew himself left the saddle and flew outward. Andrew twisted his body in midair and barely landed on his feet. He glared fiercely at Leon. If I meet you in the sword fighting competition, I will kill you. Leon ignored his threat, merely placing his left hand on his chest, performing a noble bow, and then rode away. After the justing and spearmanship competition, the sword fighting competition immediately followed. The Golden Knight's stamina was extraordinary. Even though they had just gone through thrilling matches, their stamina had already recovered quickly. Even those with injuries had healing medicine to quickly recover. The railing in the arena had been removed, leaving only an empty field. The sword fighting competition had a time limit. The winner was determined by the paint on each person's armor. If there was a lot of paint on a vital spot, that person would likely be judged as having lost. Next, pairs of knights entered the arena again. Compared to charging on horseback, two knights competing with sword skills offered a different visual experience for the audience. Upon seeing sword skills, Bran became excited. Compared to justing and spearmanship, Bran was more interested in sword fighting. When Bran was in Redwood territory, he had studied under several sword experts. Although his strength was only that of a silver knight, his sword skill achievements were already on par with those sword experts. Moreover, in some aspects, sword fighting also appeared more bloody and intense than justing and spearmanship. Because a sword tip is smaller than a spear tip, and fighting on the ground allows for more agile movement than on horseback. Therefore, a sword could more easily pierce into the gaps between armor. In several matches, some knights whose sword skills were clearly superior to their opponents intentionally thrust their wooden swords into the armor gaps of their opponents, directly killing them. Watching blood gush from the armor, some of the audience on the field became excited. Leon entered the arena several times, maintaining his steady and solid style. Always with his shield forward, primarily defending. And often maintaining distance from his opponent with steady footwork. Finally, he would seize his opponent's weakness before attacking. Typically, after a match, there were no paint marks on his armor. However, there were paint marks on his opponent's weak spots. The duels continued, and the gambling in the stands became more and more fervent. After several hours, it was again time for the battle for first and second place. As most people expected, the battle for first and second place was again between Leon and Andrew. Leon was sturdily built, while Andrew was tall and thin with a long arm span. Their physiques, to some extent, also determined their fighting styles. At this time, it was already evening, and dusk was gradually settling. But after the wizards in the stands chanted for a while, a soft yellow light shone down from the sky, illuminating the entire arena as if it were daytime. As the bell rang, Andrew let out a loud shout, and his body darted towards Leon like a snake. The wooden sword in his right hand continuously thrust at Leon. Leon, in turn, used his footwork and shield to block. Traces of red paint were left on the shield. Bran, seeing this scene, frowned. If Leon keeps defending, once the time is up, he'll be judged as having lost. Lie done, with his fan-like hand, patted Bran's shoulder. Even if he loses, he'll still be second, it's fine. Luo Nan watched with his divine sense, putting himself in Leon's shoes, thinking of a way to break the situation. However, after pondering for a while, he found that he couldn't put himself in Leon's situation at all. Because, normally, he had never encountered such a scenario of being suppressed. If he encountered such a scenario, he would throw out the Azure Spirit Sword Array, Undead Army, Talismans, and so on, all at once, and wouldn't even think about what sword skills he should use to win. Andrew continuously moved around Lion. The wooden sword in his hand repeatedly thrust towards Lion. Sometimes it was blocked by Lion's wooden shield, and sometimes it was blocked by Lion's armor. Lion still used the most conservative fighting style. Usually, only when Andrew made 10 thrusts would Lion make one. After a long time without intense confrontation, the audience on the field grew impatient. Gradually, boos, curses, and taunts grew louder. Lion, however, turned a deaf ear to everything in the stands. He remained fully focused on blocking Andrew's attacks. He was betting that Andrew's stamina was inferior to his. As long as Andrew attacked frequently, his stamina would be depleted. At that point, it would be his turn to counterattack. Wearing heavy armor, even wielding a wooden sword, one had to bear the weight of the gauntlets. He felt that if this continued for a long time, Andrew's attacks would become sluggish. Andrew still moved around Lion, continuously thrusting his wooden sword forward. But it had no effect. After a while, Andrew seemed to realize his constantly depleting stamina and became smarter, simply stopping. After all, every match had a time limit. Once the time was up, the match had to end. At that time, he would have attacked the most, and Lion would have only defended. The Kingdom Knights in the stands would definitely rule him the winner. Thinking that he had won, Andrew immediately relaxed. With a playful look in his eyes, he watched Lion, muttering words of insult and abuse at him. And from time to time, he would give Lion a thrust. Just as Andrew thrust his sword, before he could fully extend it, he quickly pulled it back. Lion, however, seized the opportunity and suddenly thrust his sword forward. With a clang, a red mark was left on Andrew's chest plate. Before this, Andrew had mostly left marks on Lion's shield and other non-vital parts of his armor. But Lion's strike had a high chance of reversing the final outcome of the match between them. Andrew looked at the red mark on his chest, his eyes widening, and he was instantly furious. He let out a loud shout, charged at Lion, and thrust his wooden sword at Lion like a raging storm. However, Lion blocked and retreated. Most of the sword moves were blocked by the shield. Andrew tried to go around, lower his head, and get low several times. He wanted to use his wooden sword to stab Lion's unprotected legs. However, the armor Andrew was wearing was not light. Whenever he made this movement, Lion would use his footwork and shield to thwart Andrew's intentions. At this moment, seeing that he might not win, Andrew decided to fight more aggressively. He retreated while using his hand to untie the ropes securing his armor. Soon, he took off his armor. The armor fell heavily to the ground with a clang. Without his armor, Andrew appeared even taller and thinner, like a snake. Then, his speed instantly increased, and he quickly moved around Lion. Whoosh! Andrew moved almost parallel to the ground, using the wooden sword in his hand to slash at Lion's calf. The physical body of a golden knight peak was not stronger than that of a mortal. Even if he used a wooden sword, if he applied the right force, he could still make the calf bleed. If he continued to attack a few more times, Lion's legs would be scarred, and he probably wouldn't be able to stand steadily. But just then, Lion's calf suddenly kicked sideways on the ground. A large cloud of dust flew up from the ground and covered Andrew's face. Andrew quickly closed his eyes, still relying on his recent memory, estimating Lion's movement, and thrusting the sword in his hand at Lion's calf. Lion, however, suddenly turned right and charged towards Andrew. Splat! Andrew's wooden sword pierced Lion's calf. But Lion was also above Andrew. Andrew, at this moment, had a face full of dust and had not yet opened his eyes, feeling his wooden sword pierce flesh and rub against bone. Just as Andrew was about to pull out his sword, Lion suddenly used the muscle strength of his right foot to clamp the wooden sword tightly. Then, he still charged forward, thrusting the wooden sword in his hand fiercely at Andrew. Andrew sensed that the wooden sword was difficult to pull out, immediately gritted his teeth, gave up on the wooden sword, and kicked his right foot forward, intending to retreat. He would fight Lion again once he could see. And after Lion's wooden sword thrust down, it immediately pierced Andrew's thigh. Ah! Andrew screamed. Seeing both men bleeding, the atmosphere in the stands immediately became heated. They cheered, urging the two to continue fighting to the death. Andrew also wanted to imitate Lion, tightening his muscles and bones to clamp Lion's wooden sword. However, he then discovered that as soon as he moved his muscles, a sharp pain erupted from the wound. It made him groan involuntarily. Finally, he did not do the same as Lion, letting Lion pull out the wooden sword. After Lion pulled out the sword, he disregarded the injury to his right leg and continued to pursue Andrew with a slight stumble. The wooden sword in his hand continuously thrust towards Andrew. Andrew quickly grabbed it. However, although his speed was fast, his strength was not as good as Lion's. Lion immediately pulled back with force. Andrew's hand was immediately a bloody mess. Just as Lion was about to attack again, the bell rang. The martial arts competition ended. For a moment, most of the audience in the stands could not tell the winner of this martial arts competition. If it were a duel with steel swords, naturally the living would win, and the dead would lose. From what was seen just now, there was no doubt that Andrew's combat power was superior. After all, it had always been Andrew suppressing Lion. However, judging from the marks on their armor and their injuries, Lion gained the upper hand later. However, this did not mean that Lion's combat skills were better than Andrew's. It was just that Lion's hard nature was much better than Andrew's. The guard knights in the stands were discussing the outcome of the martial arts competition. Meanwhile, Lion and Andrew were receiving treatment. In the arena, there were wizards who understood healing sorcery. As long as a knight was not dead after the martial arts competition, their injuries could be treated. The wooden swords in both their legs were pulled out, and under the wizard's spell casting, their injuries were healing at a visible rate. Soon, both their injuries were fully healed, and they both stood up. Andrew occasionally looked at Lion, with coldness in his eyes. Not long after, the results came out, and Lion won first place in this martial arts competition. Then, Andrew withdrew, and Lion remained. Lion met Augustus V and received a steel sword gifted by Augustus V. After a series of court etiquette, the martial arts tournament dispersed, and Lion was arranged by Augustus V to reside in a place in the upper city. He awaited Augustus V to find a wizard to perform physical body modification on him. From Augustus V's words, Lion knew that winning first place did not necessarily mean he would receive physical body modification from Duo Li Fa. Augustus V still had to consult with his great uncle. Augustus V was merely displaying the etiquette of a monarch. In fact, he was not particularly concerned about Lion. After all, Lion was just a knight, not a wizard. Augustus V didn't even ask if Lion's family was present. After calling his ministers to connect with Lion, Augustus V was immediately escorted away. Subsequently, Lion was led by a minister out of the Colosseum. Sir, I would like to see my family, Lion said. The minister leading the way was a somewhat gaunt old man, who said to Lion. You are about to undergo physical body modification, so it's best to stay put and wait. Once the wizard sir is free, he will immediately perform physical body modification on you. If you leave, wouldn't that make the wizard sir wait for you? If legendary wizard Duo Li Fa sir is willing to modify you, and you leave, you would truly lose a great opportunity. Lion thought about it and felt he was right, so he followed the minister. In the Colosseum, Lai Dun, with Luo Nan and Bran, intended to see Lion, but they were blocked by the royal knights. Even when they said they were Lion's relatives, the knights would not let them pass. He, you're not the only one claiming to be Sir Lion's father's people. The knight in golden knight armor laughed. If you still have ill intentions, I will enforce the law. The knight said, placing his hand on the hilt of the sword at his waist. Lai Dun and the other two had no choice but to leave. They didn't know how Lion was, so they could only wait. Will Lion really accept Duo Li Fa's physical body modification? Luo Nan pondered in his heart. He couldn't help but feel a little anticipation for how strong Lion's modified body would become. Of course, he was also a little worried that something unexpected might happen to Lion during the modification. After all, in the wizard world, physical body modification was not a foolproof matter. One careless mistake could lead to death, or even deformity. It was just that when Duo Li Fa performed physical body modification, the probability of these things happening was much smaller. Triumphant City, Upper City. After 2 days of being served delicious food and drinks by numerous servants in a luxurious mansion, the minister who brought him, the gaunt old man, came to his door and said that legendary wizard Duo Li Fa was willing to perform physical body modification on him. Hearing this, Lion immediately felt a sense of unreality. With his always firm heart nature, his heart couldn't help but pound violently at this moment. The two walked into a residence, and under the guidance of the gaunt old man, Lion stepped onto a teleportation array. Then, the gaunt old man waved to Lion. The scenery before Lion's eyes changed. From a dark room, he arrived in a vast space. This was a large open floor, with no walls around, but with carved pillars. Outside, one could see blue sky, white clouds, and flying birds. Extending his gaze further, he could see an endless sea. Lion looked at the scenery before him and immediately guessed that he had most likely arrived at Duo Li Fa's Wizard Tower. It was one of the tallest and most prominent buildings in Triumphant City. Come up. Suddenly, an old and calm voice came from one side. Lion heard it, turned his head to look, but saw nothing, only a staircase leading to unknown darkness. Back then, when Augustus V went to see Duo Li Fa, he also took this staircase. Lion felt that Duo Li Fa was calling him, so he quickly placed his left hand on his chest, bowed respectfully, and then quickly walked to the stairs, ascending step by step. He dared not be negligent in front of Duo Li Fa. When he walked up the stairs and disappeared into the darkness, the scenery before his eyes changed again. Before him was a colossal space. Shelves filled with books lined all sides. Beneath the bookshelves was an old man. This old man appeared quite small beneath the bookshelves. No, not just this old man, even Lion felt that he himself seemed very small in front of the vast array of books. This old man wore a white robe, with white beard, white hair, and white eyebrows. His beard and hair were untrimmed, curling and hanging down to his chest. Sir Duo Li Fa. Upon seeing the old man, Lion hastily bowed. Haha, no need for formalities. Duo Li Fa laughed cheerfully twice, then stepped forward and put his arm around Lion's shoulder. Enough small talk, next, I will perform physical body modification on you. With that, Duo Li Fa suddenly cast a wizardry spell. The next moment, a vortex appeared between him and Lion, engulfing both of them. In an instant, the two disappeared. Then, they reappeared in another location. Welcome to my laboratory. Duo Li Fa said with a smile. Lion looked around and saw that this spacious room with redwood walls contained huge, transparent cylindrical glass tanks. Inside the tanks were creatures he had never seen before. However, some of them he had seen in picture books. Such as dragons, elves. Stand in that wizard formation. Duo Li Fa pointed to a circular wizardry formation on the ground. Lion replied with a yes, walked towards the wizardry formation, and then stood in it. Duo Li Fa snapped his fingers, and immediately energy particles surged towards Lion, drilling into his mind. Lion only felt a wave of drowsiness erupt in his mind. Soon, he fell into a deep sleep. Duo Li Fa snapped his fingers again, and Lion floated up. Duo Li Fa looked at a glass tank. Inside was a dragon with a pair of fleshy wings and green scales. This dragon was a sea beast, considered a sub-dragon species, and quite difficult to obtain. After all, ever since the rise of wizards, they had driven True Dragon, this creature, to the brink of extinction. Most of the dragon-shaped creatures in the wizard world now were subspecies. Moreover, the bloodline of subspecies was becoming increasingly diluted. Nowadays, in the Valant Kingdom, subspecies dragons were becoming rarer. And most of the subspecies dragons existed in the sea and deep mountains and old forests. As for those true dragons, few wizards knew their whereabouts. Some wizards believed that true dragons had found a space, and then the entire dragon clan migrated there. Implanting dragon clan bloodline into knights was Duo Li Fa's most familiar method of bloodline implantation and physical body modification. Especially the azure-eyed sea dragon in this tank. Duo Li Fa looked at the azure-eyed sea dragon and then at the unconscious lion. Then, he looked at the ground, pondered for a good while, and finally made a decision. He raised his head and cast his gaze towards another glass tank. The tank contained a monster with a female figure, a pair of fleshy wings on its back, and a ferocious appearance. This was an ancient monster, the harpy, said to be able to connect to the nightmare world. He decided to abandon the azure-eyed sea dragon bloodline, which had a high success rate for implantation, and instead implant the harpy bloodline, which he had never implanted before. Ever since Duo Li Fa started using Nightmare Stone, he would sometimes fall into illusions. He felt this was a side effect of overusing the Nightmare Stone. Therefore, he was constantly searching for a way to eradicate this side effect in the nightmare world. Although he had the coordinates of the nightmare world, the passage open through these coordinates was extremely unstable. Moreover, the real world and the nightmare world were like two mutually exclusive worlds. When his entire being went to the nightmare world, the matter of his physical body began to become unstable. It was as if he was about to turn into energy particles and merge into the nightmare world. Therefore, he needed assistance to go to the nightmare world. A knight with harpy bloodline might be able to become his aid. However, he had never transplanted a harpy bloodline before. This was his first transplantation, and he couldn't be sure if it would succeed. After all, under the power of the nightmare world, even he would be plagued by illusions. After entering the nightmare world, the physical body was also easily assimilated by the nightmare world. Furthermore, the person in front of him, though having undergone night cultivation, was merely a mortal with a strong physical body, not having been modified. Let's give it a try. Having lived for hundreds of years, Duo Li Fa had become quite numb to human life and death. Especially experimental subjects. There was no other way, most wizard experiments required humans as test subjects. If one was inherently merciful and worried that the test subjects would die in the experiment, then wizard research would stagnate. Duo Li Fa looked at Leon, who was sleeping quietly with his eyes closed, and sighed. He thought that if this young knight lost control after transplanting the harpy bloodline and became a deformed monster, he would definitely help this young knight's family as compensation. As the kingdom's legendary wizard Duo Li Fa, elevating a family to the upper echelons of the kingdom was incredibly easy for him. After a moment of thought, Duo Li Fa composed himself and chanted a spell. A hexagonal array, emitting white light, appeared in the glass tank where the harpy was immersed. Immediately, this hexagonal wizardry array generated a suction force. A spiral formed in the liquid within the glass tank. The spiral extended directly to the harpy's abdomen. Then, threads of blood seeped out from the harpy's abdominal skin, transmitting along the inside of this spiral. Soon, these threads of blood, while transmitting, condensed into a drop of blood, emerging from the hexagonal array. Duo Li Fa lifted his wrinkled, somewhat withered hand. This drop of blood then floated above his palm. Then, he began to chant. Gradually, energy particles gathered towards this drop of blood. His white robe, white beard, and white eyebrows all fluttered. Within the blood, specks of yellow light flashed. If someone had excellent vision, they would be able to see magic runes forming within the blood. After chanting for a while, Duo Li Fa pushed the blood in his hand towards Leon, who was sleeping and floating on the wizardry array. This drop of blood crossed the void realm, emitting a yellow glow, and entered Leon's abdomen. Subsequently, Duo Li Fa's entire body floated up and drifted to Leon's side. He looked down at Leon, his hands spread open, his beard rustling as he continuously chanted. As he chanted, the surrounding energy particles converged onto Leon's body. On Leon's body, they condensed into magic runes emitting a yellow glow. Gradually, Leon's skin became transparent. Duo Li Fa clearly saw all of Leon's blood vessels and internal organs. He could see that the drop of blood containing the harpy bloodline remained condensed within Leon's abdomen. Immediately after, while chanting, he used his mental power to guide this drop of blood towards Leon's flesh. Watching this drop of blood gradually transform Leon's physical body. Time gradually passed. Unconsciously, 2 days and 2 nights had already gone by. Duo Li Fa's chanting voice had not weakened. He was still concentrating on modifying Leon's physical body. After being modified by the ancient bloodline, Leon's physical body became even more robust. Moreover, a peculiar black pattern appeared on his right palm. Gradually, Duo Li Fa's chanting voice subsided. The energy particles converging towards this area also gradually stopped flowing. Duo Li Fa's white robe, white beard, and white eyebrows also slowly settled down. When his chanting voice completely ceased, Leon suddenly took a deep breath and abruptly opened his eyes. As he opened his eyes, a yellow glow flashed across his irises. Immediately after, he found himself in mid-air. Startled, he instinctively used the strength in his waist. He did a somersault in the air and landed on the wizardry array. Then, he began to feel his own strength. Undoubtedly, he felt his body was much stronger than before. Both his vision and hearing were more sensitive than before. However, he always felt that there was another power lurking within his body. Immediately, he seemed to sense something and looked at Duo Li Fa, who had been watching him. From now on, you shall be my night guard. Duo Li Fa looked calmly at Leon and said. Upon hearing that he could become the night guard of the kingdom's legendary wizard, Leon was half pleased and half disappointed. He was pleased that becoming Duo Li Fa's guard would elevate his status above many others within the kingdom. His family would benefit from him. He was disappointed because becoming a guard was not his ideal. His ideal was to gain power and become a grand general of the kingdom, fighting on the battlefield. After his thoughts raced by, Leon's face showed no joy or sorrow, only saying, Thank you, Great Master Duo Li Fa, but I would like to see my family. Duo Li Fa nodded, I'll give you 3 days. In 3 days, return to my wizard tower. Immediately, Duo Li Fa's withered old hand waved in the air. An ember-like magic stone flew out and headed towards Leon. Leon instinctively caught it. This magic stone contains my magic power. Not only can you freely enter and exit my wizard tower and use my teleportation array, but it also seals 3 of my wizardry spells, each with 10 uses. With your current strength, even if you encounter a great wizard, you can retreat safely with this stone. Upon hearing this, Leon was slightly startled, his eyes widening slightly as he looked at the magic stone in his hand. A great wizard is a level 4 formal wizard, which is only 1 level below a legendary wizard. He had only just undergone his first physical body modification, and his strength was only slightly more than that of a golden knight peak. Being able to retreat safely from a great wizard by using the magic stone showed how precious this magic stone was. Why would Duo Li Fa give me such a precious magic stone? A question suddenly arose in Leon's mind. Logically speaking, even if his bloodline modification was successful, he was still just a knight. Duo Li Fa shouldn't value him so much. Does Duo Li Fa still want to gain something from me? Leon thought, a slight shiver rising from the bottom of his heart. For a moment, he felt like an experimental rat trapped in a cage. These thoughts quickly flashed through his mind. He thanked Duo Li Fa and then excused himself. He walked to a teleportation array in the laboratory, bid farewell to Duo Li Fa, and then mentally probed into the magic stone, drawing out its magic power. Instantly, the teleportation array emitted a white light that enveloped him from bottom to top. After the white light faded, Leon disappeared. After Leon disappeared, Duo Li Fa began to gesticulate excitedly in the laboratory. He hadn't expected that his first attempt at transplanting a harpy bloodline would be successful. Perhaps this young man named Leon was very compatible with the harpy bloodline. In the future, as long as this person stayed by his side, he could continuously modify his physical body, increasing the concentration of the harpy bloodline within this person's body. At that time, when he entered the nightmare world, he could let this person act as a stabilizer, allowing him to stay in the nightmare world longer. After using the teleportation array, Leon was immediately teleported to a forest behind the wizard tower. Then, he walked out of the forest and headed towards the triumphant city central. He first went to the inn where he, Lai Dun, and Bran were staying, and found Lai Dun and Bran. Luo Nan was also in the inn. Having not seen Leon for several days, the 3 of them father and sons were discussing what to do. Unexpectedly, Leon suddenly returned. When Lai Dun saw Leon, he was overjoyed, his eyes shining. His muscular body suddenly stood up from the stool. He walked up and gave Leon a bear hug. Leon, where have you been these past few days? Your body feels much stronger. Leon smiled and said, the kingdom's legendary wizard Duo Li Fa performed a physical body modification on me. Upon hearing this, Bran's eyes immediately lit up, and he quickly reached out to squeeze Leon's muscles. With a squeeze, he found Leon's muscles were as hard as steel. But compared to steel, they also had elasticity and warmth. Luo Nan smiled, watching all of this, his thoughts racing. When Leon approached the inn, his divine sense had already sensed Leon's presence. It was then that he felt his divine sense seemed to be somewhat distorted by Leon, making it impossible for him to fully perceive Leon's physical body strength through his divine sense. However, Leon's physical body had clearly improved. Even so, he could still tell that Leon had become stronger. As soon as the door opened and he saw Leon, he eagerly summoned Grand Mist to analyze Leon. Leon's strength and spirit values had both increased somewhat. Although not strong among the physical body modified knights, it already surpassed the Golden Knight peak by quite a bit. Detected target bloodline mutation, with mysterious energy on the body. A piece of information appeared in his mind. Luo Nan immediately issued an instruction in his mind, Grand Mist, analyze the mutated bloodline. Insufficient knowledge base, unable to analyze bloodline information. What about the mysterious power? Insufficient knowledge base, unable to analyze the source of power. Receiving the feedback from Grand Mist, Luo Nan thought that the knowledge Duo Li Fa possessed was indeed much more than his. With his current knowledge reserves, even with Grand Mist, he still couldn't analyze the bloodline and power source on Leon's body. How did Duo Li Fa modify your physical body? Luo Nan couldn't help but ask. Leon was immediately stunned upon hearing this. I only remember suddenly falling asleep, and I don't know how long I slept. When I woke up, I had power. After feeling my body strength increase significantly, I was too excited and forgot to ask many things. However, before he performed the physical body modification on me, he took me into a laboratory. Then, based on his memory, Leon described all the animals he saw immersed in glass tanks in the laboratory. Luo Nan, in turn, inputted Leon's description into the AI Grand Mist. He had Grand Mist draw based on the descriptions. Some creatures, like dragons and elves, he recognized as soon as Grand Mist drew them. There were also some creatures he found familiar, and some he had never seen before. To figure out what these creatures were, he would have to continue consulting books from the wizard world. However, according to Leon's description, Duo Li Fa had performed a bloodline modification on Leon. It was just that this modification, for now, seemed beneficial to Leon. But whether it would be good or bad for Leon in the future, he could not yet judge. While Luo Nan's thoughts raced, Leon and Bran were already sitting aside, arm wrestling. Originally, with the difference between a golden knight and a silver knight, arm wrestling would easily determine the winner. Now, after Leon's physical body modification, he could press down Bran's arms with just one finger. After the physical body modification, Great Master Duo Li Fa asked me to be his night guard, so I can only stay here for 3 days, Leon suddenly said. Li Dun and Bran immediately showed reluctance. And Luo Nan, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. He sensed something unusual in this. Someone as powerful as Duo Li Fa wouldn't need a guard. In these 3 days, I will secure the greatest benefits for our family, Leon said. Subsequently, he temporarily bid farewell to Li Dun and the other two, then walked back towards the upper city. With the identity of Duo Li Fa's guard, when he arrived at the wizard tower, he was treated with respect by the wizards on duty below the tower. Under the arrangement of the duty wizards, Leon met some ministers of the royal family. Immediately, he discussed with the ministers whether a mansion could be vacated for his family in the upper city. This mansion needed a place for wizard cultivation for his second brother to cultivate as a wizard. Also, whether there was a Grand Master swordsman in Triumphant City who could be found to guide his third brother. These ministers and wizards, even if Leon won first place in the martial arts competition, it meant little to them. However, news suddenly came from Duo Li Fa's wizard tower that Duo Li Fa intended to make Leon his guard. This immediately made these ministers and wizards dare not offend Leon, so they could only comply with what Leon requested. Moreover, the demands Leon made were not difficult to fulfill. Soon, the matters of the mansion and the Grand Master swordsman were taken care of by them. Luo Nan and the others were then able to move into the mansion in the upper city. This mansion had a 7-story wizard tower. It contained facilities such as laboratories and cultivation rooms. Furthermore, the wizard tower also had a botanical garden specifically for wizards to cultivate resources. The space inside was much larger than Luo Nan's current botanical garden. Although Leon made such arrangements for his family, Luo Nan and the other two had their own plans. Li Dun said he wanted to return to his family. He was more inclined to develop family territory in the southeast province. Because in Triumphant City, as a Golden Knight late stage, he really didn't know what he should do. As for his 3 sons, there was nothing he needed to help them with anymore. Originally, without Leon and Luo Nan, he could still provide cultivation resources and protection for his third son, Bran. Now, Leon had become the attendant guard of the kingdom legendary wizard Duo Li Fa, and future flattery would surely come in a continuous stream. At that time, there would be no shortage of either resources or protection. After learning of Li Dun's plan, Leon said he would find a way to talk to the minister and seek benefits for their family in the southeast province. As for Luo Nan, he was originally very satisfied with this botanical garden. After all, the spatial wizardry of this botanical garden already far exceeded his own. He could even build a wizard's resource point in this botanical garden. A wizard's resource point is a place where a wizard plants demon plants and raises demonic beasts. It is usually an extended space. Sometimes, after many wizards die, their family members enter the wizard tower to clear out their belongings. Upon entering an inconspicuous small room in the wizard tower, they would find extremely rich resources. However, his eternal evergreen tree mother tree had now grown into a giant tree that was difficult for others to ignore. Transplanting it directly like this would be too conspicuous. Moreover, there were too many high-level wizards living in the upper city, and he didn't want to shuttle back and forth between the wizard world and the cultivation world under the watchful eyes of these high-level wizards. I will move in. Not wanting to dampen Leon's enthusiasm, Luo Nan agreed to Leon's suggestion for the time being. Only Bran followed Leon's arrangement, agreeing to stay in the mansion and learn swordsmanship from the Grand Master swordsman. However, taking advantage of the 3 days that had not yet passed, the 4 of them, father and sons, still stayed in the mansion. The next day, after Leon went out, he brought back a person wearing a wizard potion. This person appeared to be around 30 years old, with short brown curly hair and a short, thick brown beard on his face. Luo Nan sensed him and immediately knew that this person was a first-level formal wizard. He used Grand Mist to analyze him, and based on the feedback values, he confirmed that it was indeed true. This is Wizard Koli from the Kingdom Wizard Academy, have you met him before? Leon introduced this wizard to Luo Nan. Koli nodded slightly to Luo Nan. Because Leon was Duo Li Fa's attendant guard, and the Kingdom Wizard Academy also belonged to the Augustus family. Other people wanted to curry favor with Leon, and naturally, people from the academy wanted to curry favor, so they sent Wizard Koli. After Leon mentioned his second brother who was studying at the academy to Wizard Koli, Koli was stunned for a moment. The information he had received previously had never mentioned this matter. Wizard apprentices who could enter the Kingdom Wizard Academy to study all had great potential in the kingdom. Logically speaking, if Leon had a younger brother studying at the Kingdom Wizard Academy, he should have received this news a long time ago. So, he used the time he went to the restroom to have someone check Luo Nan's name. He found that Luo Nan had never registered at the Kingdom Wizard Academy. However, in the Wizard Aptitude Test records from over a year ago, he found this name, and it was listed as a eliminated person. However, he did not expose it. He simply pretended that he knew nothing, and if Leon wanted their help with anything, they would help. Although, as wizards, they more or less guessed that Leon was designated as a guard knight by Duo Li Fa, who had lived for hundreds of years and did not need guards, because Leon possessed an experimental physique that Duo Li Fa valued. However, even if Leon was an experimental subject, he was Duo Li Fa's experimental subject. What's more, Duo Li Fa had had no one serving him for the past 100 years. To outsiders, the relationship between Duo Li Fa and Augustus V was very cold. Leon was the first person to have a close relationship with Duo Li Fa in the past 100 years. Establishing a good relationship with Leon would bring them immense benefits. They could convey some of their words to Duo Li Fa through Lian. They could also learn about the wizardry experiments Duo Li Fa was conducting and the words he had spoken through Lian. As long as they got a little bit of information, they might suddenly gain insight and solve wizardry problems. After learning about Luo Nan, Koli had Lian take him to see Luo Nan. Upon seeing Luo Nan, Koli said to Luo Nan, "The access to the Wizard Apprentice Library of the Kingdom Wizard Academy can be fully open to you, and the book repository, which only formal wizards can enter, will also be open to you." Luo Nan's eyes lit up when he heard this. He was currently worried about his lack of wizard knowledge. With the library and book repository opened, he would be able to feed more knowledge to Grand Mist. Koli said, and handed a key to Luo Nan. On the key, there were magic runes carved. With this key, you can freely enter and exit the library and book repository of the Kingdom Wizard Academy. Luo Nan took the key. Afterward, Koli left. A day later, the four of them, father and sons, went their separate ways. Lai Dun was returning to the southeast province. Under Lian's arrangement, he was escorted by two formal wizards. Lian was heading to Duo Li Fa's wizard tower. Luo Nan planned to go to the Kingdom Wizard Academy. Only Bran remained in the mansion, cultivating swordsmanship with the Grandmaster Swordsman, and received some resources, beginning his night training in the mansion. Lian said that once Bran advanced to Golden Night Peak, he would try to talk to Duo Li Fa to see if he could also undergo physical body modification. Luo Nan temporarily parted ways with his father and brothers and walked towards the Kingdom Wizard Academy. Now, he could enter the Kingdom Wizard Academy openly and honestly, without having to use transformation potion as before. He kept the key close to his body. There was a barrier in front of the Kingdom Wizard Academy. With the key in his possession, the barrier rippled. He then walked in. After walking in, he found that Wizard Koli was waiting for him, with a slight smile on his face. "Mr. Lawrence." Koli nodded. "Professor Koli." Luo Nan also nodded in acknowledgement. "Mr. Lawrence, in fact, I already know that you are not a wizard apprentice of the academy," Koli said. "But it doesn't matter, this is just a student slot, from today onwards, you are one." He reached into his wizard potion with his hand, which wore a ruby ring, and pulled out a gold card and a ring, handing them to Luo Nan. "This ring contains some of the academy's wizard potion and some cultivation resources. And this gold card has 1 million academy points, which is definitely enough for you to attend classes at the academy for 20 years. The ring contains detailed introductions to the academy's courses and professors. If you are interested in any course, you can attend it." Luo Nan took them and used his mental energy to probe into the ring. He immediately found that besides the wizard potion, the ring contained some potions suitable for wizard apprentices to cultivate. After all, he gathered his mana in the spiritual realm, controlling his fluctuations, making Koli believe that he was just a wizard apprentice. However, his current mental energy and mana were already at the level of a first-level formal wizard. These potions had little effect on him. He withdrew his mental energy from the ring and then looked at Koli. "May I ask what course the professor specializes in?" "Demon plant studies," Koli said. "If Mr. is interested in demon plants, you can come to me to discuss it anytime." What a coincidence. Luo Nan thought to himself. Subsequently, Luo Nan and Koli parted ways. Luo Nan then walked towards the library. Initially, he had used elementary metamorphosis potion to transform into Paul's appearance to enter. And Paul was only a second-level wizard apprentice, so in the library, he could only read wizard books for second-level wizard apprentices and below. Now, he could read all the books in the entire library. So, he was almost immersed in the library all day long. It was only in the afternoon that he left the academy and returned to Middle City to cultivate the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture. After 10 days of this, he finally recorded all the books that only level 3 wizard apprentice could read in the library using Grand Mist. Afterward, he went to the book repository where formal wizards were located. In the wizard apprentice library, he didn't see much content related to bloodline modification and ancient demonic beasts. He didn't know if these contents were covered in the formal wizard's book repository. He wanted to figure out what exactly happened to Leon. The formal wizard's book repository was even more inconspicuous than the wizard apprentice's library, and it was located in a remote area, with an architectural style that carried a sense of mystery. The book repository had only one floor, built with black bricks, with yellow magic runes carved on it. The architectural style resembled a temple. Luo Nan, holding the key, passed through a barrier and then walked into the book repository. Upon entering, he immediately discovered that this book repository actually used spatial wizardry. Just now, looking from the outside, he only felt that this book repository might only be a little over 300 square meters. Now, upon entering, he found that it was as large and tall as several football fields. The four walls were bookshelves, over 10 meters high, with countless books densely arranged on them. Below the bookshelves, small characters were carved, indicating the categories of the books. Upon entering the book repository, he found 2 first-level formal wizards floating in the air, reading books. Luo Nan walked over, scanning the book categories with his gaze, and saw a high place where there were books on demonic beasts. He then cast a low-level wind wizardry and flew up. Once at the bookshelf, he took out books one by one and read them. After reading 3 books, he finally found a description of Harpy in an illustrated book. An ancient creature whose cries could cause hallucinations. Among the creatures Leon described, based on their appearance, there should be Harpy. The book stated that Harpy were lustful and often mated with other demonic beasts and even humans in ancient times. Nowadays, purebred Harpy are harder to find. However, Creatures with different concentrations of harpy bloodline are found in almost every magic beast forest. Hallucinations. Luo Nan pondered this word, and suddenly, he thought of the purple glow that flashed across Triumphant City when the three great wizard families caused trouble that day. This purple glow changed the memories of everyone nearby, including his own. If he hadn't had Grand Mist to record it, he wouldn't have known what happened at that time. Could Leon being designated as an experimental subject by Duo Li Fa be related to this? But what exactly is the connection? Luo Nan thought, and continued to flip through books one by one. After flipping through all the demonic beast books, the appearances and characteristics of each demonic beast were recorded by him using Grand Mist. Then, he went to other bookshelves. He glanced over and saw a bookshelf containing wood element wizardry books, so he floated over with the wind. Most of his current wood element wizardry were still those practiced by wizard apprentices. He also wanted to find a few first-level formal wizards' wizardry to learn. He took out a copy of Compendium of Second-Order Wood Element Wizardry and looked at it. Suddenly his eyes lit up. Among them, there was a second-order wood element wizardry called Tree Man Technique. This wizardry allowed demon plants to possess temporary vitality, enabling them to transform into tree men for a period of time. Some wizards could use this wizardry for combat, while others could use it to transplant trees. If I learn this wizardry, my natal longevity tree will be even more flexible. Luo Nan thought, and immediately used Grand Mist to record the formula and wizardry model of this wizardry. Soon, a three-dimensional wizardry model appeared in his mind. I'll practice this wizardry tonight. Luo Nan thought, and continued to browse the books. After some time, he had recorded many wood element wizardry in his mind. In the books, there were also many high-level wizards' views on wood element wizardry. In their opinion, the characteristics of wood element wizardry lie in growth and toxicity. The growth aspect of wood element wizardry brought about its healing effects. And the toxicity of wood element wizardry brought about its offensive effects. Most wizards believed that if wood element wizardry were used for physical attacks, it would be inferior to metal-type wizardry. However, some wizards believed that wood element wizardry was about proliferation and being difficult to deal with. After all, wood is not as dense as metal. The time it takes to gather energy particles and condense a single piece of metal is enough to condense multiple vines. Therefore, these wizards believed that wood element wizardry could be used for dense attacks. Luo Nan read through the books one by one, gaining many insights. Unconsciously, it was approaching evening again. Although, with the points in his gold card, he could live in the academy's dormitory. However, he still had to cultivate at night and didn't want the movements generated by his cultivation to be detected by other wizards in the academy, so he left the wizard academy. After returning to the flat house, Luo Nan immediately called out Grand Mist and checked the information on the Tree Man technique. Soon, he began chanting the incantation according to the syllables recorded by Grand Mist. As the incantation was chanted, the wood element energy particles in the air transformed into a gust of wind, gathering towards the eternal evergreen tree mother tree. He used his mental energy to control the eternal evergreen tree mother tree with energy particles. Before long, the eternal evergreen tree mother tree rustled. 2 cracks appeared on its trunk. The soil at the base of the tree stirred. Immediately after, roots began to pull out from the soil. After the natal longevity tree's roots pulled out of the soil, they clumped and twisted into 2 large legs. Like a giant, it stood up. A pair of eyes on the tree trunk split open, looking down at Luo Nan from a commanding height. In reality, it was Luo Nan himself looking at himself. After casting the Tree Man technique, a part of his mental energy entered this Tree Man. He could share the Tree Man's vision and, with a single thought, control the Tree Man's actions. Luo Nan perceived that his mental energy was being consumed very quickly. It seemed that if a wizard with weak mental energy cast the Tree Man technique, their mental energy would quickly be depleted. Luo Nan manipulated the Tree Man, performing various actions. After a while, Luo Nan manipulated the Tree Man to jump into the tree pit, rerouting itself, and then stopped chanting. Subsequently, Luo Nan chanted, proceeding to control other spiritual plants and demonic plants. Instantly, the natal longevity tree, child tree, azure spirit, emerald cloud, bamboo, and other demonic plants all came to life, transforming into tree men of various shapes. Fortunately, Luo Nan had cultivated the god evolution art to perfection, allowing him to split his divine sense into hundreds of parts. Controlling a dozen spiritual plants and demonic plants was still within his capabilities. Under his control, these tree men circled around him for a while. Next, Luo Nan continuously chanted, manipulating the Tree Man to increase his proficiency in the Tree Man technique. Tree Man technique, beginner 67%, Tree Man technique, beginner 68%. The proficiency of the Tree Man technique was increasing extremely rapidly. Soon, it reached the skilled level. Once it reached the skilled level, he could begin to construct the wizardry model. Luo Nan used his mental energy to outline the wizardry model recorded in Grand Mist in his mind. Before long, the wizardry model for the Tree Man technique floated in his mind. He no longer needed to chant, with just a thought, those spiritual plants and demonic plants became tree men. With the Tree Man technique, transplanting trees will be much more convenient in the future. After thinking for a moment, Luo Nan withdrew his mental energy and continued to cultivate the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture. Time flowed by, and unknowingly, a month passed. Luo Nan only occasionally went to the tavern district in the upper city to check on his third brother, Bran. He saw that Bran's swordsmanship was getting better and better, confirming that Bran indeed had a talent for learning the sword. The teacher who taught Bran's swordsmanship was named Xi Duo, and he also had black hair and black eyes. This person looked about 40 years old, with long black hair tied up, and a short but very agile build. Luonan analyzed this person and found that his strength value was 109, a few points higher than his own. Clearly, this person had also undergone physical body modification. Luonan used Grand Mist to further analyze this person's muscles. He discovered that this person's muscle fibers were somewhat different from those of mortals, and also different from his own muscles, which were enhanced through body cultivator methods and energy particle amplification. It seemed that this person had also undergone bloodline and flesh modification, though he didn't know which bloodline was used. Haha, Sir Luonan is here again. Xi Duo greeted Luonan upon seeing him. Xi Duo was a man who appeared extremely amiable and humorous by nature. He had a short beard on his lip and chin. He always smiled when he saw people, a comical smile that reminded Luonan of the comedians he had seen in movies in his previous life. Moreover, he always liked to tell jokes from the wizard world. Before he even finished a joke, he would burst into laughter himself. Xi Duo once said that he had single-handedly killed 500 knights with his sword. Such a fierce feat, just looking at Xi Duo's humorous and amiable face, made both Luonan and Bran feel that Xi Duo was not the kind of person to do such a thing. However, seeing Xi Duo's statistics and his fluid, flowing sword skills, Luonan knew that Xi Duo indeed had that capability. Over the past month, Luonan and Bran had met many times, but they had not seen Liang once. He didn't know what Liang was doing in Duo Li Fa's wizard tower. Moreover, there was no news of Liang coming from Duo Li Fa's wizard tower. With Xi Duo's guidance and the bombardment of potion resources, Bran's progress was very impressive. It was estimated that it wouldn't be long before Bran reached the Golden Knight Peak. Aside from checking on Bran, Luonan spent the rest of his time cultivating in his flat house. Only occasionally did he transmigrate to the cultivation world to show his face at the Still True sect. On this day, Luonan was sitting cross-legged under the natal longevity tree, cultivating. Holy tree light enveloped him, and his speed of absorbing heaven and earth spiritual chi increased. The nearby heaven and earth spiritual chi was absorbed into his meridians, circulated once, and then converged into the spiritual realm within his dantian. From the outside, the spiritual realm still looked like a small green dot. But upon entering mentally, it was a world of its own. The spiritual realm was no longer a void of chaos. With the continuous convergence of heaven and earth spiritual chi, a handful of soil had already condensed in the void realm. Furthermore, sunlight, water, air, and so on, were gradually forming within the spiritual realm. I wonder if this handful of earth can now grow the natal longevity tree. Luonan suddenly remembered his natal longevity tree seed. The seed reborn from the eternal evergreen tree mother tree had always been used by him as a tool to explore the surrounding environment. It had been buried in a flower pot and placed in the Yushen Valley Immortal Realm. Because the spiritual chi concentration in the Yushen Valley Immortal Realm was not high, and Luonan had never urged the growth of the seed. Therefore, this seed had only grown roots, and not even a sapling had emerged from the soil. Thinking of this, Luonan's heart stirred, and he transmigrated to the cultivation world. He arrived at the misty immortal pavilion in Yushen Valley, took the flower pot, and then transmigrated back to the wizard world. Upon returning to his flat house, he immediately tried to plant this tree seed into his spiritual realm. He activated the power of the spiritual realm, and instantly, a verdant stream of light appeared in the air, swiftly drilling into the flower pot. Then, this verdant stream of light enveloped the tree seed and flew out. Luonan withdrew his intention, and this verdant stream of light merged into his dantian, then entered his spiritual realm. Within the spiritual realm, there was a handful of soil, along with faint sunlight, air, and water. After the verdant stream of light, which enveloped the natal longevity tree seed, merged into the soil, Luonan analyzed it with Grand Mist and discovered that the tree seed was growing. This spiritual realm is already capable of growing the natal longevity tree. However, this spiritual realm was still unformed and too small. This applied to both the entire space of the spiritual realm and the area of the soil. Subsequently, Luonan's heart stirred, and a verdant stream of light appeared in the soil of the spiritual realm. It enveloped the natal longevity tree seed and brought it out again. After burying the tree seed in the flower pot, Luonan went back to the cultivation world and put the flower pot back. Another month passed. 10,000 wood evergreen scripture, beginner 45%. Luonan still spent most of his time daily cultivating the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture. Because the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture was an extremely difficult cultivation technique to cultivate. Therefore, its cultivation progress was much slower than that of the ancient wood longevity skill. However, the power, mental energy, and mana it gained for every 1% increase were incomparable to the ancient wood longevity skill. On this day, Luonan was cultivating when he suddenly perceived through the natal longevity tree seed that white smoke was rising from the Still True sect token. Soon, the white smoke condensed into a string of characters. There's a major task, return quickly. Luonan slowly withdrew his cultivation, and with a thought, transmigrated back to the cultivation world. Then, carrying the token, he headed towards the Still True sect. Luonan had never encountered a so-called major task before. Foundation establishment immortals in the Still True sect could only keep their immortal caves if they accepted 3 major tasks annually. Soon, Luonan entered the Still Truth sect immortal realm, arrived at the Still True sect mountain range, and on the task receive plaza, he saw Dao Chen waiting for him. At this time, on the platform, besides Dao Chen, there was another foundation establishment immortal. This foundation establishment immortal was a woman with a dignified appearance, wearing a plain robe and holding a whisk. Luonan analyzed this woman's statistics and knew that she was a foundation establishment middle stage cultivator. Dao Chen immediately waved to Luo Nan upon seeing him. Luo Nan then descended onto the platform, beside Dao Chen and the female cultivator. Dao Chen immediately introduced, Immortal Master Lan, this is fellow Daoist Nan Luo, our still true sect's newly advanced foundation establishment Immortal. The female cultivator, referred to as Immortal Master Lan, glanced at Luo Nan, her expression unchanged, merely nodding politely. Then, Dao Chen introduced Luo Nan, this is Immortal Master Lan Bai, a foundation establishment middle stage cultivator of our still true sect. Luo Nan immediately cupped his hands in salute. Dao Chen said to Luo Nan, a dispute has occurred with the Heaven Sword sect at a spirit stone mine in our still truth sect Immortal Realm. The still true sect needs us to lead people to resolve it. Lead people? Luo Nan looked around, but there are only 3 of us here. People will arrive soon, Dao Chen said, looking at the distant sky. Before long, Luo Nan saw a flying boat slowly rising from where Dao Chen was looking. Then, it flew towards them. This flying boat was of the same style as the one he had previously seen in the Shantytown district of the Still Truth sect Immortal Realm. In the flying boat are the chi refining cultivators going this time, a small portion were recruited from outside the Still True sect, and most came from the Tavern district and Shantytown district of the Still Truth sect Immortal Realm. Our task this time is to lead them to resolve this dispute and drive away the Heaven Sword sect cultivators who are attempting to occupy the Still True sect's mine. Dao Chen said. Soon, the flying boat entered Luo Nan's sensory range. Luo Nan immediately swept his divine sense and perceived that there were nearly 100 chi refining cultivators inside the flying boat. The lowest cultivation was chi refining 3rd layer, and the highest was chi refining 12th layer. Are these cultivators enough? Luo Nan asked. The Heaven Sword sect provoked this dispute, they shouldn't be unprepared. Dao Chen said, this mine is not one of the highest producing ones. Logically, the Heaven Sword sect wouldn't send too many cultivators to contend with us. This many cultivators, plus the 3 of us, should be enough. What's more, we don't necessarily have to fight to the death. As long as we drive those cultivators away, it counts as completing the task. After completing the task, we can receive rewards from the Still True sect. Luo Nan asked, so, if we just go to the mine, even if we don't drive them away, it still counts as completing one task. Yes, Dao Chen replied. Luo Nan immediately felt relieved. If that were the case, he could completely muddle through these 3 major tasks. Lan Bai, standing beside them, listened to their conversation and couldn't help but frown. Fellow Daoist Nan Luo, completing tasks will earn you quite generous resources from the Still True sect as a reward. You are only at the foundation establishment early stage, you have a long way to go. If you plan to just muddle through, you will lose out on cultivation resources. Then how will you go further on your cultivation path? Then, her eyes, though beautiful, were sharp and somewhat fierce as she looked at Dao Chen. Fellow Daoist Dao Chen, although driving away the Heaven Sword sect cultivators indeed completes the task assigned by the Still True sect. However, if you kill the Heaven Sword sect cultivators, the higher the cultivation of the killed cultivators, the more generous the reward from the Still True sect will be. As she spoke, she swept her sharp gaze across Luo Nan's and Dao Chen's faces. If both of you still have expectations for the immortal Dao, I hope you will put in some effort and heart when carrying out the task later. Of course, Dao Chen, being accustomed to being smooth, immediately echoed upon hearing Lan Bai say this. But in his heart, he still decided to follow his inner thoughts and only drive away the cultivators. Although killing cultivators could earn more generous rewards, he didn't know if the killed cultivators would be the descendants of some core formation cultivator, or even a nascent soul cultivator. If so, he would have formed a great enmity with core formation cultivators and nascent soul cultivators. Luo Nan merely grunted and nodded upon hearing what Lan Bai said. This was the first time he had heard this information. When the time came, he would act according to the situation. If he saw that the Heaven Sword sect cultivators had low cultivation and weak strength, he would immediately strike, killing as many as he could. That way, he could obtain more cultivation resources. As for fearing retaliation, he had considered it. However, he now had excellent means of investigation, and he could also transmigrate to the wizard world, so he wasn't afraid of cultivators seeking revenge on him. Subsequently, the 3 of them each cast their flying sword spell and headed towards the flying boat. Under the arrangement of a chi refining cultivator on the flying boat, all 3 entered the best cultivation room in the flying boat. Luo Nan sat cross-legged in the cultivation room, controlling the speed of absorbing heaven and earth spiritual chi, and cultivating the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture. Under the control of the Still True sect chi refining cultivators, the flying boat, like a giant whale, soared into the sky, passing through clouds and mist, and flew towards a certain location in the Still Truth sect immortal realm. After approximately the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Luo Nan felt the flying boat's speed slow down. Immediately, a man's voice came from outside the cultivation room. Immortal Master Nan, we're almost there. Understood, Luo Nan replied, then immediately withdrew his cultivation and walked out of the cultivation room. At this time, Dao Chen and Lan Bai also walked out of their cultivation rooms. Luo Nan looked down from the flying boat and saw a mine in a part of the Still True sect mountain range. Suddenly, a wave of mana fluctuation erupted from the mine. Luo Nan and the other 2 immediately showed vigilant expressions. Immediately after, a huge yellow flying sword, resembling a towering mountain peak, suddenly rose from the mine, pulling out a deafening wind, and swiftly stabbed towards their flying boat. Fellow Daists, follow me. After Lan Bai said that, she flicked her horsetail whisk and jumped down from the flying boat. While in the air, Her plain robe fluttered wildly. Her eyes shot out a sharp glint, and she tossed the horsetail whisk in her hand into the air. Immediately, the white threads on the horsetail whisk grew wildly, reaching 1,000 feet in the blink of an eye, wrapping around the enormous yellow flying sword. Soon, it entangled the flying sword. The flying sword stopped in midair, unable to move forward an inch. Luo Nan, Dao Chen, and the group of qi refining cultivators all leaped down from the flying boat. Dense figures were like a dark cloud. When Luo Nan landed in midair, his divine sense perceived that there were also about 100 people in the mine. The highest cultivated among them were Foundation Establishment early-stage cultivators. This group of still true sect cultivators, in terms of cultivation, were generally superior to the Heaven Sword sect cultivators. However, these Heaven Sword sect cultivators could form a sword formation. Unlike their group of cultivators, who fought individually. This giant yellow sword, entangled with Lanbai, was being controlled by these Heaven Sword sect cultivators through a sword formation. The Heaven Sword sect cultivators were all wearing the same school uniform. Each person held a sword incantation, raised high above their heads, and stood in their respective positions. Streams of divine power were transmitted from the sword formation formed by the Heaven Sword sect cultivators to the yellow flying sword. Even though none of these Heaven Sword sect cultivators had a higher cultivation than Daoist Nun Lanbai. However, the yellow flying sword they jointly controlled subtly seemed to be gaining the upper hand over Lanbai's horsetail whisk. One by one, the white threads on the horsetail whisk were breaking. Above the sword formation formed by these Heaven Sword sect cultivators, there were flying swords moving around. Their trajectory resembled a bowl, covering the sword formation. As Luo Nan descended, after sweeping with his divine sense, he immediately locked onto the cultivator with the highest cultivation. If he could take this cultivator's head and bring it back to the still true sect, he would obtain more cultivation resources. Thinking this, Luo Nan immediately summoned his Azure Spirit Sword, which had been infused with mithril. The Azure Spirit Sword was refined primarily from Azure Spirit Emerald Cloud Bamboo, and was originally a vibrant green like bamboo, but after the addition of mithril, the entire sword resembled a bronze sword. It was engraved with sharpness magic rune, armor-breaking magic rune, law-breaking magic rune, and other patterns. Under Luo Nan's meticulous arrangement, these magic runes combined to resemble cloud patterns. Luo Nan pointed his finger, and the Azure Spirit Sword transformed into a dark green long rainbow, rushing directly towards the weak point of the sword formation. The strongest cultivator of the Heaven Sword sect here suddenly sensed this powerful sword momentum, and while changing his sword incantation, he also transmitted a message to the other Heaven Sword sect cultivators. Suddenly, a portion of the various flying swords, which were originally moving in a dispersed manner, suddenly gathered and twisted towards Luo Nan's Azure Spirit Sword. Luo Nan infused divine power into the Azure Spirit Sword. Immediately, the flying sword's azure light intensified, and a buzzing sword hum emanated from the flying sword. The next moment, it collided with the flying swords that were twisting towards it. Luo Nan's Azure Spirit Sword was made from 2,000-year-old Azure Spirit Emerald Cloud Bamboo, and was also infused with mithril from the wizard world. And these cultivators' flying swords were all refined from ordinary metals. Furthermore, in this resource-scarce cultivation era, how could they have imagined that a Foundation Establishment cultivator would possess a 2,000-year-old Azure Spirit Emerald Cloud Bamboo? Immediately, about 30 flying swords, upon twisting onto the Azure Spirit Sword, broke into two pieces after a crisp sound. Seeing this scene, the Heaven Sword sect cultivators were all greatly astonished. The cultivator with the highest cultivation, looking at the Azure Spirit Sword, had a fervent light flashing in his eyes. This cultivator was named Guo Chen, and his insight was much higher than that of the Heaven Sword sect cultivators present. The other Heaven Sword sect cultivators were still unclear whether Luo Nan's sudden severing of their 30 flying swords was due to the strength of his divine power or the sharpness of his flying sword. But Guo Chen saw at a glance that Luo Nan's flying sword was extraordinary. If only I could obtain this flying sword, Guo Chen thought. However, he thought that he could not make a move today. Because he sensed that the Daoist nun, who was in a stalemate with their giant sword in the sky, was a Foundation Establishment middle stage cultivator. And the unfamiliar Foundation Establishment cultivator from the Still True sect also possessed a sharp weapon. In addition, the other cultivators from the Still True sect were surging forward. If they continued to fight today, they would definitely perish here. They had to temporarily retreat and then return to the Heaven Sword sect to call for reinforcements. When more Heaven Sword sect cultivators arrived, he would launch a counterattack, and then he would kill the unfamiliar cultivator and obtain his flying sword. Thinking of this, Guo Chen had already connected his mental energy to his dantian, circling around his natal flying sword. This natal flying sword was his trump card, usually not used lightly, but at this moment, to escape, he planned to summon it. However, now was not the time to escape. So, he ordered the other Heaven Sword sect cultivators, form a sword shield. Immediately, the other Heaven Sword sect cultivators changed their sword incantations. One by one, the flying swords combined to form a sword shield. At this moment, besides Luo Nan, the other cultivators also attacked together. Immediately, various colored lights, transformed into a torrent, crashed into this sword shield. The sword shield quickly showed signs of collapsing. Retreat. Just then, Guo Chen whispered a transmission. After transmitting the message, he waved his sleeve. A flying sword, clear as autumn water, suddenly appeared. Then, he formed a sword incantation, and a brilliant starlight appeared on the flying sword, guiding him to fly rapidly to one side. And the other cultivators also scattered in all directions. At this time, because the giant yellow flying sword was no longer controlled, it immediately dispersed, transforming into small yellow flying swords that flew back towards everyone. Luo Nan saw Guo Chen suddenly cast an extremely high-speed spell to escape, and immediately pursued him. He did not have many escape techniques now, only one blood transformation escape technique. However, this blood transformation escape technique was, firstly, a demonic technique, inconvenient to reveal, and secondly, it harmed the body. Therefore, when he saw Guo Chen cast an escape technique using a sword, his eyes immediately lit up. The azure wood swordplay he obtained only contained sword attack and defense methods, but no sword flying methods. His current flight relied purely on the wizardry magnetic surge. And magnetic surge was only a first-order wizardry. Although he had cultivated magnetic surge to perfection, with his current cultivation, this first-order wizardry was clearly not enough. He saw that Guo Chen's escape technique was much faster than his, and his heart was immediately filled with joy. Although Guo Chen's escape speed was faster than his, after analyzing Guo Chen's data, he knew that this person's divine power value was slightly lower than his. What's more, he was not only a greenwood spirit body, but also had 2 natal longevity trees. His divine power recovery speed was simply incomparable to Guo Chen's. Guo Chen's use of this sword escape technique would definitely not last long, as long as he kept pursuing, he should be able to catch up. After Guo Chen escaped, Luo Nan immediately poured a large amount of divine power into the wizardry model of magnetic surge. Immediately, an anti-geomagnetic force generated on his body. His entire being suddenly soared into the air, chasing after Guo Chen. And Lan Bai and Dao Chen were busy taking cultivator heads to return and claim resources. Although they also wanted to kill Guo Chen, constantly killing other Heaven Sword sect cultivators along the way slowed down their flight speed. Guo Chen's escape speed was very fast, and when they saw it, they no longer had the intention to pursue him. Luo Nan used magnetic surge to closely pursue Guo Chen from behind. Although the distance between Guo Chen and him was getting wider and wider, Guo Chen gradually became a small dot in his field of vision. Luo Nan thought that if this continued, he might lose sight of this person before his divine power was exhausted. Suddenly, he saw the dense forest below, and with a thought, he plunged down. After entering the forest, he immediately used the azure spirit sword again to fiercely cut his own arm. Immediately, a long sword mark appeared on his arm, and blood flowed out. Immediately, he cast the blood transformation escape technique. Although blood transformation escape technique consumed chi and blood, he had already cultivated the body cultivator art, Azure Lotus White Lotus art, to perfection. Azure Lotus White Lotus art was a wood attributed body cultivator art. Wood attribute primarily governs growth and recovery. Even if he consumed chi and blood, with his physique after cultivating Azure Lotus White Lotus art, he could recover. Under the divine power of the blood transformation escape technique, the blood from Luo Nan's sword mark gushed out, and in a moment, it transformed into a bloody chi, enveloping Luo Nan. Immediately, it transformed into a blood mist, chasing after Guo Chen at an extremely fast speed. Originally, Alchemist Ji, who used the blood transformation escape technique, cut off one of his arms to suddenly increase his escape speed and escape the Song family's pursuit. The more self-harm, the more bleeding, the faster the escape speed of the blood transformation escape technique. Luo Nan did not want to lose an arm, but the blood transformation escape technique he used by cutting a crack was enough to close the distance with Guo Chen. It seems that the escape technique of the blood transformation escape technique is indeed faster than the escape technique Guo Chen used. The distance between Luo Nan and Guo Chen was getting closer and closer. Guo Chen also entered the range of his divine sense perception. The two chased and pursued for a full quarter of an hour, and Guo Chen's speed finally slowed down. After Luo Nan cultivated Azure Lotus White Lotus art, his chi and blood were vigorous, and after a quarter of an hour, his escape speed did not slow down at all. Soon, he closed the distance with Guo Chen. Just as he reached below Guo Chen's expression suddenly changed. Because Guo Chen's mental energy was much weaker than Luo Nan's. Therefore, at this moment, Guo Chen only sensed someone approaching him. At this time, Luo Nan and Guo Chen were already far from the still true sect cultivators. Luo Nan was also not worried about Dao Chen and Lan Bai seeing his blood transformation escape technique. Guo Chen looked towards the forest and immediately saw a cloud of blood mist rolling towards him. The blood mist obscured Luo Nan's appearance, making Guo Chen unaware of who the newcomer was. Guo Chen squinted his eyes slightly, pointed his finger, and the sword light that had been pulling him to fly flew back, transforming into a starlight rainbow, shooting directly towards Luo Nan. Seeing this, Luo Nan put away the blood transformation escape technique and waved his hand. The azure spirit sword immediately transformed into a dark green long rainbow and shot out. Bang! The two swords, each emitting powerful sword chi, collided in the air. The azure spirit sword charged forward irresistibly. And Guo Chen's flying sword, under the impact of the azure spirit sword, immediately shattered, its fragments scattering in all directions. Guo Chen, upon seeing the azure spirit sword, immediately knew who this person was. You are a demonic. Before he could finish his sentence, the azure spirit sword, transformed into a long rainbow, pierced through Guo Chen's left chest, bringing out a spray of blood. Luo Nan then flew up, grabbed Guo Chen's collar, and lifted Guo Chen, who was about to fall. At this time, the sword mark on Luo Nan's arm had long disappeared, and his skin was smooth as before. His Azure Lotus White Lotus art had extremely strong restorative power. Without the blood transformation escape technique hindering the wound's healing, his sword mark quickly healed. Luo Nan used magnetic surge and rapidly descended with Guo Chen. Then, with a sweep of his divine sense, he knew where Guo Chen had hidden his storage pouch on his body. He used his mental energy to move the storage pouch out, grabbing it with one hand. Then, after probing his mental energy into the storage pouch, he saw a cultivation handbook. He took it out and flipped through it. He saw that it contained a method called 7-star sword escape. It was a sword escape method that used the power of stars to increase speed. When fleeing, the sword light would emit starlight. Its description was exactly the same as the escape technique Guo used. Besides consuming a lot of divine power and mental energy, it did not harm the body at all. Although, from the pursuit just now, its speed was not as fast as blood transformation escape technique, it did not harm the body. Seeing that he had obtained the sword escape method, Guo was useless, so Luonan waved the azure spirit sword and cut off Guo's head. Then, from the storage pouch, he took out the Heaven Sword Sect token, and together with Guo's corpse, burned them with Samadhi True Fire. He estimated that the Heaven Sword Sect token, like the Still True Sect token, would recognize its owner. Moreover, it could also let the school know the cultivator's location. So he immediately burned the token. Under the Samadhi True Fire, the corpse and the token quickly turned into ashes. If he brought Guo's head back, he could receive cultivation resources. However, Luonan thought that Guo had already used his ultimate escape technique. Even the Foundation Establishment middle stage Lanbai couldn't catch up. Yet, he, a Foundation Establishment early stage cultivator, killed this person, which would make people suspect that he had an extraordinary trump card. Thus, some people would be wary of him, and some would even covet him, attempting to scheme for his spells. Moreover, the cultivation resources given by the Still True sect were not that precious to him. The wizard world was rich in resources, and if he wanted resources, as long as he was willing to spend time and effort, he could still collect them. Therefore, he decided to return empty-handed, and if Dao Chen and Lanbai asked, he would say that he lost track of Guo. After scattering the ashes and then covering them with a layer of soil, Luonan flew back towards the Still True sect's border. As he flew back, Luonan felt that continuously using the blood transformation escape technique had indeed depleted a considerable amount of qi and blood in his body. He did not know that if someone of his cultivation level were to use the blood transformation escape technique in this manner, they would be weakened for at least over a year before recovering. I'll go back to the wizard world and refine some medicinal pills for myself to replenish. He had found some pill formulas for replenishing qi and blood in the Still True sect's scripture pavilion. He had already recorded the pill formulas using Grand Mist, and he only needed to return to the wizard world, collect similar magic plants as materials, and then he could perform alchemy. After Luonan returned to the Still True sect, he only saw Dao Chen. As for the female Daoist Lanbai, according to Dao Chen, she had already returned to continue her secluded cultivation after receiving the sect's reward. Apparently, this female Daoist was solely focused on cultivation and wasn't very interested in other things. Dao Chen also received some rewards, and after learning that Luonan had lost track of the Heaven Sword sect cultivator, he shared a portion of the rewards with Luonan. He told Luonan that their successful elimination of this group of Heaven Sword sect cultivators was largely due to Luonan breaking through the Heaven Sword sect's sword array. In reality, a greater reason was that after receiving the silver corpse from Luonan, he couldn't resist leaving the Still True sect in the past few days to test the silver corpse's power. He found that the more proficiently he controlled the silver corpse, the greater its power was than he had imagined. Thinking that Luonan had given him such a powerful silver corpse, he felt a little guilty and had been thinking about how to compensate Luonan. Now that he had the opportunity, he shared a portion of the resources obtained from killing enemies with Luonan. Luonan did not decline and accepted them directly. Fellow Daoist Nan, this time, we killed so many Heaven Sword sect cultivators, the Heaven Sword sect will definitely not let this go, Dao Chen said. It is estimated that in the future, there will be continuous conflicts between the Still True sect and the Heaven Sword sect. We Foundation Establishment immortals will inevitably be assigned tasks. Luonan nodded, indicating his understanding, and then said he wanted to return to his immortal cave to cultivate. Immediately, the two flew towards their immortal caves, each returning to their own. In his immortal cave, Luonan carefully examined the storage pouch of the Heaven Sword sect cultivator again. Inside this Heaven Sword sect cultivator's storage pouch, besides the booklet containing cultivation insights, there were also several flying swords, a few bottles of medicinal pills, and a small pile of spirit stones. After staying in the immortal cave for a while, Luonan left the immortal cave and headed out of the Still Truth sect immortal realm. Upon reaching the secular world and entering a forest, he immediately recalled the 7-star sword escape from the booklet and began to cultivate it. With a wave of his hand, a dark green stream of light flashed, and an azure spirit sword hung before him. He immediately infused his magic power into the azure spirit sword. Following the method of drawing upon the power of the stars as described in the booklet, he activated his profound art. As his magic power was infused, 7 points of starlight appeared on the azure spirit sword. Luonan summoned Grand Mist and brought up the values. 7-star sword escape, beginner 1%. He infused magic power again, and the 7 points of starlight grew brighter and brighter. Gradually, a pulling force emerged from the azure spirit sword, attempting to pull him. Luonan continued to operate his profound art. The proficiency of the 7-star sword escape was also gradually increasing. After about an hour, the starlight on the azure spirit sword, like a silk ribbon, draped over him. He formed a sword seal, pointed upwards, and the azure spirit sword flew into the sky, and then the silken starlight also enveloped him, pulling him up. 7-star sword escape, beginner 35%. At this time, the proficiency of the 7-star sword escape was not yet sufficient, Although Luonan could fly with this sword escape technique, his speed was still slow, not as fast as his flight using the wizardry magnetic surge. Next, Luonan practiced the 7-star sword escape in the sky. Pulled by the starlight, he flew back and forth in the sky. After more than 3 hours. 7-star sword escape, proficient 1%. This sword escape technique was finally cultivated to proficiency by him. With a flick of his sword seal and a thought, he could leave a trail of starlight in the sky. However, this speed was still inferior to his magnetic surge, which he had already cultivated to perfection. Continue to cultivate. Luonan thought, and continued to practice in the sky. After practicing for a night, raising the speed of the 7-star sword escape to match that of magnetic surge, Luonan decided to return to the wizard world first and come back to cultivate tomorrow. Upon returning to the wizard world, he immediately summoned Grand Mist and brought up the several blood replenishing pill formulas he had seen in the Still True Sex Scripture Pavilion. He immediately chose the best one and, based on the medicinal properties of various medicinal ingredients in the pill formula, searched for substitutes among the many magic plants in the wizard world. Soon, he had substitute magic plants in mind. Immediately, he went to collect them. Now, thanks to Leon, he had a formal identity. He could buy these magic plants at shops under the jurisdiction of the Wizard Council. Mainly, these magic plants were not considered precious magic plants in the wizard world. Even if he bought these magic plants, no one would delve into what he used them for. After buying the magic plants, Luonan immediately started the furnace to refine medicinal pills. Under the Samadhi True Fire and his excellent alchemy technique, it took him more than 5 hours to refine 20 low-grade, second-rank qi and blood pills. If refined with medicinal ingredients from the cultivation world, the color of these qi and blood pills should be vermilion. However, after replacing them with magic plants from the wizard world, the color of these qi and blood pills actually turned deep blue, like seawater. Luonan used Grand Mist to analyze the deep blue qi and blood pills, and after confirming there were no harmful substances, he first put one into his mouth. The medicinal pill melted upon entry, and a medicinal liquid with a rich pill fragrance slid down his throat and directly into his abdomen. Once the medicinal liquid was absorbed, a hot sensation immediately appeared throughout his body. The blood in his veins flowed like rivers. The qi and blood lost due to the blood transformation escape technique were gradually being replenished. Because Luonan had cultivated the body cultivator art Azure Lotus White Lotus art, and he possessed the Greenwood spirit body, his physique was different from ordinary people, so the effect of the medicinal pill on him was much greater than on cultivators of the same rank. Cultivators of the same rank who had not cultivated body cultivator arts, even if they took this grade of qi and blood pill, would not recover as quickly as Luonan. Luonan knew the qi and blood pills were effective, so he immediately threw 2 more into his mouth. After the medicinal liquid entered his abdomen, his body became even hotter. Luonan used his divine sense to perceive his physical condition. He thought that if he continued like this, even without eating all 20 qi and blood pills, his qi and blood would be fully replenished. Luonan allowed the effects of the qi and blood pills to work, replenishing his qi and blood. He then sat down and began to cultivate the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture. As soon as he activated the cultivation technique, the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual qi gathered towards him, pouring in through his pores. After entering his meridians, it was refined and then entered the spiritual realm, transforming into the 5 elements and yin and yang that make up the spiritual realm. For the next period of time, Luonan, apart from visiting the Kingdom Wizard Academy's library or the Still True Sex Scripture Pavilion to read books, most of his time was spent cultivating the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture and promoting the growth of his natal longevity tree. On this day, he was manipulating the wizard's hand, refining the essence of wood water used to promote the growth of magic plants. Essence of wood water, Great Master 5%. After refining 20 or so portions in a row, Luonan manipulated the wizard's hand and poured the essence of wood water, which shimmered with green light, onto the spiritual plants and magic plants. As he watered them, he analyzed them with Grand Mist. Spiritual plant, natal longevity tree. Year, 312. Spiritual plant, natal longevity tree. Year, 186. The eternal evergreen tree mother tree, due to his long-term use of medicinal liquid and wizardry to promote its growth, had now reached over 300 years. Currently, its height was already over 6 meters. Its canopy had spread even wider, covering an area of over 8 meters in radius. The roots beneath extended even further. Originally, with his proficiency in extend magic pattern, the space extended within this flat house simply could not accommodate the canopy and roots, especially the roots. In the middle city, Luonan was certainly not the only one who cultivated plants in houses or residences. If Luonan did not continue to extend the space of the flat house, even if the canopy could barely be accommodated by the flat house through the bending of branches, but the roots of the natal longevity tree would always extend under other people's houses, thereby affecting the growth of other people's magic plants. However, because Luonan had gained reading access to the first-level formal wizard library of the Kingdom Wizard Academy, within it, he read more books related to spatial wizardry. He conducted further research on extend magic pattern based on his knowledge of spatial wizardry. As a result, his extend magic pattern was able to improve again. In a small flat house, a larger space was extended. The natal longevity tree was able to continue growing within it. The natal longevity tree is only about 300 years old now. If the natal longevity tree grows for 1,000 years, one can obtain the Yiwood Dharma body. Originally, after Luonan cultivated the Greenwood spirit body, his aptitude greatly improved. One time when he went to find Paul, his divine sense perceived that Paul was cultivating a meditation technique. Paul's speed of absorbing heaven and earth spiritual chi was much slower than his. And Paul's wizard aptitude, according to the wizard world's classification, was grade A middle. Based on this calculation, after he cultivated the greenwood spirit body, his aptitude, if classified by the wizard world, would be grade A top, and even among grade A top wizards, he would be at the pinnacle. However, ever since he reached foundation establishment, he found that his cultivation speed was much slower compared to the chi refining period. No wonder he heard Dao Chen say that although the lifespan of a foundation establishment immortal was much longer than that of a chi refining cultivator. However, by the time their lifespan was completely exhausted, a good portion of foundation establishment cultivators still could not core formation. At this time, he felt that his aptitude was somewhat insufficient. If he cultivated the Yi-wood Dharma body, core formation would almost be guaranteed. While cultivating the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture, Luo Nan was also cultivating Samadhi True Fire. Samadhi True Fire was truly a powerful fire attribute spell. Aside from the 12 Qingling Sword Array, 12 Azure Spirit Sword Array, Samadhi True Fire, when fully unleashed, was also his trump card. Samadhi True Fire, proficient 15%. Samadhi True Fire, like his cultivation, did not progress quickly. However, whenever Samadhi True Fire made progress, its power showed a clear improvement. A few days later, the vital evergreen tree subtree also bore a seed. Compared to the eternal evergreen tree mother tree, the number of seeds produced by the subtree was clearly reduced. With another seed, Luo Nan planted it in the botanical garden. Every day, he watered it with essence of wood water, allowing it to grow, refine heaven and earth spiritual chi for him, thereby enhancing his cultivation, and promoting the formation of the spiritual realm. Thinking that the child tree of the natal longevity tree would gradually increase. If he kept planting them, in the future, it would form a forest of natal longevity trees. At that time, he would need the spiritual realm even more to transplant the forest of natal longevity trees into it. Thinking of this, he wanted to accelerate the progress of the spiritual realm's formation. Currently, in his spiritual realm, the chaotic space already measured approximately 100 cubic meters, and the soil in the middle was already the size of 2 palms. If he wanted to accelerate the formation of the spiritual realm, he would need to find heaven and earth rare items. These days, he had read many books about wizard world wizardry materials in the first level formal wizard library of the Kingdom Wizard Academy. He knew that although the wizard world was rich in resources, the most effective wizardry materials for each wizard rank were extremely scarce. Because rare resources would be taken by those top wizard families. Moreover, Luo Nan learned from the books that wizards collected resources not only in the wizard world but also in other planes. Each wizard family would possess some plane coordinates. These planes often contained the most suitable cultivation resources for their family. Sometimes, some planes were completely controlled by a wizard family. Whether it was the survival or rule of the biological communities in that plane, it was all under the control of the wizard family. The ultimate meaning of the survival of that plane's biological community was to manage the world well for the wizards and cultivate the resources needed by the wizard family. Sometimes, because some resource points in the wizard world were coveted by many wizards. If one went there to collect resources, it was very likely to get involved in wizard conflicts. Some wizards would master their own plane coordinates and cultivate resources for their own use in those planes. Because only they knew the plane coordinates, they were not afraid of danger. Due to Leon, Luo Nan had been greeted by many formal wizards after entering the academy during this period. After exchanging greetings, there was inevitably some small talk. This allowed him to learn many things he couldn't have known before. Sometimes, some wizards would bring other wizards into planes they knew. The resources needed by wizards at each stage are different. And most of the planes that wizards control are small planes, where most of the resources are of the same type. Unlike large planes like the wizard world and the cultivation world, which have various types of resources. After a wizard reaches a certain stage, or cultivates a new wizardry, the plane resources they originally controlled become less useful to them. For example, a wizard who originally specialized in water element wizardry and owned a plane full of water element creatures. But later, if this wizard switched to cultivating other wizardry, this plane would become useless to him. He could bring in some water element wizards, and as a price for entry, those water element wizards would have to give him some resources. Luo Nan also wanted to visit some planes to see if he could collect heaven and earth rare items. From a professor at the academy, Luo Nan learned that there was a gathering place for wizards in the upper city. A garden managed by the Robin family, a wizard family from the upper city. Some first-level formal wizards could enter it to communicate. After hearing this news, Luo Nan planned to use a transformation potion to change his appearance and enter to inquire which wizard in the upper city had plane coordinates and was willing to take people in. The exchange meeting usually took place on Monday afternoon, which was tomorrow. At 3 p.m. on Monday afternoon, Luo Nan stepped into the Robin family's garden. He had consumed an intermediate transformation potion, altering his appearance. Now, he was a wizard with long, curly brown hair, a curly beard on his cheeks, dressed in a dark brown wizard potion, and holding a magical wand. Upon entering the garden, he briefly revealed the energy fluctuations of a first-level formal wizard, and the knights guarding the garden entrance allowed him to enter. The garden was an apple orchard, with apple trees distributed throughout, bearing brightly colored apples. Luo Nan could sense that each apple tree was absorbing energy particles, indicating that these apple trees were clearly not ordinary. It was estimated that the apples they bore would also be beneficial if consumed. The garden's floor was paved with off-white stone slabs, with a large fountain in the center. At the center of the fountain was a statue of a woman. The upper body of the statue was bare, with only its lower body wrapped in cloth. Its hands were raised, holding a conch-like water bottle, from which water sprayed out. There were about 10 wizards in the garden, conversing among themselves. These wizards were all first-level wizards, both male and female, old and young. Maids, like butterflies, flitted through the garden. They either carried trays of wine, serving the wizards, or relayed messages for them. These maids wore only an off-white robe, revealing their smooth, snow-white backs. The host of this gathering was John Robin, the wizard with the best aptitude among the younger generation of the Robin family. He was around 30 years old and a first-level formal wizard. The Robin family occupied a vast area, and this garden was just a small part of their family estate. The family specifically designated it for him to socialize with other wizards. John Robin was a charming man with long, golden curly hair, a high nose, thin lips, and green eyes. His face was very sculpted, and his eyes seemed to speak. Seeing that many wizards had arrived in the garden, he lightly cleared his throat and said loudly, "Welcome everyone to this gathering. I hope you all have a pleasant time." The other wizards raised their cups in agreement. Luonan also symbolically raised his cup and then drank it all. He saw a maid carrying several small cream pies on a tray. He immediately walked over, picked up a plate, and began to eat. While eating, he walked towards the other wizards. The other wizards were gathered in small groups of 2 or 3, exchanging information about their resources for trade. Luonan listened, and the wizards were exchanging zhuoyuki, spells, and some materials for spells, but there was nothing that interested him. After walking for a while, his ears twitched slightly, and he heard 2 wizards holding wine glasses whispering. "I recently acquired the coordinates to an earth element plane." One wizard whispered. "This plane isn't large, but the elemental giants within it are quite powerful. They possess something I very much desire. If I go in alone, I won't be able to defeat the elemental giants guarding the magical stone. Friend, I need your help. If I obtain the earth element magical stone, I will give you other items as compensation." The other wizard pondered for a moment. "Is it enough with just me?" Upon hearing this, the proposing wizard was silent for a moment, then said, "How about we find one more first-level formal wizard?" As he thought, he cast his gaze across the entire garden. Most of the wizards in the garden were conversing in small groups, while Luonan was holding a small plate of pies, eating and strolling leisurely. The wizard immediately locked his gaze on Luonan. "Sir." This wizard immediately approached Luonan. "I am Jim James, and this is Russo Bryn. We have something we're working on, we wonder if you'd be interested, sir." After a brief introduction, Jim told Luonan about going to the earth element plane and asked if he would be willing to help. Although Luonan didn't know if this plane had the rare treasures he desired, he had never transmigration to other planes besides the cultivation world, so he wanted to see it and immediately agreed. "When?" Luonan asked. "How about tomorrow, at my mansion?" Jim said. Next, in order to better cooperate during their exploration of the plane tomorrow, the 3 introduced the spells they specialized in. Jim specialized in earth element spells, particularly adept at confinement and defense. However, because the plane he was exploring was the earth element plane, and the elemental giants within it also knew some earth-type magic, he would not have an easy time. Russo's mastered spells, on the other hand, were wood-type spells. Wood-type spells have always countered earth-type spells, which was why Jim sought Russo's help. When asked about the spells Luonan specialized in, Luonan said he specialized in mental energy spells, which involved using mental energy to manipulate weapons in combat. In reality, it was him using the Azure Spirit Sword to fight. He did not say that he also specialized in wood-type spells because, in his Luonan identity, he was a wood element affinity wizard. Now, he had drunk the transformation potion and was attending the gathering. To avoid others making connections, he did not mention this matter. After the 3 discussed for a while, the gathering soon ended. Jim hosted, inviting Luonan and Russo for a drink, after which they each returned home. The next day, the 3 gathered at Jim's mansion. Jim was originally a wandering wizard who later joined the Wizard Council. After doing some work for the Wizard Council, he acquired some wealth and was able to purchase a small mansion in the upper city. Jim and Russo were both in their 40s or 50s, and seeing Luonan, who was also a first-level formal wizard but appeared to be in his 20s, they couldn't help but feel a little envious. After the 3 arrived in the living room of Jim's house, Jim took out the materials for the teleportation one by one. Essential oils, candles, demonic beast blood, and other items were arranged by Jim in a circular formation according to a specific sequence. Luonan secretly used Grand Mist to record this formation. He recorded this formation not for Jim's plane coordinates, but because this formation was related to space spells. Recording it and studying it slowly would be beneficial for expanding his knowledge of space spells. However, plane coordinates cannot be recorded simply by noting down the teleportation array. He had seen records of wizards' transmigration through different planes in the first-level formal wizard library of the Kingdom Wizard Academy. In addition to setting up a teleportation array, a wizard must use mental energy and mana to guide energy fluctuations and open an aisle to another plane. At this time, a wizard nearby could only roughly deduce the plane coordinates by capturing mental energy fluctuations. However, capturing mental energy fluctuations required very high mental energy from the wizard. Otherwise, it would be difficult to capture mental energy fluctuations unless the mental energy of the wizard detecting the plane coordinates significantly exceeded the mental energy of the wizard opening the plane aisle. Besides being able to capture mental energy fluctuations, one also needed to record the trajectory of the mental energy flow to accurately grasp the plane coordinates. Coincidentally, Luonan, who had cultivated the God evolution art to perfection, had mental energy far exceeding Jim's. Moreover, he also possessed Grand Mist, which allowed him to easily record the trajectory of mental energy flow. Jim chanted, driving the power of the teleportation array, while simultaneously using his mental energy to drive the power to open the aisle. At this moment, Luonan used his mental energy and Grand Mist to silently record everything. As Jim chanted, the candle flames on the ground grew increasingly vigorous. A gust of wind, pouring in through the gaps in the windows, swirled around the teleportation array beneath Luonan and the other two. Gradually, Luonan felt that the surrounding energy particles were lifting his feet. Jim's chanting grew louder and louder. As Jim's final syllable of chanting burst from his mouth. Suddenly, the swarming energy particles collided beneath Luonan and the other two. With a boom, a large hole immediately appeared beneath Luonan and the other two. Luonan immediately saw that the large hole beneath him was a vast expanse of barren wilderness. The next moment, Luonan and the other two fell into this large hole. After completely falling through the large hole, Luonan saw this alien plain. This plain was an endless wasteland. There was no sun in the sky, but a faint light shone down from the firmament. Ah! The Devil King is here. At this moment, beneath Luonan and the other two, there was a group of elemental giants. These giants were not as enormous as Luonan had imagined. Most were around 2 meters tall, and the tallest would not exceed 3 meters. Upon seeing a large hole suddenly appear in the sky and Luonan and the other two descend from it, these elemental giants immediately cried out and fled in all directions. However, Luonan and the other two only heard deep, rumbling sounds with some intonation emanating from the mouths of these giants. Although they could all guess that this might be the language of this plane, they did not understand the meaning within the language. These are low-level elemental giants. Let me deal with them. Jim said, then took out a magical wand. The magical wand was made of brown stone, and at its tip, a yellow-brown crystal was embedded. Jim pointed the magical wand downwards, and the yellow-brown crystal immediately glowed. Suddenly, a large section of the ground beneath the elemental giants collapsed. The originally solid earth instantly transformed into a quicksand swamp. Those elemental giants wailed as they sank into it. Soon, the quicksand ground down all the elemental giants, and their wails disappeared. Jim lifted the magical wand in his hand, and immediately, yellowish-brown stones, like pebbles, floated up from the quicksand. These are the magical cores of these elemental giants. Their function is similar to the earth element magical stones in our wizard world. Come, there's enough for everyone. Jim gestured with his hand, and all the magical cores were drawn up. Then, he distributed them to Luonan and Russo. Luonan and Russo were not polite and accepted them as the initial payment for this endeavor. Luonan wondered how much incorporating the magical cores of these elemental giants into his spiritual realm would help in forming soil within it. While thinking, he followed Jim and Russo, flying in one direction. As Jim flew, he said, "What I want is the magical core of the strongest giant on this plane. With that core, I can modify my magical wand, and the power of my earth element spells will be greatly enhanced." At this time, on the other side of the plane, about 100 earth giants were kneeling and worshipping a statue. Among these 100 earth giants, the shortest were at least 6 meters tall. The tallest, however, reached about 20 meters, incredibly tall, and knelt at the very front of the 100 giants. These giants seemed to be composed of blocks of yellowish-brown stone. Compared to the giants Luonan had just seen, they were more slender and did not appear bulky. The stones that made them up were covered in mottled moss. Their eyes had no pupils, but glowed with a green light. The statue before them was an even larger rock giant, fully 60 meters tall, looking down upon them from above. The earth giant kneeling at the very front was the leader of this plane. He possessed immense power, capable of even mobilizing the plane's power with a thought to cast some earth spells. According to the legends of this plane had a god. The statue before them was where the divine power manifested. He heard the old rock giant say that when the divine power manifested, this statue would come to life. Great God! The rock giant leader cried out. Our plane is under attack from outside demons. They are powerful, and their abilities are strange. God, please manifest your power and grant us strength to deal with them. A few days ago, we sacrificed several rock warriors and killed a few outside demons. We discovered that those outside demons carried items that could enhance our power. God, if you wish for your followers to continue and possess greater power, then grant us the strength to defeat those outside demons. The rock giant leader knelt on the ground, looking up at the statue before him, waving his hands, and a rumbling sound emanated from his mouth. Just as his voice fell, a gust of wind suddenly swept over the group of giants. Immediately, they discovered that the magical power in their cores had suddenly increased significantly. The green light in their eyes brightened considerably. The god has manifested. The god has manifested. A rumbling sound came from the mouths of these rock giants. They had no tears, and their hard faces showed no expression. But if a human were present, they would still be able to discern the joy in their hearts from their movements. Just as their power increased, the wind that had been sweeping towards them suddenly stirred up a cloud of dust on the ground. Then, this cloud of dust, like a ribbon, drifted away with the wind. These rock giants watched the direction of the dust, green light flickering in their eyes. Is the god trying to say something? All the giants wondered aloud. The god is guiding us. Among the giants, an elderly rock giant spoke. Due to old age, the magical power in his core had weakened, and the green light emanating from his eyes was dim. Subsequently, these giants began to run, following the direction where the dust drifted. The earth trembled, and a rumbling sound, like distant thunder, echoed throughout this plain. Luo Nan, Jim, and Russo flew through the sky, observing the desolate wilderness below, which was almost entirely yellowish-brown. Only occasionally did a patch of green appear. According to Jim, the area of this plain was much smaller compared to the wizard world. This was one of the reasons they dared to explore here. Some powerful planes were simply not explorable by first-level formal wizards like them. Because the beings within powerful planes might possess strength far exceeding a first-level formal wizard. Luo Nan had read in books that there were many smaller planes with fewer elements, compared to large planes like the wizard world. This earth element plane was just one of many earth element planes. After flying for a while longer, the three of them heard a rumbling sound approaching from afar. Upon hearing the sound, the three exchanged glances. What is that? Russo asked Jim. After all, Jim was the owner of this plane's coordinates, and thus knew the most information about this plane. Jim chuckled awkwardly, shaking his head. The wizard who sold me these coordinates gave me very little information. He didn't tell me what this was all about. There won't be any danger, will there? Russo asked. Probably not, Jim said. If there's danger, I'll take you back immediately. Immediately, the three flew towards the source of the sound. Soon, they saw a yellowish-brown dust cloud flying towards them. Following closely, the rumbling sound grew louder, and they saw a vast expanse of rolling dust approaching them from the ground in the distance. Upon closer inspection, they saw that within the dust were elemental giants. The giants' eyes glowed green, staring intently at them. Jim saw the leading giant, his eyes also gleaming. Gentlemen, help me obtain the core of that giant leader. If you acquire the cores of the other giants, you may keep them. Additionally, upon returning to the wizard world, I will pay you some magic stones as a token of my gratitude. Luo Nan and Russo nodded in agreement. Immediately, the three of them each unleashed their respective abilities. Luo Nan waved his hand, and the azure spirit sword, resembling a bronze sword, flew out. Jim and Russo glanced at it briefly before looking away. In their eyes, the azure spirit sword was merely a bronze zhuoyuki, seemingly nothing special. They couldn't even tell that the azure spirit sword was actually wood. Meanwhile, Jim chanted in the sky. Before long, a white glowing hexagonal spell formation appeared on the yellowish-brown wasteland. Following this, an earth giant, distinct from this plane, coalesced from the mud of this world. As Jim chanted, this earth giant began to stride forward, charging towards the group of giants ahead. Russo, on the other hand, took out a magical wand formed from multiple intertwined vines. At the tip of the magical wand, nestled within the coiling vines, was a round stone emitting a green glow. With a flick of his magical wand, a green light shot out from the stone, striking towards the rock giant below. A rock giant saw the green light coming towards him. Because the rock giant was massive, dodging this comparatively tiny light required extremely large and relatively difficult movements. So, it used a hand the size of a round table to block in front of it, intercepting the green light. When the green light struck its hand, it formed a patch of roots that attached themselves to its hand. The rock on its hand gradually changed color, seemingly being slowly corroded by the roots. A rumbling sound emanated from the rock giant's hollow mouth. Even though Luo Nan and the others couldn't understand the rock giant's language, they could sense its fury. Luo Nan continuously pointed in the air. His azure spirit sword transformed into one long rainbow after another, weaving back and forth among the rock giants. Boom! Luo Nan effortlessly pierced through a rock giant's chest, sending stone fragments flying. The azure spirit sword flew out from the scattering stone fragments, its tip clinging to a yellowish-brown, pebble-like object. This was precisely the rock giant's energy core. The location of the energy core was quite obvious on these rock giants. Luo Nan only needed to sweep his divine sense to perceive the strongest energy fluctuation points on these rock giants. After losing its energy core, the green light in the rock giant's eyes immediately extinguished. The rocks, earth chunks, and mud that composed their bodies immediately collapsed like a mountain. Kill these outer demons. A rumbling sound emanated from the rock giant leader's hollow mouth. It stomped violently on the ground. As its entire body leaped towards Luo Nan and the others, sand and stones immediately flew up from the ground, lifting its massive body. At the same time, the rock giant leader's right hand formed a claw. A vortex of mud and dust rapidly rotated in its palm. It was the earth energy particles of this plane converging into its palm. Almost instantly, a giant rock formed. The rock giant leader suddenly flung its right arm. The rock in its hand broke through the air, flying towards Luo Nan and the others, its momentum like a meteor. Luo Nan and the others immediately cast their flying spells, splitting into left and right directions. The massive rock passed between the three of them. The hurricane generated by the rock made their wizard potion flap loudly, and their long hair continuously fluttered. Besides the rock giant leader, the other rock giants also leaped up, just like the rock giant leader. When they leaped, sand and stones also formed beneath their feet, lifting them up. At the same time, they also condensed rocks in their palms and hurled them towards Luo Nan and the others. Massive stones, causing ripples in the air, whistled as they shot towards Luo Nan and the others. Luo Nan and the others moved left and right, dodging the incoming rocks. While dodging the rocks, Luo Nan was also controlling the azure spirit sword. The azure spirit sword, like a fish trailing dark green light, darted back and forth in the air. Each time it streaked across like a long rainbow, it pierced through a rock giant's body. Each time it pierced a body, it inevitably hit the core and brought out the energy core. Thus, one rock giant after another suddenly disintegrated in midair, turning into loose rocks and dirt, falling downwards. Luonan would occasionally recall the Azure Spirit Sword, wiping his hand across the sword to collect all the earth energy cores, which were attached to it by sword chi, into his storage Zhuwuki ring. After this round of attacks, the rock giant leader realized that among the three outer demons, Luonan was the most lethal. It immediately locked its eyes, shining with green light, onto Luonan. The flying sand and stones beneath its feet suddenly accelerated. Its entire massive body shot rapidly towards Luonan. As it neared Luonan, it raised its gigantic right palm and slammed it down fiercely towards Luonan. The rocky right palm dragged the air, creating ripples in the air. Luonan felt as if a small mountain was crashing down on him. Immediately, he pointed his hand upwards. The Azure Spirit Sword erupted with sword chi, charging directly towards the rock giant leader's massive palm. Boom! The Azure Spirit Sword shattered the massive palm. Luonan then, along with the Azure Spirit Sword, ascended through the shattered rocks. He pointed towards the center of the rock giant leader's body. That was precisely where the rock giant leader's energy core was located. Well done! Jim's eyes lit up when he saw the scene. He pointed his magical wand, and the earth giant he had just summoned immediately stomped on the ground. A large section of the ground caved in, revealing a deep pit with cracks appearing all over it. This earth giant, like a cannonball, slammed into the rock giant leader. It immediately embraced the rock giant leader's legs, to control the rock giant and prevent it from dodging Luonan's attack. Russo, seeing this, also pointed his magical wand, and several vines appeared in the air, coiling around the rock giant leader's body. God, please help us! The rock giant leader's hollow mouth let out a rumbling sound upon seeing this situation. The next moment, Luonan's Azure Spirit Sword passed through the rock giant leader's body, bringing out a fist-sized energy core. This energy core was not only larger than other energy cores, but the yellowish-brown light it emitted was also unmatched by other energy cores. Just as the rock giant leader was loudly calling for help from the god of this plane, the eyes of the massive statue they worshipped suddenly lit up with green light. Immediately after, this 60-meter-tall massive statue instantly transformed into a ball of clay, sinking into the ground and disappearing. After Luonan extracted that energy core, although he saw that this energy core had considerable energy fluctuations, perhaps enough to be considered a heaven and earth anomaly. However, helping Jim acquire this energy core was originally the condition for Jim bringing them to this plane, so he did not intend to keep this energy core. With a thought, a blast of blunted sword chi blew the energy core towards Jim. Immediately, Luonan controlled the Azure Spirit Sword to collect the energy cores of the other rock giants. Jim saw the energy core fly before him, grabbed it and stared at it with glowing eyes, his face unable to hide his joy. And just then, the ground beneath Luonan and the others suddenly bulged. In an instant, a 60-meter-tall rock giant leaped out from the ground, raising a cloud of dust. It was as if a fisherman had leaped out of a lake. This change happened extremely quickly. Neither Jim nor Russo, nor Luonan, felt any energy fluctuations when this giant appeared. This rock giant quickly leaped up, stretched its hands upwards, and bit upwards. Luonan suddenly unleashed 7-star sword escape, becoming one with his sword, transforming into a starlight, dodging this sudden bite. However, Jim and Russo were both caught by the giant's hands. The giant squeezed its hands fiercely, and the two of them were crushed into a paste. As Luonan flew upwards, he suddenly felt as if the surrounding energy particles, as if commanded by some force, were pressing down on him. At this moment, the term plane will came to Luonan's mind. He had seen it mentioned in the first-level formal wizard library of the Kingdom Wizard Academy. Every plane possessed a plane will. In some planes, their plane will only manifested as plane rules. This kind of plane will had no subjective consciousness within it. However, some planes plane will did possess subjective consciousness. And in some planes where the subjective consciousness was stronger, if a creature from another plane intruded, all the energy of the entire plane would work to expel the invader. From the current situation, this giant was most likely the plane will of this earth element plane. The plane will was, in essence, the entire plane itself, which was why Luonan and the others didn't detect any energy fluctuations when this giant suddenly appeared. Although Luonan couldn't detect energy fluctuations, he still had Grand Mist. He immediately summoned Grand Mist, and instantly, in his vision, a massive, intricate blue light pattern swept across the rock giant's body. Immediately, Luonan obtained the rock giant's statistics. This rock giant's strength, spirit and mana were all higher than his. However, they weren't significantly higher. I can fight it. Luonan thought. Strength, spirit and mana were just basic attributes. Although he was inferior to this rock giant in these three aspects, he still had magic treasure and spell. And the plane will could only utilize the land and energy particles of this plane. Moreover, his Azure Spirit Sword was a wood magic treasure, which was naturally an absolute counter to this earth elemental giants. Thinking of this, Luonan formed a sword incantation. Immediately, the other 11 Azure Spirit Swords flew out from his dantian one after another. The energy particles that were originally pressing down on him were immediately broken apart by these 11 Azure Spirit Swords. The 12 Azure Spirit Swords formed a dazzling sword array above his head. He then formed another sword incantation, performing a sword shadow light division. Instantly, each Azure Spirit Sword divided. 36 Azure Spirit Swords appeared above his head. Streaks of sword chi interconnected on the 36 Azure Spirit Swords. Luonan waved his hand, which was forming the sword incantation, downwards. This sword array suddenly pressed down towards the rock giant. The plane will stood in the air, pushing its hands towards Luonan. In an instant, the land below, along with all the rock giants, transformed into pieces of mud and stone, surging towards Luonan like a tsunami. Luonan, holding the sword incantation, had the Azure Spirit Sword Array cleave a path for him. The mud and stone shattered under the Azure Spirit Sword Array. The Azure Spirit Sword Array swept through, piercing through layers of mud and stone, striking the plain will. 36 swords were embedded in the plain will. They released wood sword chi, which was disintegrating the plain will's body. At the same time, Luonan saw that the sky of the plain was distorting in ripples. With the demise of the plain will, this plain was about to collapse. The plain entrance, which they had used to arrive, was still open. As long as they returned to that entrance, they could escape this collapsing plain. But before that, I must plunder all the resources of this plain. Luonan thought, injecting mana fiercely into the sword array. The plain will giant suddenly disintegrated. Among the shattered rocks of the plain will, Luonan saw a large energy core the size of a human head. The light emitted by this energy core was dazzling, almost like the scorching sun in the sky. Plain core. This term immediately came to Luonan's mind. The book said that all energy, rules, and so on, of some planes originated from a core. He thought, perhaps the core of this plane was within the plain will. I'll take this plain core. Luonan's body and sword merged, transforming into a streak of starlight, passing through the falling rocks and heading towards the plain core. Before long, he used his mental energy to grasp the plain core in his hand. With a thought, he put it into his storage ring, then looked elsewhere. The energy cores of the rock giants, which had been turned into mud and stone by the plain will, were scattered across the sky. Luonan controlled the Azure Spirit Sword, streaking across the sky, collecting all these energy cores. Although the plain will had killed Jim and Russo to seize their resources, their storage rings were not damaged. Luonan immediately reached out and took both of their storage rings. At this moment, due to the demise of the plain will, the plane was collapsing. The entire plane was continuously collapsing towards a black dot in the center. Luonan immediately had a thought, and the Azure Spirit Sword shone with starlight, enveloping him and carrying him towards the entrance he had used to enter this plane. Due to the plane's collapse, this entrance was also in a distorted state. It seemed that in a short while, this entrance would collapse along with the plane. Luonan quickly activated his magic power and passed through the now irregular opening. The next moment, Luonan arrived at Jim's mansion in Triumphant City Upper City. After exiting, he looked back at the opening. A moment later, the opening continuously twisted, finally disappearing into the air. One plain exploration, and 2 formal wizards are gone. Luonan looked at the empty hall and thought. Afterward, he walked out of Jim's mansion. He activated his divine sense, and after leaving the mansion, he headed towards Middle City. He found a secluded spot and drank a bottle of intermediate transformation potion. Because the intermediate transformation potion was very potent, after drinking it, one could change their muscles according to their thoughts and maintain the new form for a long time. During this period, to revert to one's original appearance, one could only drink another intermediate transformation potion and think about changing back to oneself. Luonan reverted to his original appearance, changed back into his usual clothes, and returned to his flat house. Upon reaching the botanical garden, he sat down cross-legged. With a thought, he took out the core of the earth element plane from his storage ring. Waves of earth energy particles emanated from it. Luonan immediately activated the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture. The next moment, a green light extended from his dantian and enveloped the plane core. The green light was gradually energizing this plane core, then slowly bringing it into the dantian spiritual realm. The earthy yellow energy, upon entering the spiritual realm, immediately went towards the small mound of soil in the center of the chaos. Gradually, it merged with this small mound of soil. Luonan saw this small mound of soil slowly spreading in the air. After a while, this mound of soil was about 4 square meters in size and about 3 meters thick. It seems that integrating heaven and earth wonders can indeed accelerate the formation of the spiritual realm. Thinking of this, Luonan took out the other energy cores he had collected. He used the same method to integrate them into the spiritual realm. The land in the spiritual realm visibly spread outwards. By the time Luonan integrated the last energy core, the land in the spiritual realm reached about 5 square meters in size, with a thickness of over 3 meters. This is most of the energy from an earth element plane, yet after integrating into the spiritual realm, the land only increased by a small amount. It seems the realm of the spiritual realm is far higher than that of this earth element plane. Luonan looked at the land in the spiritual realm and thought. Furthermore, after integrating the energy of the earth element plane, Luonan felt that some changes had occurred within him. His affinity with the earth element energy particles in the air seemed to have increased. This change was not mentioned in the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture and completely surprised him. Then will the power of my earth type spells also increase? Luonan thought of this and decided to give it a try. He immediately left the flat house and headed out of Triumphant City. Although he could also test spells in the cultivation world. However, the energy particles in the cultivation world were relatively sparse, and spells relied heavily on energy particles. If he were to test his moves in the cultivation world, he wouldn't be able to clearly see the change in power of his earth-type spells. After Luonan left Triumphant City, he cast Magnetic Surge and arrived in a forest. He immediately cast a first-order spell, Rock Condensation. His right hand formed a claw shape, and as he chanted, the earth element energy particles in the air converged towards his palm. Soon, a rock block the size of a human head formed. The speed at which these earth element energy particles condense is indeed much faster than before. He had learned this first order spell when he was Paul at the Kingdom Wizard Academy Wizard Apprentice Library. After learning it, he also tried casting it. After condensing the rock block, Luo Nan threw it forward. The rock block streaked through the air, hitting the forest floor and stirring up a large amount of soil. If this is the case, then as my spiritual realm gradually forms, I will become a multi-element affinity wizard. Luo Nan thought, perhaps, this is what an earth immortal is like. At this thought, Luo Nan suddenly remembered that his friend Jim, who died tragically in the earth element plane, was an earth-type wizard. He hadn't carefully examined Jim's storage ring yet, but he estimated that there should be some earth-type spells in it. Since his earth element affinity was now good, why not learn one or two powerful earth-type spells? After all, the more skills one has, the better. The more trump cards one has, the greater the chance of winning. When facing an enemy, if one only has one trump card, and it is used and then happens to be countered by the enemy, one will panic. Only by having an endless supply of trump cards can one be secure. Luo Nan extended his mental energy into Jim's ring and immediately saw a parchment scroll inside. He took out the parchment scroll, opened it, and saw a spell recorded on it. It was the Earth Giant spell that Jim had cast in the plane. This spell was a second-order intermediate spell. The deeper one researched this spell, the more the height and density of the Earth Giant that could be condensed would increase. After Luo Nan recorded the contents of the parchment scroll with Grand Mist, he looked at the storage ring again. In addition to the Earth Giant spell, there were also spells such as Earth Disintegration and Elementary Earthquake spell. Looking at the grades of the spells, Earth Giant had the highest grade. Luo Nan decided to learn Earth Giant first, and he could learn the other spells in his spare time. Although spells like Earth Disintegration and Elementary Earthquake spell did not have high attack power, they could achieve certain control effects unexpectedly. Learning them might be useful in the future. Subsequently, Luo Nan went to the deepest part of the forest and began practicing Earth Giant. To facilitate his practice in the forest, Luo Nan also changed his identity and bought a mansion in a small town outside Triumphant City. After practicing spells for a long time, he would return to the mansion to cultivate the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture. About 10 days later, Luo Nan injected his magic power into the spell model of Earth Giant in a magic beast forest. Immediately, a hexagram spell array lit up on the ground. White light illuminated the patterns of the spell array. In an instant, the mud on the ground rose up, condensing into an Earth Giant over 6 meters tall. Luo Nan stood on the head of this Earth Giant, controlling it to move towards other parts of the magic beast forest. He was about to collect demonic beast materials for refining medicinal pills, and it was a good opportunity to test the power of the Earth Giant. The Earth Giant, though bulky, moved very quickly. The earth elements on its feet merged with the earth elements of the forest floor. It didn't run, but rather glided silently through the forest. Before long, they saw a demonic beast lion over 2 meters tall. This lion's eyes glowed red, and it was originally bearing its fangs and claws. Upon seeing this enormous Earth Giant, its eyes immediately widened. It dug its claws into the mud, about to flee. However, Luo Nan had a thought. The Earth Giant's massive fist immediately smashed onto the body of this demonic beast lion. The lion was instantly flattened, and Luo Nan used his wizard's hand to collect some demonic beast materials. Luo Nan controlled the Earth Giant, patrolling the forest. At this time, he had already changed his appearance using an intermediate transformation potion, so he didn't worry about others recognizing him. In the magic beast forest, there were always some wizards and knight teams hunting demonic beasts. When Luo Nan controlled the Earth Giant to pass by them, these wizard apprentices and knights, upon seeing such a huge and imposing Earth Giant, were all startled, and then took a detour. It was rather absurd that some teams, if they saw a lone wizard, would have thoughts of killing and plundering treasures. At this moment, although they saw that Luo Nan was also alone, their attention was entirely focused on this Earth Giant, and the thought of killing and plundering treasures had not arisen. Luo Nan then controlled this Earth Giant, walked around the magic beast forest, and after collecting enough materials, he returned. For a period of time thereafter, both the cultivation world and the wizard world were in a state of peace. In the cultivation world, although he had previously killed many cultivators of the Heaven Sword sect with Dao Chen and Lan Bai, these two schools had not yet engaged in any major war. Perhaps, both schools were preparing for war. This period of peace was the calm before the storm. And in the wizard world, things remained as usual. Since that rebellion, no more wars had occurred on the Valiant continent. His third brother, Bran, was making rapid progress in both swordsmanship and his knight realm. His father, Lai Dun, managed his territory using the influence of Leon and himself. The area and population of the territory had both increased. As for his eldest brother, there was still no news. He had no idea what had happened to Leon with Duo Li Fa. And in Triumphant City, there was never any news of Duo Li Fa making an appearance. Luo Nan often gazed at the wizard tower standing high above Triumphant City, wondering about the events happening inside. Since obtaining the core of the earth element plane, Luo Nan had also continuously inquired about similar news. However, such things were hard to come by. During this time, he had attended several gatherings, but he had not heard any more news about exploring planes. On this day, he was cultivating the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture as usual. During cultivation, in addition to absorbing spiritual chi and forming the spiritual realm, he was also continuously compressing his wood magic power. Although he was currently only in the foundation establishment early stage, he still needed to prepare for core formation. Core formation, in fact, was to further compress the magic power in the danshan. From its current liquid state, it would be compressed into a golden core. At this time, Luo Nan operated the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture cultivation technique, and the magic power in his dantian continuously rotated, compressing towards the center. I need to construct the spiritual realm and also achieve core formation. This means that I need sufficient heaven and earth spiritual chi and cultivation resources, as well as enough mental energy. This 10,000 wood evergreen scripture is truly difficult to cultivate. Luo Nan felt that in the current cultivation world, the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture would probably never be cultivated by anyone. At this moment, he could better understand why such a powerful cultivation technique was placed alongside other low-grade cultivation techniques by the Still True sect. Because cultivators with cultivation experience, especially foundation establishment or core formation cultivators who had lived for hundreds of years, all knew that cultivating this cultivation technique would only waste time and effort in vain. Luo Nan estimated that this cultivation technique might not have been cultivated by many cultivators even in ancient times. After all, with the concentration of heaven and earth spiritual chi in the wizard world, he still felt that the progress of cultivating this cultivation technique was very slow. Unless, the heaven and earth spiritual chi in the ancient cultivation world was even more abundant than in the current wizard world. However, if the Yiwood Dharma body is cultivated, the progress of this cultivation technique will be much faster. It seems that everything in the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture is coordinated with each other. At this moment, Luo Nan thought of the old ancestor of the everlasting life sect. This cultivator silently cultivated this cultivation technique, and after an unknown period of time, he established the everlasting life sect, dominating for a time, and no cultivator in that era could rival him. It was just a pity that as the tide of the cultivation world receded, this old ancestor found it difficult to make further progress. Luo Nan felt that the resources of the wizard world should be enough to support him until he cultivated to the earth immortal realm. After all, in addition to the resources of the wizard world itself, he could also go to other planes to collect resources. The method of exploring other planes was something that cultivators in the cultivation world currently did not possess. Otherwise, with so many powerful cultivation techniques and spells left over from ancient times in the cultivation world, if they could collect enough resources, the cultivation world would not be in its current state. After thinking for a while, Luo Nan collected his thoughts. The surrounding heaven and earth spiritual chi converged towards him. After refining, a portion merged into the spiritual realm, and another portion was injected into the liquid magic power. Foundation establishment early stage, 25%. Luo Nan sat cross-legged beneath his natal longevity tree, absorbing heaven and earth spiritual chi. His cultivation gradually improved. Peaceful days passed one by one. Suddenly, his eyelids twitched slightly. It was because he received a scene through the natal longevity tree seed he had placed in the misty immortal pavilion. The Still True sect token under his pillow suddenly emitted a cloud of mist. The mist condensed into several characters. Sect has a major mission, come quickly. A major mission, it seems the war with the Heaven Sword sect is finally about to begin. Luo Nan thought to himself, then, with the thought, he transmigrated to the secular world of the cultivation world. Afterward, he drank an intermediate transformation potion, changed into cultivation world attire, then conjured his azure spirit sword, performed a 7-star sword escape, transforming into a streak of light, and headed towards the misty immortal pavilion in Yushan Valley. After retrieving the token from the misty immortal pavilion, Luo Nan headed towards the Still True sect. It must be said, traveling with 7-star sword escape was much faster than magnetic surge. When Luo Nan was about to reach the Still True sect mountain range, he put away his sword escape and switched to ordinary sword flight, heading towards the peak where missions were usually issued. Landing on the platform of that peak, he saw several foundation establishment immortals and core formation cultivators gathered there. Among them was Dao Chen. Luo Nan landed beside Dao Chen and asked, "What mission is it this time?" Dao Chen said, "This mission is a sect war." Luo Nan released his divine sense, sensed for a moment, then said, "Aren't the nascent soul old ancestors making a move?" Dao Chen said, "Currently, it's unclear to what extent the war will develop, so the nascent soul old ancestors naturally won't make a move. Moreover, the nascent soul old ancestors' flying speed is beyond what you or I can imagine. If the war develops to an uncontrollable extent, as long as we cultivators use a communication talisman, a nascent soul old ancestor can quickly reach the battlefield by performing a escape. This mission won't be dangerous, will it?" Luo Nan asked. Dao Chen sighed, "Even if there's danger, there's nothing we can do. For this mission, 2 core formation cultivators from the sect will be dispatched, and all foundation establishment immortals must be dispatched." Luo Nan sensed again, a hint of light flashing in his eyes. "I didn't expect that including you and me, there are 31 foundation establishment immortals in the Still True sect." Dao Chen said, "When you were outside the Still True sect, you heard that there were only a dozen or so foundation establishment immortals in the Still True sect, right? That was in the past. In recent years, due to intersect disciple foundation establishment, external foundation establishment, and the inclusion of everlasting life sect guest elder foundation establishment, etc., the number of foundation establishment immortals has greatly expanded. It can be said that our Still True sect has great foundation establishment power. This is something the Heaven Sword sect did not anticipate. With so many of us going, perhaps this mission will not be dangerous at all. Moreover, the sect will not allow so many foundation establishment immortals to die, especially promising foundation establishment immortals like you and me." As the two were speaking, 3 enormous flying boats flew towards the platform. Subsequently, cultivators one by one performed flying spells and boarded the flying boats. After all the cultivators had boarded the flying boats, the boats collectively flew towards the direction of the former Everlasting Life Sect Immortal Domain, where they rendezvoused with 2 other flying boats from the Everlasting Life Sect Immortal Domain. Most of the cultivators on the flying boats were loose cultivators from outside the sect. In order to kill and seize treasures, and obtain opportunities for advancement, they answered the Still True sect's summons and joined the sect war. Then, 5 flying boats, cutting through the clouds and mist, headed towards the border between the Still True sect Immortal Realm and the Heaven Sword Gate Immortal Domain. Activate the protective shield. On each of the 5 flying boats, there was a Foundation Establishment Immortal directing. And Dao Chen and Luo Nan, as newly joined Foundation Establishment Immortals of the Still True sect, also became one of the commanders. They had to command the flying boats to activate their protective shields before reaching the battlefield, in order to cope with a sudden attack from the Heaven Sword sect. The other Foundation Establishment Immortals and Core Formation cultivators, however, sat in the quiet rooms within the flying boats, focusing on cultivating. When they were about to reach the battlefield, Qi refining cultivators would remind them. After Luo Nan commanded the Qi refining cultivators to activate the flying boat's protective shield, he released his divine sense to scout the surroundings. He couldn't rely solely on the protective shield. If an attack came, he had to react immediately. Although according to Dao Chen, the danger of this mission to them was not great. But once the war escalated, and core formation or nascent soul cultivators from the Heaven Sword sect arrived, these Foundation Establishment Immortals would be in danger. The 5 flying boats sped forward, about to reach the Heaven Sword Gate Immortal Domain. The cultivators who had been in seclusion emerged from their quiet rooms and went to the deck of the flying boats, standing with their hands behind their backs, looking ahead. On the flying boat Luo Nan was on, besides him, there were 4 other Foundation Establishment Immortals. One of them was the Daoist priestess Lan Bai. Lan Bai was still wearing a simple robe, holding a whisk. Her chest supported the simple robe, and her face, without makeup, was fair and radiant. However, because she was always serious and unsmiling, other cultivators did not proactively strike up a conversation with her. Some Qi refining cultivators, after glancing at Lan Bai, immediately shifted their gaze away, not daring to linger. Fearing that another glance would anger this Foundation Establishment Immortal Master. Although Luo Nan and Lan Bai had carried out missions together, they did not interact much. Moreover, there weren't many Foundation Establishment Immortals in the Still True sect. Over the past 100 years, Lan Bai had also carried out multiple missions with other Foundation Establishment Immortals. Therefore, she and Luo Nan were not particularly close. Upon seeing Luo Nan, she, like the other cultivators, merely glanced at him before shifting her gaze away. After all the cultivators had gone onto the deck, after a while, they almost entered the Heaven Sword sect's immortal domain. Suddenly, streaks of sword light were seen rising from the Heaven Sword sect. Soon, the sword light flew before the 5 flying boats, its radiance receding, revealing several cultivators. One of the cultivators looked at the 5 flying boats. Everyone, does your Still True sect truly intend to go to war with the Heaven Sword sect? Your Still True sect has already occupied 2 spiritual veins, are you still not satisfied? A core formation cultivator from the Still True sect heard this and replied, a while ago, your Heaven Sword sect invaded our Still True sect, why didn't you say such words then? We occupy 2 spiritual veins not because we are insatiable, but because we fear some cultivators who wish to invade our Still True sect. The Everlasting Life sect was like this, and you are also like this. Now, our Still True sect occupies 2 meridians, possessing 2 immortal domains. Your Heaven Sword sect is simply incomparable to us. Why not abandon resistance and merge your Heaven Sword Gate Immortal Domain into our Still True sect Immortal Realm? The Heaven Sword sect cultivator scoffed upon hearing this. Although your Still True sect is strong now, there are many sects in the cultivation world. If they unite, your Still True sect will also be annihilated. Listening to the 2 sides converse, Luo Nan realized that this sect's struggle was not the Still True sect passively retaliating, but actively attacking. It seemed the Still True sect intended to seize one more spiritual vein. Does the Still True sect want to dominate the cultivation world? Luo Nan pondered, feeling that the Still True sect's action had both good and bad implications for him. After all, the Still True sect's move was a threat to other sects in the cultivation world. It was inevitable that they would put themselves in a dangerous situation. Perhaps, if things went badly, the Still True sect would be annihilated and become a part of cultivation world history. However, if the Still True sect truly conquered the Heaven Sword sect, he might be able to obtain the Heaven Sword sect's cultivation technique and secret manual. In the cultivation world major sect record, the Heaven Sword sect was also a sword cultivator lineage originating from the ancient cultivation period. Luo Nan estimated that within the Heaven Sword sect, there would be ancient sword technique secret manuals. His azure wood swordplay had now reached the realm of perfection. He would need to cultivate swordplay again to enhance his sword technique mastery. Let's just wait and see. Luo Nan slowly retreated behind the other Foundation Establishment Immortals, quietly observing the development of events. If war broke out, he would help deal with the Heaven Sword sect cultivators. If he sensed the arrival of core formation cultivators and nascent soul cultivators, he would immediately flee. As Luo Nan's thoughts raced, the negotiations between the Still True sect and the Heaven Sword sect failed, and war erupted. The 5 flying boats slowly descended. Sect warfare, at its outset, was essentially a plunder. The Qi refining cultivators of the Still True sect would first plunder the loose cultivators on the outskirts of the Heaven Sword sect. Using the resources of these loose cultivators to enhance their own strength, they would then push towards the center of the Still True sect. The cultivators of the Heaven Sword sect, seeing that the Still True sect had already begun to act, immediately sent messages back to their sect, then set up one sword formation after another, attacking the flying boats. Move. With a loud shout from the core formation cultivator, Luo Nan and the others each employed their methods. Immediately, various magical artifacts and spell lights, like bees flying out of a hive, surged from the flying boats, heading towards the Heaven Sword Sect's sword formations. The next moment, spells collided, magical artifacts clashed, and various sounds echoed in unison. Still True Sect Mountain Range, Main Peak. The Still True Sect's nascent soul old ancestor, Pure Yang Zi, stood with his hands behind his back, looking at a tree over a meter tall. This was his natal longevity tree. After obtaining the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture from the Everlasting Life sect, no one else in the sect practiced it, only he did. Only he met the conditions to cultivate the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture. Because the place where he lived and cultivated was directly on the largest spiritual spring eye in the Still True Sect mountain range. Only by planting his natal longevity tree on the spiritual spring eye could the natal longevity tree grow. The natal longevity tree's absorption of heaven and earth spiritual chi was immense. Pure Yang Zi estimated that in another 100 years or so, perhaps the spiritual chi of the entire spiritual vein would be absorbed by the natal longevity tree. Therefore, he had to plan to acquire other spiritual veins. Previously, in the war with the Everlasting Life sect, it was indeed the Everlasting Life sect that repeatedly invaded his Still True Sect immortal realm, and they only passively retaliated, finally seizing the opportunity to eliminate the Everlasting Life sect to eradicate future troubles. When he obtained the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture, he felt that perhaps the nascent soul old ancestor of the Everlasting Life sect was also cultivating this cultivation technique at that time. Otherwise, the cultivators of the Everlasting Life sect would not have repeatedly harassed their Still True Sect. It's just that when they attacked the Everlasting Life sect, spells and magic treasures flew everywhere, not to mention the vegetation on the mountain, even several mountain peaks were cut down by them. He estimated that the Everlasting Life sect nascent soul old ancestor's natal longevity tree was destroyed by them during the battle. The cultivation conditions for the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture were so stringent that even he found them extremely demanding. However, he was also a person whose lifespan was nearing its end, and his cultivation had reached a bottleneck, having almost stagnated for the past 100 years. If he continued to cultivate his previous cultivation technique, it would likely remain the same. So he had no choice but to try cultivating the ancient cultivation technique, 10,000 wood evergreen scripture. However, if he were to cultivate this ancient cultivation technique, it would require a great deal of resources. He had to start planning now. The sects adjacent to the Still True Sect were all his targets for planning. Before, he was still deliberating which sect to start with. After all, a sect war could not be concluded overnight. It involved multiple battles. A war could last for several years, or even decades, before it might end. Of course, it could also end inconclusively due to certain reasons, such as other schools intervening, making it impossible for the war to continue. He estimated the speed at which the natal longevity tree consumed heaven and earth spiritual chi, and felt that a sect war had to commence now. Otherwise, after the two spiritual veins of the Still True Sect and the Everlasting Life sect dried up, his natal longevity tree would no longer be able to grow. The border between the Still True Sect and the Heaven Sword Sect. For the Still True Sect cultivators, attacking the Heaven Sword Sect was a plunder. And for the Heaven Sword Sect, how could it not be? Those cultivators of the Heaven Sword Sect who feared war had long since hidden far away. And those cultivators who craved cultivation resources in war all came upon hearing the news. Their thoughts were the same as the Still True Sect cultivators, to kill other loose cultivators and obtain cultivation resources. On the border, cultivators from both sides began to fight. Various spells, magical artifacts, and magic treasures intertwined and clashed in the air. Chi refining cultivators basically fought against chi refining cultivators. Luo Nan and these Foundation Establishment Immortals were also engaging in spell combat with the Heaven Sword Sect's Foundation Establishment Immortals. And the Heaven Sword Sect also had core formation cultivators fighting against the Still True Sect's core formation cultivators. Although a cultivator of a higher realm could largely eliminate cultivators of a lower realm with just one spell. However, because the high realm cultivators on both sides were fully focused on their spell combat, they rarely paid attention to the low realm cultivators. If a high realm cultivator on one side attacked the low realm cultivators on the other side, it meant that the high realm cultivator on that side had already gained the upper hand. After that, the war would be one-sided. Luo Nan, controlling his Azure Spirit Sword, flew in the sky and faced a Foundation Establishment Immortal from the Heaven Sword Sect. This Foundation Establishment Immortal, like him, was also at the Foundation Establishment early stage. However, his magic power and spirit values were inferior to Luo Nan's. As for the strength value, it was even more inferior to his. This Foundation Establishment Immortal was a man who looked to be in his 30s, wielding a pair of mother and son swords. With his hands forming sword seals, a short and a long mother and son sword, like two swimming dragons, flew towards Luo Nan. This person's eyes burned brightly as he looked at Luo Nan, clearly wanting to obtain the cultivation resources on Luo Nan's person. After all, seizing the cultivation resources of a cultivator at the same realm as oneself would save a lot of effort in gathering resources. Moreover, this person saw that Luo Nan also used a sword, so he felt that this person's cultivation resources should contain many things suitable for him. When the mother and son swords attacked, Luo Nan also pointed his finger, and the Azure Spirit Sword transformed into a green rainbow and shot out, colliding with the mother and son swords. The mother and son swords immediately shattered into several pieces, scattering in all directions. The border war between Still True Sect and Heaven Sword Sect lasted for more than 3 hours. Still True Sect retreated first, but Heaven Sword Sect did not pursue them. In this war, Still True Sect lost 3 Foundation Establishment cultivators, while Heaven Sword Sect had 7 Foundation Establishment cultivators killed. As for Chi refining cultivators, whether they were from within the sect or outside, they were countless. No core formation cultivators from either side were killed. Among the 7 Foundation Establishment cultivators, 3 were killed by Luo Nan. From then on, Luo Nan gained a minor reputation for ferocity within Still True Sect and Heaven Sword Sect. After this war, Still True Sect temporarily retreated. Because these sect wars were all about mutual attrition. Foundation Establishment cultivators were quite difficult to cultivate, and Heaven Sword Sect, having lost 7 Foundation Establishment cultivators this time, would take a long time to recover. Once Still True Sect had rested, they would return to this place to continue fighting Heaven Sword Sect and deplete its strength. When Heaven Sword Sect's strength was depleted to a certain extent, it was estimated that a nascent soul old ancestor would then make a move. During this retreat, Still True Sect left 2 core formation cultivators and 12 Foundation Establishment cultivators here to prevent a sudden attack from Heaven Sword Sect, so they could resist in time. Luo Nan was not among those assigned to guard, so he returned with the others. Back in Still True Sect's immortal cave, Luo Nan began to examine the storage pouches he had obtained from the 3 Heaven Sword Sect Foundation Establishment cultivators. These 3 Foundation Establishment cultivators included 2 in the early stage of Foundation Establishment and 1 in the middle stage of Foundation Establishment. There were quite a few spirit stones in the storage pouches. Luo Nan hid half of the spirit stones. He would use one part of these spirit stones to buy things in the cultivation world, and the other part he would keep to exchange for gold. However, as his wizard rank increased, the use of gold in transactions among wizards became less and less common. Most situations involved bartering, or trading with magic stones, similar to how it was done on the Wizard Islands. Just like when he was taken to the Earth Element Plane last time, the wizard's condition for taking him was not how much gold, but for him to help acquire the energy core of the rock giant leader. As for the other half of the spirit stones he had separated, he planned to integrate them into his spiritual realm. Cultivating the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture was a secret to him. There were not many Foundation Establishment cultivators in Still True Sect, so even if Still True Sect's old ancestor was interested, it was estimated that each of them could be monitored. Although a nascent soul old ancestor should not pay attention to junior Foundation Establishment cultivators like them. But to be safe, Luo Nan decided to only cultivate the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture outside of Still True Sect immortal realm and integrate the spirit stones into his spiritual realm there. Thinking of this, Luo Nan left his immortal cave and headed out of Still True Sect immortal realm. Upon reaching the misty immortal pavilion in Yushen Valley immortal realm, Luo Nan entered his usual room and began to integrate the spirit stones. He circulated his cultivation technique, and a green glow rose from his dantian, enveloping the spirit stones. Gradually, the spirit stones dissipated, transforming into energy particles, which he sent into his dantian with the green glow. The chaos of his spiritual realm gradually cleared, and the land gradually expanded. After fully integrating the spirit stones into his spiritual realm, Luo Nan once again immersed his mind into his storage pouch. Besides spirit stones, the storage pouch also contained books, magic treasures, and medicinal pills. Luo Nan took out the books one by one and flipped through them. Some of the books were secret manuals, while others were cultivation insights. Luo Nan looked at them and saw that the cultivation techniques and spells were mostly sword moves. And he felt that the power of these sword moves was not great enough, estimating that even if cultivated to a deep level, they would not be as good as the 12 Qingling sword array. The magic treasures were flying swords. After analyzing them with Grand Mist, he knew that the flying swords were made of common materials. However, the materials for the flying swords were also composed of elements with multiple attributes. Luo Nan then performed the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture, integrating all these flying swords into his own spiritual realm. In an instant, he felt his affinity for various elemental energy particles increase. Especially for metal elemental energy particles. As long as he used his divine might to condense metal energy particles, in a short while, a sharp steel needle would appear at his fingertip. This was not some kind of wizardry, it was entirely something he accomplished by utilizing his spirit and his affinity for metal elemental energy particles. With a thought, the steel needle condensed on his fingertip immediately transformed into metal elemental energy particles and dissipated. Luo Nan took out Still True Sect's token and placed it under his pillow. He walked out of the misty immortal pavilion and flew towards the secular world. After landing at his residence in the secular world, he transmigrated back to the wizard world. In the following days, Luo Nan occasionally returned to the cultivation world to participate in sect wars. Because of his initial display of divine might, the cultivators of Heaven Sword Sect misjudged his strength. In the subsequent battles, there were always cultivators in the late stage of Foundation establishment watching him. Moreover, the Heaven Sword Sect cultivators nearby subtly formed a mutually assisting formation with other opposing cultivators. After several battles, it was no longer so easy for him to kill cultivators. Of course, if he exposed more of his strength, he would be able to kill cultivators. However, his bottom line was to expose, at most, that he possessed a powerful flying sword and a well-cultivated samadhi true fire. He did not want to expose his other powers in front of others. When he returned to Still True Sect, Luo Nan also frequently visited Still True Sect's library to read books. One day, while in the library, he came across a spell for concealment and stealth woodstone shadowing. Cultivating this spell allowed him, firstly, to merge his body into trees and rocks to hide, and secondly, to burrow into the ground and move through the soil. The higher his spell mastery, firstly, the harder it would be for him to be discovered within trees and rocks, and secondly, the faster his burrowing speed would be. Resources are scarce in the cultivation world, and with sex fighting, it's very unstable. Although the wizard world has kingdoms, it has wizard families internally and external enemies externally, so dangers are also hidden. Luo Nan thought, feeling that he should learn this spell. This way, he would have another means of escape. While the blood transformation escape technique and 7-star sword escape were fast, they left traces. Sometimes, he needed to use some spells to conceal himself. After Luo Nan used Grand Mist to record all of the Woodstone Shadowing spell, he left Still True Sect Immortal Realm. He immediately began to practice this spell in a forest in the secular world. Unlike wizardry, spells were released by forming hand seals and circulating magical power. Initially, because the magical power circulation route was unfamiliar, casting it was a bit slow. However, after practicing a few more times, casting the spell became instantaneous. Woodstone Shadowing, beginner 25%. After practicing for a period of time, Luo Nan formed a hand seal, circulated his magical power, and leaped towards a tree. Just as his body was about to hit the tree, his figure suddenly contracted, and he instantly entered the tree. When he cast the spell, a layer of wood elemental magical power enveloped him, allowing him to merge into the tree. While inside the tree, he could see everything around it. It was as if his eyes had spread throughout the entire tree. Luo Nan, still inside the tree, formed another hand seal. After dispelling the spell, his entire body was immediately repelled by the tree and spat out from it. Chapter 160, Wizardry Savage Growth. Woodstone Shadowing, Mastery 1%. Luo Nan formed a hand seal and circulated his magic power, and his body immediately sank downwards, completely merging into the soil. A layer of wood magic power enveloped his body. With a thought, and by circulating his magic power, his body could move within the soil. The speed of movement is almost comparable to 7-star sword escape. Luo Nan felt the speed and was pleasantly surprised. He had originally considered this spell a means of concealment. But he didn't expect it could also be used as an escape technique. After Luo Nan moved around in the soil for a while, he went back to the surface. At this time, his woodstone shadowing had already been cultivated to mastery 25%. He knew that in just one day, he couldn't cultivate this spell to perfection, he still had to take his time. Therefore, he decided to return to the wizard world first and cultivate the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture. Back in his flat house in Triumphant City, Luo Nan walked into his botanical garden. In the botanical garden, 3 natal longevity trees were growing. 1 eternal evergreen tree mother tree and 2 child trees. The largest eternal evergreen tree mother tree was over 6 meters tall, like a towering canopy. It was now winter in the wizard world. It was snowing outside, but the 3 natal longevity trees were not affected by the cold. Luo Nan, as usual, first cast speed growth technique to accelerate the growth of the natal longevity trees, and after his magic power was exhausted, he would cultivate the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture. He poured his magic power into the wizardry model of speed growth technique. 3 streams of emerald green light shot down from above, enveloping the 3 natal longevity trees. He immediately felt a vibrant life force emerging within the 3 natal longevity trees. Grand Mist. He summoned Grand Mist to analyze the data. Spirit Plant, Eternal Evergreen Tree Mother Tree. Year, 336. Spirit Plant, Vital Evergreen Tree Subtree. Year, 192. Spirit Plant, Vital Evergreen Tree Subtree. Year, 10. As the 3 natal longevity trees continuously refined heaven and earth spiritual chi, it fed back into him. He felt that his affinity for wood spiritual chi was also getting higher and higher. He thought that perhaps as these few trees grew together, when their combined years reached 1,000, the Yi Wood Dharma body could be formed. Simultaneously accelerating the growth of 3 natal longevity trees consumed a lot of magic power. However, his speed growth technique was also continuously improving. Speed growth technique, Grandmaster 98%. Soon, his speed growth technique would reach perfection. It's time to switch to another spell for accelerating growth. Luo Nan thought, deciding to visit the Kingdom Wizard Academy tomorrow to specifically look for growth accelerating spells. The next day, after Luo Nan had steak and fruit wine in the middle city, he walked towards the upper city. After entering the upper city, he walked straight to the Kingdom Wizard Academy. With the key given by the Kingdom Wizard Academy, he passed through the Academy's barriers and entered the first level formal wizard's library. There were many books in the library, even if he used Grand Mist to record them for many days, he couldn't record them all in a short time. He walked directly to the section of bookshelves where planting-related books were placed. The books on the shelves were all exquisite, and most thick books had covers made of demonic beast fur. Some scrolls were also made of demonic beast hide. Luo Nan found a book that explained how to accelerate plant growth and read it carefully. After reading for a while, he discovered that it contained a wizardry called Savage Growth. The book stated that this wizardry was a second-tier intermediate wizardry, originating from the Druid school. Upon seeing this, Luo Nan's heart stirred. Didn't Awen say that the knowledge of the Druids is never passed on to outsiders? Then how did it appear here? It seems that as long as the price is right, Druids can betray their tenets. Luo Nan immediately wrote down the incantation and wizardry model for Savage Growth. Afterward, he left the library and returned to his flat house. Luo Nan entered the botanical garden, sat down under the eternal evergreen tree mother tree, and cast speed growth technique. 2 days later, speed growth technique finally reached perfection. Immediately, he began to practice savage growth. He first recited the incantation of savage growth. As the incantation was uttered, a series of incantations, with their melodies, connected to form a chant. The chanting of the incantation echoed in the flat house. Nearby wood energy particles surged towards the 3 natal longevity trees. After the wood energy particles entered the natal longevity trees, Luo Nan immediately felt life force appearing within the natal longevity trees. Savage growth, beginner 3%. With the perfected speed growth technique as a foundation, the cultivation speed of savage growth would naturally accelerate. He continued to chant, and the proficiency of savage growth steadily increased. He spent the entire day grinding the proficiency of savage growth. Because the proficiency of savage growth was not high, it didn't consume much magic power. In addition, he had 3 natal longevity trees to help him recover magic power. So, it took him almost a full day to exhaust the magic power in his body. After exhausting his magic power, he immediately changed his posture, breathed in heaven and earth spiritual chi, and cultivated the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture. After his magic power was fully restored, he once again chanted the incantation of savage growth. After 2 days, he had grinned savage growth to the proficient level. At this level, he could construct the wizardry model. The wizardry model for savage growth was a polyhedron with 26 vertices. Within the polyhedron, there were also many lines. He had recently been conversing with some formal wizards at the Kingdom Wizard Academy. According to what he understood, for a first-level formal wizard, constructing such a complex wizardry model, even with guidance, would take a few days if one had good comprehension ability. If one's comprehension ability was poor, it might take several years. If one's comprehension ability was truly very poor, they might never be able to construct this wizardry model throughout their entire wizarding career. Sometimes, some wizards were simply very insensitive to the construction of certain wizardry models. When a wizard encountered a wizardry with a difficult to construct wizardry model, they would often skip it rather than spend too much time delving into a single wizardry. But Luo Nan had Grand Mist, the data for this wizardry model was clearly displayed in his mind. He only needed to refer to Grand Mist's data to quickly construct the wizardry model in his mind. After about 2 hours, Luo Nan had finished constructing the wizardry model. He injected his magic power into the wizardry model and used his spirit to guide the magic power of savage growth towards the 3 natal longevity trees. Immediately, the nearby wood energy particles swarmed towards the 3 natal longevity trees. The years of the 3 natal longevity trees increased. At the same time, he felt that the heaven and earth spiritual chi feeding back to him was also increasing. This heaven and earth spiritual chi not only flowed into his danshan but also circulated through his bones and meridians, changing his physique. His physique was steadily advancing from greenwood spirit body towards yewood dharma body. Luo Nan, dressed in a black wizard potion, walked into the Lawrence family manor in Upper City with his hands behind his back. Sir. As he walked, beautiful maids lined the path, welcoming him. These maids were of all races. There were those with golden hair and blue eyes, and those with black hair and black eyes. Some had fair skin, some had wheat-colored skin, and some had darker skin. Luo Nan nodded as he walked. He had come this time to see his third brother, Bran. After all, he had been focused on cultivating and hadn't seen his brother for some time. Walking directly into the courtyard, he saw Bran wielding 2 swords. He had only started practicing with 2 swords the last time Luo Nan saw him. Yet, unexpectedly, not long had passed, and Bran's dual swordsmanship was now very skilled. Bran was not wearing armor, and the swords in his hands cut arcs through the air. Sword light flickered, and the whooshing sound of wind emanated from them. Compared to their last meeting, Bran was taller and stronger. He activated Grand Mist to analyze him and found that Bran's strength had reached the standard of early-stage Golden Knight. Bran's Grandmaster Swordsman, a slender middle-aged man with curly hair, saw Luo Nan approaching and immediately bowed, Sir Luo Nan. Although this man was quite famous in the night world, Luo Nan was a wizard. While it was said that knights could kill wizards, that was only an isolated case. Only a very few excellent knights could achieve this. Therefore, most of the time, knights always felt themselves a rank lower than wizards. Thus, upon seeing Luo Nan, this Grandmaster Swordsman subconsciously bowed. Fortunately, Luo Nan returned his bow, giving the Grandmaster Swordsman enough face. Luo Nan. Bran stopped swinging his swords when he saw Luo Nan approaching and called out. After returning his 2 swords to the sword rack, Bran walked towards Luo Nan. He wiped the sweat from his forehead as he walked. Bran had a handsome appearance, with slightly curly black hair on his forehead falling slightly. Sirs, then I shall take my leave. Sir Bran, I will return tomorrow. Seeing the 2 brothers reunite, the Grandmaster Swordsman said. Both Luo Nan and Bran nodded. Luo Nan, do you want to practice with your wizardry and me? After the Grandmaster Swordsman left, Bran said to Luo Nan. Luo Nan waved his hand, let's talk about it when you become a Golden Knight peak. Bran then asked, can I possibly defeat a wizard in the future? Of course, there's a chance. Luo Nan said, but in his mind, he was thinking that a knight fighting a wizard actually relied on the coordination of equipment, mounts, and their own strength. Moreover, a knight's margin for error was much smaller than a wizard's. After all, knights used the wizardry formations on their armor to defend against wizardry attacks. Once hit by wizardry attacks several times, if the wizardry formations on the armor were destroyed, the armor would lose its defensive effect. Wizards, however, could continuously cast defensive wizardry, as long as they had magic power. Even if a defensive wizardry was broken, they could keep casting it. Furthermore, it was also dangerous for knights to close the distance with wizards. Some knights were killed by wizards while trying to close the distance. Moreover, even if they did manage to close the distance with a wizard, there was no guarantee that the wizard hadn't improved their physique, which might prevent the knight from killing the wizard quickly, thus turning themselves into a living target. Luo Nan, why haven't you moved over yet? Bran asked. Luo Nan said, my residence in Middle City has my experimental equipment, as well as some magical plants and other things. Moving them would be too much trouble. Oh. Bran heard this and didn't ask any further questions. By the way, have you heard any news about Leon recently? Luo Nan asked. Bran shook his head, I asked the people who came to curry favor with me, and they haven't heard any news about Leon either. Curry favor with you? Luo Nan's eyes showed confusion. Bran nodded, many wizards and knights have come here, bringing us many gifts, including cultivation resources and women. Women? Luo Nan raised an eyebrow. Yes. Bran said, there were all ages, but I didn't take any. Luo Nan nodded, then said, what about cultivation resources, did you accept those? Bran said, I refused, but they insisted on leaving them. Where are they? Take me to see. Luo Nan said. Bran led Luo Nan to a warehouse, where they saw many things piled up inside. With a sweep of his divine sense, Luo Nan knew what was inside each wooden box. There were medicinal materials, demonic beast materials, metals. He was now considered a knowledgeable person among wizards of the same rank, he knew what all these things were. Some were for knight cultivation, and some were for wizard cultivation. Let's pick and use these things. Luo Nan said. Bran looked at Luo Nan after hearing this. Luo Nan continued, since Leon hasn't come out yet, these gift givers will definitely trouble Leon in the future. Moreover, these things are not cheap, we can't just leave them here to gather dust. Saying that, Luo Nan walked to some wooden boxes and, with a wave of his hand, stored them into his storage ring. The rest of these are items for knight cultivation, beneficial for strengthening the physique. Have someone boil them for you to consume. Luo Nan said. Okay. Bran nodded. He was only a 15-year-old boy, and he had grown up under the strict guidance of his father, Lai Dun. Now that Lai Dun was not here and Leon was also not here, he naturally listened to Luo Nan. Then I'll leave first. I'll come to see you again after some time. Luo Nan patted Bran's head and left the warehouse. After leaving the manor, Luo Nan couldn't help but look again at the towering wizard tower. However, the wizard tower stood silently. The windows of the wizard tower were pitch black, and he couldn't see anything at all. Duo Li Fa's wizard tower, laboratory on the 54th floor. In the laboratory, which was bathed in the reddish glow of candlelight, there were two circular arrays carved with intricate patterns. On one circular array lay the white-robed, white-bearded, white-haired legendary wizard Duo Li Fa of the Kingdom of Wizards. On the other circular array lay Leon, with black hair and black eyes, and a robust build. Both had their eyes closed, and a vibrant, purple-based colorful chi swirled around their bodies. On Leon's right palm, there was a strange pattern, and the swirling colorful chi was densest there. After some time, both slowly opened their eyes. Then, both sat up from the circular wizardry formation. The harvest from this trip to the nightmare world was good. Duo Li Fa touched the storage ring on his right hand with his right thumb and said. After he stood up, he walked to the laboratory table. With a wave of his hand, plants enveloped in colorful chi, flesh and blood with colorful blood, and strangely shaped stones suddenly appeared on the laboratory table. After Leon sat up, he said to Duo Li Fa, when can I go out and see my father and brother? Duo Li Fa, while arranging the materials on the table, said, once I have fully researched the method to remove the side effects. Leon said, when I go out, I won't say anything about what happened here. That's uncertain. Duo Li Fa still didn't turn his head. With a wave of his hand, a set of alchemy equipment appeared on the table. With a thought, several wizards' hand appeared, cleaning and arranging the alchemy equipment. After a moment of silence, Duo Li Fa continued, no matter. If you want to know news about your family, I can have someone inform you at any time. Currently, your family is developing well. Whatever resources your family lacks, as long as you ask, I will arrange for someone to send them to you. Leon pondered for a moment, then said, I want the Lawrence family to become a high-ranking noble in the Southeast Province, Luo Nan to become a formal wizard, and Bran to undergo physical body modification immediately after reaching Golden Knight Peak, but without incorporating a bloodline like mine. Duo Li Fa heard this and said, no problem, I will dispatch formal wizards to the Southeast Province to help your family expand its territory. As for your brother Luo Nan, I heard that wizards from the Wizard Council are already currying favor with him. He has already gained access to the Wizard Apprentice Library and first-level formal Wizard Library of the Kingdom Wizard Academy, and the cultivation materials sent to the manor are enough for him to cultivate for a good period of time. As for him becoming a formal wizard, it's only a matter of time, but whether it's sooner or later, even I cannot guarantee. After all, I heard that your brother's wizard aptitude isn't very good, is it? Leon frowned upon hearing this, aptitude isn't good? My brother's wizard aptitude test at the Kingdom Wizard Academy showed a rank A wizard aptitude. Oh, I forgot. Duo Li Fa patted his head, you probably still don't know about this. I heard wizards from the Wizard Council say that your brother's aptitude is rank C. Without a large accumulation of resources, he might never become a formal wizard in his entire life. Leon's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise upon hearing this, then he immediately concealed it. He had seen Luo Nan's wizardry before and thought Luo Nan's level shouldn't correspond to such an aptitude. However, he felt that Duo Li Fa had no reason to lie to him. This meant that his brother might have had a fortuitous encounter in Triumphant City. Since Duo Li Fa didn't know, he wouldn't bring it up again. Then, Leon hesitated for a moment, then said, is there a way to improve a wizard's aptitude in this world? No, elemental affinity is what it is from birth. Duo Li Fa said. Otherwise, this kingdom, this world, would all be wizards, and what would be the point of knights and mortals? Leon heard this and didn't ask any more questions. Then, Duo Li Fa continued, as for your other brother, Bran, I heard he also received excellent arrangements. Currently, he is practicing swordsmanship with a Grandmaster swordsman, and his knight rank is also improving by leaps and bounds. Now, he's probably already a golden knight. The resources he receives are already the same as those of the knights from the 7 wizard family. Once he reaches golden knight peak, I promise you, I will personally implant a bloodline for him. I will choose one for him from the bloodline of these creatures. Duo Li Fa waved his hand, drawing Leon's gaze towards the demonic beast soaking in glass tanks. Although Leon was unable to leave and felt a bit uneasy, given the current situation, he had no way to break free, so he could only temporarily listen to the arrangements. At this moment, Duo Li Fa was busy processing the materials and ignored him. Leon then walked to each glass tank, carefully examining the creatures soaking inside. Unconsciously, more than 3 months passed. Nothing happened in either the wizard world or the cultivation world. The Still True sect and Heaven Sword sect in the cultivation world were still at war, but it was a normal state of affairs. Battles would break out from time to time, but none required Luo Nan to intervene. Luo Nan was happy to cultivate the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture in the wizard world, nurturing his Yi-wood Dharma body, and constructing his spiritual realm. Foundation establishment early stage, 31%. After Luo Nan absorbed heaven and earth spiritual chi and cultivated for half a day, he thought about going out for lunch. After leaving his door, he entered a tavern. After ordering honey-glazed steak, pigeon pie, and a pot of fragrant fruit wine, he began to eat. The conversations in the tavern drifted into his ears. Have you heard? The Orc Empire has started invading our borders again, one person said. Has the Bloodline Great Wizard researched a new method of bloodline fusion again? Another person asked. Yes, whenever the Bloodline Great Wizard researches more powerful and destructive orcs, war always breaks out. I heard that at the border now, the wizards on duty are relying on the border fortress's shield to block the attacks of the Orc Knights and Orc Wizards. I estimate that shield is about to give out. Currently, the Royal Family and the Wizard Council are conscripting wizards and knights to go to the border to fight. Duo Li Fa's Wizard Tower. Augustus V, along with his chief guard and wizard guard, appeared on the floor below the top. He stood on the stairs leading to the top floor, waiting for Duo Li Fa to summon him. Come up. A voice came from above the stairs, and only then did Augustus V ascend. Upon reaching Duo Li Fa's cultivation room, Augustus V saw Duo Li Fa, and also Leon standing beside Duo Li Fa. Augustus V looked at Leon. Your Majesty. Leon saluted Augustus V. Augustus V nodded, his eyes still fixed on Leon. Duo Li Fa knew Augustus V's meaning and said, it's fine for Leon to stay here. After Augustus V nodded, he said, Great Uncle, the Orc Empire has attacked our border again. I heard this time they have a new weapon. According to returning intelligence, it's a group of Orc Knights with dragon heads and dragon tails. We call them Half-Dragon Knights. Their strength is immense, and they can withstand several wizardry attacks, and they can also breathe out the legendary dragon's breath. If war breaks out, this group of Half-Dragon Knights will be very troublesome. Great Uncle, the Orc Empire has repeatedly started wars, all because of that traitor Saphile Orin. Can you take some wizards and infiltrate the Orc Empire to kill that traitor? That way, the Orc Empire will no longer have the strength to contend with us, thus turning this barbaric nation completely into our vassal state. Ever since Augustus V saw his great uncle use a highly miraculous wizardry, almost single-handedly, to resolve the rebellion of the 3 great wizard families and the Necromancer Society, he felt that his great uncle had made new progress in his wizard cultivation. He estimated that his great uncle could now directly kill the traitor, bloodline great wizard Saphile Orin. After stating his request, he waited for Duo Li Fa's response. Upon hearing this, Duo Li Fa pondered for a moment, then nodded, all right, I'll go. Augustus V was overjoyed, his face flushing with excitement. Great Uncle, the Augustus family's continued existence depends entirely on you. Duo Li Fa nodded and bid farewell to Augustus V. After Augustus V descended the stairs, Bran couldn't help but ask, without using your Nightmare World methods, are you confident you can kill Saphile Orin? No confidence, Duo Li Fa replied without thinking. Isn't Saphile Orin just a great wizard, and you're a legendary wizard? He's a rank below you, and you still have no confidence. Bran pressed. Duo Li Fa said, I have the coordinates to the Nightmare World, but there's no guarantee Saphile doesn't also have coordinates to other worlds, thereby acquiring some formidable methods. Bran sighed, the side effects of using Nightmare Stone, which you just managed to mostly eliminate, will all be for naught if you use Nightmare Stone again. Then when can I leave this wizard tower and see my father and brother? Duo Li Fa chuckled twice, then said, if the Orc Empire invades, it might also affect your family. Dealing with Saphile together will also benefit you. Hearing Duo Li Fa's words, Bran recalled his days guarding the border and nodded, saying no more. The border guarding brigades once again set off from various territories of the Valiant Kingdom towards the frontier. Luo Nan and Bran received a letter from Lai Dun, stating that their family might have received special care from Bran, and this time for guarding the border, the wizard family of the southeast province had not conscripted him. Luo Nan thought that perhaps Bran would also go to guard the border during this Orc Empire invasion. In this way, Bran would take the place of the family's conscription. After glancing at Bran, Luo Nan returned to his flat house to continue cultivating the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture. Another 2 months passed. During this time, Luo Nan answered a conscription from the Still True sect once, joining the battle between the Still True sect and the Heaven Sword sect. In this battle, he killed a Foundation Establishment middle stage cultivator from the Heaven Sword sect and obtained a storage pouch. Inside the storage pouch, besides secret manuals and spirit stones, there was also a pill formula. The pill formula recorded the Dragon Profound Pill, a high-grade rank 2 medicinal pill. After taking it, it could increase cultivation speed. Luo Nan had mainly relied on medicinal pills obtained from Heaven Sword sect cultivators and his previously remaining medicinal pills for cultivation during this period. He didn't have many medicinal pills left and needed to do some alchemy himself. However, the pill formulas he had were not as high grade as this Dragon Profound Pill. In terms of medicinal efficacy, it was estimated to be even less effective than this Dragon Profound Pill. Because one of the main ingredients for refining the Dragon Profound Pill was the essence of a rank 2 Yao dragon. In today's cultivation world, let alone Yao dragons, even common Yao beasts are all raised by various sects. This pill formula was likely passed down from over 1,000 years ago. Perhaps it was passed down by this cultivator's ancestor. Every day, Luo Nan consumed medicinal pills and cultivated the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture in the flat house's botanical garden. After another half a month, all the medicinal pills were finally consumed. I need to start alchemy myself. The main ingredient for this Dragon Profound Pill is a rank 2 Yao dragon, so a rank 2 dragon demonic beast can be substituted. Immediately, Luo Nan summoned Grand Mist, brought up the stored Valiant Kingdom Demonic Beast Compendium, and found the habitats of various dragon demonic beasts. Currently, the dragon demonic beasts scattered throughout the Valiant Kingdom are all sub-dragon creatures. Purebred dragons, it's unknown where they hide in the wizard world, or perhaps in plains outside the wizard world. However, even in the cultivation world, there are no true dragons left. Those true dragons that rode the clouds and mists have become legends in the cultivation world, even whether such dragons truly existed in ancient times is now uncertain among cultivators. Unlike the purebred dragons of the wizard world, at least wizards still believe they are hiding. Luo Nan quickly learned the distribution of nearby dragon demonic beasts. Dragon demonic beasts are inherently few in number. Because dragon demonic beasts are practically treasures from head to toe, they have gradually diminished due to excessive hunting. He learned from some formal wizards that many wizard families have their own magic beast forests, raising some dragon demonic beasts. If it were for Bran's face, Luo Nan estimated he could obtain dragon demonic beast materials from some wizard families without spending a single gold coin or magic stone. However, what he wanted were rank 2 dragon demonic beast materials. His aptitude, in the eyes of outsiders, was C rank. And in the hearts of wizards, aptitude cannot be changed. With his C rank aptitude, even if he frantically accumulated resources, at most he would only be a second-level wizard apprentice now. This wizard rank does not require rank 2 dragon demonic beast materials. If he were to ask other wizards for rank 2 dragon demonic beast materials, it would definitely arouse suspicion. If his cultivation progress were discovered by other wizards to far exceed his wizard aptitude here, it's likely he would be captured by wizards for research. In that case, he would probably have to flee the wizard world and stay in the cultivation world permanently. Therefore, he still had to collect rank 2 dragon demonic beast materials himself. Gourd Forest has a type of dragon demonic beast. According to the data, Gourd Forest has about 80 types of demonic beasts. And dragon demonic beasts account for only one type, indicating their rarity. Gourd Forest is the closest magic beast forest to Triumphant City, so I'll go there first to take a look. Thinking of this, Luo Nan went out the door. After leaving Triumphant City, he made sure no one was around, then immediately changed clothes and drank an intermediate transformation potion. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the Azure Spirit Sword, which transformed into a streak of escaping light, heading towards Gourd Forest. Having cast 7-star Sword Escape, Gourd Forest was reached in the blink of an eye. According to the data, the strongest demonic beasts in Gourd Forest are rank 3 demonic beasts, located in the depths of Gourd Forest. Rank 1 demonic beasts are the most numerous, distributed in most areas of the forest. Rank 2 demonic beasts, however, are much fewer compared to rank 1 demonic beasts. Therefore, rank 2 demonic beasts are much harder to find than rank 1 demonic beasts. Sometimes, when searching for rank 2 demonic beasts, one might even be blocked by rank 1 demonic beasts. However, Luo Nan had divine sense and could avoid rank 1 demonic beasts. Upon reaching the edge of the forest, he immediately descended and snuck in. Wizards usually do not fly in the air when hunting in the forest. Although flying in the air can avoid some demonic beasts active on the ground. However, in Gourd Forest, there are also avian demonic beasts, which are difficult to avoid when flying. Furthermore, once in the air, being seen by wizards in the forest makes one a living target. If seen by 2 or more wizard teams simultaneously in the air, they might attack simultaneously to kill and seize treasures. At that time, it would be facing enemies from all sides. Luo Nan applied a few wind-chasing talismans to himself and quickly flew through the forest. As he flew, he completely released his divine sense. Movements within 1,000 meters around him were all transmitted into his mind. He avoided groups of rank 1 demonic beasts. Several hunting teams were also avoided by him. He gradually delved deeper into the forest. Rank 2 demonic beasts are relatively hard to find in magic beast forests. And among them, rank 2 dragon demonic beasts are even harder to find. After all, dragon demonic beasts are the hunting targets of many wizards. Over the years, to avoid hunting, these dragon demonic beasts might have developed a set of methods to avoid wizards and hide themselves. Moreover, the rank 2 dragon demonic beast of Guard Forest is called the earth-burrowing demon dragon. It is said that this demonic beast can bury itself in the soil and stay there for 2 days and 2 nights. For ordinary wizards, it is even more difficult to find this demonic beast. Luonan bypassed demonic beasts and people, taking a very quiet path. Occasionally, he saw deer-like demonic beasts with entirely white fur eating medicinal herbs in the forest. Upon seeing Luonan, they raised their heads, looked at him, shivered, then galloped away like lightning. After about half an hour, Luonan had almost reached the depths of the forest. His divine sense finally perceived earth-burrowing demon dragons. Not 1, but 4. 2 of them were rank 2, large in size, about 5 meters long. The other 2 were only rank 1, clearly young dragons, just over a meter long. Luonan flew towards these 4 earth-burrowing demon dragons. Before he even got close, his divine sense suddenly felt that the 2 earth-burrowing demon dragons suddenly shivered, as if sensing something, roared at the 2 young dragons, and then, along with the 2 young dragons, burrowed into the soil. Luonan frowned slightly. He had already completely gathered all his aura and energy fluctuations into the spiritual realm of his Danshan. Logically, these demonic beasts should not have been able to detect his presence. Could it be that these demonic beasts have a premonition of impending danger? Luonan did not delve deeper, but instead swiftly flew towards the 4 earth-burrowing demon dragons. He found that although these 4 earth-burrowing demon dragons had burrowed underground, they had not left that spot, clearly observing. Soon, Luonan flew to the woodland where the 4 earth-burrowing demon dragons were inhabiting. Immediately, 4 splashes of dirt erupted from the woodland. It was the 4 earth-burrowing demon dragons leaping up from underground. The earth-burrowing demon dragon's appearance was like a giant lizard. They had purple and brown scales, and their wide-open mouths revealed circles of sharp white teeth, with saliva hanging between them. It seemed they sensed that only Luonan had come, so they all appeared. To wizards, demonic beasts are treasures. But to demonic beasts, the flesh and blood of wizards are equally rare and nutritious food. At this moment, the 4 earth-burrowing demon dragons split into 4 directions, surrounding Luonan. Whoosh! Suddenly, the largest earth-burrowing demon dragon roared and pounced towards Luonan. The surrounding air seemed to be stirred by this demonic dragon, and the nearby trees rustled. Luonan felt as if a small mountain was crashing into him. He flipped the back of his hand, and the Azure Spirit Sword appeared in his palm. This Azure Spirit Sword, forged from millennial Azure Spirit Jade Bamboo and Mithril, was his most formidable one. Luonan pointed at the earth-burrowing demon dragon, and the Azure Spirit Sword transformed into a green rainbow, slashing across the underside of the earth-burrowing demon dragon's abdomen. Splash! The earth-burrowing demon dragon's tough scales, which caused headaches for many wizards and knights, were immediately cut open by the Azure Spirit Sword. Large intestines and other internal organs spilled out from the wound, scattering all over the ground. The internal organs and fresh blood piled on the ground, emitting steaming vapor. A fishy smell, foul-smelling, odor emanated from them, spreading outwards. The other 3 earth-burrowing demon dragons, seeing this scene, immediately leaped up, intending to burrow into the soil and escape. But with a thought from Luonan, the Azure Spirit Sword, which had turned into a green glow, immediately made a turn, drawing an arc in the air. In an instant, before the 3 earth-burrowing demon dragons could burrow into the ground, a spray of blood bloomed on their bodies. The Azure Spirit Sword had, in an instant, successively pierced through the throats of the 3 earth-burrowing demon dragons. However, these earth-burrowing demon dragons had extremely tenacious vitality. Even with their throats injured, they could still move, and they continued to burrow into the ground. Luonan then formed a sword incantation, and the Azure Spirit Sword also plunged into the ground, leaving a large hole. Immediately, a green arc of light faintly flashed beneath the soil. Following that, blood seeped from 3 spots in the soil. Luonan lifted his sword incantation, and the Azure Spirit Sword flew out of the soil, bringing out some dirt. The Azure Spirit Sword vibrated, emitting sword chi, shaking off the dirt and blood on it. Luonan gestured with his hand and recalled it into his Danshan. He chanted an incantation and cast an earth wizardry. In the woodland, 3 spots of soil suddenly flowed outwards from a central point. Before long, the bodies of the 3 earth-burrowing demon dragons floated up from the ground. At this moment, although the 4 earth-burrowing demon dragons were severely injured, they were not completely dead. Impressive vitality. Luonan released his divine sense, searching for the beast core of the 2 rank 2 earth-burrowing demon dragons. A beast core is something only rank 2 demonic beasts possess, and it contains a portion of the demonic beast's energy. In the cultivation world, this beast core is usually referred to as beast core by cultivators. After finding the beast core, Luonan immediately condensed 2 wizards' hands with sharp claws. He extended them into the bodies of the earth-burrowing demon dragons. Another 2 sprays of blood splattered. After the wizards' hands emerged from the bodies of the 2 rank 2 earth-burrowing demon dragons, they each held an egg-sized object. The Yao Dragon Beast Core was one of the main ingredients for refining the Dragon Profound Pill. After placing the 2 beast cores into his storage pouch, Luonan began to collect the remaining demonic beast materials. The demonic beast's scales, eyeballs, sharp teeth, sharp claws, flesh and blood, all could be used as materials. Although, besides selling them for money, these items were of little use to Luonan at the moment. But these were, after all, dragon demonic beast materials, and they might be useful in the future. So, Luonan took out several containers, simply processed the demonic beast materials, then stored them and put them into his storage pouch. After Luonan finished collecting the materials, he moved to another location. He was looking for other earth-burrowing demon dragons. After all, 2 beast cores were not enough to refine a large amount of dragon profound pill. Sometime after Luonan left that place, 3 people wearing wizard potion, casting accelerating wizardry, flew over. These 3 people looked at the remaining earth-burrowing demon dragon corpses on the ground. One of them said, "These bodies, these earth-burrowing demon dragons must have been killed recently. Could there be other wizards hunting earth-burrowing demon dragons?" This was the youngest of the 3 wizards, whose wizard realm was at the wizard apprentice. He had shoulder-length golden curly hair, emerald green eyes, and a high nose bridge. The other 2 were middle-aged men, one tall and one short. The tall one was a dark-skinned bald man with green magic runes tattooed on his head. The short one was slightly overweight, with black hair, brown skin, a full beard, and leaned on a magical wand made of brown stone. Both of these middle-aged men were first-level formal wizards. All 3 were wizards from a school outside Triumphant City. This school, called the Zeta School, specialized in studying earth elements. This time, to refine magic potions for the young wizard among them, they came to hunt earth-burrowing demon dragons. The main ingredient for this magic potion was the flesh and blood of the earth-burrowing demon dragon. However, when they arrived, they saw 4 earth-burrowing demon dragon skeletons, with only some scraps and some flesh and blood of almost no medicinal value hanging on them. It was useless for them to collect this flesh and blood. The bald wizard said, "Let's go, we'll look elsewhere," and glancing at the young wizard, he prepared to leave. He saw the young wizard's eyes sparkling. "Thompson, what did you think of?" the bald wizard asked. The young wizard named Thompson chuckled and said, "This wizard, hunting earth-burrowing demon dragons, is it because he is also an earth-type wizard? If we kill him in the forest, can we obtain his wizardry to supplement our school?" The short wizard shook his head. "This place is near Triumphant City. Perhaps that wizard is from a wizard family. We shouldn't stir up trouble." The young wizard said, "Mr. Buwu, this wizard can kill a second-tier earth-burrowing demon dragon, which means he is also a first-level formal wizard. A wizard's knowledge is priceless, and life, sometimes, can be priced. Besides, this is deep in the forest. After we kill someone, we'll immediately escape. Who would know?" "Let's see first," the short wizard said, and then ran off to the side. The bald wizard also ran over, a fierce glint in his eyes. In his heart, he agreed with the young wizard apprentice Thompson. Luonan pointed his hand, and the azure spirit sword transformed into sword chi, piercing through the bodies of 2 earth-burrowing demon dragons. Then, he skillfully manipulated the azure spirit sword to cut open the flesh and blood of the earth-burrowing demon dragon's head and retrieve the beast core within. Luonan placed the beast core into a copper box, then put it into his storage pouch. "I've collected 6 beast cores now," Luonan thought to himself while processing the other demonic beast materials of the earth-burrowing demon dragon. While he was processing, he suddenly sensed that 2 first-level formal wizards and 1 level 3 wizard apprentice were approaching his direction. Before long, the 3 of them flew close to him. Clap, 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 clap. Behind Luonan, a round of applause sounded. It was Thompson, Buwu, and the bald wizard Rohan, who walked over together. The applause came from Thompson. "This gentleman has actually killed so many earth-burrowing demon dragons, truly impressive." Thompson chuckled, his voice magnetic and pleasant to hear. "Could it be, sir, that you are also an earth-type wizard?" As Thompson spoke, the 3 of them approached Luonan. While Thompson was speaking, Buwu and Rohan observed Luonan. They carefully sensed Luonan's energy particles fluctuations and relaxed when they discovered that Luonan was merely a wizard in the early stage of a first-level formal wizard. Rohan's eyes narrowed slightly, a fierce glint flashing and disappearing. Even the usually cautious Buwu had thoughts of taking action. He channeled his magic power into the wizardry model, preparing to cast wizardry. Seeing that Luonan's energy particles fluctuations were not strong and that he was alone, both of them wanted to capture him and force him to reveal all the wizard knowledge he possessed, ensuring that every bit of knowledge was extracted from his mouth. In particular, when they thought that if this person was a noble from Triumphant City, he would likely possess even more knowledge, their hearts immediately became more excited. Thompson's heart was equally excited. Although he might not necessarily obtain wizard knowledge, at the very least, he could get the earth-burrowing demon dragon cores from this person. After all, the earth-burrowing demon dragon cores were of great use to him, but of no use to Buwu and Rohan. He could completely use other resources to exchange for the earth-burrowing demon dragon cores obtained by the 2. "What do you want to do? Just say it directly." Luonan didn't turn around, continuing to collect demonic beast materials as he asked faintly. Thompson's mouth spread into a slight smile, "We just want your demonic beast materials, sir." Then, he glanced at Buwu and Rohan on both sides, "And your knowledge, sir? What if I don't give it?" Luonan said, while manipulating the wizard's hand to place an earth-burrowing demon dragon's heart into a glass box, submerged in a dark green transparent liquid. "Sir, you should know a wizard's desire for knowledge and resources. If you don't give it, then it won't be up to you." Before Thompson could finish speaking, his eyes suddenly widened. Because a green light suddenly flew out from Luonan's body, shooting towards him. "Gentlemen, help!" Whoosh! The green light swept past Thompson, instantly splitting him into 2 halves. Buwu and Rohan, the 2 first-level formal wizards, immediately had a dangerous premonition when they saw the green light fly up. They frantically poured their magic power into the earth elemental energy shield wizardry model. Instantly, the surrounding earth energy particles converged towards them, forming a thick, earthy yellow energy shield around their bodies. Moreover, this shield continuously absorbed the surrounding earth energy particles, making the shield thicker and thicker. Luo Nan continued to process the demonic beast materials without turning back, while manipulating the Azure Spirit Sword. After the Azure Spirit Sword killed Thompson, it made a swift turn and stabbed towards the bald wizard Rohan. His divine sense perceived that among the two first-level formal wizards behind him, this wizard was slightly weaker in strength. Therefore, he would kill this one first. Bang! The Azure Spirit Sword's sword chi surged, striking Rohan's energy shield. Immediately, the earthy yellow energy shield shattered into points of light. Rohan's entire tall and thin body flew to the side. While Rohan was in the air, he took out 3 magical wands from his Zhu He broke the 3 magical wands with his spirit. At the breaks of the magical wands, earthy yellow magic runes flickered. Immediately, a large amount of earth energy particles converged towards the 3 magical wands. In just a moment, 3 massive elemental giants instantly solidified. Just as the 3 massive elemental giants rushed towards Luo Nan's Azure Spirit Sword pierced through Rohan's chest, bringing forth a spray of blood. These 3 magical wands were Rohan's only stored wizardry magical wands. It was just that the magical wands did not store defensive wizardry. As he approached death, he manipulated the 3 elemental giants to attack Luo Nan, hoping to save his own life. However, his life was still ended by the Azure Spirit Sword. Although Rohan was dead, the 3 elemental giants still rushed towards Luo Nan. And the short wizard Buwu, seeing Luo Nan's incredibly fast and powerful attack method, was shocked. He then cast a wizardry, Ship of Sunken Earth. Instantly, the magical wand in his hand turned into specks of sand, enveloping him from head to toe in an instant, like a small boat, plunging downwards and burrowing into the mud. Luo Nan suddenly leaped up, avoiding the impact of the 3 elemental giants. Then, he channeled his magic power into the 3 wizardry models, Magic Plant Carnival, Savage Growth and Energy-Absorbing Magic Vine. Ever since he cultivated the God Evolution art to a profound level, he found that he could cast multiple wizardry simultaneously. Magic Plant Carnival is a wizardry that can turn nearby plants into one's own use. And Savage Growth is a wizardry that can make plants grow rapidly. Energy-Absorbing Magic Vine, on the other hand, is a wizardry that absorbs the enemy's power while coiling around them. After the 3 wizardry were cast simultaneously, the roots of the nearby trees buried underground spread rapidly towards Buwu like a swarm of snakes. Buwu was escaping underground when he suddenly sensed a dense fluctuation of wood element energy particles surrounding him. Soon, he found that no matter how much magic power he poured into the magical wand that enveloped him, he couldn't move an inch forward. Moreover, he also felt that his magic power was slowly seeping out from his pores, towards the outside of his skin. Subsequently, it seeped out of the magical wand, passed through the soil, and entered the surrounding wood element energy particles fluctuations. This is a black wizard. Typically, this kind of selfing wizardry is considered black wizardry. Buwu was terrified when he realized he had encountered such wizardry. He wondered why he hadn't been more cautious, taking a detour from the beginning, which would have avoided the current situation. He also didn't know what kind of hypnosis wizardry he had fallen under, as he had been following the traces of the earth-burrowing demon dragon all the way to this place. My lord, I was wrong. I am willing to offer everything I have, including my knowledge. Please spare me, Buwu said, using a sound transmission wizardry to send his voice above ground. Good, first undo your wizardry and come out from underground, Luo Nan said. Then, my lord, could you please retract your wizardry first? Your wizardry seems to be causing my life force to deplete, Buwu said. He felt that not only was his magic power being absorbed, but his life force was also being drained. However, the loss of magic power was often more intuitive than the loss of life force. Just now, he felt physically exhausted, and dizzy black spots appeared before his eyes, only then did he realize that his life force was draining away. Good, Luo Nan said, and slowly withdrew the tree roots that were coiling around Buwu. Seeing the wizardry retreat, Buwu dispelled his wizardry and floated up from underground. But the next moment, the tree roots that had retreated earlier coiled around Buwu again like 1,000 venomous snakes. You! Buwu cried out, and his entire body was engulfed by the tree roots. The energy-absorbing magic vine could absorb a person's energy particles, including life force and magic power. Luo Nan later cultivated the energy-absorbing magic vine to the Great Master level, and its power was extraordinary. Soon, Buwu, the slightly overweight man, became a thin, shriveled corpse. Luo Nan, on the other hand, felt a surge of life energy particles injecting into his body. His physique had strengthened slightly. Subsequently, Luo Nan continued to collect the demonic beast materials of the earth-burrowing demon dragon. After a while, Luo Nan finished collecting the demonic beast materials of the earth-burrowing demon dragon and walked over to the 3 wizards. With a sweep of his divine sense, he knew where the 3 wizards' Zhu were placed. He condensed 3 wizards' hands and picked up a storage ring, a storage gem, and a storage bracelet. Immediately, he gathered his essence, chi, and spirit, releasing a samadhi true fire. Like a whip, he flicked it over the corpses of the 3. Immediately, intense flames with a radiant glow ignited on their bodies. In just a moment, the 3 corpses were completely incinerated. Luo Nan didn't know the identities of these 3. He saw that the wizard apprentice who spoke first had an arrogant tone, wondering if he was a child of some wizard family. To avoid being tracked by a wizard family later, he had to eliminate all traces from this place. After the corpses turned to ashes, Luo Nan cast wind element wizardry, blowing the ashes in all directions. Then, he took out several stacks of purification talisman from his storage pouch, infused them with magic power, and threw them onto the nearby ground. He threw them as he walked back along the path he had taken to get here. Soon, all traces along the way were cleared by him. After everything was done, Luo Nan found an uninhabited forest, leaned against a tree trunk, sat down, and began to examine the three wizards Zhu Yuki. He first looked at the wizard apprentice, who was the weakest but seemed the most arrogant. In the storage ring, there were gold coins, magic stones, and about 10 parchment scrolls. Luo Nan took out the parchment scrolls and examined them one by one. Some parchment scrolls recorded wizardry. Other parchment scrolls recorded medicinal formulas. After flipping through them again, he found a parchment scroll that actually recorded a series of rather unfamiliar characters. Although he didn't know what these characters meant, he had seen them before. He had seen these characters in a book in the Kingdom Wizard Academy's first-level formal wizard library. The book said that these characters were usually used to record the dimensional coordinates of other dimensions. As long as one knew a certain amount of space wizardry and used these characters, one could open a spatial passage to other dimensions. Coincidentally, that book in the first-level formal wizard library recorded these spatial wizardry. These spatial wizardry were not difficult, they were second-tier wizardry. To locate a dimension, dimensional positioning art was needed. To open a passage, wormhole devouring art was needed. Typically, a first-level formal wizard, with diligent practice, could skillfully use these two wizardry. Luo Nan called upon Grand Mist, recorded all the symbols on the parchment, and then placed the parchment in his storage pouch. Then, he immersed his mental energy into the storage Zhu Yuki of the other two wizards. He found some potions, gold coins, magic stones, and also parchments within. Taking out the parchments to examine, he discovered they were all about earth element wizardry and earth element plane knowledge. However, there was no earth element plane coordinate like the young wizard apprentice possessed. With the resources from the earth element plane, the land in his spiritual realm could be expanded again. That young wizard apprentice is indeed not simple, Luo Nan thought, and then attempted to open the earth element plane. He had recorded the plane positioning spell for locating planes and the swallowing spell for opening plane passages in his mind, but he hadn't learned them. After all, he had not yet obtained plane coordinates before, so these two spells were completely useless, and he had no intention of learning them. At this moment, to open a plane passage, he began to practice these two spells. Opening a plane passage does not require both spells to be cast simultaneously. This means that there is no need to establish the spell models for these two spells. He only needed to chant the incantations and continuously cast these two spells. Immediately, Luo Nan left the forest and found a hotel in the town to stay. Then, following the information feedback from Grand Mist, he slowly began to chant the incantation of the plane positioning spell. When chanting the incantation of the plane positioning spell, the pronunciation of the plane coordinate symbols must be added. Yes, every plane coordinate symbol has a corresponding pronunciation. By adding them to the incantation, one can sense the location of the plane. Then, one can release the swallowing spell to open a passage connecting the wizard world and the alien plane. Luo Nan continued to chant the incantation of the plane positioning spell. After a while, he incorporated the pronunciations corresponding to the plane coordinate symbols on the parchment. The incantation of the plane positioning spell was inherently obscure, and its pronunciation was even more difficult, with 9 different tones, sometimes interspersed with trilled and retroflex sounds. After adding the pronunciations of the plane coordinates, it became even harder. Moreover, a certain amount of mana needed to be infused for each corresponding pronunciation. This is also why plane positioning spell is a second-tier spell. If it were a wizard apprentice, without long-term incantation training and casting training, it would be extremely difficult to complete the plane positioning spell while also incorporating the pronunciation of plane coordinates into it. Luo Nan chanted for about a quarter of an hour, and gradually, he finally sensed the location of a plane. Immediately, while concentrating to maintain this perception, he chanted the incantation of the swallowing spell. He had read in books that there were many methods for opening plane passages, and the swallowing spell was recognized by the Kingdom Wizard Academy as the best plane passage opening spell. Because this spell had faster casting speed and could consume less mana. The incantation of the swallowing spell was very different from the pronunciation of the plane positioning spell, but it was equally obscure. As Luo Nan's chanting echoed through the air above the forest, the nearby energy particles continuously gathered in the air, then, like insects, gnawed at the air. Gradually, a small hole, different from the surrounding scenery, appeared above the forest. Through this small hole, one could vaguely see the world inside, with its earthy yellow background. Looking at the color tone of this plane, one could vaguely tell that it was indeed a plane dominated by earth element energy particles. Luo Nan's chanting continued to drift. This small hole continuously expanded outwards, becoming larger and larger. The scenery inside the hole also became clearer and clearer, it was a plain full of wind and sand. Even some wind and sand blew out from the hole. Luo Nan extended the hole until it was wide enough for one person to pass through, then stopped chanting. He looked at the hole above him, unsure if there would be any danger once he reached that plane. To be on the safe side, he decided to send a skeleton through first. After learning the method of corpse control in the wizard world, he summoned some necromancer from the dead spirit plane, cast the method, and controlled them. Then he hid them in a corpse bag. He raised his hand, and a white mist flew out from between his clothes. The white mist landed, revealing a skeleton. This skeleton was clad in armor and held a rusty black sword. Its power was not high, one swing of its sword was roughly equivalent to the metal spell attack of a level 3 wizard apprentice. Luonan summoned him purely for scouting. Luonan formed the corpse-controlling hand seal, and with a thought. This skeleton, under his control, clacked its jaw a few times, then leaped into the hole of the plane space. Luonan watched the skeleton fall down through the hole. The skeleton's body was buffeted by the wind and sand, slowly descending. Luonan watched the skeleton fall while sensing with his divine sense. Discovering that the skeleton landed safely on the desert below, he felt that there should be no danger near that plane, so he also followed suit. As Luonan descended, he slapped a few body protection talismans on himself. An energy membrane then appeared around his body. The wind and sand, even when they hit, could not touch his body. Luonan also landed on the desert. Looking around, he saw himself and the skeleton standing on an endless desert. The sand on the desert had ripple-like patterns blown by the wind. I wonder where the creatures of this plane are. Luonan thought, while releasing his divine sense to search. He thought that since he knew the coordinates of this plane, he intended to continuously come to this plane to acquire resources. As for the earth element plane he had visited last time, it was purely because he didn't know the plane's coordinates that he destroyed the plane will and obtained the plane's core. This method was like draining the pond to get all the fish, it was beneficial in the short term but not in the long term. Luonan raised his hand and put away the skeleton warrior. He formed a sword seal and pointed it into the air. A point of azure light rose from his body, then expanded, guiding him, and he chose a direction at random and flew away. He flew for about a quarter of an hour, finding that the desert was still endless, without even a single green plant. It was evident that the concentration of earth element energy particles in this plane was much higher than the one he had visited last time. A moment later, his eyes lit up. He sensed that there were energy bodies in the distant desert. However, with his naked eyes, he saw nothing. Immediately, he called upon Grand Mist to scan the desert ahead. Suddenly, in his vision, a dense blue light pattern net swept across the desert ahead. And in 3 places, the blue light pattern net was particularly dense, those 3 places were 3 life forms. Immediately, Grand Mist fed Luonan the data of the 3 life forms. These 3 life forms had no power value, but they did have mental energy and mana values. It seemed these 3 life forms had no physical bodies, but were like souls. After Luonan flew over, these 3 life forms seemed to sense something and continuously moved away from Luonan. Luonan saw that as the life forms moved, the quicksand on the desert flowed rapidly. It seemed these 3 life forms were in the state of sand. Luonan chased after them and soon felt that there were more and more life forms ahead. It seemed these 3 life forms had sensed danger and were frantically gathering with their companions. As Luonan got closer, he intended to cast a wood element spell to obtain the energy cores of these life forms. Originally, wood element spells were effective against earth element creatures. However, the concentration of wood element energy particles in this plane was not dense, so he could barely rely on external forces when casting wood element spells. Thus, he could only activate his myriad wood longevity mana and inject it into the spell model of the energy-absorbing magic vine. Immediately, a trace of vitality, along with his mana, was transmitted into the desert. Following that, the vitality erupted. Energy-absorbing magic vines, entwined with purple energy, continuously grew and spread in one area of the desert. Some life forms, once touched by these energy-absorbing magic vines, immediately dissipated, completely turning into loose sand. A thumb-sized, earthy yellow crystal then appeared where the life form had vanished. The evil god has come. Shas Hasha. Those life forms, appearing as sand clumps, collided with each other, and a rustling sound emanated from within them. This was their language, a language Luonan could not understand. The rustling grew more and more intense, this was these life forms' terror at the evil god's arrival. Their language had derived the term evil god because Luonan was not the first visitor to this plane. One by one, life forms had their energy absorbed by the energy-absorbing magic vine. Luonan felt streams of mental energy and mana being injected into his body. However, this mental energy and mana were, after all, heterogeneous. As soon as they entered his body, there was some repulsion. Fortunately, his myriad wood longevity mana was both inclusive and possessed the domineering power to assimilate other energies. After the life form's mental energy and mana entered his body, his myriad wood longevity mana, with the thought, surged forward, enveloping the heterogeneous mental energy and mana. The rustling grew louder and louder, and panic spread continuously among that group of life forms. After a while, some life forms finally felt that simply fleeing would inevitably lead to their demise, so they decided to resist. A rustling sound came from within, which was the call of some life forms summoning others. Soon, other life forms also responded. The next moment, a large expanse of sand on the desert suddenly rose upwards. It transformed into blade-like objects, piercing towards Luonan. These life forms had no concept of many human world notions. They only knew, from their history of struggling against wizards in this plane, that forming into this shape inflicted great harm on wizards. Thus, the attack method of condensing sand into blades was passed down. The sand blades, dozens of meters high, were like a sky curtain, overwhelming and piercing towards Luonan. Luonan immediately waved his hand. 12 azure spirit swords appeared around him. After casting a sword shadow light division spell, the 12 azure spirit swords divided into 36 azure spirit swords. With a thought, these 36 azure spirit swords emitted sword chi, rotating around him, forming a shield. Those patches of sand, upon colliding with the sword chi shield, immediately disintegrated in the air. However, although the life forms were affected by the sword chi, their energy only weakened slightly, and then they recondensed the wind and sand to attack Luo Nan again. The evil demon needs some energy particles in the air to survive, trap him to death. A rustling sound came from the sand. Their ancestors had passed down a method to kill evil demons. It was to gather together and form a hermetically sealed sand cage to trap the evil demon. As long as they persisted in trapping it for a period, the evil demon would weaken. If they continued to trap it for another period, the evil demon would completely die. Immediately, around Luo Nan, life forms gathered one by one. Sand walls rose on all sides, intending to envelop him. Luo Nan listened to the rustling sound around him, and suddenly his eyebrows twitched. He heard that the rustling sound actually had a certain rhythm, which was somewhat similar to the incantations of the wizard world and the cultivation world. At this moment, he realized that the rustling sound was precisely the language of these life forms. And the rhythmic rustling sound that was currently ringing out was actually the incantation being chanted by some life forms with spellcasting talent. The gathering and dispersion of earth elements were their innate talents, they could cast without the need for incantations or other forms. However, the technique they were currently casting belonged to the water element. In their plane, through long-term combat experience with wizards, they discovered that wizards were primarily composed of water element energy particles. If they absorbed water element energy particles, the wizards would also die. Thus, as some life forms chanted the spell incantations belonging to their plane, Luo Nan immediately felt the scarce water element energy particles in the air moving towards those life forms. Soon, his surroundings became very dry. Before long, he felt the moisture from his body also moving towards the sand walls. A spell that absorbs water element energy particles. Luo Nan had not expected that the intelligence of these earth element life forms was not weak, and they had actually created such a spell. Moreover, he had already placed a body protection talisman on himself, with a protective membrane around him. The power of this spell could penetrate his protective membrane, indicating that the spell's tier was higher than his body protection talisman. However, this was not surprising, as his body protection talisman was only a first-tier talisman. And the mental energy and mana values of some earth element life forms had already reached the level of a first-tier formal wizard. Currently, most of his defensive methods were primarily for defending against physical attacks. To defend against mana attacks, he could only expend his own mental energy to form a mental energy field around him to disrupt the spells of these earth element life forms. However, he was alone, and these earth element life forms were extremely numerous. If he continued like this, his mental energy would eventually be exhausted by these earth element life forms. Immediately, Luo Nan raised his hand, and 3 azure spirit swords flew out from the sword shield, forming a combined force that pierced towards the sand wall in front of him. Bang! A sound of energy collision exploded, several life forms were blown apart by Luo Nan, and a gap immediately appeared in the sand wall. Luo Nan then cast the 7-star sword escape, transforming into an azure rainbow, and flew out through this gap. After Luo Nan broke through the cage built by the earth element life forms, he once again returned with his sword. He held the sword art, and 36 azure spirit swords surrounded him, with a whirlwind of sand in front of him. Luo Nan's black wizard potion fluttered in the strong wind, the only different color in the sky full of sand. Amidst the sand, lines suddenly flashed one after another. Luo Nan raised his eyebrows slightly, not expecting that these earth element life forms had even developed something similar to magic runes. It seemed that these life forms, although without physical bodies, possessed high intelligence. As the lines flashed, a mysterious power seemed to surge in the dark. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Sounds emanated from these earth element life forms again. This time, the sound was urgent, and Luo Nan seemed to feel battle intent within it. The sand particles in the desert seemed to be summoned by some mysterious power, leaping up and crashing towards him, seemingly wanting to form a unique sand wave in front of him. Luo Nan activated the 10,000 wood evergreen scriptures magic power and unleashed the azure spirit sword array. As the magic power was continuously released, an invisible force began to emerge from the 36 azure spirit swords. This force, like a vortex in a strong wind, sucked all the wood and metal energy particles from the surroundings into it. The 36 azure spirit swords emitted dazzling green light. Sword chi, like countless swimming dragons, danced in the air. These sword chi either pierced the sky or swept across the army, each seeming to contain extremely destructive power. The earth element life forms rose from the ground, gathering earth element energy particles and sand, making their bodies several feet tall. They used earth element energy particles and sand as weapons, and gusts of sand, like whips, continuously lashed out at Luo Nan. However, they were all dispersed by the sword chi. The sand swept across the plain, bringing with it a whooshing sound. Go! Luo Nan pointed his hand forward. The azure spirit sword array then moved towards these earth element life forms. Surging killing intent, like a tide, rushed out from the sword array. Even though these life forms had no physical bodies, they felt a tremor in an instant. The earth element life forms gathered into a sand wall with sharp blades, rushing towards Luo Nan. However, in the face of Luo Nan's surging sword chi, like a tide, they appeared so fragile and vulnerable. The wood and metal sword chi penetrated their bodies, going deep inside them. One by one, the earth element life forms exploded. Each burst of sword chi caused several earth element life forms to vanish. Under the sword chi, the earth element life forms fell like scarecrows in a wheat field, turning into piles of yellow sand. Energy cores, emitting a yellowish-brown light, were scattered across the desert. Luo Nan continuously cast spells, sending one hand seal after another towards the azure spirit sword array. The azure spirit sword array became even more fierce, the sword chi it emitted crisscrossing to form a huge sword net, covering a large area in front of it. Under this sword net, the earth element life forms vanished even faster. At the same time, Luo Nan's magic power was also rapidly diminishing. After all, in this plane, wood energy particles were extremely scarce and could not be used by the Azure Spirit Sword Array. Therefore, he could only use his own magic power. Luo Nan's 36 Azure Spirit Swords continuously shuttled back and forth in front. The area in front of him seemed to be covered with a layer of green gauze. This was a strange phenomenon formed by the extremely fast speed of the Azure Spirit Swords. After about half an hour, all the earth element life forms that had surged towards him had vanished under his sword. When the last earth element life form exploded into a pile of yellow sand, the entire desert fell into a dead silence. Only Luo Nan remained, floating in the air, with 36 Azure Spirit Swords still flying and shuttling above the desert. Above the desert, there were energy cores. Luo Nan cast a sword art, and the sword shadow clones within the 36 Azure Spirit Swords suddenly merged into 12 Azure Spirit Swords. He then raised his hand, and the 12 Azure Spirit Swords, like a string of pearls, flew back into his sleeve. Subsequently, he descended onto the desert. He activated his mental energy, waved his hand, and the energy cores on the desert flew towards him. Luo Nan gathered his hand, and these energy cores were collected into his storage pouch. At this moment, the desert was vast and empty. Luo Nan looked around and extended his divine sense in all directions. Since my invasion, the plain will of this plane has not shown itself. I wonder if the plain will of this plane is the rule of this plane. Or is it that the plain will of this plane allows the life forms within its plane to perish, because as long as it doesn't show itself, wizards will find it difficult to locate it, and thus will not be able to destroy this plane. Alright, I'll leave this plane for now and come back for it later. Luo Nan thought to himself as he flew towards the plane entrance. After he exited the plane, he sent a spatial energy fluctuation towards the plane entrance. Immediately, the entrance twisted for a moment, then disappeared. Luo Nan returned to the flat house and was about to integrate the newly acquired earth element energy cores into his spiritual realm. Upon reaching the botanical garden, he sat down cross-legged. With a thought, he took out a small mountain of earth element energy cores from his storage pouch. Waves of earth energy particles emanated from them. Luo Nan immediately activated the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture. The next moment, a green light extended from his dantian, enveloping the cores. The green light was gradually converting these core energies into energy, and then slowly bringing them into the dantian spiritual realm. The yellowish-brown energy, upon entering the spiritual realm, immediately went towards the small handful of soil at the center of the chaos. Gradually, it fused with this small handful of soil. Luo Nan saw that this small handful of soil was slowly spreading in the air. After a while, this handful of soil was about 4 square meters in size and about 3 meters thick. By the time Luo Nan had integrated the last energy core, this piece of land in the spiritual realm had reached about 10 square meters in size. After integrating these earth element energy cores, Luo Nan immediately felt the changes happening in his body. His affinity with the earth element energy particles in the air had increased again. The power of his earth-type wizardry also increased accordingly. I went to the demonic beast forest, but I didn't expect to have such an unexpected gain. Luo Nan thought to himself and walked to the laboratory, intending to do today's main business. Refining Dragon Profound Pill. Luo Nan purchased some auxiliary materials for refining Dragon Profound Pill in Triumphant City's lower city. After having dinner at the tavern, he walked back to the flat house. At this time, it was already night, and the night sky was as black as ink, with the silver moon in the sky casting light on the wizard towers of Triumphant City. Moonlight fell on the streets of Triumphant City with light and shadow intertwined, like ancient magic runes dancing. Luo Nan returned to the flat house and entered the laboratory. The laboratory was filled with various instruments, from exquisite grinding mortars to copper vessels, each meticulously selected and polished, shimmering with a faint luster. He walked to the pill furnace, gathered his essence, chi, and spirit, and sprayed a mouthful of samadhi true fire at the pill furnace. The temperature in the laboratory suddenly rose, and specks of rosy light emanated from the samadhi true fire. Luo Nan first took out the earth-burrowing demon dragon's beast core from the copper box. The beast core, held by his wizard's hand, was still emitting energy, like steam, spreading in all directions. Then, he took out the auxiliary herbs from his storage pouch. The wizard's hand picked up a few herbs, which emitted a faint fragrance. He put the herbs into the grinding mortar, and then the wizard's hand began to grind them, and as the wizard's hand moved, the herbs gradually turned into fine powder, emitting a faint herbal fragrance. Next, Luo Nan took out some magic ore fragments, these minerals shimmering with a mysterious light, as if containing the essence of nature. He placed these mineral fragments one by one into the grinding mortar, mixing them with the herbal powder. As the grinding progressed, the mineral fragments gradually melted into powder, perfectly fusing with the herbal powder. Then, Luo Nan took out some demonic beast materials from another box. This was the essence of snake-type demonic beasts, extracted by some merchants in the lower city through special methods. Luo Nan manipulated the wizard's hand, dripping the demonic beast essence into the mixer, guiding them with mental energy to fully fuse with the herbs and mineral powder. During this process, he could feel the forces between various raw materials intertwining and colliding, as if undergoing a wonderful fusion. After mixing was complete, Luo Nan poured the mixed powder into a specially made copper vessel. This vessel was a wizard's alchemy tool, with complex magic runes carved on its surface, capable of retaining the maximum amount of wizardry energy in the powder. Then, he continued to increase the samadhi true fire, heating the pill furnace. The temperature inside the pill furnace gradually rose, and the flames licked the bottom of the furnace, making a slight hissing sound. He summoned Grand Mist, sensing the temperature inside the pill furnace. When the temperature inside reached certain conditions, he poured the powder into the pill furnace. As time passed, the powder in the furnace began to melt, and its color gradually deepened. Luonan used Grand Mist to constantly monitor the energy fluctuations and fusion inside the furnace. At the same time, he also sensed the temperature changes, occasionally adjusting the samadhi true fire, and sometimes extending his mental energy into the pill furnace to stir the liquid medicine inside. During this process, he could feel the liquid medicine constantly condensing and purifying. After about an hour or so, the laboratory was filled with an indescribable scent, a fragrance released by the mixture of beast core, herbs, minerals, and demonic beast essence, interweaving with the smoke from the burning samadhi true fire, creating a mysterious and ancient atmosphere. Finally, after a series of tedious and meticulous operations, the medicinal pill was formed. A rich pill fragrance wafted out from the pill furnace. Luonan used his wizard's hand to lift the lid of the pill furnace and looked inside. One by one, the dragon profound pill appeared a deep blue, with a smooth, mirror-like surface. Luonan took them out, and he could feel the considerable amount of energy contained within the medicinal pill. At this moment, the night outside was even deeper. The moon was covered by dark clouds, and Triumphant City, without moonlight, appeared even dimmer. There was still some time until the curfew, and guards in golden armor patrolled the streets. At the end of a street in the middle city, a tavern named Moonlight Spring glowed with warm yellow light, attracting the attention of passers-by. This was a haven for many wandering knights and wizards, where various characters converged. Inside the tavern, a rich aroma of malt and a faint smell of tobacco permeated the air, mixed with the occasional scent of incense wafting from the corner. Under the dim yellow light, guests sat around long tables, their laughter and clinking glasses intertwined, creating a unique atmosphere. Near the fireplace, several knights in black armor, their armor gleaming coldly in the light, each held a glass of strong liquor, clinking glasses and shouting, telling bawdy jokes about the kingdom of Valant. Not far away, there were also several wizard apprentices, dressed in deep purple robes, flirting and chatting with several courtesans. The courtesans wore luxurious clothes, their smiles revealing a hint of cunning. They occasionally listened to the words of the wizard apprentices, and sometimes threw out some provocative remarks, making the entire conversation full of ambiguous atmosphere. And in another corner of the tavern, a few bards were boasting about their recent adventures and experiences, their voices full of pride and excitement. In the dim corner of the Moonlight Spring Tavern, 3 hooded figures sat quietly, as if blending into the surrounding shadows. These 3 wore deep black robes, their hems gently trailing on the ground, silently. The black robes were embroidered with complex magic runes, which shimmered with a faint, eerie light in the dim illumination, exuding a mysterious and dangerous aura. They were, in fact, all dark elves. Among elves, there are light elves and dark elves. Dark elves, on the other hand, abandoned the illumination of the light of elves, willingly degenerated, were bloodthirsty, and lustful. The faces of the dark elves were hidden in the shadow of their hoods, with only their deep-set eyes visible. Each dark elf held a glass of deep red wine, gently swirling it. The surrounding hustle and bustle seemed to have nothing to do with them. These dark elves seemed isolated from the world, immersed only in their own world. They only occasionally looked up and scanned the other guests in the tavern. And the other people in the tavern either didn't notice these 3 dark elves in the corner, or if they did, they immediately averted their gaze. After all, anyone who concealed their identity was not simple, and no one wanted to invite trouble. When do we make our move? The 3 dark elves were communicating telepathically. Suddenly, one dark elf stopped swirling the copper wine cup in his hand. Let's wait until deep night. The dark elf said. These dark elves were actually subordinates of bloodline great wizard Saphile Orin. They willingly obeyed Sophie in order to possess stronger combat power. And Sophie also granted their request, integrating demonic beast bloodline into them. Their infiltration into Triumphant City this time was at Sophie's behest. Many wizards and wizard apprentices resided in Triumphant City. These wizards and wizard apprentices possessed many cultivation resources. They came here to use their dark elf stealth talent to kill people and seize resources. Bloodline Great Wizard Sophie was most pleased to see trouble arise in Triumphant City. Dong dong dong. The curfew bells had rung in Triumphant City. Everyone, please leave the tavern. Inside the tavern, the tall, pot-bellied boss with a large beard braided into a whip, spoke in a rough voice to the patrons. According to the laws of the Kingdom of Valant, no one was allowed to remain in a tavern during curfew. This was because drunk people were most likely to cause trouble. This was even more true for wizards who had drunk alcohol. In the past, there had been incidents where wizards caused trouble in taverns at night. 2 wizard apprentices, after drinking, got into a big fight over a courtesan. Although the magic of wizard apprentices was not very strong, it still possessed a certain destructive power. The battle between those 2 wizard apprentices not only destroyed the tavern, but the fire magic they unleashed also implicated the houses next to the tavern. If it weren't for the wizard apprentices living in the nearby houses, who didn't want the fight to involve them, they wouldn't have acted together to subdue the 2. And the people in the tavern, hearing the bell, left on their own accord. Only the 3 dark elves remained in the tavern. Seeing this, the tavern boss swayed as he walked over, smiling politely, "Sirs, the tavern is closing, and after curfew, no one can remain in the tavern. Please leave." Just as the tavern boss was speaking, one of the dark elves suddenly extended a hand from within his cloak. The tavern boss's heart skipped a beat when he saw this hand. The skin of this hand was deep purple. At a glance, he knew these three people were not of the human race. Upon seeing this, the boss immediately pushed off the ground with his straw sandal-clad feet. The ground immediately caved in. The boss's feet left the ground, kicking up several broken floor tiles. His fat figure retreated rapidly. The fact that he could open a shop in Triumphant City naturally meant he was no ordinary person. He used to be a mercenary, and after cultivating to the Golden Night Peak realm, he found a wizard and had the bloodline of a great earth demonic beast transplanted into himself. This gave him the physique of a great earth demonic beast. For a knight after bloodline transplantation to continue to progress, one must constantly cultivate to achieve a greater fusion with the bloodline, and second, after cultivating to a certain extent, one must find demonic beast bloodline materials in a wizard to continue bloodline transplantation. In fact, he came here to open a tavern to earn money and get to know wizards. His tavern wasn't just for people to drink and have fun, it also served as an intermediary. Some tasks, such as hunting demonic beasts, assassinating knights, or assassinating wizards, would be routed through him to find the knights and wizards who could perform them. He would then collect intermediary fees. Getting to know wizards was so that when he could undergo his next bloodline transplantation, he could find the appropriate person for the procedure. The tavern boss calculated as he retreated. He didn't know what species these three humanoid creatures were, or if they were humans modified by wizards. He had heard that some wizards, after transplanting demonic beast bloodlines into some knights, transformed those knights into strange creatures like lizardmen, alligatormen, and so on. He did not intend to deal with these three himself. He thought that since he operated a tavern in Triumphant City, he had paid a considerable amount of taxes to the royal family. He had to let the patrol guards deal with this matter. The tavern boss retreated 5 meters in an instant, reaching the doorway. With a turn of his body, he could exit and loudly summon the guard patrol. However, just as he was retreating, the dark elf who had extended his arm suddenly thrust it into a nearby shadow. This shadow seemed like a swamp, and the dark elf's arm simply extended into it. It was night, and the tavern was lit by rows of bronze candlesticks, each holding thick white candles. Even though the tavern was brightly lit by candlelight, there were inevitably still shadows. As the tavern boss retreated, there was a patch of shadow beneath his right ribs. Just after that, dark elf extended his arm into the shadow beside him. His deep purple, muscular arm immediately emerged from the shadow beneath the tavern boss's right ribs. The tavern boss was startled when he saw this. His gaze swept around, spotting a dagger for opening bottles on the bar counter. He immediately grabbed the dagger and swung it fiercely at the arm extending from his right ribs. A clang resounded, the arm was unharmed, but the dagger broke into 2 pieces. The tavern boss's eyes widened, and a chill ran through his body. Immediately after, the 5 fingernails on that arm suddenly became sharp. The arm bent and lunged towards the tavern boss's heart. The tavern boss frantically used both his hands to grab at the arm. The next moment, the tavern boss grabbed the arm with both hands, as if to control its movement. However, the strength of this arm was astonishing. No matter how hard the tavern boss pulled, he simply could not stop the arm's advance. In his shock, the tavern boss was about to shout, hoping that at this moment, a patrolling knight would be passing by outside the tavern. But at this moment, another dark elf extended a similarly deep purple arm from his cloak, grabbed at the wall, and came away with a handful of bricks and dust. Then, he extended it into the shadow. From the shadow beneath the tavern boss's armpit, this arm emerged and quickly plugged the tavern boss's open mouth. The tavern boss mouth full of bricks and dust, and the words he was about to shout could only come out as muffled grunts. The next moment, the tavern boss could only watch helplessly as the arm extending from the shadow of his right ribs pierced his chest and extracted his heart. A bright red, steaming heart. Thump. After losing his heart, the tavern boss's plump body crashed to the ground. Steaming fresh blood continued to flow from the wound in his chest, spreading across the floor. One of the dark elves walked over to the tavern boss's corpse and softly chanted an elf spell. As the incantation was uttered, energy particles surged towards the tavern boss. The tavern boss's corpse and blood began to emit a yellow smoke. Before long, the tavern boss's corpse and blood dissipated along with the yellow smoke. Inside the tavern, peace returned. The 3 dark elves sat in the tavern, not speaking. They simply went to the tavern's wine cellar, opened their preferred wines, and drank to their heart's content. The curfew bell had rung, and the city's streets were empty, a profound silence. The candles in the tavern were extinguished, but dark elves were inherently aligned with darkness. Once in the dark, their perception became even stronger. No patrolling guards ever entered the tavern. Initially, for a period after the Kingdom of Valant enacted the law prohibiting people from remaining in taverns, guards frequently entered taverns to check. However, after some time, no abnormalities were discovered. Gradually, the guards became too lazy to enter taverns for checks. Now, only a few scattered guards patrolled the streets of the city. Only when encountering special circumstances would they send a signal to notify other guards and the on-duty wizard of the Wizard Council. It remained silent and uneventful deep into the night. "Let's go, we're leaving." One of the dark elves finished his last sip of wine and spoke to the other 2 dark elves. The 2 dark elves nodded and followed him out. The 3 dark elves exited the tavern and walked onto the street. The street was silent and empty, and few lights were lit in the houses. These 3 dark elves not only knew some elf magic for combat but also possessed extremely strong physical bodies. This meant that each of them could single-handedly kill a 3rd-level formal wizard, a true knowledge wizard. If they combined forces, encircling and killing a 4th-level formal wizard, a great wizard, was also highly possible. Bloodline Great Wizard Sophie sending them naturally meant she believed they could cause great chaos in Triumphant City. Moreover, these three dark elves all possessed elf magic capable of concealing their energy fluctuations. This was also why they could brazenly enter the middle city. Although others sensed that the three of them were not simple, seeing that they had no energy fluctuations, they could not estimate their danger. The three dark elves slowly chanted a spell. It was as if the surrounding darkness converged upon them, like a thin veil, adhering to their bodies. This made them appear even more hidden. Even if a true knowledge wizard released his divine sense, he would not be able to sense their presence. Then, they chose a house and broke in. Soon, they killed one of the wizard apprentices, and then plundered all the resources he had left in the room that could be taken. As for the wizard apprentice's magic plants and demonic beasts, since they had no containers for them and no intention of dealing with them, they left them behind. What they took were some ready-made cultivation materials, magic ores, and magic stones. In fact, with their strength, they could have directly infiltrated the upper city and wreaked havoc. However, Bloodline Great Wizard Sophie, who had previously held a high position in the Wizard Council, told them that there were many magic rune formations laid out by the Augustus family in Triumphant City. And there were especially many in the upper city of Triumphant City. She advised them that it was best not to enter the upper city to fight. They could completely cause trouble in the middle city, then lure the wizards from the upper city out, and then kill them. Once the wizards were reduced to a certain extent, even if the remaining wizards had the aid of the magic rune formations, they would be helpless against them when they entered the upper city. The three dark elves walked along, entering house after house, killing wizard apprentices and plundering resources. Most of those living in the middle city were wizard apprentices, with a small number of first-level formal wizards. These wizards were naturally no match for the three dark elves. The three dark elves had originally set their sights on the wizards in the upper city and did not believe these wizard apprentices possessed any treasures. However, some of the wizard apprentices' items still made their eyes light up. They planned to kill a few more people in houses, then attract the guards to discover the situation and draw out more powerful wizards from the Wizard Council. Triumphant City Middle City, Flat House. Luonan closed his eyes and sat cross-legged under his natal longevity tree, cultivating the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture. The holy tree light emitted by the natal longevity tree shone upon him, increasing his affinity for energy particles. Luonan's divine sense extended nearly 2 kilometers, perceiving everything around him. Suddenly, his heart stirred. He sensed that in a house about a kilometer away, a wizard apprentice had silently lost his life. What happened? Luonan's heart was startled. He couldn't sense the thing that took the life. This meant that the power of this thing was beyond what he could currently face. As his thoughts raced, Luonan's heart immediately stirred, and he appeared in the cultivation world. He activated the 7-star sword escape, flying to a patch of forest in the blink of an eye, then immediately returned to the wizard world. He first went to the laboratory and collected all the items. Then, he went to the botanical garden and touched the 2 oldest natal longevity trees with both hands. Instantly, he brought the 2 natal longevity trees to the forest in the secular world of the cultivation world. Upon arriving at the forest, the 2 natal longevity trees landed on the ground and took root. Luonan did not delay for a moment, returning to the wizard world, taking several magic stones engraved with extend magic pattern and azure spirit emerald cloud bamboo, then casting earth magic to fill the natal longevity tree pits, and then transmigrating to the cultivation world. Only the magic plants of the wizard world and a natal longevity tree child tree only about 10 years old were left in the botanical garden. He intended to use this child tree to investigate the situation in the wizard world. Once the danger passed, he would return to the wizard world. After all, the spiritual chi in the cultivation world was not very dense, and in the secular world, there was almost no spiritual chi, which was not conducive to the growth of the natal longevity tree and the azure spirit emerald cloud bamboo. Luonan remained in the forest of the cultivation world, constantly sensing the situation in the flat house of the wizard world. He could only sense that the wizard apprentices in several nearby houses were successively losing their lives. And he still couldn't sense anything else. After a while, he noticed that the wizard apprentice in the closest mansion to him had also lost his life. Then, those strange things, their next target, should be his flat house. Indeed, for the next while, he didn't sense any other deaths. Immediately after, he sensed that his door opened. However, he could not sense the wizard who opened his door. After all, the elf magic of these 3 dark elves could prevent wizards from sensing their presence. However, if one used their physical body, they would still be able to see them. At this time, Luonan was entirely using his divine sense, and because his divine sense was not yet strong enough, he naturally could not sense these 3 dark elves. Next, Luonan sensed that the magic plants in his botanical garden were being moved. Even this youngest natal longevity tree was moved. Then, it was put down. Clearly, this thing did not know the origin of his natal longevity tree. It had no interest in this small potted plant. Did this wizard apprentice household flee? Suddenly, Luonan heard voices coming from the laboratory. This is Elvish. Luonan had seen books teaching Elvish in the Wizard Apprentice Library of the Kingdom Wizard Academy and also in the first-level formal wizard library. He recorded it with Grand Mist and converted it into speech, learning some of it. Although he didn't quite understand the meaning of the sentence, he could identify it as Elvish by its pronunciation. Late at night, Triumphant City Central. The streets were quiet, with only the faint clatter of armor as the city guards walked by. The smell of blood from a house finally made one guard cautious. He immediately knocked on the door of a house, and when there was no answer, he immediately broke in. He walked straight into the bedroom and saw a gruesome sight he would never forget. The guard immediately ran out of the house and pulled out a signal flare from his waist. He lit it and held it up. Immediately, a spark shot into the sky, emitting a sharp sound. Bang! The sound of this flare, after being enchanted with a wizardry, was also enormous when it exploded in the sky. And after the sound exploded, a blinding white light flashed in the sky, illuminating the entire triumphant city like daylight for a moment. Immediately after, several figures flew out from Triumphant City Upper City. These were wizards from the Wizard Council who had come upon hearing the news. They were all first-level formal wizards, serving as vanguards. They found the guard who had fired the signal, understood the situation, and then entered a house. The guard nervously clutched the cross-shaped sword at his waist, waiting for these wizards to emerge. However, after a while, there was no sound. The longer the guard waited, the more terrified he became, and after waiting a little longer, seeing that the investigating wizards still hadn't come out, he took another signal flare from his waist and fired it into the sky again. Bang! Immediately after, several more figures flew out from Triumphant City Upper City. These were also wizards from the Wizard Council, mostly first-level formal wizards, with one being a second-level wizard, an elite wizard. They immediately found the guard who had fired the signal and asked about the situation. The guard immediately explained the situation. The elite wizard listened but did not act as rashly as the first-level formal wizards had just now. He speculated about the enemy's strength, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that the enemy might possess extremely powerful strength. He felt that this speculation, this situation, should be reported to the royal family. He wanted the royal family to directly dispatch powerful wizards to directly eliminate this potential hidden danger. Thinking of this, the elite wizard motioned to the other wizards and flew back towards Triumphant City Upper City. They cast flying wizardry, and the hems of their wizard potion flapped in the wind. But the next moment, a dark shadow suddenly darted out from a house. It cut an arc through the air, like a scythe. In an instant, it swept past these wizards. The next moment, the flying wizards were severed at the waist, their upper and lower bodies separating. On the other side, a dark elf wearing a black hood landed and stood still. In his hand, he held a short blade gleaming with cold light. The short blade was covered in the blood of those wizards. This dark elf extended the short blade into his hood, then bared his teeth, revealing stark white fangs, and with a slight curl of his lips, extended a crimson tongue to lick the blood from the short blade. Meanwhile, the guard who witnessed this scene suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. Looking down, he saw a sharp weapon piercing through his armor and emerging from his chest. The next moment, the sharp weapon withdrew from his chest and was pulled from his body. The guard's eyes gradually dimmed, and he fell down. Triumphant City Central fell silent once more. Although the other residents in the city heard the fireworks, they didn't know what was happening and dared not make a sound. Soon, another shadow swept out from Triumphant City Upper City. This was a man riding a griffin. He had long golden hair and stubble on his face. He wore dark gold armor and held a cross-shaped sword almost as tall as a person. This person was the royal guard captain, Orin Retorna. He was both a knight and a true knowledge wizard. He didn't know many wizardry, only using them as a means to amplify his physical body. Some people had once called him a close combat wizard, and he was very displeased when he heard it. He always considered himself a knight. Just now, several wizards successively lost contact in the middle city, escalating the situation. Under the organization of Augustus V, after a round of discussion, Orin Retorna was sent to investigate. The other wizards protecting Augustus V remained by his side, and if anything went wrong, they would immediately activate the wizardry formation to guard the upper city. Seeing Orin approach, one of the dark elves intended to repeat his trick. Immediately, a dark shadow swept up from the street, cutting another scythe-like arc. Orin immediately sensed something, and the hairs on his body stood on end. Dark elves possess extremely powerful stealth spell, which allows others to be unable to perceive their existence with mental energy. However, at this moment, Orin felt a sense of being in danger. This was originally an animal's instinct. After night training, this instinct gradually returned to the knight's body. And after energy particle amplification and countless life and death struggles, Orin's perception of danger was extremely acute. The next moment, he reached for his waist with his left hand, pulled out a golden short sword, and instinctively blocked downwards. Clang! He blocked the dark elves' attack and finally saw clearly what kind of enemy this was. His gaze, through the hood, saw that deep purple, handsome face and those slightly pointed ears, and he narrowed his eyes slightly. He knew that the enemy before him was a dark elves. Just then, the other two dark elves also swept up, each holding a sharp weapon in their hands, and attacked Orin. From this person's appearance and image, these three dark elves also knew that this person was Royal Guard Captain Orin. Orin was also a person who strengthened his physical body, which had a high degree of consistency with their cultivate path. Therefore, they all felt that Orin had many resources on him that they could use. Furthermore, they knew that Orin was a true knowledge wizard, and now in Triumphant City, he was considered one of the top-ranked wizards. If Orin were killed, their pressure would be greatly reduced. The three dark elves, while casting elf magic to disrupt the opponent's five senses, transformed the swords in their hands into a sword net and thrust it towards Orin. Orin knew that the opponent had cast magic, so he immediately activated his mental energy, gathered energy particles, and disrupted the opponent's magic. Moreover, his armor was engraved with protective magic runes by Duo Li Fa, which had a defensive effect against wizardry. Elf magic is essentially similar to wizardry. However, for wizards, it is called wizardry, while for elves, it is called magic. Thus, the magic of the three dark elves had almost no effect on Orin. Orin's physical strength was extremely strong, and the great sword in his hand, infused with adamantine, was easily wielded by him. Clang clang clang. The toughness and sharpness of the adamantine sword were legendary. The long swords of the three dark elves broke one after another when they clashed with the adamantine sword. In the cultivation world, Luo Nan, through the vital evergreen tree subtree in the flat house, sensed the sky above. The dark elf's stealth spell, if maintained, required the consumption of magic power and mental energy. Once they engaged Oranmer, they could no longer maintain this magic. Luo Nan was immediately able to perceive the battle of these four individuals through his mental energy. In the wizard world, Triumphant City Central. Just as Oranmer cut off the swords of the three dark elves, he pierced through the body of one dark elf with a long sword in his hand. The other two dark elves, however, switched to another long sword and resumed fighting Oranmer. This time, they avoided touching Oranmer's adamantine greatsword. Although the adamantine greatsword had injured the heart of the dark elves pierced by Oranmer, he still retained vitality. To deal with the other two dark elves, Oranmer abruptly pulled out his adamantine greatsword, not giving this dark elves another blow. This dark elves fell to the ground, landing with difficulty on his hands and feet, and then shakily stood up. At this moment, nearby guards, holding cross-shaped swords, surrounded him. The dark elf's eyes showed ferocity, and he suddenly pulled out a long sword from his storage ring, charging towards a guard with lightning speed, killing him and breaking out of the encirclement. He leaped and plunged into a shadow. Immediately after, the guards saw the dark elves disappear into the shadow, but there was nothing else around, only the dark elves' bloodstains on the street. This dark elves leaped out from another shadow. After reaching a hidden spot, he immediately took out a liquid medicine, intending to drink it. However, he suddenly felt danger appearing beside him. He immediately swung the sword in his hand towards his side. Clang! A bronze sword clashed with his long sword. At the moment of impact, the dark elf's surroundings changed. He went from a dark, quiet alley to a gloomy forest. Before him was a young man with golden curly hair. This young man was Luo Nan, who had drunk an intermediate transformation potion. He was very interested in this dark elf's magic. Seeing a dark elf severely injured, he immediately became alert, thinking about how to obtain the dark elf's magic. It's just that because Oranmer and the two dark elves had been fighting above his flat house the whole time. He was afraid of being detected by these three true knowledge wizards, so he didn't transmigration back. Knowing that Oranmer and the two dark elves were engaged in a skirmish and had moved away from his flat house, he seized the opportunity and transmigration back to the wizard world. Just now, he brought this dark elves to the cultivation world. Who are you? The dark elves, seeing himself suddenly moved and a stranger before him, couldn't help but ask. What gibberish are you speaking? Luo Nan didn't understand Elvish and ignored him, reaching a hand to his chest. There, a corpse bag was hidden close to his body. Immediately, a wisp of smoke emerged from his chest, transforming into a large cloud of mist that descended to the ground. The mist instantly dissipated, revealing various refined corpses and a large group of necromancer. Under Luo Nan's control, they surged towards the dark elves. Luo Nan used Grand Mist to analyze the dark elves' rank, knowing that this dark elves' wizard's rank was not low, and although the dark elves was severely wounded, he dared not be careless. Immediately after, he poured his mana into the wizardry model of the tree man technique. Immediately, the surrounding trees pulled their roots from the soil, transforming into legs, and surrounded the dark elves. This dark elves was surrounded by necromancer and tree men, 3 layers deep inside and 3 layers outside. At this moment, his wound was still bleeding, and he had intended to drink the potion, but under the siege of the necromancer and tree men, he had no time to drink it at all. He could only swing the sword in his hand, constantly fending off the attacks of the necromancer and tree men. He saw a necromancer warrior's great axe blocked by him. Immediately after, blades and swords, and spears, thrust towards him. The tree branches and vines of the tree men also solidified into sharp weapon, thrusting towards him. Vines also grew from under his feet, coiling around him. The next moment, Luo Nan seized the opening and released the azure spirit sword, which instantly cut off the dark elf's head. Without his head, the dark elves was dead. Luo Nan then recalled the necromancer and stopped casting the tree man technique. One by one, the tree men returned to their tree pits, becoming trees again. Luo Nan used wizard's hand to retrieve the storage ring from the dark elf's severed hand. He immersed his mental energy into the storage ring, immediately focusing his mental energy on the several scrolls of parchment within the ring. Immediately, his heart stirred, and he took out the parchment scrolls. The parchment scrolls were densely covered with text. All of it was Elvish text. He used Grand Mist to record the Elvish text. So, he immediately summoned Grand Mist to translate these texts, wanting to see what was on them. Stealth spell, Dark Swamp. As Grand Mist translated, pieces of information continuously emerged in his mind. He discovered that what was on these parchment scrolls were all extremely rare dark element wizardry. No, it should be dark element magic. He saw that these dark element magic, besides being chanted in Elvish, their models were not the polyhedral wizardry formations like wizardry, but complex elf runes. The structure of these runes was also very complex. They were not like the talismans in the cultivation world, which are two-dimensional. They were actually three-dimensional, as if many Dao patterns were combined. Although chaotic, there was still a kind of rule within them. Luo Nan immediately used Grand Mist to scan these elf runes, and in a three-dimensional coordinate system, he constructed models and converted formulas. Soon, one elf runes after another appeared in the three-dimensional coordinate system in his mind. And next to them, there were also formulas. Let's pick one to cultivate first. Luonan pondered for a moment and decided to cultivate the stealth spell first. This magic was the one that made the dark elves imperceptible to him. It gathered dark energy particles and draped a layer of dark element protective shield with special magic power over oneself. The parchment scroll stated that after cultivating the stealth spell to a certain extent, even transcendent beings several ranks higher than oneself would not be able to perceive one's existence. Luonan felt that he desperately needed this magic. If he cultivated this stealth spell to perfection, perhaps even the divine sense of a nascent soul old ancestor would not be able to detect him when he suddenly transmigration from the wizard world. Stealth spell, proficiency 5%. Luonan had been grinding the proficiency of stealth spell these past few days. After mastering stealth spell to the proficient rank, he could construct elf runes in his mind, allowing him to instantly cast stealth spell. As he channeled his mana into the elf runes, the surrounding dark energy particles gathered towards his body. In just a moment, a faint veil of dark energy particles draped over him. Luonan didn't know what level he needed to reach for a nascent soul old ancestor or a legendary wizard to be unable to sense his presence with their spiritual perception. But he knew that it was best to cultivate this elf magic to perfection. So, he continued to cultivate. His natal longevity tree and spiritual plants were also moved back to the wizard world from the cultivation world. Because of the dark elves' disturbance this time, it indeed caused panic in Triumphant City. Luonan discovered that in Triumphant City, not only were there guards, but also formal wizards watching from the high-rise buildings of the Wizard Council. I guess some knights and wizards have been recalled from the border, Luonan thought, sensing the increased security in the city. Wars between the Valiant Kingdom and the Orc Empire occurred frequently. Several major battles had taken place, with both sides suffering significant casualties. At this moment, on the plains of the Orc Empire, a white-robed, white-bearded, white-haired wizard, using his staff to emit a ray of light, swiftly moved with a sturdy young man in knight's armor. This wizard was the Valiant Kingdom's legendary wizard Duo Li Fa, and this young man was Luonan's elder brother, Lion. Before them was a towering mountain. On the mountain, a majestic city was built. There was also a wizard tower in the city. The architecture of the city was far less artistic than that of Triumphant City. Compared to the grand and exquisite architecture of Triumphant City, the architectural style of this city appeared very rough and primitive. However, the towering wizard tower in the city was much more exquisite than the city's architecture, and its style was very different from the city's. This city was the capital of the Orc Empire. The wizard tower in the city belonged to bloodline great wizard Sophie Oren. Duo Li Fa came here to kill Sophie. As long as Sophie died, the Orc Empire would lose the powerful source of bloodline transplantation. At this moment, Duo Li Fa sensed an invisible shield around Sophie's wizard tower. This shield was a typical shield that could defend against wizardry. Even with his spatial wizardry, he could not pass through this shield and enter the wizard tower. Facing such a shield, there was no other way but to overload it with wizardry. After Duo Li Fa quietly entered the capital of the Orc Empire with Lion, in less than a moment, he flew into the sky and arrived before the wizard tower. After Duo Li Fa revealed himself, he said no more. He extended his staff, which had a wooden knob at its top, forward. Immediately, a wizardry formation based on a hexagram array appeared on the wooden knob. Following that, a dazzling blue light beam, large enough for a person to embrace, broke through the void realm and projected towards the wizard tower. Bang! The light beam struck the wizard tower's shield, and immediately another layer of ripples appeared around the wizard tower. The next moment, a tall figure clad in iron armor, with his face and body obscured, appeared on the top floor of the wizard tower. He held a staff that seemed to be made of black iron. The top of the staff was shaped like a torch, with a dark red flame burning within it, like blood. Duo Li Fa, you have finally come. A hoarse voice, chilling to the bone, came from within the shadow-filled helmet. Sophie. Duo Li Fa looked at the person and asked. He was a little unsure if this person was the bloodline great wizard. After all, he and the bloodline great wizard had not seen each other for a long time. The last time, the bloodline great wizard was not like this. He wasn't wearing armor, wasn't holding this torch-like staff, and wasn't this tall. Sophie, you've transformed yourself into this. Duo Li Fa said again. Sophie, while channeling the magic of his staff to maintain the shield of his wizard tower, laughed and said. Teacher Duo Li Fa, after many years, you look even older. As for me, I have already transcended the life level you know. The knowledge I possess is beyond your imagination. Duo Li Fa listened, but said nothing, continuing to output magic power. The dazzling blue light beam from his staff continuously burst forth. Bang! Before long, the shield of Sophie's wizard tower was broken by the light beam. The light beam immediately struck Sophie. Duo Li Fa also released a shield, covering himself and Lion, and flew towards Sophie. Teacher Duo Li Fa's wizardry is still as powerful as ever. Sophie said, while releasing a mirror-like shield, like water, blocking Duo Li Fa's light beam. However, my research these past years has not been in vain. As these words fell, suddenly, a black vortex appeared above the wizard tower. Immediately after, this black vortex rotated and opened. It was actually a spatial entrance. On the other side of the space was a desolate land filled with magma and black rocks. Suddenly, a deafening roar came from this space. The next moment, a gigantic black dragon, flapping its wings, flew out of the space. This black dragon was as huge as a dark cloud. The dragon's eyes were blood red, and its muscles appeared irregular and cumbersome. With an open maw, a rolling stream of flame, like magma, spewed directly downwards. This black dragon was a creature cultivated by the bloodline great wizard over the years. To cultivate this creature, he first went to the plain where purebred dragons resided and obtained some purebred dragon bloodline. He fused these purebred dragon bloodlines, then mixed them with the bodies of wizards, knights, and orcs, thereby creating this creature. Now, this black dragon was his killer. He used a spatial wizardry to instantly teleport onto the dragon's head. No matter how the black dragon moved, he stood steadily upon it, leaning on his staff. When Dua Lipa saw this dragon, he immediately felt a powerful sense of oppression. This was the intimidation from a dragon. Moreover, he didn't know how Sophie had cultivated it. Normally, it would take hundreds or even thousands of years for a purebred young dragon to grow into such a huge adult dragon. However, Sophie had cultivated this creature in just a few decades. Dua Lipa pointed his staff. Immediately, dense wizardry formations appeared in the sky. A dazzling blue light radiated from the wizardry formations. Beams of azure light shot towards the giant dragon. However, when the light beams struck the giant dragon's hard black scales, they were unable to cause the slightest damage to the giant dragon's scales. Sophie had been hiding on the giant dragon's head, making it difficult for Dua Lipa to attack him for a while. And Sophie had been continuously manipulating this gigantic black dragon, spewing streams of flames, acid, lightning, and other things towards Dua Lipa. Not only that, as the battle between the two began, orc wizards continuously flashed out from the wizard tower. Sophie used a spatial wizardry to transfer these orc wizards to the giant dragon's head. Then, these orc wizards, under the protection of the giant dragon, unhesitatingly cast various wizardry spells towards Dua Lipa. At the same time, various oddly shaped dragon-like demonic beasts continuously flew out from the space above the wizard tower. These creatures were all created by Sophie. Each possessed considerable strength. Before long, Dua Lipa and Lion were surrounded by all sorts of strange flying dragons. Each flying dragon spewed forth flames, ice, and other elements from their mouths. Ever since Sophie obtained the coordinates of the purebred dragon plane, he had continuously researched dragon bloodlines and created numerous demonic beasts. And his body had also been modified by dragon clan bloodline. Although his mental and magical power were still at the great wizard rank, his physical body was exceptionally formidable. Coupled with his defensive wizardry armor, he felt that even standing still, he could withstand 2 wizardry attacks from Dua Lipa. Lion looked at the dense demonic beasts around them, and the wizardry continuously shooting towards them. He said to Dua Lipa beside him, "Do you have any way to deal with these, other than your nightmare world methods? Why don't we leave first, and come back after you've figured out a way to counter them?" Dua Lipa, while resisting the overwhelming attacks, glanced at the dark mass of dragon-like demonic beasts and the black giant dragon that resembled a dark cloud. "If you think these creatures fly beyond the border, how much longer can our army resist?" Saying that, Dua Lipa, under Lion's slightly surprised gaze, took out a dark purple nightmare stone. "Since you have means from the purebred dragon plane, then I also have means from the nightmare world." Dua Lipa thought to himself, then raised the nightmare stone in his hand high. After hearing Dua Lipa's words, Lion sighed deeply and did not try to persuade him further. Sophie looked at the magic stone in Dua Lipa's hand, a little confused. However, he knew Dua Lipa well and knew that Dua Lipa taking out this magic stone meant he was about to cast some powerful wizardry. Moreover, a bad premonition arose in his heart. So, while mentally commanding the dragon-like demonic beasts, he also issued orders to the other orc wizards, telling them to intensify their attacks and attack from a flanking position, to kill Dua Lipa as quickly as possible. But the next moment, the nightmare stone in Dua Lipa's hand emitted a purple light. Like a tide, it spread in all directions. The breaths of the dragon-like demonic beasts and the wizardry of those wizards, upon touching the purple light, instantly turned into colorful bubbles. Dua Lipa channeled his spirit and magic power. The purple light continued to spread. Before long, it covered the dragon-like demonic beasts, Sophie, and all the orc wizards. Immediately, the massive bodies of the dragon-like demonic beasts, Sophie's tall body, and the orc wizards all turned into puddles of mud. The mud fell and landed on the streets of the capital. Lion, standing by, witnessed this scene. He immediately drew a dagger and forcefully cut along the lines on his palm. A shallow wound appeared on his palm, and blood slowly seeped out, touching the lines. The dark greenish unknown beast pattern immediately wriggled, emitting waves of fluctuations. Lion immediately aimed his palm at Dua Lipa. Ever since Dua Lipa had transplanted the harpy bloodline into him, he had been able to control a certain type of fluctuation. This fluctuation was called bloodline power by Dua Lipa. According to Dua Lipa, purebred harpies were demonic beasts skilled in illusions, and sometimes they could unconsciously enter the nightmare world. And the bloodline power released by Lion after being transplanted with the harpy bloodline had 2 effects. First, it could alleviate Dua Lipa's hallucinations. Second, it could allow Dua Lipa to stay in the nightmare world for a longer time. Now that Dua Lipa had used the nightmare stone, it was time for him to use his bloodline power. Dua Lipa had once told him that the greater the magic power released by using the nightmare stone, the heavier the hallucinations would be. Just now, both the bloodline great wizard Sophie and those demonic dragons possessed powerful strength. The nightmare stone had to release enough magic power to turn them into mud. Indeed, after Dua Lipa used the nightmare stone to cast wizardry, his eyes were covered with a layer of dark purple light. His white beard rustled, and he was speaking in a language of an unknown race. Lion almost pressed his hand against Dua Lipa's forehead, releasing waves of bloodline power, but the dark purple light in his eyes only diminished very slightly. "Old man, snap out of it." Lion couldn't help but say. However, the next moment, Dua Lipa raised his staff. Seeing Duo Li Fa's movement, Lion immediately slapped his armor. The wizardry circle inscribed on the back of his armor immediately emitted a golden light. Suddenly, a pair of light wings emerged from behind his armor, and under the control of his mind, they carried him in a golden straight line to the side. And right where he had been standing, Duo Li Fa dropped his staff, and a massive fire tornado appeared out of thin air. Lion, seeing this, felt lingering fear, thinking that if he had reacted even half a second slower, he would have been burned to ashes. As he thought, his expression became serious. Duo Li Fa attacking him meant that the hallucination was no longer controllable by his current bloodline power. After Duo Li Fa's attack missed him, he did not pursue. Instead, he descended into the capital of the Orc Empire, waving his staff and unleashing destructive wizardry spells, destroying everything in the city. Lion could only remain in the air, hoping that after some time passed and Duo Li Fa's hallucinations weakened, he would go down and help Duo Li Fa further reduce the hallucinations. Just as Duo Li Fa turned bloodline great wizard Sophie into mud, in a cave in the Orc Empire, a pair of eyes suddenly opened. The owner of these eyes was a pale person, submerged in a large glass tank filled with a light purple solution. This person was another clone of bloodline great wizard Sophie, retaining Sophie's soul. As soon as the main body died, the clone would immediately awaken. I died. Sophie in the glass tank murmured. But his eyes were filled with confusion. But how did I die? In his memory, there was the memory of Duo Li Fa suddenly arriving, but he had no memory at all of how he died. The capital of the Orc Empire. Duo Li Fa, caught in an illusion, seemed to transform into a malevolent deity, slaughtering in the city with his powerful witchcraft. Leon spread his light wings, watching from the sky. After a while, he noticed that Duo Li Fa's illusion still hadn't weakened in the slightest. Duo Li Fa wielded the magic staff in his hand, unleashing various spells. Streaks of fire, ice, lightning, and light beams burst from the magic staff, striking the city's buildings. Rumbling sounds were endless, and the city was filled with dust. Although there were orc wizards in the city, they were no match for Duo Li Fa. As soon as they appeared, they were blasted by one of Duo Li Fa's spells, and more than half of their bodies were pulverized. After a while longer, Duo Li Fa suddenly put away his magic staff and cast a flying spell. His figure soared, shooting towards the sky. Seeing this, Leon quickly released his bloodline power and went to pursue him. However, Duo Li Fa's flying speed was incredibly fast. Almost instantly, Duo Li Fa's figure became a black dot in his vision. With another blink, he vanished. Seeing that he couldn't catch up, Leon frowned and could only stop. He thought that at Duo Li Fa's speed, it would be extremely difficult to find him again. The most urgent task now was to end the battle between the Valiant Kingdom and the Orc Empire. Otherwise, he and Duo Li Fa would have come for nothing. Duo Li Fa would also have been trapped in the illusion for nothing. Thinking of this, Leon descended into the ruins of the Orc Empire's capital, searching for the corpse of the Orc Empire's king. He thought that since Duo Li Fa had just bombarded this area, the king of the Orc Empire had probably died under the impact of the spells. I hope his face is still intact. Leon thought that as long as he took the king's head to the battlefield and displayed it, the Orc Empire's army would probably cease hostilities. Wizards had image-retaining magic stones and other Zhuwuki. The Valiant Kingdom also had informants within the Orc Empire. Therefore, the core high-ranking officials of the Valiant Kingdom naturally knew what the Orc Empire's king looked like. Leon had seen the Orc Empire's king through an image-retaining magic stone in Duo Li Fa's wizard tower. He was a giant orc. He was almost 2 meters tall, with broad shoulders, green skin, and 2 sharp tusks curving out of his mouth. Leon rummaged through the ruins. After searching for a long time, he finally found the orc he remembered. The lower half of his torso had already been pulverized. His face was roughly the same as in the image-retaining magic stone, and a crown was still crookedly placed on his head. Immediately, Leon used a dagger to cut off the head of this king of the Orc Empire. Holding it in his hand, he used his mental power to activate the armor's light wings and flew towards the border. This armor was created by Duo Li Fa, and the light wings were formed by absorbing energy particles through the spell formation on the armor. As long as there were energy particles, these light wings would remain. Leon didn't have to worry about stopping midway, so he focused on controlling the light wings to fly. 3 days later, Luonan was eating dinner at a tavern. In the tavern, knights, wizard apprentices, and bards were raising their cups in celebration. Because, at noon today, news had arrived. The kingdom's legendary wizard Duo Li Fa personally took action and killed both the bloodline great wizard and the king of the Orc Empire. Many orc wizards and orc knights of the Orc Empire were also eliminated by Duo Li Fa. The border war ended with the Orc Empire's strength greatly diminished and a complete defeat. From then on, the Valiant Kingdom had completely lost the Orc Empire as a major enemy. Upon hearing this news, Augustus V immediately ordered the wizards and knights to continue attacking the Orc Empire. He wanted to bring all the land and orcs of the Orc Empire into his possession. And those wizards and knights, upon hearing that many of the Orc Empire's high-level combat forces were gone, immediately became exceptionally excited and responded to Augustus V's command with great speed and enthusiasm. To capture more orcs, whether as slaves or as experimental subjects. After Luonan had eaten his fill, he returned to the flat house and cultivated the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture. The next day, Luonan transmigrated back to the cultivation world to see if anything had happened there. He first went to the Misty Immortal Pavilion, retrieved the Still True Sect token, and then headed towards the Still True Sect. After entering the Still True Sect mountain gate, he went towards the pavilion where he usually accepted missions. That pavilion, in addition to being a place for accepting missions, was also a place for various cultivators in the sect to transmit information. One wall inside would have wooden plaques hanging on it, like a menu board. On them, the needs of various cultivators were written, or what items were available for sale. After all, there had been frequent battles recently with the neighboring Heaven Sword sect. Perhaps some cultivators had obtained good items from Heaven Sword sect cultivators, but didn't need them themselves, so they would hang them up to find buyers. In addition, Luo Nan had heard Dao Chen say some time ago that another ancient cultivator relic had appeared. Cultivators flocked to investigate. Dao Chen also discussed with Luo Nan whether the two of them should go. But Luo Nan told Dao Chen that they were only in the early stage of foundation establishment, and they didn't know what treasures that ancient cultivator relic held, nor did they know if the nascent soul old ancestors from various sects would go. If nascent soul old ancestors started fighting, even if they watched from afar, they might be implicated. Dao Chen felt that Luo Nan was right, so neither of them went. Although Luo Nan didn't go, he was very concerned about the exploration of this ancient cultivator relic. His 10,000 wood evergreen scripture and azure wood swordplay were actually products of ancient cultivators. In ancient times in the cultivation world, spiritual qi was abundant and resources were rich, so the cultivation techniques created by ancient cultivators were based on the premise of utilizing more spiritual qi and resources. It was only later, when spiritual qi became thin and resources scarce, that some cultivation techniques suitable for current cultivation were created. If one were to cultivate ancient cultivation techniques now, it would be difficult to make progress. Luo Nan was thinking that this ancient cultivator relic might contain some cultivation techniques and spells that modern people couldn't cultivate, so they would be put up for sale, which would be a good opportunity for him to pick up a bargain. Luo Nan put away his flying sword and landed gracefully in the large plaza in front of the pavilion. Immortal Master! Immortal Master! Some Qi refinement stage disciples, upon seeing Luo Nan, all bowed. Luo Nan had been in the Still True sect for some time, and there were only a few foundation establishment cultivators in the Still True sect. Many Qi refinement stage disciples within the sect recognized these foundation establishment cultivators. Luo Nan nodded, entered the pavilion, walked to a wall, and looked up. On the wall hung wooden plaques, with golden characters written on them. The disciple who hung the plaque would hang them from top to bottom according to the cultivator's cultivation level. So, for the items Luo Nan needed to acquire with his current cultivation level, he just needed to look upwards. After not coming for a while, the demands had changed quite a bit. There were foundation establishment cultivators who had arranged to fight their enemies and were asking for assistance. There were foundation establishment cultivators who had discovered a small island overseas, concealed by an illusion formation set up by an ancient cultivator, and were afraid they couldn't handle the dangers on the island themselves, so they were asking people to go with them. After watching for a while, Luo Nan saw on a wooden plaque that a cultivator had a set of ancient cultivator formations for sale. The name of this cultivator was Gulian Yu, a foundation establishment cultivator of the Still True sect, who lived on Guiyang Peak in the Still True sect mountain range. Ancient cultivator formation. Luo Nan pondered, not knowing what this formation was used for, whether it was for defense or an illusion formation. However, whatever it was, it should be useful to him. After all, he had his natal longevity tree that needed protection. Thinking of this, Luo Nan decided to go find this Gulian Yu. He had met Gulian Yu a few times during the battles with the Heaven Sword sect. But because they weren't familiar, they had never spoken. Oh, fellow Daoist Nan Luo, I remember you. Your flying sword technique is very powerful. Luo Nan arrived in front of Gulian Yu's immortal cave and sent a sound transmission spell into it. Immediately, Gulian Yu came out and, smiling, invited Luo Nan into the immortal cave. Gulian Yu was a cultivator in the late stage of foundation establishment, stout, with 2 mustaches on his face, always smiling, and appearing very amiable. Luo Nan had also seen Gulian Yu in action. He knew that Gulian Yu's commonly used magic treasure was a bead. Gulian Yu manipulated this bead, releasing streaks of divine light, which were also very powerful. His ruthlessness when fighting Heaven Sword sect cultivators was greatly at odds with his amiable appearance at this moment. Fellow Daoist Gu, you flatter me. After exchanging pleasantries, Luo Nan went straight to the point. I came this time for the ancient cultivator formation that fellow Daoist mentioned. Good, come, fellow Daoist, have some tea first. After Luo Nan arrived, Gulian Yu brewed spiritual tea for him. The spiritual tea was fragrant, and smelling it invigorated one's spirit. This is spiritual tea I found on a mountain. In today's cultivation world, such good quality spiritual tea is rare. Fellow Daoist, please drink. Gulian Yu said, then used wooden tongs to move a small cup of spiritual tea in front of Luo Nan. Luo Nan summoned Grand Mist and first scanned the spiritual tea. After no harmful substances were detected, he picked up the teacup and drank it. The teacup was very small, not even enough for one gulp. However, after Luo Nan swallowed the spiritual tea, he immediately felt a warm and gentle sensation spreading down his throat. The sweet fragrance of the spiritual tea lingered on his tongue. After the spiritual tea entered his stomach, Luo Nan immediately felt his internal magic power, qi and blood, and everything else become active. His speed of absorbing heaven and earth spiritual qi also increased. This spiritual tea was the best spiritual tea he had ever drunk in the cultivation world. This small sip was equivalent to consuming a good quality medicinal pill. It seemed that Gulian Yu was indeed treating his guest with good things. After Luo Nan drank the spiritual tea, Gulian Yu said, "A while ago, wasn't there an ancient cultivator relic that appeared? I also went to explore it. Of course, the good things inside, such as medicinal herbs, beast bones, magic treasures, and so on, were all obtained by nascent soul cultivators and core formation cultivators. As a foundation establishment cultivator, I could only pick up some inferior items at most. One of them is the formation I mentioned. I have no research in the Dao of formation, so I can only sell it. Luo Nan said, "Can I see the first page of this formation book?" Gu Lianyu said, "Fellow Daoist, please forgive me. The formation is entirely recorded on one piece of paper, and I don't know much about the Dao of formation. I don't know how much your excellency can comprehend after seeing that part of the content. Perhaps, after comprehending that formation, you won't buy it." Luo Nan pondered for a moment, then said a price first. Gu Lianyu immediately said, 50 mid-grade spirit stones. Luo Nan heard this and couldn't help but frown. "Fellow Daoist, you said earlier that this is an ancient cultivator formation, and it's very likely not suitable for the present. If I buy it, it might only be for reference, and it's highly probable that I won't be able to set up a formation using it. The price you are asking, even foundation establishment level formations and magic treasures aren't this expensive." Gu Lianyu listened and immediately said, "Fellow Daoist, you are mistaken. Fellow Daoist has just entered foundation establishment and is not aware of the situation, so I cannot blame you. As fellow Daoist said, most of the ancient cultivator cultivation techniques and spells are only for reference in the present day and are not very useful for current cultivation. But formations are different. Formations are nothing more than utilizing heaven and earth spiritual qi. In ancient times, heaven and earth spiritual qi was strong, so formations were stronger. Now that heaven and earth spiritual qi is weak, formations are weaker." Luo Nan shook his head, "Fellow Daoist, I have also dabbled in formation books in the Still True Sect's library. Today's formations, in order to cope with the thinness of heaven and earth spiritual qi, have also undergone certain modifications to their structure. Some ancient formations may be useless in the current world." Gu Lianyu said, "But this set of formations could also be extremely powerful. Although the spiritual qi is thin now, even if this set of formations is set up, it won't be as powerful as in ancient times. However, perhaps if this set of formations is set up, even with today's heaven and earth spiritual qi, it will be more powerful than others." "What kind of formation is this?" Luo Nan asked. "The formation is written in a very profound way, I don't understand it," Gu Lianyu said. "But the name of the formation is the reversed Bagua formation." Luo Nan listened and pondered in his heart. During this period, he participated in the disputes between the two factions and indeed obtained many magic treasures and materials. After selling some, he gained some spirit stones. After accumulating them, converted into medium-grade spirit stones, he had about 50. If he bought this formation, his spirit stone collection would almost return to what it was several months ago. Luo Nan was indeed quite interested in this formation. He thought that if Gu Lianyu cheated him, he could demand the spirit stones back later. After all, he had the spiritual qi and resources of the wizard world, and his cultivation speed would definitely be faster than Gu Lianyu's. Surpassing Gu Lianyu in the future would not be a problem. "Alright, I'll take this formation." As Luo Nan spoke, he waved his hand. 50 mid-grade spirit stones appeared before him, piled up high. "Fellow Daoist is straightforward." Gu Lianyu immediately took out a scroll of paper from his storage pouch. This scroll of paper seemed to be made of beast hide and was almost as long as a person. Luo Nan took it and immediately shook the scroll. The scroll fell, and its content appeared before Luo Nan's eyes. The paper had text, but more of it consisted of various graphics and symbols. Moreover, these texts were also the ancient language of the cultivation world. Its vocabulary and usage were already somewhat different from the current cultivation world. In addition, there were also some sentences in the text similar to incantations. Some formation setting methods were deliberately replaced with mysterious terms. To fully understand the entire text, one would need to study it carefully. However, Luo Nan thought that with Grand Mist's assistance, studying it would be much easier than for other cultivators. "Fellow Daoist, have some tea, have some tea." Gu Lianyu's expression wasn't very good when he saw Luo Nan receive the formation. He knew that with Luo Nan's formation attainments, he wouldn't be able to understand the contents. He was afraid that this person would turn hostile on the spot and ask him to return the spirit stones, so he kept urging Luo Nan to drink tea. Although, as a cultivator in the foundation establishment late stage, even if Luo Nan turned hostile, he could handle it. But after all, everyone was in the same sect, and he didn't want to hurt their harmony. After drinking the spiritual tea, Luo Nan still had a slight frown and said to Gu Lianyu, "To be honest, I don't quite understand this method of arranging formations. Fellow Daoist has been in the sect much longer than I have, so I'd like to ask you, which cultivators in the sect are proficient in the Dao of formations?" Luo Nan's words were a slight lie. In fact, just by looking at this beast skin paper, combined with the knowledge he had gained from Still True Sect and the wizard world, he estimated he understood 40%. Of the remaining 60%, he estimated he could understand another 20% after careful research and deduction. The remaining 40% would require him to continue learning knowledge before he might be able to understand it. Gu Lianyu heard this and knew that Luo Nan was not going to pester him for a refund. He felt much more relaxed and told Luo Nan about the cultivators in Still True Sect who were proficient in formations. After Luo Nan noted them down, he bid farewell to Gu Lianyu. Next, he was going to first go to the Still True Sect's library, record all the books on formations using Grand Mist, and then use Grand Mist's functions to carefully research and deduce them. Then, he would visit those cultivators proficient in formations, ask them for formation books, and learn their formation knowledge. However, he didn't have many spirit stones left after buying that formation. If he went to others empty-handed to inquire about formation knowledge, most likely no one would pay attention to him. However, he was proficient in talisman drawing and alchemy, so he could help those people draw talismans and refine medicinal pills in exchange. After Luonan left Gulianyu's immortal cave, he headed towards the pavilion where missions were posted. He found the still true sect disciple who was doing odd jobs in this pavilion and had them write down his needs on a sign and hang it on the wall. On the sign, it stated that he was proficient in talisman drawing and alchemy, could help other cultivators with these tasks, and required other cultivators to exchange corresponding resources. The address to find him was either his immortal cave or the Still True Sect's library. For the next period of time, he planned to stay at Still True Sect to research formations and not return to the wizard world. After seeing his sign hung up, Luonan left this pavilion. He raised his hand on the platform, summoned his flying sword, and flew towards the mountain peak where the Still True Sect library was located. His cyan sword light cut a long arc through the sea of clouds among the mountains of the Still True Sect mountain range before reaching the library. The library was unguarded. As long as one held a token, they could pass through the library's formation and enter. Luonan took out his Still True Sect token, held it in his hand, and walked in. Upon entering, he went straight to the shelves containing formations. He picked up the bamboo slips, scrolls, jade slips, and so on that contained formations, and recorded them with Grand Mist. These bamboo slips, scrolls, and jade slips all recorded a large amount of language related to formation knowledge. Once Grand Mist recorded them, he could use Grand Mist to translate the method of arranging the reversed Bagua formation. After Luonan stayed in the library for most of the day, a Foundation establishment cultivator with white hair and beard walked into the library. After this cultivator entered the library, he swept it with his divine sense. He immediately knew that there were 3 Foundation establishment cultivators in this library. He first approached one Foundation establishment cultivator and transmitted his voice, saying, "Your Excellency, are you fellow deist Nan Luo?" That cultivator shook his head. Then, he walked to another and asked the same question. After receiving a negative answer, he walked to Luonan's side. "Your Excellency must be fellow deist Nan Luo, right?" Luonan nodded. "Your Excellency is." This cultivator with white hair and beard cupped his hands to Luonan. "I am Bai Meng. I saw your sign and just went to your immortal cave. I used a few sound transmission spells, but no one answered, so I came here. I wonder how skilled fellow deist is in talisman making? I have a high-grade tier 2 talisman that requires fellow deist's help to create." "A high-grade tier 2 talisman, no problem," Luonan said. Although the highest grade talisman he had drawn was a low-grade tier 2 talisman, with the assistance of Grand Mist, let alone a tier 2 talisman, he could quickly get started with even higher grade talismans. "Do you have the method for making the talisman? As long as you let me study it, I can make it for you very quickly," Luonan said. "Of course I do. This is not the place to talk, fellow deist, please step aside to talk," Bai Meng said. Saying that, he and Luonan walked out of the library. Then, they arrived at Bai Meng's immortal cave. Bai Meng was a cultivator in the Foundation establishment middle stage, and the spiritual qi in his immortal cave was a little denser than in Luonan's immortal cave. After the two entered the immortal cave, Bai Meng said, "This talisman is very important to me. I hope that after fellow deist makes it, you can use it yourself, but please do not spread the method of making the talisman." Luonan nodded. "I understand the rules. In this cultivation world, there was no such thing as restrictions from the Grand Dao. There was no such thing as an oath, whether one kept it or not depended entirely on the person. Of course, if a cultivator did not keep their promise, not only would their reputation be bad, but it would also invite retaliation from others." After Luonan finished speaking, he immediately said, "I wonder what items your excellency has that you can exchange with me. What does your excellency need?" Bai Meng asked. "Do you have any books on formations?" Luonan asked. Bai Meng said, "I do, but this formation is greatly related to my family and cannot be given away. Does fellow deist understand formations?" Luonan's eyes lit up slightly. Among the names Gulianyu gave him, there was no cultivator named Bai Meng. "Not much," Bai Meng said. "I only know how to arrange my family's formations. Then in the future, if I have any questions regarding formations, I hope fellow deist can guide me," Luonan said. Although Bai Meng was not proficient in the Dao of formations, it was inevitable that some of what Bai Meng knew might be unknown to other cultivators or not found in books. After being interrupted by Luonan, Bai Meng continued, "If fellow deist creates the talisman, I will exchange it with spirit stones. I will provide the materials for making the talisman. If fellow deist makes the talisman, I will pay 20 mid-grade spirit stones for one talisman. 20 mid-grade spirit stones for one talisman." Luonan began to wonder what kind of talisman this was. After Luonan agreed, Bai Meng handed Luonan a talisman book and a storage pouch. "This storage pouch contains the materials for making the talisman," Bai Meng said. After Luonan accepted them, he returned to his immortal cave. In the immortal cave, there were no luminous pearls or similar items, but the 4 walls emitted light, illuminating the cave with a soft glow. After Luonan read the talisman book given by Bai Meng, he knew that this talisman was called the Foundation Establishment Talisman, and it was actually a substitute for the Foundation Establishment Pill. After all, refining Foundation Establishment Pills required too many heaven and earth treasures. And with the scarce resources in the current cultivation world, even a foundation establishment cultivator would find it difficult to gather all the resources needed to refine a foundation establishment pill. Thus, many cultivators began to think of other methods. This foundation establishment talisman was one of the methods thought up by cultivators. Luonan read the talisman book and knew that this foundation establishment talisman used heaven and earth spiritual qi to increase the probability of foundation establishment. Its effect was much worse than that of a foundation establishment pill. However, at the very least, using a foundation establishment talisman would not harm the body even if foundation establishment failed, allowing one to wait for an opportunity to attempt foundation establishment again. That's right, that Bai Meng often mentioned his family, so he probably has a family within the Still Truth Sect Immortal Realm. This foundation establishment talisman is for his family's juniors. After pondering for a moment, Luonan took out the talisman brush, talisman paper, Yao beast blood, and other items from his storage pouch. Although these items were precious, they were still far inferior to the materials for a foundation establishment pill. Before Luonan established his foundation, for the sake of safety, he refined many foundation establishment pills. After establishing his foundation, he still had many left. At this moment, he saw that a single foundation establishment talisman could sell for 20 mid-grade spirit stones. If it were a foundation establishment pill, he feared the price would be much higher. However, the remaining foundation establishment pills he had were all refined from demonic beast materials and herbs from the wizard world. Foundation establishment pills refined from Yao beast materials and herbs from the cultivation world were vermilion in color. His foundation establishment pills, however, were dark blue in color. If he were to sell a large quantity of these foundation establishment pills in the cultivation world, he feared it would attract the attention of the upper-level cultivators in the cultivation world. At that time, if they discovered that the materials for refining the foundation establishment pills were unavailable in the cultivation world, and traced the source back to him, he found it difficult to estimate what would happen. Thinking of this, Luonan could only give up and focus on drawing this foundation establishment talisman. If Bai Meng's family prospered and produced several juniors with the potential for foundation establishment, these buyers for his foundation establishment talismans would be enough. Foundation establishment talisman, proficiency 3%. 2 days later, Luonan had grinned the foundation establishment talisman to the proficient level. After a large amount of practice, the materials Bai Meng provided were almost used up. So, he headed to Bai Meng's immortal cave. Upon reaching Bai Meng's immortal cave and sending in a sound transmission spell, Bai Meng came out to receive him. Bai Meng saw Luonan return in just 2 days and was puzzled, unsure what had happened. Luonan immediately said, "Your materials have been used up by me, but the foundation establishment talisman has also made progress." Luonan then took out all the foundation establishment talismans he had drawn these past few days. These talismans all have different degrees of effectiveness, you can look and buy them. Bai Meng was surprised and somewhat disbelieving that Luonan had drawn the talismans so quickly. He took out one of them, injected his magical power, and the talisman spontaneously ignited without fire. Immediately, he felt his essence, spirit, and magical power continuously expand, similar to the feeling of taking a foundation establishment pill, and he knew that what Luonan said was true. So fellow deists' talisman-making attainments are so formidable. Bai Meng's smile deepened significantly, and he quickly took out another storage pouch. Inside here are more materials. Please fellow deist, practice this talisman again. I will take as many as you draw. After a moment's pause, Bai Meng took out another storage pouch. Inside here are 10 mid-grade spirit stones. Please fellow deist, be sure to keep this secret for me. You absolutely cannot let other families or other cultivators know that our family has foundation establishment talismans. From now on, our family will exclusively trade with fellow deist. As long as our family does not perish, fellow deist will likely not lack cultivation resources for the next few hundred or even 1,000 years. Good, Luonan said, accepting Bai Meng's storage pouch. After several more days, besides grinding the foundation establishment talisman, other cultivators also sought Luonan out. They asked him to make talismans and refine medicinal pills for them. After Luonan accepted 3 more orders, he went to the pavilion and took down his sign. After all, he didn't have 3 heads and 6 arms and couldn't take on so many tasks. Besides, with these 3 orders, his spirit stones would be sufficient. Enough for him to exchange formation knowledge with those cultivators proficient in formations. 10 days later, Luonan had grinned the proficiency of the foundation establishment talisman to perfection. He had Bai Meng test it, and the old cultivator was very satisfied. As they interacted more, Luonan also came to understand Bai Meng and his family. It turned out that Bai Meng was already 189 years old, not far from the 200-year lifespan limit of foundation establishment. Moreover, Luonan knew that Bai Meng had entered Still True Sect even earlier than Gulian Yu. However, Bai Meng's aptitude was not high, so it was difficult for him to advance further after reaching the foundation establishment middle stage. And Bai Meng's family was the Bai family in the northern district of the Still True Sect residence. The reason the Bai family was the number 1 family in the northern district of the residence was because he had been taking care of them all these years. Or perhaps, it was because Bai Meng had been constantly looking after his family, which distracted him, preventing his cultivation from advancing. He said that currently, there were no foundation establishment cultivators in the family, but there were 3 at the Qi refinement stage peak. Because they lacked foundation establishment pills, they had always been afraid to establish their foundation for fear of harming their bodies if they failed. Now, with the foundation establishment talisman, they could attempt foundation establishment multiple times. Bai Meng first bought 10 perfection-grade foundation establishment talismans from Luo Nan, saying that if he needed more in the future, he would purchase them from Luo Nan. After the matter of the foundation establishment talismans was settled, Luo Nan began to work on the other 3 orders. These 3 orders were to make a high-grade Tier 2 offensive talisman called Mountain Cleaving Talisman, and to refine 2 kinds of Tier 2 medicinal pills beneficial for cultivation. Through these 3 orders, Luo Nan exchanged for more spirit stones and also gained some formation knowledge. 10 days later, Luo Nan had recorded all the formation books in the library using Grand Mist. After that, he spent his time cultivating in seclusion in his immortal cave to research. After researching to a certain extent, he used the spirit stones he had to buy some cultivation resources and went to visit those cultivators proficient in formations. Those cultivators, because formations involved the defense of their immortal caves, naturally could not teach everything they knew. But Luo Nan presented generous gifts, and they had also heard that this newly arrived foundation establishment cultivator had considerable attainments in talisman making and alchemy, and they might need his help in the future. Therefore, they all taught Luo Nan a portion of their formation knowledge. Furthermore, Luo Nan also got answers to some terms he didn't understand during his research from their mouths. Since then, Luo Nan's formation attainments improved day by day. Every day, he would take out the ancient method of arranging the reversed Bagua formation to observe, and found that the content he previously could not understand gradually became clear. The method for setting up the reversed Bagua formation states that it is a formation method for a nascent soul cultivator. Its defense should at least be against cultivators of the same rank. After more than 10 days, Luo Nan's Grand Mist already contained a large amount of linguistic data. He had fully understood the formation method for the reversed Bagua formation. The positions, changes, and so on for setting up the formation were indeed very complex. However, he could continuously deduce it within the Grand Mist, completely mastering the formation method. What was lacking now were the items for setting up the formation. The 8 trigrams are Qian, Kun, Zhen, Sun, Kan, Li, Zhen, and Dui. To set up the reversed Bagua formation, one must use the corresponding 8 trigram items. Moreover, these 8 trigram items are also of the heaven and earth oddity rank. It is unlikely to find them in the cultivation world. Only in the wizard world is it still possible. Thinking of this, Luo Nan transmigrated back to the wizard world to inquire about heaven and earth oddities that correspond to the 8 trigrams. For the next period, besides cultivating the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture and promoting the growth of his natal longevity tree every day, Luo Nan went to the Kingdom Wizard Academy to exchange ideas with various academy professors. He wanted to inquire about information on some heaven and earth oddities. After some time, he had gained nothing. One day, while cultivating in his flat house, he suddenly heard someone knocking on the door. Luo Nan was startled awake from his cultivation, and couldn't help but be surprised. It was the first time he couldn't perceive something with his divine sense. Who? Luo Nan asked, connecting his divine sense to his natal longevity tree. As soon as he sensed something was wrong, he would immediately transmigrate with his natal longevity tree. It's me, Leon. A low voice came from outside. And, at the instant Leon made a sound. Leon's presence became clear in his divine sense. Luo Nan immediately felt that it was Leon outside the door. Leon's presence was clear for a moment, then immediately vanished again. Luo Nan did not go out himself, but instead condensed a wizard's hand to open the door. He saw an existence outside whose appearance was different from Leon. And this person, after entering the flat house and closing the door, immediately rippled around his body. The person's appearance and attire changed. His appearance became that of Leon. Seeing Luo Nan keeping his distance, Leon said, Luo Nan, I've learned some things from Duo Li Fa. Saying that, he showed his right palm to Luo Nan. Luo Nan then saw a greenish-black demonic beast pattern appear on Leon's right palm. Duo Li Fa told me this is the pattern of an ancient demonic beast, a harpy, Leon said. It was generated after Duo Li Fa fused the harpy bloodline into me. With the harpy bloodline, I gained bloodline power and can create illusions. My change in appearance just now was due to using my bloodline power. Luo Nan heard this and felt it could be explained. After all, when Leon told him about the demonic beasts he saw in Duo Li Fa's laboratory, soaking in glass tanks, Luo Nan had paid extra attention in the Kingdom Wizard Academy's library and archives. Soon, he learned that one of the demonic beasts was an ancient demonic beast, a harpy. However, Luo Nan didn't expect that in just a few months, Leon's power to create illusions would be so strong. His ability to conceal his presence could even deceive his divine sense. Perhaps, with this ability alone, he could become a quite competent assassin. At least, he could kill anyone below an elite wizard. One must know that very few knights of the kingdom could kill an elite wizard. You can come out of the wizard tower now. Luo Nan asked. Leon didn't answer, but instead replied, follow me. Where? Luo Nan asked. Out of the city, I'll take you somewhere. It's not good to talk here, Leon said. Luo Nan pondered for a moment, then nodded. Leon then used his bloodline power again. Luo Nan only felt a blur before his eyes, and Leon's appearance and attire changed back to how they were just now. Subsequently, Leon led Luo Nan out of the middle city. After reaching the middle city, they rented horses and galloped through the largest lower city. After leaving Triumphant City, Leon and Luo Nan left their horses at a farmer's house. Then, Leon said, let's fly. Luo Nan nodded. Immediately, energy particles gathered behind Leon, revealing a pair of light wings. And Luo Nan also cast magnetic surge, soaring into the air. Luo Nan followed Leon for about an hour, then descended with Leon in a town. Leon led Luo Nan into a mansion. Walking into a room and opening the door, Luo Nan saw an old man with white hair, a white beard, and a white robe sleeping on the bed. Who is this? Luo Nan asked. He analyzed the old man with grand mist and found that the old man's power and magic value were very high. However, his mental value was 0. Dolifa Augustus, Leon uttered the name. What happened? Luo Nan never expected that Dolifa, the first wizard of the kingdom, would be lying here, almost completely harmless. Leon immediately recounted how Dolifa had used nightmare stones to kill enemies in the Orc Empire. Then, he continued, after Dolifa killed the enemy, he fell into an illusion, slaughtered for a while, then fled and disappeared without a trace. After I brought the head of the Orc Empire's king to the border, I continued to search for Dolifa. After inquiring for a long time, I finally found him deep in a mountain range of the Orc Empire. But I never thought that after I found him, he would be in this state. What happened? Luo Nan asked. I estimate that his divine sense, or rather his soul, entered the nightmare world, and it seems he can't return, Leon said. After I was implanted with the Harpy bloodline, I entered the nightmare world with Dolifa many times. Each time, our divine sense entered, while our physical bodies remained in the wizard world. Dolifa's disappearance is currently unknown to anyone else, but if Dolifa doesn't return, this probably won't be kept secret. Only Augustus V will look for Dolifa, and after looking a few times, Augustus V might become suspicious. The current situation is, we don't know what Augustus V will do if he suspects something happened to Dolifa. Will he continue to keep it a secret, or will he let other wizards come and acquire Dolifa's collection to cultivate the next Dolifa? If it's the latter, it will be very unfavorable for us. Among Dolifa's collections, there will probably be knowledge of the nightmare world. After those wizards see it, they will probably know why Dolifa implanted the bloodline in me. At that time, I am very likely to be imprisoned and used by those wizards as a rare Harpy bloodline fuser. Besides that, because of Dolifa, our family's territory in the southeast province has expanded, and resources are gathering towards our family. The expansion of territory and the gathering of resources will undoubtedly infringe upon the interests of others. It is very likely that it will also infringe upon the interests of some wizard families. If the news of Dolifa's disappearance spreads, other families might retaliate against us. Currently, our family's power is not strong, and once retaliated against, we will find it difficult to resist. So, I have an idea. That is to take advantage of the window before Dolifa's disappearance is discovered, and bring you into Dolifa's wizard tower. To see how far you can progress with the resources and knowledge in Dolifa's wizard tower, and also to prepare for our family's future crises. If possible, go to the nightmare world and bring Dolifa back. Although Dolifa also used me as a stabilizer for the nightmare world, at least his temperament is stable, and he truly provides resources to our family. After he returns, our family will probably be safe. Luo Nan listened, his heart a mixture of joy and worry. His worries were the same as Leon's. And what made him happy was that he knew there was a huge opportunity within this. Logically, as the kingdom's first wizard, Dolifa should have collected many resources over hundreds of years. Surely, there must be heaven and earth oddities corresponding to the 8 trigrams, right? Thinking, Luo Nan swept his divine sense over Dolifa's body, searching for Dolifa's storage ring. After sweeping for a while, he found nothing on Dolifa's body. He looked at Leon, did you take anything from Dolifa's body? Upon hearing this, Leon took out a ring as white as snow from his clothes. I brought Dolifa back, and I first took his storage ring. Saying that, he handed it to Luo Nan. Luo Nan took it and immediately immersed his divine sense into it. He immediately discovered that this storage ring had a storage space of several hundred square meters, like a large warehouse. Many zhuoyuki and resources were hidden inside, and various precious lights were sparkling within. Luo Nan already felt the fluctuations of different elements emanating from those zhuoyuki and demonic stones. The heaven and earth oddities for setting up the reversed Bagua formation are here. Luo Nan thought, if he could set up the reversed Bagua formation, even if the news of Dolifa's disappearance spread, their family, hidden in one place, would be safe. Take me to Dolifa's wizard tower. Luo Nan put away the storage ring and immediately said to Leon. After another hour or so, the two appeared in an alley in the triumphant city upper city. Upon reaching the upper city, Leon immediately removed his illusionary disguise. Just now, he had walked through multiple places elsewhere, and if he had been seen as Leon, it would have aroused suspicion. Because since he became Dolifa's guard, he had almost never appeared again. Now, walking around everywhere would lead to speculation. Now that he was about to reach the wizard tower, he removed his illusionary disguise. Others would simply think he was strolling in the upper city and wouldn't overthink it. Leon then led Luo Nan into Dolifa's wizard tower. Dolifa's wizard tower had no guards, because wizard towers inherently had restriction formations. Leon took out a key given by Dolifa and led Luo Nan inside. Soon, they reached the teleportation formation on the first floor. But Leon didn't know how to activate the teleportation formation, and each teleportation formation, due to different arrangements, had a corresponding teleportation spell, just like a password set by each person. Therefore, even though Luo Nan had some understanding of spatial wizardry, he still couldn't use this teleportation formation. So, they could only walk up 99 floors. Dolifa's wizard tower had certain restrictions, no one could fly above it. Luo Nan tried several times, but couldn't fly up. However, both of their power values had long exceeded the human limit. They climbed these stairs extremely fast. Leon originally thought that Luo Nan, as a wizard apprentice, would not have enough stamina. But he didn't expect that Luo Nan could follow closely behind him. Luo Nan, it seems you are truly not as simple as you appear. What did you encounter in Triumphant City? Leon said. Luo Nan smiled and did not answer. Before long, they reached the 98th floor. The 99th floor was Dolifa's place for storing books. Leading to the 99th floor was a dark staircase. The 99th floor was originally only accessible to Dolifa himself. Even Augustus V could only reach the 98th floor, and upon reaching the stairs, he would have to call Dolifa to let him in. But after Leon arrived, Dolifa gave Leon free access to the 99th floor. Therefore, he and Luo Nan would be safe as long as they were on the 99th floor. If Dolifa could not return from the nightmare world for a long time, and if Augustus V called Dolifa several times without response, thereby becoming suspicious, he might summon other wizards to break the restrictions on the 99th floor. That's when they would be in danger. However, before that, once they knew how many times Augustus V had come, they would act accordingly. Upon entering the 99th floor, Luo Nan was immediately shocked by the sight before him. Dolifa's library was truly incomparable to the Kingdom Wizard Academy's library and archives, or even the still true sex scripture pavilion. Rows of bookshelves, like tall buildings, stood before them. Above, there was a colored skylight, with sunlight streaming down from it. According to Leon, this window could only be seen from the inside out. Moreover, this wizard tower already had a restriction, prohibiting wizards from flying near the tower. This restriction could limit first-level formal wizards to third-level formal wizards, true knowledge wizards. At the rank of Great Wizard, although there were still restrictions, they could be blocked by a Great Wizard. Luo Nan withdrew his gaze from the bookshelves and then said, "Where is Dolifa's Wizard Tower's resource vault?" What he urgently lacked now was not knowledge, but resources. His 10,000 wood evergreen scripture was at least enough to allow him to cultivate a nascent soul. As long as there were enough resources, he could cultivate quickly. "Follow me," Leon said, then led Luo Nan downstairs. It could be said that basically every floor below the 99th floor had a resource vault. Each resource vault contained different resources. At that time, the laboratory where Leon had the bloodline implanted was considered a bloodline resource vault. After Luo Nan became familiar with the various floors, he began to consider which resources to use to set up the reversed bagua formation. He wanted to set up the reversed bagua formation in the flat house, and then come here to cultivate using Dolifa's resources. After more than half a day, Luo Nan, combining with the method for setting up the reversed bagua formation, selected 8 Zhuwuki items corresponding to the 8 trigrams. Luo Nan returned to Triumphant City Central, and according to the arrangement of the reversed bagua formation, he integrated the heaven and earth wonders obtained from Duo Li Fa's wizard tower into the floor and walls of his flat house as the formation's eyes. These heaven and earth wonders were all extremely rare gems in the wizard world, such as Stone of Heaven and Heart of the Earth. Therefore, with the arrangement of these heaven and earth wonders, his reversed bagua formation greatly increased in power. The reversed bagua formation is primarily an illusion formation. If a nascent soul cultivator were to probe the reversed bagua formation with his divine sense, the content returned by the divine sense to the cultivator would be what the formation setter wanted the probe to know. Unlike those restriction formations where the divine sense is blocked when probed by a cultivator, the probing cultivator would definitely know that there were treasures within the restriction formation. After Luo Nan had arranged the heaven and earth wonders, he used his mental energy to direct heaven and earth spiritual chi of different attributes towards the corresponding heaven and earth wonders of the bagua, adjusting the content that cultivators would perceive upon entering. After more than half a day, Luo Nan wiped the sweat from his forehead. Learning the reversed bagua formation was difficult, and setting up the formation was equally difficult. To set up this formation, Luo Nan's current mental energy was less than 10%. Fatigue and soreness came from his head. However, the reversed bagua formation is finally set up. The heaven and earth wonders that formed the formation's eyes guided the flow of the nearby heaven and earth spiritual chi. The flowing heaven and earth spiritual chi formed an invisible bagua formation. If, as stated in the formation setting method, even the divine sense of a nascent soul cultivator were to probe this bagua formation, their divine sense would circle within the bagua formation and then exit the formation. And what the divine sense would probe would be the content Luo Nan had just adjusted, an ordinary flat house. In addition, besides being able to prevent divine sense detection, the bagua formation also had defensive capabilities. If someone were to forcibly break into this formation, the 8 heaven and earth wonders would guide the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual chi to form various attacking spells, striking the invaders. After Luo Nan set up the formation, he felt much more at ease. Next, I will seclude myself in Duo Li Fa's wizard tower and cultivate using Duo Li Fa's resources. Thinking this, Luo Nan walked out of the flat house and headed towards the upper city. Duo Li Fa's wizard tower, 66th floor. The laboratory on this floor contained a box of stones called shadow magic stones. Inside, there were rich dark element energy particles. Luo Nan then tried to use these dark attribute particles to continue cultivating the stealth spell. The knowledge of cultivating with energy particles was something he had read in the books on the 99th floor. After learning how to use energy particles, Luo Nan went to the cultivation world and, in the flat house, experimented with test subjects. After many experiments, he found that absorbing dark element energy particles was not dangerous, so he began to cultivate the stealth spell while absorbing the energy particles from the shadow magic stones. Luo Nan used the shadow magic stones, which seemed to contain clusters of shadows, to arrange a wizardry formation based on a hexagram. When he cultivated the stealth spell, he sat in the center of this wizardry formation. The dark element energy particles seemed to transform into streams of black rivers, rising from each shadow magic stone and converging towards him. Stealth spell, Great Master 5%, Stealth spell, Great Master 6%. With the help of the shadow magic stones, the proficiency of the stealth spell increased incredibly fast. Having resources is truly good. Luo Nan sighed in his heart as he cultivated. After one night, the stealth spell reached perfection. When Luo Nan poured his magic power into the elf runes of the stealth spell, a layer of dark element energy particles immediately gathered around him, draping over his body like a light veil. A sense of mystery, like a dark abyss, instantly appeared on his body. Is this the assassination skill of the dark elves? Luo Nan felt it, thinking. I wonder if a legendary wizard can detect my presence with his mental energy. However, the current legendary wizard Duo Li Fa, according to Grand Mist's analysis, had no mental energy value. Luo Nan therefore could not use him as a reference. After cultivating the stealth spell to perfection, Luo Nan went to other floors. These days, Augustus V had not come to find Duo Li Fa once. Luo Nan and Li Ang were happy with the peace. Now that Duo Li Fa was gone, Li Ang had entered his own cultivation. What he had to do was to continue to fully develop the harpy bloodline power he possessed. Then, he would train his sword skills to make good use of his current physical body strength. As for the advancement of bloodline power, Luo Nan said that he would read Duo Li Fa's books, and after learning the method of bloodline advancement, he would implant a stronger harpy bloodline into Li Ang. Luo Nan had heard about the nightmare world not only from Li Ang but also learned about it from the books he had read these days. He was also deeply fascinated by the power of Nightmare Stone. When Li Ang brought back Duo Li Fa's body, he also brought back the Nightmare Stone. Having heard about the side effects of Duo Li Fa using Nightmare Stone, Luo Nan currently had no intention of touching Nightmare Stone or entering the Nightmare World. He planned to try to establish a connection with the Nightmare World and obtain its power only after his strength was strong enough. By then, if he saw Duo Li Fa in the Nightmare World, he could completely bring him back. At that time, with his strength, even if Duo Li Fa truly wanted to harm him, he would no longer be a threat. Luo Nan went to the second floor and found a crystal ball in a sealed storage room on that floor. This crystal ball was the one used by the Kingdom Wizard Academy to test a wizard's aptitude. It was said that there were no more than 10 of these crystal balls in the entire Valiant Kingdom. I wonder what my aptitude is like now. Luo Nan was already a Greenwood spirit body, and now, his physique was progressing towards the Yiwood Dharma body. He was very curious about his current wizard aptitude. Testing a wizard's aptitude was very simple, one just needed to touch the crystal ball with their hand and then sink their mental energy into it. The crystal ball would then emit light of different brightness and colors based on the tester's aptitude and elemental affinity. Luo Nan still remembered that when he was tested at the Kingdom Wizard Academy, after he touched the crystal ball and sank his mental energy into it, the crystal ball only emitted a faint green glow, and the wizard on the side gave him a C-grade aptitude based on the brightness of the green glow. Luo Nan thought, placing his hand on the crystal ball. Then, he channeled his mental energy and poured it in. Immediately, an exceptionally dazzling green glow emerged from the crystal ball. Luo Nan remembered that when he was tested, he had seen the light of an A and aptitude. But that light was definitely not as dazzling as the current one. It seems my aptitude has far surpassed A+. As Luo Nan's thoughts raced, the crystal ball continued to absorb the surrounding wood element energy particles endlessly. The next moment, Luo Nan saw that the green glow in the crystal ball actually began to shrink and condense. Immediately after, the green light from before actually transformed into a green glowing liquid within it. Within the liquid, vines sprouted. Then, with a crack, the crystal ball was burst open from the inside by the vines. The green liquid flowed out of the crystal ball, and after falling into the air, it turned into wisps of shimmering green smoke and dissipated. Luo Nan looked at the broken crystal ball under his hand, his eyes slightly widened, frozen for a moment. I wonder if there's anyone in the wizard world with my aptitude. He thought in his heart. Duo Li Fa's wizard tower also had a botanical garden. This botanical garden was very large, like a vast park. The magic plants inside, after being analyzed by Luo Nan's Grand Mist, were at least several hundred years old, and some even over 1,000 years old. I wonder if the nutrients in these magic plants will help me cultivate. Immediately, Luo Nan sat cross-legged under a towering tree with purplish-black bark. He poured his magic power into the energy-absorbing magic vine. Immediately, purple energy-emitting vines emerged from underground and wrapped around the towering tree. Soon, the vines covered the entire trunk of the large tree. Under the energy-absorbing magic vine, the energy of this tree was absorbed by the magic vine and then continuously flowed into Luo Nan's body. Luo Nan instantly felt invigorated. The energy of this tree, plus the nearby heaven and earth spiritual chi, under the operation of the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture, merged together. It transformed into magic power as thick as water, flowing towards his danshan. Even the medicinal pills I have right now don't have such an effect. Immediately, Luo Nan absorbed the energy of the magic plants while cultivating the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture. For the next few days, Luo Nan continued to cultivate in the botanical garden. His energy-absorbing magic vine absorbed several precious magic plants until they withered. These days, Luo Nan's body was full of energy, he didn't even need to eat. I'm about to break through. Luo Nan had just summoned Grand Mist and analyzed his own values. Cultivation realm, foundation establishment early stage, 99%. As the energy of the magic plants and the heaven and earth spiritual chi flowed into his body, they were continuously refined. They transformed into magic power and converged into the magic power pool in his danshan. The magic power in the magic power pool continuously rotated and compressed. The next moment, Luo Nan felt a surge of power emanating from his danshan. The shimmering green liquid magic power in his danshan became even more condensed. He summoned Grand Mist and had Grand Mist return the values. Cultivation Realm, Foundation Establishment Middle Stage, 1%. Finally, Foundation Establishment Middle Stage. Upon reaching the Foundation Establishment Middle Stage, his strength, mental energy, and magic power values all increased again. This significantly boosted the power of all his spells. Unconsciously, 3 months passed. Luo Nan had been cultivating in the Wizard Tower. Augustus V had not come here once. Luo Nan heard from Liang that Augustus V was not even in Triumphant City now. Ever since the Bloodline Great Wizard and several high-level powerhouses of the Orc Empire were killed by Duo Li Fa, the Orc Empire had no strength to resist the invading army of the Valiant King. The wizards and knights of the Valiant Kingdom gradually occupied every city of the Orc Empire, encroaching on the Orc Empire's territory. Augustus V was excited and even personally went to supervise the battle. Recapturing the Orc Empire, for him, was the brightest stroke in the history of the Valiant Kingdom. With Augustus V leading more wizards and knights to the scene, the Valiant King's army was even more unstoppable. It was said that Augustus V had already begun to consider establishing the Orc Empire as a province of the Valiant Kingdom and sending garrison officials. And various wizard families and nobles were busy with the distribution of orcs. Orc bodies were stronger than those of the human race, and many nobles were preparing to take some orcs as slaves. Some orcs with charming attributes were even more favored by wizard families and nobles. Luo Nan and Liang continued to cultivate tirelessly in the Wizard Tower. During this time, Luo Nan learned profound wizardry formations in the Wizard Tower. And in some of Duo Li Fa's notes, he learned about the arrangement of the Wizard Tower's wizardry formations. Now, he had already deciphered a part of the Wizard Tower's wizardry formations, and thus could utilize a part of the Wizard Tower's power. He was able to cut off the connection of the Wizard Tower's teleportation formation with Glory Fortress. As long as he wanted, Augustus V couldn't even enter the Wizard Tower. However, he did not do so. Doing so would be equivalent to telling Augustus V that something had changed inside the Wizard Tower. After all, Augustus V could summon other wizards to attack this Wizard Tower. Even if Duo Li Fa's wizardry attainment was profound, as long as the wizards of the Valiant Kingdom attacked in a group, Luo Nan felt that this Wizard Tower still couldn't be defended. However, Luo Nan already had a way to deal with Augustus V's arrival. In Duo Li Fa's library, Luo Nan discovered the refining method for high-grade transformation potion. He could refine high-grade transformation potion and have Liang drink it. Liang had lived with Duo Li Fa for a period of time and was already very familiar with Duo Li Fa's movements, demeanor, and tone. If Augustus V really wanted to see Duo Li Fa, Liang could transform into Duo Li Fa and handle him. The worst outcome, if Augustus V discovered something amiss, he could still use the power within the Wizard Tower to resist. A few days ago, Liang secretly brought Bran into the tower. And told Bran about their current situation. Bran, the 16-year-old boy, was stunned at first, and it took him a while to accept the fact. Liang brought Bran in because Bran's Night Realm had reached Golden Night Peak. Bran's Night talent was originally among the top in the kingdom. In the previous period, with the accumulation of resources, his progress was naturally rapid. Liang brought Bran in to have Luo Nan perform physical body modification on Bran. Liang did not know Luo Nan's cultivation. However, Liang had witnessed Luo Nan's speed in absorbing knowledge these days. After all, Luo Nan was able to gain the power of the Wizard Tower in such a short time. He felt that Luo Nan was even more talented than he had imagined. Duo Li Fa had told him that Luo Nan's aptitude was C-grade. Therefore, he had never doubted Luo Nan's wizard aptitude. He believed that Luo Nan had an excellent talent for researching knowledge. And Duo Li Fa had also told him that researching knowledge was very important for wizards. He felt that Luo Nan, with this, could go very far on the path of a wizard. In Duo Li Fa's Wizard Tower, Luo Nan was setting up a formation. In Duo Li Fa's Wizard Tower, he read many books about physical body amplification. The method of physical body amplification using energy particles had improved. The book stated that amplifying the physical body with energy particles was an extremely difficult method. After all, if the energy particles were too strong, they would cause damage to the physical body. If the energy particles were too weak, they would not achieve the effect of transforming the physical body. Luo Nan read Duo Li Fa's notes. Even with Duo Li Fa's wizardry attainments, he had to be extremely careful when performing energy particle transformations. Therefore, Duo Li Fa transforming other people's physical bodies was not as good as directly implanting bloodlines. After all, implanting bloodlines was a fixed procedure for him, while performing energy particle transformations required comprehensive judgment based on the subject's body structure, physical body strength, and so on. However, Luo Nan had Grand Mist, so his body structure, physical body strength, and other factors were directly presented in his mind as numerical values. If Luo Nan wished, he could also give Grand Mist instructions to extend the values to an infinite number of decimal places. Currently, his third brother, Bran, was within this formation. He summoned Grand Mist to scan Bran. In his vision, a dense blue light mesh swept across Bran's body. Immediately, streams of data were fed back into his mind through Grand Mist. Bran's physical condition was fully known to him. This formation was more complex than those he had previously set up. Although this formation was still based on a hexagram. However, it was covered with intricate patterns, and colorful gems were distributed within it. As Luo Nan chanted, the surrounding energy particles gathered. Passing through each gem, they formed a stream of energy particles. Finally, they washed over Bran's body. Bran's tendons, bones, blood vessels, internal organs, and so on, were all being strengthened by the energy particles. Sweat gradually seeped from Bran's forehead, his skin became increasingly hot, and his muscles gradually bulged. Luonan chanted while concentrating on controlling the intensity of the energy particle wash. After more than 5 hours, Luonan's chanting gradually subsided. Bran fell to the ground from his suspended position. You rest first, we'll continue tomorrow, Luonan said to Bran. Bran nodded, got up from the ground, and was about to walk down the stairs. He suddenly turned his head and saw Luonan himself walking into the wizardry formation. Luonan, you? Bran asked, puzzled. Of course, I also need to strengthen my physical body, Luonan said. You want to be a close combat wizard? Bran asked. Close combat wizards were very famous among the knight community. Close combat wizards were also known as Knight Bane. Originally, some wizards who trained their physical bodies less could still be killed by knights through skill if the knights got close. However, against close combat wizards, knights had almost no recourse. After all, in terms of both physical body and wizardry, knights were weaker than close combat wizards. Does one not enhance their physical body if they are not a close combat wizard? After Luonan finished speaking, he began to chant. His body slowly floated above the circular formation. Streams of energy particles converged towards his body from the gems. Bran's mental energy was not strong, so he didn't know that the intensity of these energy particles was more than 10 times what he had experienced when strengthening his physical body just now. After all, Luonan had already cultivated the Azure Lotus White Lotus art to perfection. His physical body was much stronger than Bran's, and even stronger than Leon's, who had an ancient demonic beast bloodline implanted. In addition, the Azure Lotus White Lotus art gave his physical body extremely strong recovery capabilities. Even if his body was damaged during energy particle amplification, it could be repaired by the Azure Lotus White Lotus art. Therefore, he was much bolder when performing energy particle amplification. Unlike Bran, who needed to rest after a long time. He could continuously amplify, as long as his body showed fatigue and damage, the life force of the Azure Lotus White Lotus art would immediately repair it. Late at night, while Leon and Bran were sound asleep, Luonan continued to amplify his physical body. Originally, his body already had very distinct muscle lines. After amplification, his muscle density continuously increased. In this way, he continuously amplified for several days, and the intensity of the energy particles reached a very terrifying level. But at this point, he found that if the energy particle intensity increased even further, the damage caused could no longer be repaired by the Azure Lotus White Lotus art. And his physical body had already reached a terrifying degree. A single punch unleashed had the power equivalent to a third-tier wizardry spell. And a third-tier wizardry spell was a wizardry spell cast by an elite wizard. I wonder if there are any more powerful body cultivator methods in the cultivation world. Luonan thought, deciding to make a trip to the cultivation world. After telling Leon and Bran, he walked out of the wizard tower and headed towards his flat house. Upon arriving at the flat house, he had a thought and transmigrated to the cultivation world. In the cultivation world, the war between Still True Sect and Heaven Sword Sect was still ongoing. But this did not affect the peaceful atmosphere in the Still True Sect mountain range. On this day, Luonan accepted Dao Chen's invitation to attend a small gathering of Foundation Establishment cultivators. Among the attendees was Gulian Yu, whom he had met before. Fellow Daoist, long time no see. I wonder how your formation research is progressing. Gulian Yu had previously sold the method for setting up the reversed Bagua formation to Luonan, and upon seeing Luonan, he asked. There has only been some progress, Luonan said. Upon hearing this, Gulian Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. He knew how complex these ancient cultivator formations were. In fact, after he sold this formation, he never expected Luonan to research anything out of it. Now, hearing Luonan actually say there was progress, he was immediately slightly surprised. Fellow Daoist, if you truly research this formation, no matter what it is, please be sure to come find me. Name your price, and I will buy the method for setting up the formation. Gulian Yu said. In the ancient cultivation world, resources were very abundant, and many cultivators hoarded resources in their immortal caves and set up formations to guard them. Present-day cultivators believe that the formations of that time were stronger than current ones, otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to guard the hoarded resources. And now, resources in the cultivation world are scarce, and cultivators' storage pouches can hold their resources. Only the immortal caves of those nascent soul-old ancestors might have abundant resources and thus require powerful formations. After hearing Gulian Yu's words, Luonan said, of course. After some pleasantries, the few people sat down on several large blue stones. Then, each person stated what they needed and what they wanted to sell. When it was Luonan's turn, Luonan said, I wonder if any of you have a body cultivator method. As soon as he spoke, a female cultivator immediately said. I obtained a body cultivator method during the war with the Everlasting Life sect. I just don't know if your excellency is interested. This female cultivator had a gentle and delicate appearance, she did not look like a body cultivator at all. Moreover, in this cultivation era, not many cultivators practice the laborious and thankless body cultivator method. Drawing talismans well and refining magic treasures well were the true ways of combat. Luonan nodded. Then, after everyone had spoken around, the cultivators who had matched needs went to one side. Luonan, meanwhile, walked into a forest with the delicate female cultivator. According to the information fed back by Grand Mist, Although this delicate female cultivator looked delicate, she was a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. This body cultivator method is useless to me, and I've seen that the cultivation conditions are also extremely harsh, the delicate female cultivator said, 10 mid-grade spirit stones, and you can take it. I can show you the first 5 pages, if you don't want to buy it, then so be it. This cultivator is quite honest. Luo Nan thought, and said, good. Immediately, this delicate female cultivator took out a recording stone and handed it to Luo Nan. The female cultivator's slender fingers, like her face, had very little color, appearing pale. Luo Nan took the recording stone and immersed his mental energy into it. Immediately, 5 pages of content appeared in his mind. At once, he knew that the body cultivator method this female cultivator wanted to sell was called Withered Wood Flourishing Spring Skill, and it was a wood body cultivator method. Luo Nan immediately felt that this Withered Wood Flourishing Spring Skill was a cultivation technique that the Everlasting Life sect had preserved from ancient times. He estimated that the Everlasting Life sect primarily focused on wood cultivation techniques. It was precisely the endless vitality of wood that corresponded to the Everlasting Life in the Everlasting Life sect's name. His 10,000 wood evergreen scripture was an Everlasting Life sect cultivation technique. After Luo Nan read the first 5 pages, he found that Withered Wood Flourishing Spring Skill was simply an upgraded version of Azure Lotus White Lotus art. Cultivating Withered Wood Flourishing Spring Skill could not only strengthen the physical body but also further enhance his physical body's recovery ability. And the harsh cultivation conditions mentioned by the female cultivator were nothing more than the need for dense spiritual chi and abundant cultivation resources. Coincidentally, both of these were available in the wizard world. After Luo Nan read the 5 pages, he pretended to be troubled, pondered for a moment, and then said, I'll buy this secret manual. As soon as he spoke, the delicate female cultivator's originally cold face immediately showed surprise. She had not expected that the cultivator before her would actually be interested in this body cultivator method, which was clearly passed down from the ancient cultivation era. Does he have the confidence to cultivate this method, she thought. Luo Nan then continued, this secret manual might serve as a reference for my physical body strengthening method. So he bought it just as a reference. The delicate female cultivator felt a slight relief in her heart. Then, the two exchanged money for goods. After Luo Nan obtained the secret manual, he bid farewell to the delicate female cultivator. After he walked out of the forest, he found that the other cultivators were also gone. Immediately, he left the Still Truth Sect Immortal Realm, and with a thought, transmigrated back to the wizard world. After Luo Nan returned to the wizard tower, he went to the 99th floor library. Currently, in the wizard tower, Luo Nan, Leon, and Bran were all cultivating, and they were very happy. Luo Nan took out the Withered Wood Flourishing Spring Skill secret manual from his storage pouch and flipped through it. After flipping through it, he knew that the Withered Wood Flourishing Spring Skill was different from the Azure Lotus White Lotus art, it did not have specific levels. As the cultivation progressed, the physique, chi, and physical body vitality would be enhanced. When cultivated to a deep level, one could even revert to youth. Moreover, even if one's head was cut off, one could not die. Luo Nan immediately began to cultivate according to what was recorded in the secret manual. The Withered Wood Flourishing Spring Skill involved absorbing wood spiritual chi from heaven and earth to nourish the physical body. In the secret manual, there were a total of 99 cultivation postures. When one cultivation posture could no longer be improved, one would switch to another cultivation posture. After all 99 cultivation postures were completed, the Withered Wood Flourishing Spring Skill would be at perfection. Luo Nan immediately assumed the first cultivation posture. Sitting on the ground, with his right leg bent, left leg extended, and hands placed on his head, he formed a hand seal. He breathed and exhaled according to the method described in the secret manual. Immediately, the nearby heaven and earth spiritual chi, which was energy particles, converged towards him. The heaven and earth spiritual chi first entered his meridians, then was guided by his mental energy, following the meridian routes in the Withered Wood Flourishing Spring Skill, circulating in his body in circles. Before long, his body felt slightly warm, as if he were soaking in a hot spring. Moreover, this hot spring also had vigorous vitality. It seemed to be a hot spring formed by the gathering of wood energy particles. His physical body skin seemed to have transformed into a plant, sprouting. Luo Nan summoned Grand Mist and brought up his values. Cultivation technique, Withered Wood Flourishing Spring Skill, beginner 1%. The Withered Wood Flourishing Spring Skill appeared in the values, and the cultivation progress was rapidly increasing. He felt his chi also quickening, his whole body's muscles becoming taut, and power constantly emerging within his physical body. Over the next few days, in addition to cultivating, Luo Nan also searched the wizard tower for resources needed to consume for cultivating the Withered Wood Flourishing Spring Skill. According to the secret manual, cultivating the Withered Wood Flourishing Spring Skill required consuming an auxiliary medicinal pill called Wood Tendon Dragon Blood Pill. This medicinal pill needed to be refined from the tendons and bones of wood yao beasts and the blood essence of dragon-shaped yao beasts. Although it was only by absorbing heaven and earth spiritual chi, the progress of cultivating the Withered Wood Flourishing Spring Skill was already not slow. But if one consumed the Wood Tendon Dragon Blood Pill, it could accelerate the cultivation speed. However, if he wanted to refine medicinal pills, he would have to return to his flat house to do so. After all, the skill of alchemy was greatly associated with the cultivation world. He didn't want to expose his ability to transmigrate to another world, so he kept it a secret from Leon and Bran as well. After Luo Nan collected the resources in the wizard tower, he put them into his storage pouch. Then, he went to his flat house and started the pill furnace for alchemy. With a thought, a wisp of smoke flew out from in front of his chest. After it dispersed, on the ground was a pile of pale demonic beast tendons and bones, and bottles containing dragon demonic beast blood. Luo Nan condensed a wizard's hand to process the materials. Then, he integrated his essence, qi, and spirit, and with a spray forward, a stream of samadhi true fire shot out. The bottom of the pill furnace was burned red by the resplendent samadhi true fire. Luo Nan processed the materials while adding them one by one. At the same time, he summoned Grand Mist to analyze the temperature inside the pill furnace and the state of the materials. Streams of data appeared in his mind. And the medicinal pills in the pill furnace were gradually taking shape. Under the natal longevity tree, Luo Nan sat cross-legged, picked up a wooden gourd, and poured a verdant, dragon-patterned medicinal pill into his mouth. This was the wood tendon dragon blood pill he had refined using duo li fa's materials. After taking the medicinal pill, a wave of heat spread from his abdomen, then moved throughout his entire body. Luo Nan took advantage of this medicinal pill's power to continue cultivating Withered Wood Flourishing Spring skill. Withered Wood Flourishing Spring skill, beginner 45%, Withered Wood Flourishing Spring skill, beginner 46%. The proficiency of Withered Wood Flourishing Spring skill increased faster than before taking the medicinal pill. Luo Nan felt that as the wood heaven and earth spiritual qi continuously nourished his bloodline and physical body. Waves of vitality continuously emerged in his physical body and bloodline. His physical body, on the basis of the perfection of Azure Lotus White Lotus art, became even stronger and more resilient. Days gradually passed. Luo Nan and his two brothers all cultivated using the resources in the wizard tower. They practiced diligently every day, continuously improving their strength. These three were not confined to the wizard tower all day. Luo Nan sometimes had to return to the flat house for alchemy. Lawrence occasionally went out to gather information. Bran occasionally went to the demonic beast forest to battle demonic beasts and improve his combat skills. When the three went out, they also heard news of the Valiant Kingdom's army achieving repeated great victories in the Orc Empire. It seemed the Orc Empire would soon be within the Valiant Kingdom's grasp. In Triumphant City, the trade in orcs also began to flourish. Some wizard families involved in the war against the Orc Empire transported a batch of orcs back from the front line and sold them to other wizard families and nobles. Walking in the streets, Luo Nan often saw noble young masters traveling with orcs over 2 meters tall, as strong as mountains, and covered in cloaks. Sometimes, he would see young masters walking on the street with beautiful women who had cat ears. After several more days, news of Augustus V leading the royal wizards and knights to occupy the capital of the Orc Empire, and then returning triumphantly, spread throughout Triumphant City. Some wizard families and ministerial families in Triumphant City were diligently preparing for the return of Augustus V. While this was good news for some in Triumphant City, it was not good news for Luo Nan and his two brothers. Because Augustus V's return might lead him to visit Duo Li Fa, which would expose them. Luo Nan and his two brothers had considered using a storage pouch to take everything from the wizard tower. However, if the wizard tower was completely empty and no one answered when Augustus V visited, it would arouse his suspicion. Moreover, there were only Duo Li Fa and Lawrence in the wizard tower. Once Duo Li Fa disappeared, Augustus V would suspect Lawrence. This would lead him to target the Lawrence family in the southeast province. Even if their family took Duo Li Fa's collection and left the southeast province, they would have nowhere to go. As long as they did not leave the Valiant Kingdom, they would be found by Augustus V. If they went to sea, they had no sea charts and did not know where the dangers at sea lay. Perhaps they would encounter even more terrifying wizards at sea. Therefore, they decided to impersonate Duo Li Fa and deceive Augustus V. Anyway, according to Lawrence, Augustus V and Duo Li Fa did not meet often. If Lawrence imitated Duo Li Fa, Augustus V would most likely not notice. Knowing that Augustus V was about to return, the three of them cultivated even more diligently. Unconsciously, 5 days passed, and Augustus V returned triumphantly with his army. The entire city was festive, and wizardry fireworks exploded continuously in the sky. Patterns of various colored flowers and orc totems appeared in the sky. The common people wore splendid clothes, paraded in the streets, and sang praises of Augustus V's greatness. The tranquility in the wizard tower and the liveliness on the street formed a stark contrast. These days, Luo Nan and his two brothers were cultivating on the 99th floor of the wizard tower. Luo Nan had refined several large gourds of wood tendon dragon blood pill and put them into his storage pouch. On the 99th floor, when he was tired from cultivating withered wood flourishing spring skill, he would read and record the books on the 99th floor. 10 days later, Luo Nan took 3 wood tendon dragon blood pill and continued cultivating withered wood flourishing spring skill. Withered wood flourishing spring skill, proficient 36%. The withered wood flourishing spring skill, having reached the proficient rank, had advanced his physical body to an extremely formidable level. He found a dagger in the wizard tower, carved with magic runes, specifically used for cutting the hide armor of rank 4 demonic beasts. He forcefully cut a piece of flesh from his own body. The wound stopped bleeding very quickly, and the flesh on it grew at an extremely fast rate, nourished by the body's vitality. Now, I'm afraid I can survive even against the attacks of a true knowledge wizard. Luo Nan thought. What's more, he had the blood transformation escape technique. His body's recovery ability was strong, allowing him to use this escape spell multiple times, and a true knowledge wizard would not be able to catch him. In the Valiant Kingdom, the strongest was the legendary wizard. And the only legendary wizard, Duo Li Fa, now had his soul lost in the nightmare world. So, the strongest in the kingdom were the great wizards. There were fewer than 3 great wizards in Triumphant City. The remaining great wizards in the kingdom were not in Triumphant City. As far as Luo Nan knew, there were 2 great wizards outside the kingdom. One was Mar Nu Feng, the leader of the Druid school. The other was Klein Pluto, the leader of the Stars Peak school. However, these two schools were in the distant southern part of the kingdom. Their ties with the rest of the royal family were not very close. Because Duo Li Fa usually focused on research and disliked conflict by nature. So Augustus V could not command Duo Li Fa to attack those two schools and make their leaders completely submit to the royal family. Although Luonan was only at the foundation establishment middle stage, which, if converted to a wizard, would be a first-level formal wizard late stage. But with his physical body's strength, he should not be at a disadvantage against a true knowledge wizard. What's more, he also had Duo Li Fa's Zhu Yuki. At that time, after Duo Li Fa's soul went to the nightmare world, his storage pouch did not follow him. Lawrence then took Duo Li Fa's storage pouch and kept it safe. Later, after seeing Luonan, he gave this storage pouch to Luonan. Luonan immersed his spirit into it and found that there were some Zhu Yuki inside. Because Luonan knew that Nightmare Stone had side effects, he had always been very cautious about using these Zhu Yuki. Therefore, he had been reading Duo Li Fa's collection of books, hoping to find out the origins of these Zhu Yuki from the books. Among the books he had read these days, he learned the origin of one of Duo Li Fa's Zhu Yuki. It was an emblem, with a circular center and flame-shaped sides. It looked like a burning sundae. After reading the book, Luonan knew that this Zhu Yuki was made by a famous ancient wizard, and its name was Sun God Badge. After activating the bloodline wizardry array within the Zhu Yuki with magic power, the Zhu Yuki would continuously absorb magic power. If fire elemental bloodline wizardry was cast, its power would greatly increase. Luonan read the book and knew that this Sun God Badge had no side effects and could be used with confidence. He could just use this Zhu Yuki to enhance the power of his Samadhi True Fire. Now, with his Samadhi True Fire, after being amplified by the Sun God Badge, based on the description of true knowledge wizards in the book, he knew that the power of his Samadhi True Fire was equivalent to the power of a fire elemental affinity true knowledge wizard casting fire elemental bloodline wizardry. However, this Sun God Badge was of too high rank and consumed a lot of magic power. Using it to increase spell power could only be for a short time. But having true knowledge wizard strength for a short time should be enough. After all, he didn't have many opportunities to encounter a great wizard. Luonan was absorbing the surrounding wood heaven and earth spiritual chi, nourishing his bloodline and physical body. Suddenly, he saw the crystal ball placed on a blanket emit white light and a series of energy fluctuations. Luonan immediately stopped cultivating and exchanged glances with Lawrence and Bran. Augustus V is here. Luonan transmitted his voice to Lawrence and Bran. And looked at Duo Li Fa, who was lying on the ground. Immediately, Luonan and his two brothers moved Duo Li Fa's body behind some bookshelves. Luonan and Bran then hid there. Lawrence first released the bloodline power of the harpy, setting up a layer of illusion in this place. A few days ago, Luonan learned the harpy bloodline transplantation technique and continued to perform bloodline transplantation on Lawrence. This further enhanced Lawrence's physical body strength and bloodline power. After setting up the illusion, Lawrence took out a white beard of Duo Li Fa that he had previously kept in his storage pouch. Then, he took out a medicinal pill bottle. Inside the bottle was a high-rank transformation potion. Luonan had found the refining method for high-rank transformation potion in Duo Li Fa's collection of books. He spent a lot of time and finally refined this potion. Luonan estimated that after drinking the high-rank transformation potion and transforming, no one in the Valiant Kingdom would be able to tell. And Lawrence also had Duo Li Fa's beard as a guide. After drinking it, he would have Duo Li Fa's energy fluctuations. This would make it even harder for others to tell. What's more, Augustus V, with his ordinary wizard aptitude, was only an elite wizard, so he would be even less likely to notice. Lawrence put one of Duo Li Fa's beards into the purple liquid in the medicinal pill bottle. After the beard was put in, a purple gas sprayed out from the medicinal pill bottle, then rose and dissipated into the air. Then, Lawrence picked up the medicinal pill bottle and drank 2 sips of the potion. Immediately, all his muscles began to squirm. Soon, he transformed into Duo Li Fa's appearance. Immediately after, he took out a white robe and quickly put it on. Now, he looked exactly like Duo Li Fa. He also had the oppressive energy fluctuations that belonged to Duo Li Fa. Great uncle, are you on the tower? Augustus V's voice came from a white halo in the center of the bookshelf. At this moment, Luonan, who was hiding behind the bookshelf, chanted a spell. The white halo immediately rippled. This was the spell to open the white halo. Once opened, Augustus V could walk up the stairs. Come up. Lawrence, impersonating Duo Li Fa, said. Immediately after, a majestic-looking middle-aged man in a cloak walked out of the halo. Great uncle. Augustus V greeted Lawrence. Lawrence, like Duo Li Fa in the past, held a thick book and sat on the ground, flipping through it. Upon seeing Augustus V, he nodded. Great uncle, I've recently started showing signs of aging again. Augustus V's face showed some fear. Great uncle, previously, it was through your bloodline wizardry and medicinal pills that my lifespan was extended, and now I look younger than my son. But when I was conquering the Orc Empire, my imperial concubine found a few grey hairs on me, and when I looked in the mirror, I noticed that the wrinkles on my face seemed to have increased by several lines. Great uncle, it is all thanks to you that the Orc Empire was conquered. Next, I want to conquer the Elf Kingdom. I heard that the Elf Treasure Tree of the Elf Kingdom is extremely miraculous. Consuming the roots of the main tree can extend one's lifespan. Moreover, great uncle, I have always heard in the family that all wizards are extremely interested in the Elf Treasure Tree and greatly desire to possess it. Although the elf race is much weaker compared to ancient times. However, its power still makes it difficult for wizards and knights to penetrate deep into it. Great uncle, now we have the power of the Orc Empire. The remaining wizards and knights of the Orc Empire are all at our disposal. And we have also obtained the bloodline wizardry legacy of Saphile Orin. Perhaps we can use this legacy to create even more terrifying warriors. Then, we will conquer the elf kingdom. At that time, great uncle, you will be able to obtain the elf treasure tree. After speaking, Augustus V looked at Lawrence, waiting for his answer. Lawrence pretended to be in thought. He had spent a good amount of time with Duo Li Fa, so even when thinking, his demeanor was exactly like Duo Li Fa's. Alright, give me Saphile Orin's legacy for research. Lawrence said. You should have the kingdom's wizards and knights intensify their cultivation, and since the war just ended, it's best to wait a while before starting another war. By then, I estimate my bloodline research will also have made some progress. Good, good. Augustus V's entire face seemed to light up upon hearing this, his joy evident. Saying that, he bid farewell to Lawrence. After walking out of the halo, he returned about a quarter of an hour later. In his hand was a storage pouch. Inside was precisely the legacy of bloodline great wizard Saphile Orin. Lawrence took the storage pouch and then bid farewell to Augustus V again. A moment later, Luonan chanted a spell from the bookshelf. The white halo closed, and the ripples on it immediately disappeared. Luonan walked out from behind the bookshelf. Lawrence said to Luonan, you heard what was said just now. Saying that, he handed the storage pouch containing the bloodline great wizard's legacy to Luonan. Luonan took the storage pouch from bloodline great wizard Sophie. He submerged his divine sense into it and immediately saw a wealth of wizard materials and stacks of parchment. Luonan promptly took out the parchment to examine it, discovering they were Sophie's research notes. Luonan sat down and meticulously read through these research notes. Lion and Bran, knowing little about wizard knowledge, ignored Luonan and went aside to practice their night cultivation. Flipping through the notes, Luonan found methods for bloodline transplantation of different demonic beasts. Furthermore, Sophie had summarized her own bloodline transplantation theory. Luonan felt that this theory was more advanced than the theories recorded in Duo Li Fa's books. This bloodline great wizard's bloodline knowledge is probably more thoroughly researched than Duo Li Fa's. Luonan read the parchment while recording it with Grand Mist. Once he had stored enough knowledge, he could use Grand Mist to categorize and analyze the information. This way, his bloodline transplantation knowledge would become richer and more profound. As Luonan was reading the parchment, his eyes suddenly lit up. He found a string of spatial coordinates on a draft. He had heard Lion say that during Duo Li Fa and Sophie's battle, Sophie had opened a passage and summoned a true dragon. Perhaps these spatial coordinates lead to a space where true dragons live. Luonan thought that if he ever lacked dragon materials in the future, he could try opening this spatial passage to see if there were dragons inside. After he recorded the spatial coordinates with Grand Mist, he held the parchment in his hand. He gathered his essence, chi, and spirit, released a ball of samadhi true fire, and burned the parchment clean. Triumphant City Middle City, Flat House. Luonan sat cross-legged in the laboratory, concentrating his essence, chi, and spirit, and spewed a mouthful of samadhi true fire beneath the pill furnace. Then, he controlled his wizard's hand to drop the materials for refining the wood tendon dragon blood pill one by one into the pill furnace. At this moment, he was not only performing alchemy but also cultivating samadhi true fire. Samadhi true fire, proficiency 87%. He estimated that once his samadhi true fire reached mastery, with the amplification of the sun god badge, he could contend with a great wizard. The samadhi true fire emitted intense heat, making the entire laboratory as hot as a furnace. Time gradually passed. After refining one batch of wood tendon dragon blood pill, Luonan continued to refine more. Subsequently, Luonan filled gourds with the refined wood tendon dragon blood pill and placed them beside him. After refining medicinal pills for 3 full days in the flat house, due to the prolonged scorching of the pill furnace by samadhi true fire, the bottom of his pill furnace was now somewhat damaged by the samadhi true fire. Immediately, he went to the wizard tower, retrieved some metal, and intended to fuse it into the pill furnace. Just to upgrade this pill furnace. Luonan thought, then recited the treasure refinement incantation. He levitated several precious metals collected by Duo Li Fa. The surrounding heaven and earth spiritual chi gathered towards these metals due to the treasure refinement incantation. The metals rippled, subtly showing a tendency to turn into water. However, these metals were extremely hard. And his treasure refinement incantation was merely a supplementary sword art from the azure wood swordplay. The magic power it generated was no longer sufficient to melt these metals. Immediately, Luonan multitasked, opening his mouth and spewing a stream of samadhi true fire. The samadhi true fire emitted brilliant colorful light, its power even greater after being amplified by the sun god badge. Before long, the metals transformed into a viscous liquid. Luonan silently recited the treasure refinement incantation, guiding the liquid onto the pill furnace. Gradually, the liquid repaired the wear and tear of the pill furnace and fused into it. Time gradually passed. After more than 3 hours, the metal liquid completely fused into the pill furnace. The entire pill furnace presented a dark golden color. After refining a new pill furnace, Luonan planned to fuse the refined gold and mithril collected by Duo Li Fa into his 12 azure spirit swords. Thinking of this, Luonan took out the refined gold and mithril from his storage pouch, then spewed a stream of samadhi true fire, and performed the treasure refinement incantation. Another half a month passed like this. In front of Luonan, 12 flying swords floated. Around the flying swords, molten metal flowed, fusing into them. Refined gold and mithril were the most precious magic-conducting metals in the Valyrian kingdom. Melting them and then fusing them into the swords required considerable effort. However, after this period, his 12 azure spirit swords finally incorporated refined gold and mithril, greatly enhancing their hardness. The power of the sword array would naturally increase. There's still a good amount of refined gold and mithril left. Luo Nan thought, a notion of refining more azure spirit swords arising in his mind. However, what he currently knew was the 12 Qingling sword array, 12 azure spirit sword array. This sword array could only be composed of 12 swords. Any more swords would only lead to divided attention and control and could not form a sword array. I should go to the cultivation world and see if there are any more advanced sword arts. Thinking of this, Luo Nan first recalled the 12 azure spirit swords into his danshan, then put the refined gold and mithril back into his storage pouch. Once everything was settled, he moved his mind and transmigrated to the cultivation world. Upon arriving in the secular world of the cultivation world, Luo Nan immediately cast 7-star sword escape and headed towards the Still Truth Sect Immortal Realm. After entering the Still Truth Sect Immortal Realm, he flew on his sword to the Still Truth Sect mountain range. Upon reaching the mountain gate, he took out his token, allowing him to pass through the protective formation. Then, he continued to fly on his sword towards the pavilion where missions were usually posted. Entering the pavilion, he walked to a wall and looked at the wooden plaques on it. The wooden plaques listed items that cultivators wanted to sell and needed. He wanted to see if there were any sword arts. He had already searched all the book pavilions of the Still True Sect and found no powerful sword arts, so he came here. After a while of looking, he found no sword arts. As he was looking, he suddenly saw a Qi refining cultivator on another wall hanging up a large sign. It turned out that the Still True Sect and Heaven Sword Sect were at war again, and cultivators were needed to be conscripted for battle. Luo Nan had originally thought that since he had completed 3 major combat missions at Still True Sect this year, he wouldn't go. However, he immediately thought that the cultivators of the Heaven Sword Sect probably had good sword arts. He could very well participate in the mission, observe there, see which Heaven Sword Sect cultivator had superior swordsmanship, and immediately inquire about the sword art from him. Thinking of this, he found the Qi refining cultivator and signed up. The Qi refining cultivator, seeing that a foundation establishment immortal had signed up, immediately became respectful. After registering Luo Nan's name, he informed Luo Nan of the departure time. The departure point was still the platform in front of this pavilion. A flying boat would take all the cultivators there. 5 days later was the day when some cultivators of the Still True Sect would go to crusade against the Heaven Sword Sect. Of course, according to the inner sect cultivators of the Still True Sect, this was not a crusade, but self-defense for the Still True Sect. After all, if they didn't eliminate the Heaven Sword Sect, the Heaven Sword Sect would very likely invade the Still True Sect. On this day, Luo Nan and other cultivators boarded the flying boat together. Besides Luo Nan, there were 2 other foundation establishment cultivators on the flying boat. Both were women. One was the female cultivator who had sold the withered wood flourishing spring skill to Luo Nan. That day, during their transaction, they hadn't asked for each other's names. Now seeing her again and conversing, Luo Nan learned that this female cultivator's name was Lin Qingyu. When Luo Nan asked Lin Qingyu how many years she had been cultivating, the female cultivator's face flushed slightly, and she said she needed to cultivate, then walked away. And the other foundation establishment female cultivator, who was the stern-faced Daoist nun Lanbai, with whom Luo Nan had previously completed missions, walked over. Fellow Daoist Lin entered before me, and I have been here for over 60 years. And when I was in the tavern district, I heard of fellow Daoist Lin's reputation. It is said she has been famous in the tavern district for over 40 years. I estimate fellow Daoist Lin is already around 120 years old. Ever since Luo Nan displayed his formidable killing power, he had gained a small reputation among the foundation establishment cultivators of the Still True Sect. Furthermore, Luo Nan was considered one of the foundation establishment cultivators with high potential. Given enough time and resources, it was not impossible for him to become a core formation cultivator. Daoist nun Lanbai, who usually disliked socializing, also came over to talk with Luo Nan. After all, although cultivation was a personal journey, forming alliances was always necessary for seizing resources and ensuring safety. Otherwise, if one discovered an ancient cultivator relic or was sought out by an enemy, there would be no one to help. Luo Nan's combat power was excellent, making him someone many cultivators were willing to befriend, and Daoist nun Lanbai was one of them. Daoist nun Lanbai's appearance was actually beautiful, each having their own charm compared to Lin Qingyu. It was just that Lanbai often had a serious expression, and her sword-like eyebrows seemed to carry evil qi, which gave others a sense of oppression at first glance. The beauty of this female cultivator was completely suppressed. It was completely opposite to Lin Qingyu's delicate and pitiful demeanor. When Luo Nan saw Daoist nun Lanbai, they exchanged greetings, politely chatted for a few moments, and then each returned to their respective quiet rooms to cultivate. The Qi refining cultivators on the flying boat took turns operating it. After flying for a while, Luo Nan, who was in the quiet room, heard the sound of weapons clashing. It seemed they were about to reach the battlefield between the Still True Sect and the Heaven Sword Sect. The battles between the Still True Sect and the Heaven Sword Sect were continuous, big and small. Foundation establishment cultivators were often on the front lines. Often, some foundation establishment cultivators would return, and others would arrive. In fact, most foundation establishment cultivators would still come, even if they had completed their 3 major sect missions for the year. Because in this cultivation world, resources were scarce, and to go further on the path of cultivation, plundering was inevitable. If they didn't come, without resources, their cultivation progress might stagnate or even regress. Upon reaching the battlefield, waves of cultivators disembarked from the flying boat. Since the Heaven Sword sect cultivators were currently fighting other Still True sect cultivators. Therefore, no one attacked the newly arrived flying boat. Luonan swept his divine sense and found that Dao Chen was also among the Still True sect's ranks. Originally, after he entered the Still True sect, he and Dao Chen were the two weakest among the Foundation establishment cultivators of the Still True sect. But ever since he displayed some strength in several missions, although he Foundation establishment later than Dao Chen, his strength was greater than Dao Chen's, making Dao Chen the weakest Foundation establishment cultivator of the Still True sect again. After he cultivated to Foundation establishment middle stage in the wizard world, he not only surpassed Dao Chen but also many other Foundation establishment cultivators. However, his Foundation establishment middle stage strength had not yet been revealed. After all, in the cultivation world, he had no family or master. If he revealed his strength too early, it would only invite covetousness. He summoned an azure spirit sword, stepped on it, and floated in the sky. The azure spirit sword, infused with refined gold and mithril, displayed a color where azure and dark gold intertwined. Other cultivators would absolutely not be able to tell that the main material of this azure spirit sword was actually thousand-year-old azure spirit emerald cloud bamboo. The cultivators of the two sects were fighting fiercely. Luonan swept his divine sense across the battlefield. On the battlefield, a team of core formation cultivators were fighting. One core formation cultivator was from the Still True sect, an old man with a white beard wearing a fiery daoist robe. This cultivator wielded a magic treasure, a palm-sized token. The token's material was neither wood nor jade, and it was engraved with complex talismans. As this cultivator continuously formed hand seals, phoenixes of fire flew out from the token. And fighting this cultivator was a core formation cultivator from the Heaven Sword sect. This core formation cultivator was surrounded by 36 wood flying swords. Streaks of azure sword chi emanated from the 36 wood flying swords, shooting towards the fire phoenixes. In the 5 elements cycle of mutual restraint, fire restrains wood. The wood sword chi, upon colliding with the fire phoenixes, immediately dissipated. However, that wood sword chi originated from the Tei heavenly wood sword art and possessed the endless vitality characteristic of the wood attribute. Streaks of wood sword chi continuously shot towards the fire phoenixes. Even though the wood sword chi caused little damage to the fire phoenixes, with enough sword chi, the fire phoenixes were also dispersed. Upon seeing this wood sword array, Luonan immediately locked onto this core formation cultivator. He estimated that this sword array, in his hands, could be even more powerful. Firstly, he possessed 10,000 wood evergreen magic power. The quality of this magic power was far superior to the magic power refined by other wood cultivation techniques. Secondly, the quality of his flying swords was also better than that of this core formation cultivators. After all, 1,000-year-old spiritual plants and precious metals were extremely rare in the cultivation world. It was highly likely that they were all controlled by nascent soul-old ancestors. Even this core formation cultivator couldn't collect them. But how can I obtain this sword art? After thinking for a while, Luonan decided to try and help the core formation cultivator of the Still True sect. He wondered if, seeing his help in defeating the Heaven Sword sect core formation cultivator, he would be willing to share this sword art with him. Even if not, he could buy it with spirit stones. After all, it seemed that the core formation cultivator should be proficient in refining fire attribute magic treasures. This kind of wood sword art should be of no use to him. Luonan thought, then infused magic power into the elf runes of the stealth spell. Some nearby dark attribute particles gathered towards him. Combined with the aura concealing method of his 10,000 wood evergreen scripture spiritual realm, he quietly approached the Heaven Sword sect cultivator. Just as the Heaven Sword sect cultivator sensed danger and turned his head to look with his peripheral vision, he saw a brilliant, colorful flame rushing towards him. The Heaven Sword sect cultivator felt the high temperature in front of him and immediately split off 30% of his flying swords, stabbing them towards Luonan. Luonan, on the other hand, formed a Dao hand seal with both hands, and his magical power poured out from his danshan. A large ball of samadhi true fire, radiating a glorious light, covered the Heaven Sword sect cultivator like a piece of silk. Thus, what was originally a one-on-one fight between the Heaven Sword sect core formation cultivator and the Still True sect core formation cultivator. With Luonan added, it became 2 against 1. And Luonan's flames were not something this core formation cultivator could ignore. Samadhi true fire, among fire techniques, was inherently powerful. Luonan also secretly used the power of the Sun God badge, increasing the might of the Samadhi true fire. The Heaven Sword sect cultivator struggled, fending off the Samadhi true fire and the phoenix. After a while, knowing that he would not gain any advantage, he conjured a sword light and intended to flee. He waved his hand, and as the sword light flashed, his figure fled eastward. The Still True sect cultivator formed a hand seal and pointed at his token. Immediately, 3 phoenixes flew out, heading towards the Heaven Sword sect cultivator's intended escape route. Seeing this, the Heaven Sword sect cultivator steered his sword light and turned downwards. Luonan then used his mental energy to guide the Samadhi true fire downwards. The Samadhi true fire, like a whip, fiercely lashed towards the Heaven Sword sect cultivator's downward flight path. The Heaven Sword sect cultivator felt that Luonan was only a foundation establishment cultivator, and the power of his Samadhi true fire should be weaker than a core formation cultivator's fire techniques. Gritting his teeth, he decided to disperse the Samadhi true fire. He formed a sword hand seal, and 36 swords surrounded him, forming a sword formation that charged towards Luo Nan's Samadhi true fire. Luo Nan then poured more magical power into the Sun God badge. The power of the Samadhi true fire increased again. This time, it was somewhat beyond the Heaven Sword sect cultivator's expectations. He controlled the sword formation to resist the Samadhi true fire. At this moment, the still true sect cultivator also arrived. He formed a Dao hand seal with both hands, continuously tapping his token. Immediately, 2 flames spewed from the token, and upon reaching the air, they instantly grew larger. Like 2 walls, they converged towards the Heaven Sword sect cultivator. At this point, the Heaven Sword sect cultivator was completely surrounded by Luo Nan and the still true sect core formation cultivator, with no way to escape. He could only fight with all his might. He continuously changed his Dao hand seals, striking streams of magical power onto the sword formation around him. The sword formation immediately emitted a layer of azure sword chi, resisting the 2 fire techniques. However, under the burning of the 2 fire techniques, the sword chi became weaker and weaker. After more than an hour, the sword chi was almost gone. The flames of Luo Nan and the other still true sect cultivator were still burning fiercely. The next moment, the sword chi vanished. The 2 flames then surrounded this Heaven Sword sect cultivator and began to burn him. Ah! Screams came from within the flames. Once they sensed that the man was on his last breath, they withdrew their flames. The charred corpse of the cultivator fell from the air to the ground. Luo Nan and the other still true sect cultivator then moved towards the corpse. Although Luo Nan was only at foundation establishment, because he had cultivated the God evolution art to perfection, his mental energy was slightly more powerful than this core formation cultivator's. He scanned the Heaven Sword sect cultivator's body and immediately discovered the location of the cultivator's storage pouch. This storage pouch had protective talismans, so although the cultivator was burned by the flames, the storage pouch was only slightly damaged. Luo Nan's mental energy swept over the cultivator's body. The storage pouch on the cultivator's body immediately flew towards Luo Nan with a whoosh. Luo Nan reached out and grabbed it in his hand. Who are you? Why are you trying to snatch my belongings? The still true sect core formation cultivator, seeing Luo Nan immediately take the Heaven Sword sect cultivator's storage pouch, instantly widened his eyes and shouted. Luo Nan held the storage pouch in his hand and cupped his fist, saying, Fellow deist, I am also a cultivator of the still true sect. The sword art used by this Heaven Sword sect is very much to my liking, so I made a move. This person was killed by me and fellow deist together. I would like to have 50% of the items in this storage pouch. 50%, hee. The core formation cultivator sneered. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been able to kill this Heaven Sword sect cultivator. Give me this storage pouch. If there is a sword art you want inside, then buy it with spirit stones. Within the still true sect, there were only 4 core formation cultivators. This core formation cultivator, seeing that Luo Nan was a foundation establishment cultivator, did not care much. Moreover, according to what he had just seen, Luo Nan's fire technique seemed decent, but compared to his, it was still far inferior. Luo Nan saw that this core formation cultivator actually wanted to keep the entire storage pouch for himself. He immediately tucked the storage pouch into his clothes. He decided he didn't even want to share 50% with this core formation cultivator anymore. The core formation cultivator saw the scene and laughed in anger. You foundation establishment cultivator, you're seeking death. Luo Nan saw the core formation cultivator's eyes flash with fierce light and immediately said, We are currently fighting with the Heaven Sword sect, and you are fighting among yourselves. Aren't you afraid that the nascent soul old ancestor will blame you? The core formation cultivator, upon hearing this, was indeed apprehensive of old ancestor pure Yang Zi of the still true sect, so he withdrew his magical power. Then let's go back and let the nascent soul old ancestor decide. At that time, that storage pouch will still be mine. With that, he flew towards the Heaven Sword Gate Immortal Domain. Controlling his token, he formed hand seals with both hands, striking streams of flames onto the Heaven Sword Gate Immortal Domain. The Heaven Sword sect cultivators and still true sect cultivators, who were originally fighting, suddenly had a core formation cultivator join them. Immediately, the situation turned one-sided. The still true sect cultivators, with the help of the core formation cultivator, pressed down on the Heaven Sword sect cultivators. The Heaven Sword sect cultivators collapsed like a crumbling mountain, only able to retreat blindly. Soon, the still true sect cultivators occupied a spirit stone mining point of the Heaven Sword sect. Subsequently, a portion of the still true sect cultivators remained to guard it. The other portion boarded the flying boat and returned. The still true sect core formation cultivator, as well as Luo Nan, all boarded the flying boat. After the still true sect core formation cultivator boarded the flying boat, he did not enter the quiet room. Instead, he stood on the deck, his divine sense and peripheral vision occasionally sweeping towards Luo Nan. Luo Nan, from Lin Qingyu's mouth, learned that this core formation cultivator's deist title was Deist Qilianzi and he was at the early stage of core formation. I saw you helped him kill the enemy just now. At that time, didn't you ask for his name? Lin Qingyu asked. Just now, Luo Nan and Deist Qilianzi's conversation was all through sound transmission. Moreover, Lin Qingyu and the others were also fighting with the Heaven Sword sect cultivators. Therefore, they did not know about the matter between Luo Nan and Deist Qilianzi. Luo Nan shook his head and walked into the quiet room. On the deck, Deist Qilianzi's divine sense followed Luo Nan into the quiet room. Then, he pondered in his mind. If he told old ancestor pure Yang Zi, the nascent soul old ancestor. About this, old ancestor Pure Yang Zi would probably also share a portion of the resources from the Heaven Sword Sect cultivator's storage pouch with Luo Nan. This way, he would not be able to obtain all the resources. This foundation establishment cultivator is simply seeking death. Deus Chilianza looked at the rolling sea of clouds below, a fierce glint in his eyes. The flying boat flew like the wind, and soon, it returned to the still true sect mountain range. The cultivators disembarked one after another. Because of the great victory of the still true sect in this two-sect battle, many cultivators felt quite satisfied. Deus Chilianza was an exception. Although he had killed many enemies later, what he obtained were storage pouches from foundation establishment cultivators and chi refining cultivators. The resources inside were of very little use to him. Deus Chilianza pondered with resentment in his heart, while keeping an eye on Luo Nan. When Luo Nan disembarked from the flying boat, he also disembarked, and used his divine sense to lock onto Luo Nan from afar. He planned to follow this person and kill him when he was alone, then take his storage pouch. Luo Nan disembarked from the flying boat and summoned an azure spirit sword. He stepped onto it and leisurely flew back to his immortal cave. His divine sense had a wider range than Deus Chilianza's. Therefore, he knew that Deus Chilianza was following him. After Luo Nan entered his immortal cave, while sensing Deus Chilianza's whereabouts, he took out the Heaven Sword Sect cultivator's storage pouch. He extended his mental energy into it and saw several booklets inside. He took one out and, as expected, found the sword art he wanted inside. The sword art was named Tei Heavenly Wood Sword Art, a wood attribute core formation level sword art. It contained 3 major sword moves, Tei Formless Sword Chi, Tei Heavenly Wood Sword Light, and Tei Heavenly Wood Sword Formation. The Tei Heavenly Wood Sword Formation required 36 swords to form the formation. These 36 swords all had to be genuine flying swords. Those created by the Sword Shadow Light Division technique did not count. You just wait outside, I'll practice my sword first. Luo Nan immediately sat cross-legged on the stone bed, breathing and cultivating according to what was described in the Tei Heavenly Wood Sword art. Although he had not yet refined more flying swords. However, as long as he learned the Tei Formless Sword Chi and Tei Heavenly Wood Sword Light, his sword art would be able to advance to a higher level. And so, for the next period of time, Luo Nan continuously cultivated in his immortal cave. Tei Heavenly Wood Sword Art, entry 56%. As he cultivated, the sword chi and sword light he could emit became increasingly sharp. He hadn't expected that the core formation cultivator, Deus Chilianzi, would still be waiting on a mountain peak outside his immortal cave after all this time. It is said that core formation cultivators have at least 500 years of lifespan. It seems that a long lifespan means they have a lot of free time. Luo Nan thought, then composed himself and continued to practice his sword. While practicing the Tei Heavenly Wood Sword art, Luo Nan also cultivated the Samadhi True Fire. In a stone room in his immortal cave, he repeatedly cast the Samadhi True Fire. The proficiency of the Samadhi True Fire gradually increased. On this day, he felt something and immediately summoned Grand Mist. Samadhi True Fire, proficiency 1%. Finally reached proficiency. Luo Nan's spirits lifted. Having reached proficiency, and with the amplification of the Sun God Badge, the power of this Samadhi True Fire would be able to contend with Deus Chilianza's fire techniques. Luo Nan had measured the temperature of Deus Chilianza's fire technique with Grand Mist that day. Thinking of this, he immediately used Grand Mist again to measure the temperature of his own Samadhi True Fire. At the same time, he poured magical power into the Sun God Badge. Immediately, the Samadhi True Fire flared, and its temperature rose sharply. At this moment, in terms of temperature alone, his Samadhi True Fire was already more powerful than Deus Chilianza's fire technique. To be safe, I'll cultivate the Samadhi True Fire to be even more powerful before leaving the immortal cave. Luo Nan thought, and continued to cultivate the Samadhi True Fire in the stone room. Unconsciously, another half a month passed. Samadhi True Fire, proficiency 3%. The progress of Samadhi True Fire was very slow, but each 1% increase in progress brought a significant increase in power. Now, my amplified Samadhi True Fire should be more than enough to deal with Deus Chilianzi, right? He hadn't returned to the wizard world for a long time. He also didn't know how Leon and Bran were doing in the wizard tower. Although his natal longevity tree in the flat house had been continuously transmitting information about the surroundings into his mind. He hadn't found Leon and Bran coming to his door, nor had he found passers-by discussing any major events near his house. But he was still a little worried about Leon and Bran, so he planned to go back. Thinking this, he walked out of the immortal cave. Deus Chilianzi in the distance immediately perked up. Luo Nan then conjured his sword light and flew out of the still true sect immortal realm. Deus Chilianzi's lips curved into a cruel smile, and he immediately conjured his escape light and followed. After Luo Nan left the still true sect immortal realm, he descended into a mountain forest in the secular world, tens of thousands of miles away from any human habitation. Deus Chilianzi also descended after him. Suddenly, wind rose around Deus Chilianzi, rustling the nearby leaves. His figure suddenly accelerated, sweeping towards Luo Nan. With a wave of his hand, the token engraved with talismans immediately appeared in the air. He formed a hand seal and pointed, and 2 flames spewed from the token, like 2 giant pythons, encircling Luo Nan. Luo Nan integrated his essence, chi, and spirit, and with a sweep of his sleeve. Immediately, a wall of Samadhi True Fire formed around him, blocking Deus Chilianzi's flames. The blazing firelight cast a reddish glow on Deus Chilianzi's white hair and white beard. Under the firelight, his cruel smile appeared even more sinister. Give me the Heaven Sword Sect Core Formation Cultivator's storage pouch, and I will spare you. Deist Qilianzi wanted to coax Luo Nan into handing over the storage pouch, so he could then unleash his fire techniques without fear of burning the storage pouch. Luo Nan chuckled and replied, you give me your storage pouch, and I will spare you. Deist Qilianzi was afraid of burning Luo Nan's storage pouch, but Luo Nan was also concerned about Deist Qilianzi's storage pouch being burned by his Samadhi true fire. Upon hearing this, Deist Qilianzi was stunned. He truly couldn't imagine where a foundation establishment cultivator got the confidence to say such words. Just as Deist Qilianzi's thoughts were racing, Luo Nan formed another hand seal, and the Samadhi true fire around him suddenly expanded in all directions. Immediately, it pushed open Deist Qilianzi's two flames. It transformed into a dazzling, glowing ribbon of light, shooting towards Deist Qilianzi. Deist Qilianzi felt the temperature and was startled, immediately forming hand seals frantically, controlling his token to emit a flame to resist Luo Nan's Samadhi true fire. Luo Nan, using two minds, had a thought, and 12 azure spirit swords were immediately summoned by him. With a flash of azure light, they flew towards Deist Qilianzi. Deist Qilianzi was alarmed and hastily released flames, forming a flame barrier around himself. However, with one layer of flame barrier, the power to resist Luo Nan's Samadhi true fire was weakened. Luo Nan immediately poured magical power into the Sun God badge. The Samadhi true fire instantly flared, instantly overpowering Deist Qilianzi's flames, and like a silk ribbon, it covered Deist Qilianzi's feet. Amidst screams, Deist Qilianzi's feet turned into ashes.